The story begins at a hidden sect deep in the mountains and valleys, with an entrance of endless stone steps stretching far into the distance. Above, the blue sky is dotted with fluffy white clouds, where a few birds freely spread their wings and soar, drawing a picture of charming landscape beautiful to the point of being heartbreaking. Hidden somewhere in the sect's grounds, under shafts of sunlight piercing through the leaves, Qin Tian was struggling with the last piece of land. After a while of hard work, the young man carried the hoe on his shoulder, skillfully slicked back his hair, and let out a long sigh of satisfaction mixed with fatigue. Wow, the 108th herbal plot is finally done. Immediately, a transparent system interface appeared before his eyes, flashing a notification line. His eyes were immediately glued to it. Today's reward was truly fat. The other transformation, Freedom Great Law, was upgraded straight to the 9th level. Heart-pounding, Qin Tian, his name, hurriedly checked to see which level of clouds his power had soared to. A virtual attribute panel appeared. Name Qin Tian. Age 20 and lonely. Strength 3 stars so-so. Speed 4 stars, runs quite fast. Intellect 1 star, disaster. Technique, other transformation, Freedom Great Law. Realm, semi-saint, first state. Qin Tian gave the system a look of contempt, muttering, "Hey system, we are all humans, don't hurt each other like that, okay?" However, feeling the power surging in his body, the determination in Qin Tian's eyes burned even brighter. He thought to himself, "Soon, Jingzhu, I can go find you." Lost in thought, Qin Tian unconsciously hugged the hoe tightly, pouting his lips, creating a scene extremely easy to misunderstand. Ironically, right at that moment, a beautiful young girl gracefully walked over from afar. Witnessing the scene of romantic man and hoe before her eyes, she was terrified out of her wits, hurriedly covering her mouth with her hands, calling out in a trembling voice, "Junior! Junior brother!" The clear call pulled Qin Tian out of his high. He dazedly turned around, looking blank. Realizing the awkward situation, Qin Tian panicked to the extreme, his hands and feet waving frantically as he hurriedly explained, "Senior sister, you have a terrible misunderstanding, Before he could finish, the senior sister gracefully glided over, pulling Qin Tian closer. She gently patted his head, her eyes gentle. "My junior brother has finally grown up. In the future, senior sister will visit you more often." Saying that, she hugged Qin Tian, burying his face into 2 hills bursting with vitality. Qin Tian immediately lost his soul, his voice distorted due to suffocation. Can't breathe." Feeling that even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash this injustice away, Qin Tian struggled hard, trying to escape to explain, "Senior sister, it's really not what you think." However, the beautiful senior sister didn't seem to care about the truth anymore. She gently put a finger on Qin Tian's lips, whispering, "SHH. I understand everything." Finishing her words, she turned around, leaving gracefully, leaving behind a sentence full of hidden meaning. "Come on, junior brother, you are at that age too. Hidden Sword Peak has always been just you. Late at night it's hard to avoid loneliness." "I don't blame you." Qin Tian looked helplessly at her back, hands on hips screaming in hopelessness. "Sister, you don't understand anything at all." A while later, our young man regained his calm, clearing his throat and asking, "By the way, did you come to find me for something today?" Hearing this, the senior sister suddenly remembered the main purpose. She turned back, her tone becoming more serious. "Almost forgot. Today is the day our Kunlun Sword sect opens the disciple recruitment ceremony. The sect master ordered you to be present as well." She pulled Qin Tian's hand, saying happily, "Since junior sister Jiang left, you became the peak master of Hidden Sword Peak without accepting a single disciple. The sect master has a big opinion about you." Qin Tian screamed in protest in his heart, but the sect master's order could not be disobeyed. He sighed deeply, muttering, "Teaching disciples, annoying to death, but fine, let's go see." Saying that, Qin Tian pulled up his pants, leisurely walking into the house. "I'm going to change into different clothes. Senior sister, wait a moment." That senior sister curiously intended to follow, but was bluntly blocked by Qin Tian outside the door. At the same time, outside the mountain gate, a few mysterious black figures stopped, whispering and discussing. The saintess has hidden inside the Kunlun sword sect. This matter is important. Need to report to the sect master to personally decide. After a while, they decided to temporarily retreat, returning to the demon sect. At the disciple recruitment square of Kunlun sword sect, people were as numerous as ants. Looking from above, thousands of people were crowding, extremely bustling. Standing out on the high platform, sitting in the center position was Mo Wenchen, the majestic sect master of the Kunlun sword sect. But her aura was quickly overshadowed when Qin Tian appeared. He donned a set of elegant clothes, looking at ease and free, gently walking towards his seat. Qin Tian's appearance immediately caused a stir. The female disciples in the sect had eyes shining brightly, compliments pouring out like a stream. "Oh my God, Peak Master Qin is so handsome. Every time I see him, my heart wants to jump out of my chest. Gentle and elegant, like a jade tree in the wind, magnificent demeanor. All the beautiful words in this world are not enough to describe him. That's right. If I get kissed by him once, I feel I can break through my realm right on the spot." In complete contrast, the group of male disciples had faces gray with jealousy. "Humph, a mere spirit-moving realm guy has the face to come here to recruit disciples." Exactly. If it wasn't for his luck being supported by the former peak master Jiang Qingyun, with that aptitude, how could he enter our Kunlun sword sect? What a pity! Since peak master Jiang broke through to the Saint realm and left the East continent, hidden sword peak is considered to have withered. In Qin Tian's hand at this moment was not some high-level technique manual, but a super rare book titled On 1,000 Ways to Lie Flat and Ignore Life. This scene made sect master Mo Wenchen, sitting nearby, have blood rushing to her brain, her eyes contracting with murderous intent. Without a word of warning, she rushed over, landing a kick straight on top of Qin Tian's head to vent her anger. "Look at yourself. A majestic peak master of a faction who only knows how to plant vegetables and raise birds all day. Cultivation still stuck at spirit-moving realm. Don't you feel ashamed?" Qin Tian held his head, looking up at Mo Wenchen with the most innocent eyes possible. "Huh, didn't you call me here?" Mo Wenchen became even more furious, grabbing a leather whip, her whole body radiating fiery anger. "You still dare to talk back?" Running wild. Fortunately, the senior sister from earlier appeared in time, gently brushing the whip aside, shielding Qin Tian. "Come on, sect master, don't tease junior brother Qin anymore." She smiled and continued. "Junior sister Jiang is the unique saint realm venerable of our sect in thousands of years. If she chose junior brother, naturally she must have her own unique view." Mo Wenchen had to resentfully stop, but didn't forget to glare at Qin Tian with a burning look. "Watch your sitting posture." Qin Tian was now in a God's eye view that many dreamed of, making the male disciples below jealous to the point of eyes popping out, wanting to scream and claw. So annoying. Does being handsome mean you can do whatever you want? Even the sect master, one of the 6 great semi-saints of the East continent, and peak master Su, one of the 3 great beauties, are charmed by him. Among the crowd coming to take the test, there was a girl with a cold, calm temperament slowly stepping forward. The time had come. Mo Wenchen waved her hand, shouting loudly, "The trial begins." Everyone obediently lined up to advance towards the talent testing orb. Those who qualified cheered in joy. Those eliminated sadly left in bitterness. The elder in charge at this moment called a name. "Next person," and Myoling. As the name rang out, all eyes poured onto a breathtakingly beautiful young girl. From her face with no dead angles to her flawless figure, she quickly became the center of attention. Countless exclamations rang out, "So beautiful! A fairy descending to earth. Her temperament is a bit cold, but that makes her even more charming." Some men began to hallucinate. "I declare she is mine." "Ouch! Why did you hit me?" "Just checking if you are dreaming or not." And Myoling paid no mind to the surroundings, gently walking over, placing her hand on the crystal ball. A halo of azure light spread out. Then from it, a giant ice phoenix phantom appeared, letting out a cry echoing through heaven and earth. Mo Wenchen was the first to spring up, her voice excited. This is the Ice Phoenix bloodline. The other peak masters also stood up in unison, faces filled with shock. Only Qin Tian remained sitting calmly, slightly looking up to observe with a hint of interest. Before the earth-shattering aptitude of Enmaya Oling, countless elders in the sect rushed down, surrounding her. Sect Master Mo Wenchen took the lead, enthusiastically inviting, "I want to accept you as a personal disciple, do you agree?" Responding to that enthusiasm, Enmaya Oling remained coldly silent, in deep thought. Seeing this, others' eyes lit up, snatching the opportunity. The sect master was rejected. Our chance has come. Immediately, a series of tempting offers were directed at Enmaya Oling. "I see you hold a sword. Surely you are a sword cultivator." Discussing the way of the sword, my heavenly sword peak claims second. No one dares claim first. My driving thunder peak's wind and thunder sword is also extremely domineering. Just come and I will teach you the heaven rank wind and thunder sword. Come to my spirit medicine peak, spiritual medicines for you to use endlessly. The elders competed like a broken nest of bees. Mo Wenchen, seeing the girl had not yet decided, spoke up. "You choose which peak you want to join yourself. Cultivation resources, the sect will absolutely not let you lack." And then, something no one expected happened. Enmaya Oling looked up, her sharp gaze directed straight at Qin Tian, who was lazily sitting on the high platform. Being targeted by the beauty's gaze, Qin Tian was a bit startled. Even more surprising, Enmaya Oling pointed at him, declaring clearly, "I want to join Hidden Sword Peak." This declaration made even Qin Tian stunned, pointing at his own face, wondering, Watching drama, but the drama calls my name. Brief background of this beauty. Enmaya Oling, the heartless empress famous under the heavens in her previous life. Harmed and besieged by 3 other Emperor Realm powerhouses. She was reborn, but fell into the identity of a furnace vessel for the demon sect master. After escaping, she sought the Kunlun sword sect, deciding to find a weak, easy-to-control master to hide and cultivate. In her eyes right now, Qin Tian was just a trash, no more no less. She firmly believed in her heart, as long as my identity is not discovered, relying on the supreme oblivion record of my past life, I will surely climb to the peak of the Emperor Realm again. When that time comes, you bastards, I will kill every single one of you. Thinking of this, Enmaya Oling held her head, trying to pull herself back to reality. Currently, Qin Tian, after inexplicably catching a breathtakingly beautiful disciple, was leading her to the living quarters. The room appearing before Enmaya Oling's eyes was covered in a thick layer of dust, with spider webs stretching everywhere. Qin Tian acted completely nonchalant, pointing at it. "Stay in this room. I find it suits your temperament quite well." Enmaya Oling looked at the room, silently evaluating in her heart. How does this guy live here looking like a pigsty? She just reached out to touch the table lightly, and a cloud of dust flew up blindingly, making her cough violently. Seeing this, Qin Tian enthusiastically stepped forward to help, reaching out. He gently touched Enmaya Oling's cheek, to her extreme astonishment. She hurriedly dodged, holding her face in panic. I was taken advantage of." Qin Tian then spoke up to explain, his voice calm. "Your face had dust, I just wiped it for you." "Why so agitated?" Enmaya Oling immediately kept a safe distance from Qin Tian. Eyes glistening with a layer of mist, looking extremely aggrieved, hateful. Qin Tian didn't notice at all, kept rambling on. "Anyway, since you bowed to me as master, there are a few rules you still must follow." Enmaya Oling held her face, sobbing. "In my past life, those male cultivators didn't even have the courage to look straight at this empress's face. This guy actually dared to molest this empress." Qin Tian continued to lecture. "First, this emperor. I know this teacher is very busy. Planting vegetables and watering flowers take a lot of time, so I might not have time to teach you. And Myoling had a scary thought. Just now was this finger right? Wait until I restore my cultivation. I will definitely chop it off. Qin Tian dusted off his hands, removing the dust streak, and continued. Actually, occasionally I will assign you some chores. This made Myoling even madder. No, seems it was that hand. Whatever, when the time comes, I'll chop both to be sure. Seeing Myoling keep silent, Qin Tian asked again, do you agree? For the big picture, to be able to take shelter in Kunlun sword sect, and Myoling decisively performed the rite of bowing to master. Disciple agrees. Qin Tian sighed, thinking, is this kid taking bowing to master or practicing sword so seriously? Meanwhile, Myoling was still engrossed in the thought. When the time comes, just chop both hands to teach him a lesson. Accepting a disciple, who is a reincarnated empress, triggered a rain of rewards from the system. Congratulations, host, for accepting an excellent disciple. This woman is a reincarnated empress. Hope host trains her carefully. Reward, all learned martial arts raised by 1 stage. Reward, extreme grade imperial armament Bingli sword. Reward, supreme sword art Wan Jian Gui Zhangju. After a series of notifications, Qin Tian lightly stroked his chin, his eyes showing a bit of surprise. Huh. Reincarnated empress, so. But immediately after, his eyes lit up, looking down at his hand, unable to hold back a wide grin. This gift. Big profit. And Myoling looked at Qin Tian's goofy appearance, couldn't help frowning and evaluating, softly called, Master. Hearing the student's call, Qin Tian immediately straightened his appearance, coughing once to look solemn. Ahem, since you have bowed to me as master. Saying that, he flipped his hand, a beautiful sword appearing in his palm. Qin Tian offered it to Myoling. Then, take this as a master-disciple gift. At first, Myoling didn't care much, she told herself. What good thing can a spirit-moving realm guy have? But right when her eyes touched the sword, she felt its extraordinariness. Especially when Myoling held it in her hand. So hot. It is clinging to my hand. Even more surprising when she realized this was actually an extreme-grade imperial armament. And Myoling seemed unable to believe her eyes. She stammered, asking, You really give it to me? Qin Tian replied perfunctorily, Yeah, this sword is probably just so-so. So-so? These words made Myoling want to flip the table. Will this guy die if he doesn't brag? Brief explanation of spiritual tool ranks. Weapons, techniques are all divided into yellow, mystic, earth, heaven, emperor, supreme ranks. Each rank is further divided into low, medium, high, and extreme grades. In her past life, Myoling met with a fatal disaster precisely because of fighting over a low-grade imperial armament. Therefore, she understood the value of this sword better than anyone. She asked seriously, Before this, you and I never met, why treat me so well? Qin Tian maintained his nonchalant look, scratching his head, replying, Huh. Why? Master giving a master-disciple gift to a disciple, isn't that normal? Even so, Myoling still felt this matter was too strange, saying that it doesn't seem wrong, but... Not letting her finish, Qin Tian held out his hand, calmly saying, If you don't need it, give it back. I still have a pair of socks worn for many years. Taking that as a master-disciple gift is fine too. Hearing socks, Myoling immediately refused, hugging the imperial armament tight, hurriedly saying, I don't want your smelly socks. Then she decided to recognize the master of the imperial armament immediately. She brought her finger to her red lips, biting lightly. Really just a master-disciple gift. Can't think it through, but let's bind it first, then calculate. Drip, a drop of fresh blood fell onto the sword body. Immediately, an earth-shattering spiritual energy poured out from the sword, making Myoling terrified. Done for. Why is it like this? This spiritual energy even shot straight up to the sky of Kunlun sword sect, creating a shocking anomaly. Sect Master Mo Wenchen was immediately attracted. In a distant place somewhere, an ancient eye opened, looking towards Kunlun sword sect, then slowly closed again. Not only that, the demon sect master also felt the anomaly. Interesting. After I exit seclusion, I must make a trip to Kunlun Sword Sect. To avoid trouble, Qin Tian rushed over as fast as lightning, waving his hand to extinguish the anomaly from the Imperial armament. Immediately, the sky cleared, clouds scattered, everything returned to normal as if nothing happened. Before the disciples' horror, Qin Tian spoke up, "Stop playing, the sect master is here." And Myoling was still not over the shock. He extinguished the anomaly with just one move. Qin Tian finished speaking, turned around and walked away. "Follow me outside." The two went out together, facing Mo Wenchen, who was hovering in the air. "Greetings, sect master." Mo Wenchen landed, walked straight to near Qin Tian. Gently lifted his chin, her voice full of hidden meaning. "Good job, you Qin Tian." Sensing something wrong, Qin Tian put on a face innocent of all crimes. "Sister sect master, what are you doing?" Mo Wenchen went straight to the point. "The anomaly just now appeared at your hidden sword peak. Did you guys do something?" Qin Tian forced a laugh to explain. "Look, what big commotion can two mere spirit-moving realm guys like us make?" Mo Wenchen was still skeptical, turning to ask in Myoling, "Really?" And Myoling also cooperated very well, nodding repeatedly. Qin Tian remained relaxed, smiling. Just an anomaly, nothing big. This nonchalance of his immediately earned a painful knock on the head from Mo Wenchen. "What do you know? This anomaly appeared in our Kunlun. I'm afraid big trouble is coming." Qin Tian held his head, pouting. "All conditioned dharmas are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, like dew and like lightning. Sister sect master, just rest assured." After instructing, Mo Wenchen also left. "You guys just be careful." Finishing her words, she vanished, leaving only a thin trail of smoke. After Mo Wenchen left, and Myoling took the Imperial armament out, silently calling its name in her heart, Bing Li Sword. Holding the Imperial armament in hand, countless doubts rose in her heart. Casually taking out an extreme-grade Imperial armament that can cause heaven and earth anomalies. Flipping a hand can make the anomaly disappear. She glanced towards Qin Tian, heart full of suspicion. "Master, you really make me more and more curious." Qin Tian didn't care much. He stroked his hair, pretending to be in deep thought. Next morning, the rooster crowing echoed, signaling a new day. In a special prison, a sharp scream full of determination rang out. 7661. 7662. Morning is the golden time of the day. 7663. Only by persisting in practice every day. 7664. Can one have a chance to escape from the hands of that evil god? 7665. This golden rock will definitely have a bright future. 766. Ouch! Right when it was enthusiastic, the golden rock was grabbed by a giant hand, leaving only a panic-stricken scream. It tried to beg, voice full of fear, "Stop! You demon-killing evil god! Pain! So painful! Stop quickly! My feathers are all plucked by you." A while later, Qin Tian carried the golden rock which had been plucked clean, muttering while walking, "This meat is indeed firm. Worthy of being the most disciplined golden rock in the 100,000 great mountains. Today Myoling has a treat." Elsewhere, and Myoling was practicing sword amidst the bamboo forest. She slowly sensed everything around. Gently drew the Bing Li sword to comprehend the frost sword intent. A moment later, and Myoling's eyes opened, battle intent rising to the sky. Countless sharp sword strikes were unleashed by her, slashing the surrounding air into pieces. Afterwards she sighed, thinking to herself, "Sword intent is indeed not that easy to comprehend, even if I have the experience of my past life." Just at this moment, Qin Tian, holding a pan, shouted from afar, "Myoling, time to eat." In response, and Myoling coldly said, "Not eating." But with a swoosh, Qin Tian appeared right in front of her like a ghost, hand holding the pan blocking the way. Voice full of authority, "Must eat." This made Myoling terrified. When did he appear? Moreover, what kind of damn rule is this? Qin Tian smirked. My rules are the rules. Finally, and Myoling had to obediently follow Qin Tian back to the dining table. Just sitting down, and Myoling was attracted by the aroma of the food. She took a deep breath, couldn't help but exclaim. The taste is really rich, just smelling it already feels like it's melting in the mouth. Not finished yet, Qin Tian, with a despicable smile, brought out a pot of soup steaming hot. Chicken soup is here. And Myoling glanced sideways at her master. Your smile is really very despicable. Qin Tian thoughtfully ladled a bowl of soup for Myoling, saying, after finishing this meal, perhaps you can break through to the first stage of Golden Body Realm. Hearing that, and Myoling looked at him doubtfully, receiving the bowl of soup. Master, are you okay? Cultivation system. Mortal shedding, transcendent spirit moving, golden body, nirvana creation, semi-saint, saint, emperor. Each realm is divided into first, second, third stage. And Myoling held the soup bowl, blowing gently to cool it, muttering, you think breaking through realms is simple. Saying that, she gently took a sip. HAA. Immediately, a terrifying change occurred, making Myoling shocked, eyes wide open in disbelief. The bowl of soup in her hand fell, shattering into pieces. Qin Tian, however, appeared not very surprised, stroking his chin, waiting. It's here. And Myoling was now feeling the transformation in her body. What feeling is this? A stream of hot energy is surging in my body. Normal blood circulation speed needs 20 seconds, but this flow needs 5 seconds. Her whole body trembled, trying to hold onto the shoulder to stand firm. This feeling became more and more intense, about to reach the limit of endurance. No. Cannot hold it. And then boom, a stream of energy exploded, breaking the shackles of the realm. And Myoling felt her whole body light, face relaxing, blooming a satisfied smile. So delicious. So satisfying. This is the delicacy of the human world. She knelt on the floor, sweat pouring out, appearance extremely alluring. Her two eyes were still not over the shock. I actually really broke through. Qin Tian stood at a great angle, observing intently. Very quickly after, he withdrew his gaze, coughing lightly. Teacher said could make you break through, then certainly can do it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be wasting this three-legged Golden Crow King? Hearing the three words Golden Crow King, and Myoling was shocked, turning sharply to look at him. Three-legged Golden Crow King. You used the three-legged Golden Crow King to stew soup. Her suspicion about this master grew bigger and bigger. This guy surely is not just spirit-moving realm. Unless Qin Tian didn't care about her gaze. He proudly sat eating, thinking to himself, worthy of me, cooking skills improved another level, about to reach the realm where cooking can glow. And Myoling had now regained her calm, walking towards Qin Tian. Lips slightly moving, Master, are you? Qin Tian quickly raised his chopsticks to block her mouth. SHH. People should keep a bit of mystery. For example, I have secrets and you also have secrets. This action made Myoling startle. Could it be? He knows my true identity. Qin Tian finished eating, gently put down the chopsticks. He stood up, pouting to tease Myoling. Remember to eat it all. Then he leisurely left, leaving a sentence. Oh, and also clean the table too. And Myoling was left behind, face puffed up in anger, taking the opportunity to eat my tofu again. Sooner or later, I will chop your hand off. After the nutritious breakfast, Qin Tian continued on the road to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures to help Myoling cultivate. He came to a land covered in white snow. Just setting foot there, a giant dragon foot stomped heavily on the ground. An angry roar rang out. Bastard, who exactly are you? Beside it, two other demon kings also spoke up. Every day coming to catch our companions. Today you dare to bring your body to the door yourself. If you know what's good, release all the demon kings you caught quickly. Truly a bad guy. But I like it very much. How about staying here tonight to drink wine with me, little brother? Qin Tian stood before the three demon kings, expression calm to an unusual degree. Don't worry, they are living very well, well-fed and warm. Drinking wine is fine, actually today. He spoke nonchalantly. I came to find you guys to borrow some demon emperor essence blood. The more the better, best is to give it all here. The female demon king was charmed by Qin Tian's handsomeness, coyly covering her face. This matter sounds so powerful. The monkey demon beside roared, "Wake up, old hag. He came to kill us." The dragon king had a hot temper, roared once then carried his spear charging forward. "Borrow your head. Bullying people too much." The monkey demon also held his staff rushing up. "Taste this old monkey staff." Right at this moment, Qin Tian's voice suddenly dropped low, full of confidence. "Not lending, then, I'll take it myself." He gently waved his hand, punching out a fist. Boom! The monkey demon flew away. Qin Tian picked his ear tone perfunctory, one down. He looked towards the remaining two demon kings. "You guys come together, save time." The dragon king now became more cautious. "Use that move." The female demon king smiled. "Okay then." Really can't bear to ruin this handsome face. Both unleashed an earth-shattering combined attack. Wind and snow union skill, thunderous power. A wave of energy rolled towards Qin Tian. Even so, Qin Tian still stood still. Until the attack was about to touch, only then did he speak. "Union skill. What a coincidence, I know a move too." Qin Tian closed his eyes, hands forming seals, slamming hard on the ground. "Transform into white tiger, 4 symbols lesser yin." Then he condensed the mind sword. Countless golden swords appeared behind his back. Golden glass sword song. Thousands of swords rushed towards the two demon kings. The female demon king trembled in fear. How? How is it possible? Not out of expectation, the two demon kings were beaten rolling on the ground. A long sword mark etched deep on the ground, showing the terrifying power of the attack. Both lay there, eyes wide open, mouths agape, losing all fighting strength. Qin Tian was acting cool when suddenly, achoo! Image collapsed completely. He rubbed his nose, wondering. Just been out for a few days, could it be that girl Maya Oling is missing me? Got the essence blood, let's head back to Hidden Sword Peak. Saying that, Qin Tian left, leaving a sentence. Luckily I went easy, otherwise even ashes wouldn't remain. At Hidden Sword Peak, the night was late. A loud bang rang out, making the black cat sleeping on the tree jump. Hearing the noise, and Maya Oling stepped out of the room, suspiciously looking towards the direction of the explosion. Alchemy room. Could it be he has returned? At the alchemy room, this place had now turned into a pile of ruins. Qin Tian, face covered in soot, coughed violently walking out from there. Cough. Cough, cough. And Maya Oling had been standing there since who knows when. Just returned and caused such a big commotion. Did you blow up the alchemy room? Hearing the voice, Qin Tian turned around. Maya Oling, you came at the right time. He stood up, hurriedly handing a pill to Maya Oling. While it's still hot, drink it quickly. This is a pill, this teacher specially refined for you. Looking at the steaming hot pill in hand, and Maya Oling was suspicious. This is. When realizing what it was, she was shocked, mouth agape. Demon Emperor pill. Heaven rank extreme quality. With my past life Empress identity, it was hard for me to get even one. Looking at Qin Tian slowly wiping his face, and Maya Oling's eyes became complex, mixed with a hint of being touched. So, Master disappeared these days for me. Qin Tian, after wiping his face, grinned widely. Huh. Why not drink yet, afraid it's bitter? And Maya Oling pouted, pointing at the ruins around. First, not discussing the taste. Master, do you feel this place is suitable for taking pills? Crack, the alchemy room sign fell, making Qin Tian startle. He awkwardly admitted, seems a bit inappropriate. Then, in the quiet space of late night, and Maya Oling returned to the room, swallowing the demon emperor pill into her stomach. Qin Tian stayed by the side to assist her to refine it. Just swallowed, and Myoling's whole body was hot like burning fire, face showing clear pain. Qin Tian meticulously transmitted his spiritual energy into her body, telling himself, "Just need to slowly guide. Myoling's state is very good. This time surely will comprehend many things." But unexpectedly, when Qin Tian still didn't understand what happened, he was pinned to the bed by an Myoling face blank. Thought things would go smoothly, but now Qin Tian was being pinned tight by his disciple. Seemingly, the side effects of the demon emperor pill had acted up. And Myoling's face was flushed red, eyes blurry, looking coaxingly at Qin Tian. "Master, I want." Qin Tian's face turned pale. "Myoling, you won't." Before he could finish speaking, he was blocked by an Myoling's lips. Only m sounds remained. Facing this situation, Qin Tian thought to himself, "I am Qin Tian, a transmigrator with a check-in system. And now, I am facing the biggest crisis of my life, related to my purity." And Myoling became more and more aggressive, pressing close to him. "You cannot escape." The distance was too close, making Qin Tian panicked. "Myoling, wake up. We cannot do that." But his words had no effect. And Myoling continued to press close, coquettishly. "Not listening, not listening. I just want to do that with Master." She gently licked Qin Tian's skin, action completely out of control. "Master's send." Qin Tian was hugged tight, trying to find a way to escape, screaming in his heart, "Damn. Side effects of Demon Emperor pill are so domineering." After that, he solemnly told himself, "Calm down. I am a righteous gentleman. I can only guide the medicinal power in Myoling's body to help her awaken her bloodline. Correct, only like that." Meanwhile, and Myoling hugged even tighter. "Master." Hug. A moment later, a sharp scream echoed in the room. "Ugh." Qin Tian grimaced, a distinct tooth mark on his cheek, angrily scolding, "Are you a dog? Why bite people?" And Myoling just covered her mouth, giggling, "Hee hee." At the same time, her bloodline also had a transformation. A giant ice phoenix phantom appeared in the sky, emitting imperial aura. Qin Tian was also happy at his disciple's breakthrough. A system sound rang out. "Success. Host's disciple has awakened the ancient imperial ice phoenix bloodline. Realm broke through to Nirvana realm first stage. Reward, host aptitude raised to 7th grade. Reward, rare check-in rate increased to 60%. After inspecting carefully, Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Big profit this trip. He then acted out an inner drama, playing the victim of fate. Well, my purity of 1,000 gold is finally not wasted. He looked at an Myoling who was still sleeping in his arms, then poked lightly at her soft cheek, muttering, "Must be due to the side effects of bloodline awakening that she temporarily fainted." The room then fell into a strange silence, not a ripple. Qin Tian patiently sat guarding, sipping tea until an Myoling's eyelids trembled slightly. Only then did he speak, "Kid, awake." And Myoling groggily sat up, face still flushed, hand unconsciously rubbing her forehead. Immediately, Qin Tian put on a righteous gentleman face, speaking clearly, "What's wrong with you? I say first, Master is an extremely decent person. It was you who took the initiative." He put down the teacup, tone changing to something ambiguous. "Myoling, in the future you must know how to keep distance. Master and disciple after all have gender differences." Finishing his words, Qin Tian scrambled to flee, leaving behind the poor disciple still in a frozen state. Brain temporarily stopped processing info. What the hell just happened? Only until the cache was cleared and memory gradually rewound, and Myoling vaguely realized something was wrong. Wait. What did I just do? Seemingly remembering something earth-shattering, her eyes opened wide, face flushed red from anger and embarrassment, roaring, "Bastard Master, stand there for me." However, before the master-disciple chase scene could happen, a group of people hurriedly rushed in. Leading was none other than Sect Master Mo Wenchen, followed by a few other peak masters. Mo Wenchen asked immediately, "Myoling, your bloodline has awakened." and Myoling nodded, answering softly, Yes. Hearing the confirmation, Mo Wenchun's face couldn't hide the extreme joy. Too wonderful. Heaven bless Kunlun. This is the aptitude of Saint Realm. Our Kunlun is about to have a second Saint Realm. The Peak Masters standing by also chimed in, each with an opinion. Sect Master, I think an Myoling cannot continue staying at Hidden Sword Peak. Exactly. Such a genius letting Qin Tian teach is no different from wasting heavenly gifts. Must find her an improved master to guide to be right. Hearing the discussions, Mo Wenchun rubbed her chin, contemplating. Makes sense, can't let outsiders gossip. No, and Myoling suddenly cut in. I could awaken my bloodline this time, all is master's credit. If you continue to badmouth him, please leave Hidden Sword Peak. This place does not welcome you. Her firm words made Mo Wenchun and other Peak Masters stunned, looking at each other blankly. What happened to this girl? Could she really be bewitched by that kid Qin Tian? Right when the atmosphere was tense like a taut string, a young man hurriedly ran over, screaming in panic, breaking everything. Sect Master. Not good. A Peak Master frowned, shouting, watch your image. Don't lose the sect's face. That young man's face was teary, snot and tears messy. I apologize. But the demon race is about to attack our Kunlun. Mo Wenchun still kept her calm, turning to say to Myoling, you and Qin Tian hide inside first. The Peak Master, just now hearing the shocking news, also trembled, stammering, you. Say again. Really, the demon race? Being shaken crazy by his master, the young man tried to keep the last bit of image, responding, yes. Yes, really. Mo Wenchun did not hesitate for a second. Her figure flashed, then disappeared on the spot. Surely the Ice Phoenix Phantom alarmed the demon race. She immediately gathered the high-level members of the sect. Go, let's go welcome this group of demons. At the entrance of Kunlun Sword Sect, disciples were ordered to gather. Everyone having a bewildered look, looking up at the sky. Only seeing amidst the cloud layers, rustling sounds getting louder, then countless giant phantoms gradually appeared. Leading was a majestic dragon king. It came here precisely because it sensed the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. Its eyes were red, sharp as razors, sweeping around then locking on the target. It is exactly here. The Dragon King stood before the demon army, roaring a sound shaking heaven and earth, echoing throughout Kunlun Sword Sect. Immediately hand over the carrier of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Otherwise, today this emperor will dye this Kunlun red with blood. Just its breath created a fierce storm, sweeping through Kunlun Sword Sect. A few disciples with weak cultivation were immediately forced back continuously. The aura. So strong. And Myoling was also affected by this roar. She tried to stabilize her mind, calculating in her head. This is the aura of the Flood Dragon Demon Emperor clan. But why is this aura a bit familiar, seemingly resonating with something in me? Very quickly, she recognized the similarity. I understand. The Demon Emperor pill has the exact same aura as this Flood Dragon. In the pill there is dragon blood, and dragon blood, when meeting phoenix blood in the body, will trigger the truest emotions hidden deep at the bottom of the heart. So this unintentionally made Myoling remember the vague memory when she was backlashed by the Demon Emperor pill. Thinking of this, she didn't say two words, aggressively rushing straight forward, one kick blowing away 3 doors of Qin Tian's room, shouting, Master, did you do it on purpose? However, answering her was only an empty room. And Myoling muttered, disappeared to where again? Facing the arrogance of the Dragon King. Sect Master Mo Wenchun showed no weakness. She stepped out, voice cold as ice ringing out. A mere Flood Dragon Demon Emperor dares to have such big tone. Finishing her words, Mo Wenchun swung her sword, slashing forward, accompanied by a sentence full of challenge. Where is that aura of yours just now? The Dragon King wasn't weak either, immediately raising his weapon to block. The shockwave from the collision made both sides retreat a few steps. Mo Wenchen sneered arrogantly. With just this meager strength you dare show your face demanding to destroy my Kunlun. The Dragon King did not flinch, opening his mouth roaring. My strength is indeed not enough. He appeared extremely confident in the reinforcements behind. But what if Green Peng and Makak are added? Are 3 demon emperors enough to entertain you? In 5 minutes they will arrive. When that time comes, relying on you alone, I'm afraid you can't protect this broken sect. Ha. His threat made Mo Wenchen's face immediately change, becoming extremely serious. There are still other demon emperors. Elsewhere, Makak was curving his tail, running after Green Peng, mouth non-stop grumbling. Told you not to read. Healing injuries, then heal properly, still pretending to read what Chaos Sword God. See, now we are late. Green Peng, flying with wind-tearing speed, replied. The story has 1 short chapter. I thought reading it would still be in time. Ironically, right at this moment, Qin Tian abruptly appeared, leisurely riding on a giant claw hovering in midair, speaking. And after this, please invite contestant number 78 to launch. Target, chase those 2. Hearing the command, a paper plane looking harmless immediately tore through the wind, rushing away, carrying a noble mission. The paper plane shot straight towards Green Peng and Makak. Makak, while chasing Green Peng, pointed at the strange object. Hey, just now I wanted to ask, these paper planes have been following us the whole way. He was curious. Your new pet. Green Peng, startled. What? Crazy. Just at this moment, the paper plane suddenly emitted a signal about to explode. Makak sensed the abnormality, face stiffening, hurriedly shouting, Careful. Boom! The paper plane exploded brilliantly, effectively in midair. Makak and Green Peng took the full combo, staggering, helping each other up. Makak asked softly, Okay, right. Green Peng replied, Can't die, but what is this monster thing? Not yet regaining composure, Green Peng looked up ahead and was even more bewildered. A pot. Correct, Qin Tian was sitting majestically on a giant pot flying over. He sat cross-legged, blooming a kind smile. You too, this road is not through. Where you came from, please return there. Makak, just seeing Qin Tian, recognized immediately, stammering in shock. It's you. Green Peng also gritted his teeth. The bastard who injured us last time. With Qin Tian's presence here, Makak quickly connected everything. Face drained of blood, trembling, said, You are a person of Kunlun Sword Sect. Qin Tian did not deny, clapping hands in praise. Congratulations, you guessed right. There is a prize. Facing Qin Tian, the 2 demon emperors lost all will to fight, turning head, running away, not daring to look back. Sorry to disturb. We are leaving right now. Qin Tian, still calmly sitting on the pot, gently asking after them. Hey, running so fast for what? You guys haven't received the prize yet. Then, he unleashed the prize-giving move. Other transformation, freedom, great law, transform dragon. Finishing words, a giant hand descended from the sky, rushing straight towards Makak and Green Peng, scaring them out of their wits. The giant hand grabbed both, then pressed straight down to the ground. No surprise, 2 famous demon emperors were flattened by one move of Qin Tian, lying scattered on the ground. Qin Tian sat up high, picking his ear, pouting in disdain. Still weak as a snail, can't even block one move. Meanwhile, at the main gate, Dragon King and Mo Wenchen were still in a standoff. Mo Wenchen proactively broke the silence, almost half an hour already. Seems your group of accomplices isn't very reliable. Dragon King puffed in anger, growling, ordering subordinates, Brothers, we retreat. So the aggressive demon army retreated dejectedly, not a shadow left. Dragon King walked while cursing silently. Going home must teach those 2 a lesson. The disciples below, looking at this scene, were bewildered. Someone blurted out, We are saved. Until the last shadow of the demon race disappeared, cheers erupted. Worthy of Lord Sect Master. Mo Wenchen didn't care much about the praises, calculating in her heart. The demon race of the wild mountain range has their eyes on Myoling. I must go to the back mountain for a trip. The Dragon King, after losing face, flew back cursing non-stop. Those two sons of bitches dared to stand me up. Two bastards. The more he thought, the angrier. He suddenly saw a small frog bringing a cup of water, whispering, "Big boss, don't be angry, drink tea to cool down." Dragon King was in a bad mood, turned around pinching the frog's cheek, roaring, "Drink your ancestors' grave. If you were a bit stronger, tying that damn woman up, then we wouldn't be this wretched." In a distant place, Qin Tian was flying back. The guy pondered about tonight's menu. Haven't eaten buffalo meat for a long time. Tonight let's make buffalo stew with green peppers. Next morning, Qin Tian was sleeping soundly when a mischievous ray of sunlight sneaked into the room, shining straight into his eyes. This made him frown slightly, waking up. Too glaring. But right after, he jumped up, realizing something wrong. Wait, my room can only see the sunset right. At this moment, Qin Tian was horrified to realize he had slept straight for a whole day. Due to no longer having an Myoling's melodious voice urging every morning, Qin Tian overslept, forgetting heaven and earth. Familiar sounds suddenly rang in memory. "Master, time to cultivate. Wake up, master, broad daylight, let's cultivate. Don't sleep anymore, don't sleep anymore." Thinking of this, Qin Tian had tears in his eyes. After a whole month of torture, finally Myoling is not tormenting me anymore. So Qin Tian happily went to find the buffalo to celebrate. Tonight must make a feast. Don't you run over here. As the sky gradually darkened, and Myoling was sitting, cultivating in a bamboo forest, surrounded by wrapping bright red silk threads. She relaxed her body, slightly looking up at the sky full of thought. Just at this moment, Qin Tian appeared from nowhere, pulling on some red threads, grinning wide. "Myoling, let's eat. Delicious food tonight." But Myoling bluntly refused. "I don't need to eat." Qin Tian stepped closer, asking curiously, "Weren't you an ice beauty before? Now switching to what style?" And Myoling, with an emotionless tone, replied, "Don't touch me. This is just a side effect when I cultivate the Supreme Oblivion Record." Hearing this, Qin Tian fell into deep thought. Supreme Oblivion Record. Seemed like I've heard this name somewhere. Some information about this technique flashed in his mind. Observing heavenly fate can seal emotions, dispersing and gathering the 5 elements of generation and restriction. This is a heartless cultivation technique, can lead straight to the emperor rank. After recalling, Qin Tian tapped lightly on Myoling's head. "You silly girl, you understood it completely wrong." He suddenly transformed into an enlightening master, explaining, "Supreme Oblivion is not cultivating to the point of heartlessness, but being sentient yet not bound by emotions, not imprisoned by them, able to handle everything in a free and unfettered way." And Myoling clasped her hands, repeating mechanically, "Heartless. Sentient. I was wrong." Qin Tian took out a technique manual named Heart Sword Art, pouting. "Actually, whether heartless or sentient, neither suits you. As a sword cultivator, you should live more according to your will. Therefore, this sword way manual is the true love of your life. Cultivating it can lead straight to the heart sword art of the supreme realm." He acted like a merchant, spreading 2 fingers. "How about it? Only 200 coins. And Myoling looked at the manual in Qin Tian's hand, asking doubtfully, "Supreme realm. Could it be a realm even above the emperor realm?" Qin Tian nodded slightly, "Exactly." So Myoling acted extremely fast, shoving money into Qin Tian's hand, then snatching the manual. Qin Tian received the money, smiling, eyes squinted. Boss is truly generous. But when looking back at the money in hand, his face suddenly became bewildered, blank. 2 coins. Meanwhile, Myoling was so excited her whole body trembled. The thing she went through thousands of dangers in her past life, but still couldn't get. In this life she possessed so easily. Even so, she quickly calmed down, turning to look at Qin Tian, calling, "Master." Qin Tian was still blank before this gaze, waiting. and Myoling suddenly bloomed a radiant smile, extremely lovely. Thank you, master. This smile made Qin Tian stunned, he told himself. MMH also worth it. Next morning, Qin Tian, after waking up, said to Myoling, Ahem. Let's go cultivate. Conveniently solve the remnants of Supreme Oblivion record for you. At the place Myoling was cultivating, a little girl was riding a magical treasure flying over. The girl landed, seeing Qin Tian immediately raised hand to greet. Little martial uncle. Qin Tian quickly put a finger to his mouth, signaling, SHH. The girl had a delicate face, gently asking, Little martial uncle, what is everyone doing? This is Yan Qingxi, personal disciple of Mo Wenchen. Qin Tian rested his chin, lazily replied, The technique Myoling practiced before has some problems. Yan Qingxi showed worry. Then is junior sister Myoling okay? Qin Tian's expression immediately turned smuggled, corner of mouth lifting in a sly smile. No problem. Under this teacher's help, she has switched to cultivating a new technique, even much stronger than the previous one. Yan Qingxi admired even more, raising a thumb cheerfully, worthy of little martial uncle. A while later, while Myoling was trying to focus, she was constantly disturbed by the delicious smell of food. So fragrant, what dish is this? Accompanied by extremely tactless dialogues. French fries here. My skills are not bad, right? Little martial uncle is the most powerful person in the sect. And Myoling couldn't take it anymore, roaring in anger. Enough. Can you two go somewhere else? I am cultivating. At this moment, Qin Tian and Yan Qingxi had eaten full, patting their round bellies. Qin Tian said, I know. But do you understand my intention? After this sentence, Qin Tian seemed to turn into another person, seriously explaining. To keep the mind quiet, not disturbed by external things. To keep the heart empty, not tempted by external things. Only a heart that remains calm even when facing danger can go further on the chosen path. He spoke enthusiastically. Therefore, we are training your mental state. Yan Qingxi beside also hurriedly chimed in. Little martial uncle is absolutely right. And Myoling looked at the two of them, half believing, half doubting. Really? Qin Tian continued his speech. Coke left long will lose fizz, snacks left long will get stale. Must eat quickly. But when seeing his disciple slowly drawing her sword, accompanied by a smile making Qin Tian sweat bullets, he stammered, asking, Myoling, you. What are you drawing the sword for? And Myoling sneered, Today I will commit a great treason. So Myoling held the sword chasing, shouting loud, I want to kill the teacher. Qin Tian didn't crave to hesitate, ran for his life. Run quick. Yan Qingxi also ran behind, screaming, Your disciple is so fierce. At night Qin Tian was sitting enjoying wine, softly said, You came. A Monkey King walked over, I came. Qin Tian calmly poured wine, You shouldn't have come. Monkey King looked at him firmly, But I must come. Qin Tian just squinted, smiling, no change at all. Then Monkey King directly held his staff, rushing up to attack. Two sides fought for a while. Finally Monkey King was beaten, rolling on the ground. Qin Tian also slowly landed. After defeating Monkey King, Qin Tian picked up a jar of wine. Monkey King, lying nearby, tried to scream, That is my wine. Put it down. But Qin Tian quickly pasted a piece of paper with his name on the wine jar. Then turned to look at him, using faulty logic. My name is on this, so it's my wine. Monkey King was furious inside out, but couldn't do anything, only grinding teeth. Not only that, Qin Tian took out a bag, gathering all wine, then muttered, Let's go back to enjoy good wine with Myoling. While riding the claw back, he opened the system to check, conveniently checking in too. Check-in accumulation enough. Reward, other transformation freedom great law promoted to level 11. Eternal indestructible body level 1. Spacetime token, in dangerous moments can summon your spirit body through spacetime laws to assist. Qin Tian happily zoomed back, howling, woohoo, taking off. At the bamboo forest of Hidden Sword Peak. Yan Qingxi snuggled into Enmai-Oling's bosom, whispering, "Finally, I have grasped the sword intent firm. 10 years always bothering you, truly thank you very much." Enmai-Oling replied gently, "No problem, cultivating with you I also gained something." Yan Qingxi lovingly hugged Enmai-Oling. "Before I blamed you wrongly, all because of that bad guy Qin Tian. You truly are a woman both cute and beautiful." Night was late. Yan Qingxi waved goodbye. "Mai-Oling, I must return to report this good news to Master. I'm going first." Mai-Oling also waved back, "Goodbye." She stretched to relieve fatigue, smiling. Ada, after cultivating whole body is dusty, must take a bath. Not thinking much, and Mai-Oling stepped down into a nearby stream. Relaxing her body. So comfortable. Space was strangely quiet. She pouted as a habit. According to script, at this time someone should appear. And exactly as predicted, Qin Tian poked his head out from the bush. "Mai-Oling, Master cooked many delicious dishes, come eat supper quick." Encountering this scene too many times, she could only accept. Every time, coincidental so unreasonably. Old script, "Let's eat, get out, eat supper." And Mai-Oling was furious, shouting loud, "Master, are you intentional or unintentional?" Qin Tian replied straight-faced, "Intentional, definitely intentional." "Do you know?" He laughed weirdly, showing off. "Tonight teacher stole monkey wine aged 800 years back. So quickly put on clothes, then go drink wine with teacher. Rest assured teacher won't peek." Even so, he was still thrown a towel straight in the face by Enmai-Oling, chased away. At this time it was late night. Qin Tian leaned back on the chair, voice dreamy, "My house has a daughter just grown up." And Mai-Oling, after changing clothes, seeing Qin Tian smile, couldn't help asking, "Master thinking what again?" Smiling so depraved. At this moment, and Mai-Oling in new clothes looked breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Tian saw and nosebleed flowed, ceaselessly exclaiming, "Didn't expect. You wearing this outfit is extremely beautiful." And Mai-Oling also admitted, but was a bit uncomfortable. "Beautiful is indeed beautiful, but places needing to be loose are very tight, making me not very comfortable. Clothes Master bought, the chest part is all very tight, I feel a bit hard to breathe." She just finished speaking, pop a sound, the button popped out, displaying everything before Qin Tian's eyes. Before this magnificent scene, Qin Tian slipped a gaffe, so big. After that he had to struggle begging and Mai-Oling to calm down. "Anything slowly talk, don't silence the witness." As usual, Qin Tian prepared breakfast right after waking up. A Miao Ling always appreciated his cooking. "Master's cooking skills are getting better and better." Qin Tian replied, "Then eat a bit more." But right at this moment, he sensed something, his expression becoming serious as he looked into the distance. A Miao Ling quickly realized and asked, "What's wrong, Master?" Qin Tian replied, "A half-saint has brought someone to Kunlun again, probably to cause trouble." The two of them went to check the situation together. "Let's go to the main peak and see." "Yes, Master." At the martial arts arena of the Kunlun main peak, Mo Wentian stood next to an old man and said, "I heard that recently Elder Lengya has been taking the head disciple to challenge young disciples of major sects everywhere. I wonder what the reason is." Elder Lengya chuckled, "Just a misunderstanding." This great elder of the Peng Lai sect continued, "It is because Xiao Hua has encountered a bottleneck, so he wants to exchange moves with disciples of various sects to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. In fact, we came here this time to meet the person with the legendary ancient bloodline." With the astuteness of a sect master, Mo Wentian quickly realized the intention. This old fox definitely has other purposes. He calmly coughed lightly. "I'm really sorry, Miao Ling is currently in closed-door cultivation." Elder Lengya let out a soft "oh," "Then we are really unlucky." Afterwards, on the martial arts arena, matches between the Peng Lai sect and Kunlun disciples took place. On the ring, a white-haired young man yawned and said listlessly, "Is the lightning attraction art done yet?" I'm getting bored of waiting. He was Bai Xiaohua, the head disciple. Opposite him, Xuan Lei, the son of the peak master of lightning control peak, with lightning radiating all over his body, replied, "Keep you waiting. You will regret letting me complete the lightning attraction art." He stomped his foot heavily to gain momentum and rushed forward. Xuan Lei swung his fist at Bai Xiaohua, declaring aggressively, "Don't cry for your mother when it hurts later." Facing Xuan Lei's attack, Bai Xiaohua remained calm. "Is that so? Unfortunately, I see that you are only capable of this much." He raised a finger, executing a heaven-rank medium-grade martial skill. One sword settles mountains and rivers. Instantly, Xuan Lei was knocked off the ring. No one expected Bai Xiaohua to completely dominate with just one move. Facing this situation, the peak master of lightning control peak down below changed his expression and shouted, "Xuaner!" The others were also extremely astonished. What happened? It was too fast, I couldn't see clearly. Bai Xiaohua became even more arrogant, looking up at the sky and shouting, "Chicken!" This made Peak Master Lei furious, his eyes red as if he wanted to eat him alive. The disciples nearby had to rush over to stop him. Peak Master Lei calmed down. Bai Xiaohua became even more conceited because of this. "Senior Lei, sorry, I didn't expect him to be unable to block even one move." Not satisfied yet, he licked his lips, sweeping his eyes down at the Kunlun disciples. "All right, who's next?" He pointed at each person, his voice haughty. "Is it you, or will you be my opponent?" Seeing no one below dare to speak up, Bai Xiaohua said disdainfully, "What? No one dares?" At this moment beside Mo Wentian, Yan Qingxi spoke softly, "Master, let me go up. If this continues, the disciples' morale will be crushed." Mo Wentian quickly agreed, "Okay, be careful." Before going up the stage, Yan Qingxi added, "Master, to be safe, you should summon junior sister and as well." This made Mo Wentian suspicious. What's the use of calling her? She's still very immature right now. Yan Qingxi explained, "Master, there is something you don't know. Under the guidance of junior martial uncle, Miao Ling has comprehended sword intent. I also stepped into the threshold of sword intent thanks to that, which is the realm of no sword in hand, but sword in heart." Mo Wentian was completely astonished, asking again, "Qin Tian teaches kendo. And Miao Ling comprehended sword intent, are you sure?" Yan Qingxi affirmed, "Absolutely sure." Mo Wentian then recalled, stroking his chin and thinking to himself, "No wonder I always felt this brat was very eccentric. So he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." Elder Lengya, who heard this conversation nearby, was also a bit surprised. Not letting Bai Xiaohua wait long, Yan Qingxi stepped onto the ring. "I will be your opponent." Bai Xiaohua turned to look at Yan Qingxi, smiling slightly. "Sister." He raised a finger. "Since the eldest sister of Kunlun has come up, how about we make a bet? The stake is a slot to enter the Xiao Yao secret realm." His voice echoed everywhere. "If you beat me, my slot will be yours. If you don't win, you give me one slot." Mo Wentian up high immediately realized. It seems their true purpose is the slots for the Xiao Yao secret realm. Yan Qingxi didn't rush to agree, turning to look at Mo Wentian, and a voice transmission came. "Agree with him." Accordingly, Yan Qingxi turned back and replied, "Okay, we agree." Bai Xiaohua raised his long sword, pointing it at Yan Qingxi. "Then let's begin, eldest sister of Kunlun." On the other side, Yan Qingxi didn't say much, directly rushing up to attack. Bai Xiaohua slashed a blow with Wild Wind sword intent, while Yan Qingxi used Gentle Breeze sword intent. This surprised Bai Xiaohua a bit. "You also know sword intent. It seems you are worth me using my full strength." Yan Qingxi blocked the attack, snorting coldly. "Anyone can brag." After a few clashes, Bai Xiaohua decided to use full power. "Then watch closely." He stepped back, laughing. The higher realm of sword intent is the fusion of sword intent and martial skills. Heaven rank high grade martial skill Wild Wind sword. A tornado created by Bai Xiaohua rushed straight towards Yan Qingxi. Facing this terrifying blow, Yan Qingxi's face changed dramatically, shouting, "Not good." Even the arena was shattered by the tornado. Yan Qingxi couldn't resist, was knocked flying, and the sword in her hand was also flung away. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, swept up high by the whirlwind, and then fell down. Mo Wentian looked at his disciple, shouting worriedly, "Qingxi." Bai Xiaohua chuckled, looking up, "Wow, so high." But right at this moment, a sword flew down from above, sticking straight into the middle of the arena. Bai Xiaohua looked suspiciously at where the sword landed. Huh. Immediately after, a figure glided down. Qin Tian caught Yan Qingxi in an extremely cool manner, saying, "We have arrived." Yan Qingxi called out weakly, "Junior Martial Uncle." With this appearance, Qin Tian attracted all the attention from the female disciples in the sect. Admiring gazes accompanied by discussions rang out. "Junior Martial Uncle is so handsome. I really envy Senior Sister Yan. I also want to be carried like a princess by Junior Martial Uncle." Bai Xiaohua heard these words, his face twitching as he glanced over to evaluate. "Handsome," he curled his lips looking at Qin Tian. "Handsome where? I really don't understand what these shallow people are thinking all day." Yan Qingxi, currently held in Qin Tian's arms, acted spoiled. "Boo-hoo, uncle, it hurts." Qin Tian gently comforted, "Be good, don't cry." But when Bai Xiaohua's eyes met in Miao Ling, he froze. This guy quickly walked in front of Miao Ling, bowing politely to introduce himself. "I am Bai Xiaohua, the head disciple of the Peng Lai sect, one of the three great young heavens prides. May I know your name, Junior Sister? Let's get to know each other." In his heart, he was mesmerized by Miao Ling's soul deep. Junior Sister is so beautiful, truly a beauty capable of toppling cities. Elder Lingya saw in Miao Ling appear, smiling slightly in anticipation. The target has finally appeared. "Let me see what aptitude you have besides the bloodline." Seeing Bai Xiaohua daring to touch in Miao Ling, Qin Tian knocked his hand away. "Cockroach, take your dirty hand off." Being called a cockroach, Bai Xiaohua shouted, "Who is a cockroach?" "You are a bumpkin." This time both girls turned to him in unison, snapping, "You are the bumpkin." "He is my master. He is my junior martial uncle." Bai Xiaohua was almost knocked over by these two voices, stunned. "Master. Junior martial uncle." He quickly remembered something. "Wait, I heard Kun Lun has a trash junior martial uncle, but is very handsome." So Bai Xiaohua jumped up, facing Qin Tian. "Looks like it's you." Qin Tian didn't show any weakness, challenging, "So what?" Bai Xiaohua continued, "They must have been bewitched by your looks. I must save them, let them know that strength is the most important thing." At this point he laughed weirdly, immersed in his own delusions. Qin Tian ignored this guy, turning to say to Miao Ling, "This smile is disgusting. One look and you know he's thinking about bad things. You must teach him a lesson." And Miao Ling replied gently, "Yes, master." Qin Tian was very confident in Miao Ling's strength, adding, "Just use 3 moves to deal with him, must leave some face for the Peng Lai sect." Yan Qingxi also cheered, "Junior Sister, do your best." After Miao Ling and Bai Xiaohua confirmed the duel, quite a few discussions arose outside the arena. "Do you think Junior Sister and can win?" "I don't know. After all, Junior Sister and has only been cultivating for more than 10 years. But Junior Sister and has an ancient bloodline. Maybe she cultivates several times faster than us." On the other side, Mo Wentian was not very happy, frowning. "Qin Tian, how long do you want to hold my little disciple?" Yan Qingxi was a bit shy, but Qin Tian quickly explained, "Isn't Qingxi injured? I'm helping to warm her body, to prevent her injuries from getting worse." Mo Wentian didn't believe it, all excuses. In the arena, Bai Xiaohua stuck his sword into the ground, telling himself, "Her cultivation probably won't surpass Yan Qingxi." This guy licked his lips smugly. "With my strength, I can turn this battle into a performance, showing off both my strength and my style." He tried to appear amicable, raising his hand and smiling. Junior sister, please." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword tip rushed forward quickly. Bai Xiaohua hadn't even regained his composure yet. And Miao Ling glided after the sword tip, her voice cold as ice. "First move. If not for Master's request, you would have fallen just now." Suffering a bitter loss, Bai Xiaohua's eyes darkened. "Stinky woman. If I hadn't intentionally gone easy on you, how could you have hurt me?" He launched a counterattack, combining martial skills and sword intent. Wild sword settles mountains and rivers. Facing Bai Xiaohua's attack, and Miao Ling just gently swung her sword, easily neutralizing it. This made him stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Miao Ling didn't bother to be polite, commenting that his flashy swordsmanship was just like the gentle breeze sword before, only good for looks. After speaking, she directly demonstrated what true kendo is. With a decisive sword stroke, a sea of cherry blossoms suddenly bloomed in midair, heartbreakingly beautiful. Every movement of Miao Ling was graceful, perfectly demonstrating the truth. Sword intent is the backbone, martial skills are just the skin. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaohua's face turned from pale to green, then purple. That cherry blossom storm was not romantic as it looked, but rushed straight towards him. Immediately after, the arena echoed with only the mournful, heart-wrenching screams of the young hero surnamed Bai. Below, the disciples could only drop their jaws in astonishment. "Oh my God, is this a genius?" That Bai Xiaohua in front of her is no different from stale noodles. It wasn't until the last petals vanished that Bai Xiaohua was exhausted, his body limp as he knelt on the arena, mumbling in extreme panic. "Sword intent, great completion." His eyes stared blankly, still unable to digest this cruel truth. "How is it possible?" Miao Ling's voice, cold as ice, rang out, extinguishing the last ray of hope. "In this world, nothing is impossible." She unleashed her ultimate move, her hand raised, preparing to send him on his way. Bai Xiaohua could only utter a few weak sounds. Alas, Miao Ling had activated the Jade Bone Ice Seal. Facing this finishing blow, the image of his kind mother back home suddenly appeared in Bai Xiaohua's mind. High above, Mo Wentian and Qin Tian had been watching intently, not missing a single detail. Mo Wentian was a bit surprised to see Bai Xiaohua giving up. "Won already." The icy air rushed out, freezing a corner of the arena in the blink of an eye. When the ice seal slowly melted away, Bai Xiaohua's figure was gradually revealed, his whole body frozen in a kneeling position admitting guilt. The result was all too clear. The entire Kunlun disciples erupted in cheering. "One. Looks like in this young generation, our senior sister and deserves the title of the lonely defeated. Wonderful." On the high platform, Mo Wentian just smiled meaningfully. Elder Lengya, although his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, still had to keep his promise, reluctantly waving his hand to throw an object towards Mo Wentian. It was the token to enter the Xiao Yao secret realm agreed upon before. Mo Wentian calmly caught it, laughing loudly. "Thank you for letting us win." Having said that, Lengya supported Bai Xiaohua, turning his heel to leave without expression. But when no one was paying attention, the corner of the old man's mouth curled up into a ghostly smile. "Found it." After the earth-shattering battle, Qin Tian and Yan Qingxi rushed over to congratulate Miao Ling. "That was amazing. Junior sister and is indeed number one." Contrary to her dominance on the arena, Miao Ling was now shyly covering her face with her hand, whispering, "No, not at all." The scene changed. In a desolate place, Lengya was bowing to report to a mysterious figure. Reporting to Palace Master, a suitable memory has been found. That person carries an ancient bloodline and has also comprehended sword intent to great completion. From deep within the dark cave, a woman with half-human, half-demon body bared her sharp teeth, laughing horribly. "Well done, Lengya. Wait until this palace master seizes that body. Unifying this East continent will be just a matter of hand. When the time comes, I will not forget your merit. She was none other than the palace master of the heavenly demon palace, Mu Yizu. Facing her promise, Lenya just bowed his head and replied briefly, "Thank you, palace master." Mu Yizu's voice rang out again, gloomy and cold to the bone. "Empress Ju Qing, the humiliation you caused this palace master, wait for the day I reemerge. I will definitely make you pay back 100, 1,000 times." At the Xiao Yao secret realm, where Mo Wentian had just won an admission ticket from Elder Lenya. This is a very special secret realm, the fruit of a huge price paid by the three great sects Kun Lun, Peng Lai, and Tai Bai to open. Once every 20 years, the secret realm gate opens, promising countless opportunities such as rare spirit herbs, supreme magic treasures, etc. At this time, a Miao Ling and Yan Qingxi were gathering with everyone to listen to the rules. This secret realm has 2 iron rules. 1. Only those below the Nirvana realm are allowed to enter. Anyone stronger will be kicked out mercilessly. 2. Each opening only accepts a maximum of 9 lives. And the pass is the tokens everyone is holding in their hands. Everyone must remember carefully, after entering, you only have a bare 7 days to explore. Make use of every second and minute. If there are no more questions, let's set off. We will wait outside for good news from you elites. After understanding everything, the elite disciples of the 3 great sects stepped into the spatial gate of the Xiao Yao secret realm together. The moment a Miao Ling set foot into the secret realm, through the token that Lenya had set a trap on, Mu Yizu immediately sensed it. She ordered, "The prey has entered. Go bring her here to me." A subordinate immediately bowed to receive the order, "As you command, palace master." Inside the secret realm, a Miao Ling was frolicking around, holding a wild fruit in her hand and gnawing on it deliciously. The girl was now separated from the group, bewilderedly realizing she had lost senior sister Yan and the others. Peak Master Su didn't say there would be a situation where I'd be lost in the flow of life like this. Right at this moment, a rustling sound from the bushes rang out, startling a Miao Ling, who immediately took a defensive stance. "Who is it?" she shouted vigilantly. When seeing a pitch-black creature fly out from the bushes, a Miao Ling swung her sword reflexively. "Oh my, turns out it's a crow. Scared me to death." When the crow disappeared, a scroll suddenly fell to the ground, immediately attracting her attention. A scroll. She curiously walked over, opening it to see. Is this the God-given opportunity that Peak Master Su mentioned? Inside the scroll was a detailed map, guiding to the location of the immortal phoenix holy fruit. Upon seeing it, her face suddenly brightened. "I remember. Just by eating this thing, I can break through to the limit of the Nirvana realm, only a thin membrane away from the creation realm." So without a second thought, a Miao Ling cheerfully followed the map, muttering, "Let's hit the road to find the immortal phoenix holy fruit." From the darkness, the crow from earlier was still silently watching all her actions, its red eyes flashing a strange light. A while later, a Miao Ling arrived at the location marked on the map. She stopped looking around. Found it, she secretly cheered joyfully. "With these immortal phoenix holy fruits, I will break through to the creation realm soon." But just as she stepped closer, a series of crimson chains suddenly appeared from nowhere, wrapping tightly around her. A Miao Ling immediately realized this was an action-sealing formation. The ghostly chains tightened around her limbs, accompanied by eerie cries echoing everywhere. Immediately after, Mu Yizu slowly appeared beside a Miao Ling, her voice full of greed. "Your body is now mine." Contrary to expectations, a Miao Ling was not panicked at all, she just sneered. "Indeed a trap. The one behind it is even a remnant soul of the sage realm, aiming to seize a body for rebirth." Mu Yizu was gloating because the prey had fallen into the trap, but immediately, her face changed when she saw the body in front of her gradually freezing. She frantically smashed the ice statue, roaring in anger, "Damn it! The old lady was tricked by a little brat again." Saying so, she unleashed a bolt of lightning behind her back, shouting, "Come out!" A Miao Ling didn't even bother to dodge, leisurely walking out from her hiding place. When clearly seeing this face, Mu Yazoo suddenly became extremely agitated. "This face is you. Empress Ju Qing." Exposed of her past life identity, a Miao Ling was still strangely calm, asking back, "Who are you?" Mu Yazoo gritted her teeth, her voice full of hatred. "You caused my heavenly demon palace to be ruined, my family destroyed. Even my body was destroyed by you, yet you dare say you don't remember me." Hearing these words, a Miao Ling frowned slightly in thought for a moment, then replied calmly, Really don't remember." This answer made Mu Yazoo furious to the point of exploding. Empress." She glanced at a Miao Ling from head to toe, from cultivation base to current appearance, then burst into laugh wildly. "The world rumors that the Empress has disappeared for a long time. Looking at your appearance, you must have reincarnated." Conversely, a Miao Ling just smiled grimly with hidden meaning. "Who knows? Or maybe, why don't you try and see?" Mu Yazoo assumed the rumors were true. The fear in her heart completely vanished. She roared and rushed straight towards a Miao Ling, her tone full of mockery. "Empress, you have lost your Emperor Realm cultivation." Countless eerie vines grew from Mu Yazoo's body, shooting towards a Miao Ling. "Now you are just a small shrimp in the Nirvana Realm. Obediently hand over this body to me." A Miao Ling reacted extremely fast, stepping back to dodge. She drew the Bing Li sword to defend, swinging it to cut off Mu Yazoo's eerie vines. The two fought fiercely, their figures flashing everywhere. But the situation didn't seem very optimistic for a Miao Ling. Mu Yazoo attacked continuously, sneering. "The sword helping you block attacks just now is an Emperor-grade weapon, right?" This made her even more excited. "Today is indeed my lucky day. Not only getting a body with supreme talent, but also about to possess a peerless Emperor-grade weapon." Saying so, Mu Yazoo attacked even more urgently, her mouth screaming non-stop, "Empress, obediently surrender. I don't want to hurt my new body." A Miao Ling still remained calm, swinging her sword to shred the vines, replying coldly, "Stop joking. You are just a remnant soul of the Sage Realm who has lost her body." She continued to analyze. "The rules of this secret realm suppress all the power of outsiders. Therefore, a Miao Ling had nothing to worry about. Cultivators exceeding the Nirvana Realm who want to enter here must seal their own cultivation. You are no exception." Her next sword stroke grazed Mu Yazoo's cheek. But it seemed everything was within her calculations. Mu Yazoo laughed eerily. "You are right, theoretically so. But what rule doesn't have loopholes?" Saying so, her body gradually recovered. This Xiao Yao secret realm is no exception. At this time, Mu Yazoo had revealed her true face, and a huge aura exploded from her body. Sensing this aura, a Miao Ling's face changed dramatically. "Half-saint." Mu Yazoo suddenly disappeared from a Miao Ling's sight. Then suddenly appeared right behind her, whispering, more precisely, a half-saint about to break through to the Sage Realm. From behind Mu Yazoo, huge sharp spider legs appeared, locking a Miao Ling tight. "Finally, I am about to get the body." A Miao Ling tried to struggle, but in vain. She cursed silently. "Damn, it can't move." "Since when?" Mu Yazoo leaned close to a Miao Ling's ear, whispering, "You know, to gain power surpassing the Nirvana Realm while still being able to use it in this corner, I had to suffer a lot." In her dying breath, a Miao Ling tried to struggle, her mind screaming, "Quickly restore the soul for me. I cannot fall here. The enemy is not yet destroyed. This vengeance I must repay. Cannot end like this. You are just a half-saint beast, even if sealed by the secret realm. I can still kill you. Driven to a dead end, a Miao Ling had only one way left, which was to ask for help from Master Qin Tian. She emphasized the small object hidden in her chest. "Master, it's time for you to take the stage." Immediately, in a remote small town, Qin Tian sensed the signal. Recalling 3 days ago, Qin Tian and a Miao Ling were sitting on a roof. 3 more days until the Xiao Yao secret realm opens. Qin Tian had prepared very carefully. He gave a Miao Ling a token instructing, inside the secret realm, if you encounter life-threatening danger, activate this space-time token. He even carefully reminded, remember to keep it safe on you. A Miao Ling took the token, asking innocently, inside me. Qin Tian smiled mischievously. Of course, at that time, Master will whoosh out from the token to help you. Hearing so, a Miao Ling didn't hesitate to stuff the token straight into her chest pocket. Yes, Master. She added, at that time, Master, remember to come out carefully. Qin Tian saw that scene and had a nosebleed, hurriedly turning away to wipe it, saying awkwardly, no need to keep it that safe. Back to the present, Qin Tian was strolling on the street, thinking to himself, Miao Ling followed senior sister Su Gang to the secret realm. He carried a bag, looking cheerful. My time of freedom has returned. Qin Tian skipped around the streets, making passers-by glance at him. He stopped at a restaurant, ordered food, and waited. Handsome guy, here is your beef noodles. Qin Tian looked at the steaming bowl of noodles on the table, drooling. Smells so good. Indeed, the beef noodles of Chongming City live up to their reputation. But just as he picked up a chopstick of noodles, preparing to put it in his mouth, the distress signal came. Master, save me. Qin Tian was startled, immediately realizing this was the signal from the space-time token. Also at this place, Bai Xiaohua with a bandaged body was ordering a drink. Give me a bowl of brown sugar water. A person next to him quickly replied, Yes, guest, please go this way. Inside the secret realm, Mu Yizu was still restraining a Miao Ling. Empress, is this your backup plan? She snatched the token from a Miao Ling's hand. Don't struggle in vain. Saying so, she waved her hand and threw it away disdainfully. A pity, it has no effect whatsoever. But right at that moment, the token suddenly flashed with a blinding light. And a hand reached out from the void, grabbing it tight. Qin Tian appeared, wearing a monkey mask on his face, his voice full of teasing. No effect. Hearing the strange voice, Mu Yizu turned around suspiciously. Who? And the answer she received was a punch from the sky landing straight on her face. The punch was so strong that she flew far away, crashing into a cliff. Qin Tian gently supported a Miao Ling, asking tenderly, Are you okay? What happened? He slowly landed, wondering, Where is Qing Si? Why didn't she go with you? A Miao Ling coughed a few times. Then said, I will transmit this memory segment to you. She touched Qin Tian's forehead lightly. And in just a blink of an eye, he understood the whole story. Qin Tian concluded firmly, I understand. So Leng Ye and this woman are in cahoots. He led that fool Bai Xiaohua to challenge everywhere to find a suitable body for her. A Miao Ling, after stabilizing, pointed at the mask on Qin Tian's head, wondering, Master, why are you wearing a monkey mask? It looks silly. Qin Tian took off the mask, grinning. This is the secret technique that helps Master use half-saint power to break the rules of the secret realm. Hearing this, a Miao Ling was bewildered. Qin Tian explained, the principle is extremely simple. Just defeat a beast in the secret realm, then use its soul to disguise, turning yourself into a part of this place. Hearing this, a Miao Ling also guessed Mu Yizu's case. Speaking of which, that woman can use half-saint power, meaning she has killed a half-saint beast. Qin Tian nodded in praise of his disciple's intelligence. Meanwhile, Mu Yizu was extremely surprised by this sudden appearance. Terrifying power. Just one punch, and my soul is almost shattered. It seems the beast soul on him is the Saint Ape Spirit Blast, the strongest monster in the center of the secret realm. My current soul is not strong enough to seize the Empress's body anymore. Moreover, I am not that man's opponent. Only way left is to use the backup plan. Thinking so, Mu Yizu's body gradually swelled up deformably. Damn it! You forced me to turn into a beast. She pointed a finger into the void. When everything was clear, a Miao Ling exclaimed, Master, you came really fast. I just used the token and you already appeared. Qin Tian put his hands on his hips, showing off. HMPH, of course. Master keeps his word, said whoosh, and whoosh appeared immediately. But right at this moment, a loud noise rang out, making both alert. Something is rising from the ground. Mu Yizu had now turned into a giant spider, rushing towards them. Empress and that talkative man, I must kill you all. She spat out a poison ball, roaring, die. Poison Queen's fluid. Qin Tian dodged, shouting, Miao Ling, leave here. A Miao Ling immediately retreated, not forgetting to remind, Master, be careful. Qin Tian was very confident. No need to worry. He swung his fist, unleashing a giant strength strike. This time it was not just one, but countless punches raining down like a storm. But after transforming, Mu Yizu's defense had become as hard as steel. She was unharmed, mocking, your fist is weaker than before. Qin Tian had to admit, thick tangerine peel has fingernails. Ah no, this spider shell is really thick. This time it was Mu Yizu's turn to counterattack. She opened her mouth and let out a piercing scream. Banshee scream. Facing this sound attack, Qin Tian had to continuously retreat to defend. He tried to find a way to deal with it. Tougher than I thought. The biggest problem now is unable to break her defense. Not stopping there, eerie bushes grew from the ground again, wrapping around Qin Tian. In a moment of negligence, a branch touched Qin Tian's shirt and caused it to corrode immediately. Looks poisonous, can't let it touch. Qin Tian had to struggle even more to dodge. A Miao Ling in the distance realized the danger, screaming, Master, be careful. Qin Tian's face became tense. Bad, right at his position. A formation named Spider Web God Sealing Formation was activated. Countless spider threads appeared, wrapping around Qin Tian at dizzying speed. In no time, he was wrapped tight in a white cocoon. Mu Yizu looked at the spider cocoon, triumphant. A Miao Ling hid behind a tree, sweating with worry. What to do? Master is wrapped tight by the spider web. Then she suddenly had an idea. Mu Yizu looked at the cocoon in front of her, laughing loudly. Hahaha, I won. She turned her hostile gaze to a Miao Ling. Next is my sworn enemy. But right at this moment, a light suddenly flashed from inside the spider cocoon, followed by countless slashes, tearing the silk layer apart. In no time, Qin Tian broke out of the cocoon, holding a sword in his hand. He landed, looking at Mu Yizu, saying gently, Almost forgot I still have the Bing Li sword. Luckily Miao Ling reacted in time. The shattered cocoon made Mu Yizu extremely shocked. How is it possible? This time, Qin Tian actively changed tactics. My turn to counterattack. He formed a seal, Sun Moon Seal. First is Body Seal, Poison Spin Seal. Next is Heart Seal, Treasure Gourd Seal. Finally, 3 seals unite. Mu Yizu could only scream helplessly, trying to create a defensive wall. But all was in vain. Qin Tian easily broke through all defenses, rushing straight forward. Mu Yizu's shell was shattered, her body disintegrating in pain, screaming a desperate cry. No. Qin Tian stood in an extremely cool pose after defeating the opponent, smiling slightly and saying, Green Lotus Solo Show. After Qin Tian's ultimate move, Mu Yizu's body gradually faded into the air. Qin Tian also waved his hand, casually throwing the sword back to a Miao Ling. Returning your sword. Oh right, there's also a good thing. A Miao Ling was extremely careful, catching the precious sword with both hands. Qin Tian walked over, glanced at the bright red fruits and said softly, It really is here. A Miao Ling also followed, exclaiming, Immortal Phoenix Holy Fruit. It's actually unharmed. Qin Tian directly raised his hand to pick them. That proves this holy fruit is fated with you. Eat it quickly, Master will protect you. Not long after, a Miao Ling broke through directly. Success. Qin Tian also received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host's disciple has reached the limit of Nirvana realm. Reward, increase host's reputation points by 20%. A Miao Ling felt the abundant power in her body, saying happily, When we return to Hidden Sword Peak for secluded cultivation for a while, I can advance to the creation realm. Qin Tian pulled out a chain, probing into the cliff, saying, "Before we go back, there is still one thing to resolve." A Miaoling asked curiously, "What is it?" Qin Tian's chain quickly burrowed deep into the ground, as if searching for someone. Not long after, Qin Tian pulled the chain hard, shouting, "Gotcha!" Hiding quite well, a whole 1,000 meters underground. Following that, a figure bound tightly by the chain was gradually dragged up. This person was Leng Ye, the one who had abetted Mu Yizhu. A Miaoling recognized him immediately. Leng Ye, the great elder of Peng Lai. Elder Leng Ye, bound by Qin Tian and lying flat on the ground, said indignantly, "The world rumors that the Kun Lun Jr. martial uncle is a piece of trash. It seems you have deceived the whole world." After resolving all roots of trouble, Qin Tian smiled and said, "Suddenly I miss my bowl of beef noodles. If I don't eat it, it will get cold. I leave him to you to handle." A Miaoling was a bit worried. "Master, are you planning to leave?" Qin Tian continued, "Don't worry, I will transmit the remaining energy of the spirit violent ape to you. Now you temporarily possess the power of the half-saint realm. I'll wait for you at Hidden Sword Peak." Finishing his words, Qin Tian disappeared, rushing back to his bowl of noodles. As soon as he left, the chain-locking Elder Leng Ye also automatically loosened. He quickly broke free, stood up and looked at a Miaoling, sneering. "It seems he trusts you very much. To think he believes a half-baked half-saint like you can defeat this old man." A Miaoling, now possessing half-saint strength, just smiled in response. "Who knows? Why don't you try?" Elder Leng Ye drew his weapon, roaring, "Then let me see how much capability you have." He slashed out an earth-shattering strike towards a Miaoling. Heavenly Demon Slash, feeling her body light as a feather when moving. A Miaoling was a bit surprised. "My body is lighter than I thought. Is this the power brought by the realm and bloodline?" Elder Leng Ye continued to attack. "What's wrong? That trash master of yours didn't teach you how to use half-saint abilities." This time, a Miaoling with graceful movement gently stood on the tip of Elder Leng Ye's sword. Her demeanor now exuded the majesty of an empress, her voice cold. "I'm just getting used to it a bit." Elsewhere, Yan Qingxi and the others were looking for a Miaoling, calling out constantly, "Miaoling, where are you, junior sister N?" Just then a Miaoling slowly walked over, saying gently, "I'm here, senior sister Yan." Seeing the girl in front of her, Yan Qingxi hurriedly ran over and hugged her tight, sobbing, "Worried me to death. What happened? After entering the secret realm, you suddenly disappeared." A Miaoling was a bit shy, replying, "I just encountered a small fortuitous encounter." Mu Qingxi heard this and became curious. "Huh? What fortuitous encounter, Miaoling?" The other two also chimed in, "Junior sister and tell us. We are also very curious." A Miaoling then made up a story. "All right. Actually, when I entered the vortex, a red gem suddenly appeared in my hand." As for Qin Tian, he ran back to the noodle stall in a panic. "My beef noodles. I'm back." But when he looked at the table, the bowl of noodles had vanished into thin air. He glanced at the ground and saw it lying there upside down, shattered to pieces. He was purple with rage. "What the hell is this?" While Qin Tian was still lamenting to heaven and earth, the sound of fighting suddenly rang out outside. "Princess, run quickly." A girl was running away in panic when she was blocked by a stranger. He was dressed entirely in black, leaning against the wall, smiling sinisterly. "Princess, where do you plan to run?" This guy chuckled, looking at her like prey in the palm of his hand. "Obediently surrender." Not only that, he also threatened, "Hee, princess, you also don't want your subjects to be implicated, right?" Falling into a perilous situation, the girl panicked. "What should I do now?" Qin Tian, inside the stall, was hugging the broken bowl and wailing. "Oh my God! My beef noodles! I haven't even had a bite yet." Seeing Qin Tian, the girl hurriedly cried for help. "Young master, I am the princess of Yangming country, Ming Yi Lion. Hope young master can lend a hand. The men in black saw him and shouted arrogantly, "That brat over there. The demon sect is handling business. Get lost quickly. Don't meddle in other people's business." Having just lost his bowl of noodles and now being disturbed by these guys, Qin Tian was furious. "So noisy. Can't you see I'm confiding in the heavens?" He directly used the dragon transformation art, punching straight down at the man in black. As a result, a giant pit appeared right where he was. Ming Yi Lion sat slump on the ground, looking at the pit before her in astonishment. So strong. She quickly ran over, clinging to Qin Tian's arm, saying profusely, "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. How about we go back to the palace now so I can discuss how to repay this kindness?" Qin Tian, busy with many things, hastily refused. "No need, I still have things to do." Saying so, he jumped onto a pot, flying away, leaving the young girl dumbfounded. "Young master, wait." She was a bit regretful, murmuring, "He's gone." But then a smile bloomed on her lips again, holding a glowing stone in her hand. "Luckily, I used the shadow recording stone to record his appearance. I'll go back and tell the Intelligence Bureau to find out which family's young master this is." After leaving, Qin Tian calculated silently. It will be a while before Miao Ling and the others return to the sect. How about going home for a trip to see? At the Qin mansion, a giant halo was enveloping the entire residence. Qin Tian slowly landed. His expression changed when he looked inside. "Why is there a Saint Realm formation arranged at my house?" Qin Tian looked at the scene inside, a trace of worry rising in his heart. Not a trace of cooking smoke. It has been deserted for at least half a month. "Father, mother, don't let anything happen to you." Suspecting something bad, Qin Tian very gently jumped onto the roof, then landed to investigate. But unluckily, he stepped on a loose brick. Immediately, a mechanism was activated. Qin Tian watched the brick fly up, becoming cautious. There's an ambush. He strained his eyes, waiting to see what would welcome him. From beneath the brick square, two tiny objects slowly rose up. When they appeared completely, they were two puppets in the shape of Qin Tian's father and mother. The two puppets spoke with his parents' cheerful voices. "My dear son, we and the servants have gone traveling. No need to miss us. Oh, and one more thing, be careful of the book." Qin Tian heard this, his face drooping, full of suspicion. "Be careful of what book?" Afterwards, unknown what happened, Qin Tian was on his way back, pinching his fingers to divine. Tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey. Good. Although not knowing what he was calculating, his mood was very happy. Luck is so good today, let's sign in. He opened the system panel and pressed the sign-in button. The system spun around and stopped. A notification popped up, cumulative sign-in reward, 1. Level up all learned martial skills by 1. 2. A little master transcendence ball. Qin Tian heard that strange name and lost all interest, looking at a ball rolling by itself on the ground. Looking at this oddly shaped ball made his face freeze. He examined it for a while and still didn't understand what this junk was. As a result, he angrily smashed it on the ground, shouting loudly, "Are you kidding me? I signed in for 7749 days, and you give me this single ball. You damn system, don't think I won't recognize you just because you changed shape. I've cleared all of Pokémon." Right at this moment, a fox rushed over from afar. It jumped up, leaping high over Qin Tian's head. He looked on in surprise. N hung B letter 1 EA5T, NG letter 1 EDD. Con H letter 1 ED3, Li L letter 1 EA1, IB letter 1 ECB, Q U letter 1 EA3, C letter 1 EA7, U, NH letter 1 ECF, D letter 1 B0, letter 1 EDB, I stroke letter 1 EA5T, Hut T letter 1 ECDT, Vau Bairn Trong. Oops, missed this, translating now. But unexpectedly, the fox was sucked right into the small ball on the ground. Qin Tian froze on the spot, his head full of question marks. Not only that, this small ball also lit up. Qin Tian's face distorted, unable to believe this damn thing. Is it really Pokémon? Holding the ball in his hand, Qin Tian looked at it with suspicion. How long is this thing going to beep? Seeing it beeping continuously without stopping, he speculated. Could it be planning to beep all day? Just then, trouble came knocking. A big guy carrying a hammer walked over, saying aggressively, "That spirit-moving realm brat, get lost. The box that captured the Qingqiu princess belongs to this seat." Qin Tian slightly turned his head to look at the big guy, saying, "The legendary Qingqiu princess doesn't look like this." This big guy saw Qin Tian's face, his eyes lighting up uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Little handsome guy. So handsome." He immediately changed his attitude, leaning closer, kneading Qin Tian's shoulder while explaining, "This fox is definitely the Qingqiu princess. Uncle is 100% sure. Moreover, she is the person Dai Ming wants to catch. Dai Ming is very scary. Obediently hand her to me. Then Uncle will take you to a very fun place to improve your cultivation. Uncle is in the Saint Realm, you know." Saying so, the big guy kept squeezing Qin Tian's chest. At that moment, a familiar, powerful, and memory-filled melody suddenly rang in Qin Tian's head. He quickly realized, retreating in panic. "Don't come over. You disgusting gay." Hearing these words, the big guy froze. Each of Qin Tian's words was like a knife stabbing into his heart. "Gay, disgusting." He burst out crying indignantly. You dare say that word." He shouldered a giant clamp, roaring, "I will clamp you to pieces, so you can never speak again." The giant clamp and his bulging muscles shook the ground. Every clamp down smashed a patch of land. Qin Tian dodged, holding the Pokemon ball, couldn't help but exclaim, "Terrifying strength." The big guy's eyes were red, killing intent soaring. "Bastard in the box. Give it back to me." Qin Tian knew how to provoke, pouting in response, "Don't frame me, you disgusting gay. This box is mine." This made the big guy even more furious. He rushed over with the clamp again. "You dare say that word again. I will smash you into meat paste." Furious crab claw. Wherever the clamp passed, from trees to boulders, everything shattered. On one side, Qin Tian kept running. On the other, he kept chasing, making the surrounding forest more and more devastated. The two played tag until late at night. Qin Tian sat perched on a tree branch, looking at the box in his hand, sighing, "It really beeped all day. My crow mouth." Just then the box showed a new sign. Qin Tian looked intently. Finally quiet. As for the big guy, it seemed he was exhausted. He panted, unable to speak clearly. Phew, that brat's legs, slippery as an eel." Qin Tian still had energy to spare, waving goodbye before slipping away. "Hey, disgusting gay, goodbye, hope to never meet again." The big guy tried to hold on, his eyes bulging as if about to crack. "You don't run." He tried to chase but couldn't, forced to watch helplessly as Qin Tian left. "Damn it. Use too much force, stamina is depleted." Qin Tian took out the flying pot, shaking the Pokemon ball, asking innocently, "I wonder if this fox is edible." At Hidden Sword Peak, the fox, after waking up, looked around, asking herself suspiciously, "Where is this? Doesn't look like Dai Ming." She pondered for a while, then speculated, "Could it be someone saved me?" Qin Tian sat cross-legged leisurely, holding a steaming cup of tea, smoke curling up as he spoke calmly. Oh, the fluffy lady finally decided to wake up. Hearing that teasing tone, the fox jumped up, fur standing on end, baring fangs vigilantly. "Who is that?" Qin Tian indifferently blew on the tea foam. "This place is Kun Lun sect, and yours truly is the benefactor who salvaged your little life." The fox narrowed her eyes, scanning the man in front of her from head to toe, then spat in contempt. "Stop bragging. A lowly cultivator at the spirit-moving realm claims to save me from the claws of a Saint Realm old monster. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old fox?" Qin Tian just shrugged, smiling mysteriously. "Believe it or not, but that colorful Saint Realm guy has already been sent to the sky by me to be a brilliant firework." He didn't bother with the skeptical look of the fox, who was sneaking around to find a way to escape, but continued, "Wait, Where are you planning to sneak off to? When you were in free fall, you accidentally landed on my magic treasure, activating a preliminary contract. So, temporarily, you can't leave it more than an arm's reach away. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Tian pulled out a ball that looked familiar and shouted a very domineering spell. Come back here. Just as he said, the fox's body, which was trying to crawl away, suddenly felt stiff all over, an invisible suction force pulling it back, no different from a hooked fish. Extremely panicked, the fox screamed, then dissolved the contract quickly. I have urgent business to leave here. Qin Tian scratched his chin, looking fake deep in thought. This is tricky. The user manual clearly states that dissolving the preliminary contract will make the subject boom, soul scattered. He muttered, pretending to open an invisible control panel. Let me see. Ah, here it is, Section 3, Article 4. Must sign a complete contract, otherwise after 3 days, the lady will also go boom just like that. The fox listened until her blood boiled, growling, 3 days. Are you scaring a child? Saying explode means explode. Qin Tian smiled, pointing out a trick for her. Oh, does the lady know how to inspect her consciousness? See? Just try to sense a little glittering contract signal in there, and you'll know. She did as told, half-doubtingly. A moment later, her face turned pale. Damn it, and my consciousness, see? Sure enough, there was something strange, just like this bastard said. Falling into a desperate situation, the fox had to use her ultimate move, trying to look pitiful, eyes glistening with tears. I was actually framed by villains, offending countless powerful forces. Signing a contract with me, you will also be implicated by my karma. Qin Tian heard this and his eyes lit up, slapping his thigh, laughing loudly. Karma. Wonderful. I fear nothing, only fear having no karma to carry. Just sign, I am extremely formidable. Karma as big as the sky won't affect me. Hearing this arrogant tone, the fox was speechless, glancing sideways at the strange ball. HMPH, met exactly a fool with delusions of grandeur. Reasoning is a waste of spit. Looks like the only way is to pretend to submit. Wait for the opportunity to snatch that junk and fly far away. Qin Tian saw the prey had softened, immediately actively selling. Shall we sign the contract? The term is light, 100 years, or when the lady's realm surpasses mine, it will automatically expire. The fox heard the latter part, ears pricked up, eyes bright. Surpass you. She immediately changed her attitude, replying confidently, Why didn't you say so earlier? Making a fuss over such a tiny condition. I just need to cultivate seriously for a short time, and I can easily crush you. Sign quickly. So both sides quickly completed the procedures. Unexpectedly, it was all part of Qin Tian's sweet trap. Congratulations, host, for signing a master-slave contract with the Qingqiu princess. Reward: Supreme Cultivation Method, Heavenly Fox Supreme Art, Ultimate Emperor Treasure, Heavenly Fox Bead. Meanwhile, the fox was also gleeful with her own plan. Hee, from today I must cultivate like crazy, recover my cultivation soon, and kick this fool to the chicken coop. She was immersed in joy, accidentally moving a bit too hard. A brain-freezing pain from the wound struck, making her pause, groaning. Damn, the injury is too heavy. Looking at the fox's miserable state, Qin Tian sighed deeply, pretending to shoulder the world. Oh my, I really work hard. What? After the agreement was done, he dusted his butt and stood up. Little vegetable dog, I'm going for a walk, then coming back. Food is ready there, help yourself. Being called by that humiliating name, the fox was so angry her eyes popped. You are the little vegetable dog. Your whole family is little vegetable dog. Detestable. She glared at the sumptuous table of food, declaring resentfully, I would rather starve to death than eat a single bite. However, just a moment later, the rebellious stomach started protesting violently, rumbling continuously. Finally, reason could not win against the stomach. She had to crawl to the dining table, telling herself, I eat to have strength to cultivate to escape this bastard soon. Right, that's it. She timidly picked up a piece of meat, chewing voraciously. just swallowing. She suddenly felt a stream of warm spiritual power spreading, a patch of bald fur on her body starting to grow back at a visible speed. She realized in astonishment, this is Beast King meat. At this moment the fox vaguely felt that Qin Tian was not as ordinary as he looked. I'm done for. Seems I've been tricked. She stared at the table full of Beast King meat, calculating silently. If I eat all this, my cultivation won't just stop at Spirit Moving Realm. Late at night at Hidden Sword Peak. In a clear stream, hysterical screams echoed through the forest. The fox was being held tight by Qin Tian, struggling violently. Let me go. Let go, but Qin Tian refused to let go, pretending to care. You are heavily injured, realm is low, bathing alone is very dangerous. No need. I can take care of myself, take care of myself. She screamed, two legs clinging tightly to a bamboo branch on the bank. Alia. Unfortunately, Qin Tian pulled too hard, the bamboo branch snapped, inertia causing both to tumble. Qin Tian and the fox went separate ways. She pitifully fell into the water, sinking and disappearing. Qin Tian then looked around blankly, calling out, "Where is the little fox?" "Hey, fox." Saw no fox, only a stunning beauty rising from the water, bringing with her a sky-high resentful voice. "You bastard." Qin Tian was stunned, not yet regaining his composure. Huh. Then that girl rushed straight at him. Behind her were several soft fox tails waving. In a flash, Qin Tian was pinned to the ground by the female fox. Damn you! Don't you understand human language? Qin Tian, instead of being scared, pasted his eyes on the twin peaks in front of him, nosebleed gushing like a spring, mouth stammering with an incomparably vulgar expression. So big, then muttered again, so white. He glanced over and concluded, I didn't expect you, a little fox, to look quite pretty in human form. Your figure is really something. This remark left the female fox stunned. Figure. She looked down, only then realizing she had transformed into a human, and froze for a few seconds. When she regained her senses, she let out a piercing scream and hurriedly dove into the water, showing only her head. Get out of here right now. Qin Tian calmly wiped his nosebleed, pulled out a sparkling gem and waved it. I was just about to give you this. The female fox rolled her eyes disdainfully. You are just a lecherous old wolf, I don't want it. But when she looked closely at the object in Qin Tian's hand, her expression stiffened. That is the heavenly fox orb. If she remembers correctly, this type of heavenly demon orb is the essence condensed from all the spiritual power and laws of a heavenly demon before death. If the Fox clan condenses it, it is called the heavenly fox orb. If the Dragon clan condenses it, it is called the heavenly dragon orb. Regardless of which race it belongs to, they are all supreme emperor-grade treasures. Sure enough, this treasure had an irresistible temptation. And the condition Qin Tian proposed couldn't be more despicable. He puckered his lips, smiling slyly. Give me a kiss. The female fox didn't need a second to think, gritting her teeth. No way. Just for a measly emperor-grade treasure, you want me to kiss you? Keep dreaming. That wasn't all. Qin Tian pulled out another item. Is that so? I was planning to give you this cultivation manual, along with the heavenly fox orb after the kiss. This made the female demon laugh out loud. Haha, I thought it was some rare treasure. Heavenly Fox Supreme Scripture. Her voice was full of arrogance. HMPH, the strongest technique of my Fox clan is the nine-tailed Heavenly Scripture, ranking first among Emperor-grade techniques. I don't need your whatever Heavenly Fox Supreme thing. Qin Tian didn't bother explaining, just shrugged. Jumping to conclusions isn't a good habit. How about you read it first before judging? Saying that, he tossed the book towards her. After catching it, the female fox muttered while opening it. Fine, I'll look. I don't believe there's any technique in this world more suitable for the Fox clan than the nine-tailed Heavenly Scripture. While waiting, Qin Tian leisurely soaked in the spring, whistling loudly out of boredom. As for the female fox, the more she read, the more her expression changed. From surprise to shock, heavens. It's true. This technique can actually be cultivated to the heavenly fox realm. In the hundreds of thousands of years of the Fox clan's history, only one heavenly fox had appeared, and that was due to a coincidental encounter and consuming countless heavenly treasures to break through. If I cultivate into a heavenly fox, wouldn't taking revenge on Emperor Ming be as easy as flipping my hand? This thing is truly priceless. The female fox looked up, stammering, Are you really giving this to me?" But when she turned around, she didn't see Qin Tian anywhere and called out in panic, "Where are you?" Qin Tian was now leisurely sitting on the shore, raising a cup of wine, and replied calmly, "A gentleman's word is his bond." The sudden voice behind her made her jump. "When did he get over there?" Qin Tian took a sip of wine and said comfortably, "Nothing beats a cup of spicy wine after a soak." "So, have you thought it through? It's a great deal, right?" The female fox's face turned beet red. After a fierce internal struggle, she gritted her teeth and decided, "Fine, a kiss is just a kiss, I'm risking it all." Qin Tian immediately puckered his lips, looking eager. "I'm ready." When their lips were only a millimeter apart, a earth-shattering event occurred. A bone-chilling killing intent swept in from nowhere. Following that, a sword tore through the air, slicing the stone table next to them in half. The sharp blade grazed right past Qin Tian's face, making him break out in a cold sweat. That was dangerous, just another inch and... The female fox was also terrified. What happened? The enemy appeared, and Miaoling stepped forward, radiating murderous cold energy. Because of the agreement with Master, I didn't dare to rest for a moment after leaving the secret realm, just hoping to return to Hidden Sword Peak quickly. Hearing this tone, Qin Tian knew he was doomed and hurriedly raised his hand to stop her. "Wait, Miaoling, listen to Master explain." "Explain your head." "Go to hell, you lecherous demon master." Immediately after, Qin Tian's sorrowful and miserable screams echoed everywhere. 5 years later, under a majestic waterfall, a female fox demon was meditating, with colorful tails gently swaying behind her. She slowly opened her eyes, a powerful aura spreading out. Time flew by, and finally Bai Xiaoru, the princess of Kinkyu, had restored her cultivation to the half-saint realm. She was overjoyed. But immediately after, she ran to find Qin Tian aggressively to question him. Why hasn't the contract been dissolved yet? At the same time, thanks to Bai Xiaoru's breakthrough, Qin Tian also received a notification from the system. Pet Bai Xiaoru's strength has been restored to the half-saint realm. Reward, host's aptitude raised to grade 9, sign-in reward increased by 1 tier. Qin Tian glanced at it and nodded slightly. Not bad. Seeing Bai Xiaoru glaring at him furiously, he lazily responded about the contract. Unexpectedly, and Miaoling was also there and spoke softly. "Good morning." Bai Xiaoru now realized that surpassing this bastard Qin Tian's cultivation was harder than ascending to heaven. She pointed straight at his face and screamed, "You are a scammer. A rotten hooligan." The scene shifts to a dark land, where green lightning streaks across the sky. A respectful voice rang out, "Greetings, demon saint." Another voice, gloomy and full of authority, replied, "Why aren't the 3 of you staying in your territories? What are you doing here?" The 3 monkey kings who were beaten by Qin Tian years ago bowed and reported, "Demon Saint, your subordinates have discovered the ancient Ice Phoenix bloodline. But there is an expert protecting her. We couldn't bring her back and were even heavily injured. We have only recovered today." Hearing this, the Demon Saint showed great interest. "Oh, interesting. Where is that bloodline?" A Demon King hurriedly replied, "Report she is at Kunlun Sword Sect." Hearing this name, the Demon Saint's tone became ice cold. "Is it one of the 3 sects of those 3 old bastards? If they hadn't ambushed me back then, my cultivation wouldn't have been stagnant for so many years. The 3 of you immediately gather all the demon clans. 3 days later, follow me to level the Kunlun Sword Sect." Receiving the order, the 3 demon kings immediately obeyed. Yes. They eagerly went to gather their forces, shouting everywhere, Demon Saint has ordered. Prepare to attack Mount Kunlun. Kill them all, spare no one. The Demon Saint's exit from seclusion was sensed by Mo Wenchen, who immediately went to plead. The Demon Saint of the desolate mountain range wants to destroy the sect. Please, ancestor, come out of seclusion. An old, distant voice rang out. Don't panic. You just joined forces with the Pinglai and Tabai sects to resist. Leave the rest to the ancestors of the three sects. Mo Wenchen clasped his hands respectfully. Yes. As for Qin Tian, he was happily opening the system to sign in. Sign in reward. Life and Death Sword low-grade supreme. Hehua Zizai Defa leveled up to level 12. Eternal Indestructible Body leveled up to level 2. Below, and Myoling and Bai Zioru cheered happily together, finally broke through to the Saint Realm. 3 days later, the Demon Saint led a mighty army of demon beasts to attack. The roar of the Demon King shook the sky. Little brothers, charge. Trample them for me. Mo Wenchen also led his troops out to meet the enemy. Disciples of the three sects, listen to the order. Protect the sword sect. Yes. The two sides clashed, creating a bloody, chaotic battle. In the distance, Su Lan swung her sword, executing the Tei split light sword. But her attack was quickly blocked by Qing Peng. Child's play. She directly fired a bolt of lightning to counterattack. My turn. Right at this moment, weird vines suddenly rose from under Su Lan's feet, binding her tightly. Su Lan tried to struggle, but it was futile. Not good. Very quickly she was tied up tightly, unable to move. Mo Wenchen was fighting but got distracted by the scream and turned back. Su Lan. But the Dragon King immediately rushed up to attack, giving him no chance to rescue. What are you looking around for? Damn it. Qing Peng took this opportunity to rush forward, laughing sinisterously. Great job, old tree. Dai Liufeng, the peak master of Jade Sword Peak, intended to intervene. But suddenly a blinding sword light rushed in, shattering Qing Peng's attack. And Myoling stood in front of Su Lan, speaking coldly. Your opponent is me. Qing Peng looked at Myoling and licked her lips. You finally showed your face, Ice Phoenix bloodline. And Myoling smiled confidently. Peak Master Su, you just rest. Leave this green bird to me. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Bai Zioru were calmly watching the show from afar. Bai Zioru nudged him impatiently. You rotten hooligan, are you just going to stand there watching forever? Qin Tian kept observing intently, not bothering to reply. And Myoling pointed her sword and rushed straight at Qing Peng. In response, Qing Peng roared and executed the great rock-spreading wings. The two sides collided with earth-shattering force, the shockwaves causing the space to tremble violently. Thunderous explosions rang out incessantly. A pillar of purple light shot straight into the sky, as if tearing it apart. Those with weaker cultivation hurriedly fled from this violent battlefield. So strong, the two of them are fighting to the point where space is about to shatter. A halo exploded, blowing away the dark clouds and creating a clearing in the sky. Qing Peng wielded a large hammer and continuously struck at Myoling, but she dodged them all skillfully. This time, Myoling was a step faster, delivering a spinning kick straight to Qing Peng's face. The powerful kick made Qing Peng stumble back, creating a small whirlwind. She struggled to stand firm. Qing Peng was boiling with anger, not just from the pain but also from the humiliation. A tiny second-stage creation realm junior. She held her swollen cheek, baring her teeth and growling. You dare to ruin this old lady's peerless beauty. Unforgivable. After that, Qing Peng became crazier than ever. I will smash your limbs to pieces. She rained down hammer blows like a storm. The gap in cultivation realms was still a large distance. And Myoling's expression gradually became grave. Damn, my strength is running out. Qing Peng continued to attack madly. This time she successfully closed in, landing a hook kick straight to Myoling's chin. It looked like Myoling had dodged it, but not completely. She was knocked flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Qing Peng seized the opportunity and rushed in to pursue. and Myoling couldn't withstand it and was smashed heavily into the ground, sending debris flying. Not stopping there, Qing Peng flew into the air, executing the nine-winged dance secret technique, creating a giant sphere of lightning, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. This scene made everyone scream in horror, Myoling. Bai Xiaoru couldn't wait anymore, intending to rush out to save her. Not good. You rotten hooligan, why are you standing there like a statue? Hurry up and save her. But a hand grabbed her collar and pulled her back. Qin Tian said gently, no need to worry, she is fine. Bai Xiaoru, being lifted up, struggled hastily. Okay, I know, let me go. Qin Tian still looked into the distance, his expression unchanging, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the half-saint power I gave Myoling last time. The girl still kept a portion of it. On the other side, Myoling had struggled to get up, supporting herself with her sword. Qing Peng up high was still gathering lightning power, laughing grimly. Die, brat. Myoling tried to keep her distance. This is the final strength. Just then, the necklace on her neck suddenly cracked. A terrifying power surged out. Myoling screamed, her power skyrocketing, and a giant phoenix illusion appeared behind her. This scene shocked Qing Peng, terror appearing in her eyes as an image of the future flashed in her mind. She will kill me. But right at that moment, another incident occurred. In the distance, the dark sky was suddenly torn apart by a ray of light. Qing Peng realized what it was and cursed angrily. Damn it! It turned out that the hidden ancestors had taken action, stopping the giant golden dragon hand of the demon saint that was rushing in. With the ancestors of the three sects here, don't you dare act recklessly. 3 old men stood in front of Myoling, saying to her, go support Wenqin first. Rest assured, leave this place to us. Although a bit hesitant, Myoling nodded in agreement. The scene shifts to the warehouse at Hidden Sword Peak. Qin Tian was rummaging for something. This won't do, that won't work either. Bai Xiaoru followed behind, wondering, why did you suddenly come back to get stuff? Qin Tian suddenly found an item, his eyes lighting up. I have a premonition, I will have some screen time later. Back on the battlefield, the demon saint's giant hand was blocked by the attack of the 3 ancestors. An earth-shattering explosion occurred in midair, but it seemed to have no effect on the demon saint. The 3 ancestors joined forces to execute the 3 talents formation. From the void, a giant sword appeared, aiming straight for the carriage where the demon saint's main body was sitting. This is the Myriad Age's giant sword. The demon saint recognized this move and said disdainfully, that trick from 300 years ago again. He opened his dragon mouth, spewing out a breath of destruction to counterattack. But the Myriad Age's giant sword seemed stronger. It pierced through the breath, shattering the illusionary dragon head, creating a terrifying shockwave. The demon saint's carriage was also shattered to pieces. Now the demon saint's true form was revealed, a small young man, but his strength was earth-shattering. He stopped the giant sword with just 1 finger. Very good. He smiled slightly and snapped his fingers, shattering the giant sword. To be able to destroy my carriage, you count as having some skill. Unfortunately, you are still too green to defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, another dragon-shaped hand was summoned. Emperor Realm, here I come. This time its target was in Myoling. Mo Wenqin saw this and hurriedly shouted, Myoling. Even Myoling felt despair, thinking to herself, it's over. But just as death hung by a thread, the magical necklace on her chest lit up again. A golden hand reached out from the void, punching the demon saint's dragon hand away. It was Qin Tian, his whole body golden, wearing a paper hat on his head, appearing in a pose that couldn't be more ridiculous but shouting heroically, the hero has appeared. The demon saint was stunned by Qin Tian's bizarre appearance. Who is this guy? Qin Tian just asked gently, did you call me? And Myoling was both embarrassed and angry, muttering, bastard, showing up without notice. Try doing that again and see if it hurts. Qin Tian ignored her, turned to the demon saint and introduced himself grandly. Did you just ask me? I am Venerable Jian Lai, the protector of Kunlun. This sentence made Myoling want to cough up blood. Changing the subject is too much. The demon saint didn't believe it at all, punching to attack. Protector of Kunlun. Ridiculous. Today I must level this place. No one can stop me. Finishing his words, he executed the soul-scattering dragon claw. But the attack was easily blocked by Qin Tian. Surprising him, how is this possible? Not only that, Qin Tian also swung his sword, slashing open his defensive skin. Slashing my skin so easily. Qin Tian smiled, turned back to look at the demon saint, acting like a preacher. Never heard of the supreme life and death sword. Loved by people, liked by flowers, even coffins open their lids to welcome it. Do some research. The demon saint was furious, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Stop showing off. What supreme life and death sword? It's just a lousy emperor weapon. Qin Tian raised his sword high. Is that so? Then take another sword of mine. The demon saint hurriedly reinforced his defensive skin. Qin Tian slashed out a powerful strike, soaring slash. The demon saint created a giant dragon hand to block. But as soon as the blade touched, the defense shattered. The violent attack rushed straight at the demon saint, making him freeze. What? Looking at his torn hand, the demon saint was terrified. Even the reinforced skin couldn't withstand it. He was knocked flying far away, creating a terrifying explosion. Qin Tian looked on a bit surprised. Huh. So fast. It's over already. On the other side, the Dragon King had been defeated, curled up. Mo Wenchen carried it to Myoling's side. Are you okay? Sect Master, I'm fine. Is everyone done with it? Mo Wenchen looked at Qin Tian's back and replied, more or less. Who is that person? I just saw him send the demon saint flying with one sword. Myoling blurted out, that person is masked. But she quickly reconsidered. No, Master dressing so ridiculously definitely doesn't want to reveal his identity. So she made up a reason. He is probably the successor left by Ancestor Jiang, found and activated by Master. Mo Wenchen was skeptical. Qing Zhu. That would be great. She smiled trustingly. If it's her, this war will end soon. This made Myoling also surprised. He believed that. As for the demon saint, the move just now had struck straight at his pride. Damn it. Veins popped up on his face. He laughed grotesquely. I underestimated you, Kunlun Sword Sect. The arm cut off by Qin Tian was now wiggling. Then grew back as before. The feeling of power surging made the demon saint excited. Dragon secret art, extreme dragon transformation. Another energy explosion occurred, shockwaves spreading out. Making Mo Wenchen terrified. What is this? The aura is so powerful. The demon saint's body became muscular and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, I was about to die but broke through instead. Now under the Emperor realm, I am invincible. He stared at Qin Tian, his voice arrogant. Now it's time to repay my great benefactor. Mo Wenchen's eyes shrank before the terrifying pressure. And Myoling was extremely worried. Stage 3, can Master really win? The demon saint looked up at the sky and laughed. And I, with the support of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, will become the Demon Emperor, ruling over 10,000 demons. Kunlun Sword Sect, choose your way to die. But before the demon saint could finish dreaming, a cold streak of light flashed past his neck. His confident eyes suddenly became bewildered. Huh? What? It turned out that Qin Tian had glided past at some point, swinging his sword to finish him off. The demon saint was butchered before he could even test his new power. It wasn't easy for me. To break through to stage 3, finishing his words, he collapsed. Qin Tian held the tip of his sword, blew on it gently, and said calmly, I intended to play with you a bit longer. But you talk too much. After the demon saint failed, Qing Peng and me, who were quickly captured by Mo Wenchen. Be honest, Qing Peng screamed aggrievedly. You rude man, no one will love you. Mi Hu cried miserably. Demon saint, you died so miserably. Qin Tian walked to the demon saint's corpse, took out a gourd. Smiling slyly, "Get in here. The golden dragon saint realm corpse is an excellent ingredient." After collecting it, he said, "I'm heading back first." And Maya Oling pointed at herself asking, "What about me?" Qin Tian smiled demonically. "No, you have to wait a moment." This smile made Maya Oling shiver. What are you planning?" And so, Qin Tian turned into a streak of light again, burrowing into the token on Maya Oling's chest. This made her tremble with anger. Damn it. Again. Mo Wenchen saw this from afar and hurriedly came over to ask, "Did Venerable Jian Lai leave?" And Maya Oling held her chest, turning back pretending to be clueless. "Who?" "The person who just helped us. I haven't had a chance to thank him yet." Then she looked at Maya Oling's chest, pointing and saying, "By the way, it seems this part of yours has gotten bigger again. It's even smoking." With the demon saint's corpse, Qin Tian began his alchemy process. Fire rose in the furnace, smoke billowing out. Bai Xiaoru sat outside the alchemy room, yawning repeatedly. "So boring. That guy has been in there for almost half a day." She looked at the small birds pecking at grain on the ground, muttering, "Are you guys as bored as I am?" She nodded and fell asleep without realizing it. A while later, a voice called out, "Xiaoru! Xiaoru!" She groggily opened her eyes. The person who arrived was in Maya Oling. "Why are you sleeping here? Where is my master?" Seeing Maya Oling, Xiaoru weakly hugged her, pouting, "You're finally back." He's inside the alchemy room, and Maya Oling was a bit puzzled. Alchemy room. Seeing thick black smoke billowing from the crack in the door, she suddenly had a bad feeling, just like last time. And immediately after, boom, the alchemy room exploded. Bai Xiaoru, who was dozing off, started and shouted, "Hidden Sword Peak is under attack." And Maya Oling was already too used to this, calmly accepting the reality. Master's alchemy room must have exploded again. Smoke and dust covered everything. Qin Tian stepped out of the rubble coughing, and Maya Oling said to Xiaoru, "Clear the smoke first." "Okay." Bai Xiaoru took out a magic fan and waved it once. "Wind, heed my command." The smoke and dust dispersed. And Maya Oling nodded in praise. "Not bad, it's much easier to breathe now." Qin Tian, emerging from the ashes, shouted with joy, I succeeded. Congratulations, host, for refining the special item Saint Dragon Essence. Reward, Saint Pill Recipe. Ingredients, Saint Dragon Essence, Saint Spirit Fruit, Nether Flower. That evening, the two girls were struggling to change their clothes. Bai Xiaoru wondered, "What is this weird outfit? It's so strange." And Maya Oling replied softly, "I don't know either, but compared to the bizarre outfits Master bought for me before, this one can be considered quite beautiful." Bai Xiaoru still felt uncomfortable, but it's too tight. Master said once you get used to it, it will be fine. Qin Tian poked his head out from behind the curtain, smiling very wickedly. "Are you ready, my children? The night training officially begins." And so, a camisole flew straight into Qin Tian's face from nowhere, causing him to have a nosebleed. After everything was ready, the two girls in tight black swimsuits lay prone, turning their backs to Qin Tian. At this moment, Qin Tian was shirtless, his face extremely serious but also somewhat unsightly. He clenched his fist, looking extremely dangerous. Suddenly, Qin Tian touched Bai Xiaoru's back with one finger. "Great desolate heaven-imprisoning finger, watch me use a frequency of 99 beats per breath to make both your body and heart submit." A sudden force made Bai Xiaoru's whole body jump, her body stiffening. Next, Qin Tian switched to Maya Oling, using light punches to massage. Reincarnation Fist. My fist will turn into a super glove, using a frequency of 100 strikes per breath to conquer every fiber of muscle, blood vessel, and bone in your body. Not enough, he continued to speed up, starting to accelerate. After a crazy warm-up, Qin Tian suddenly slowed down, pressing his finger into each acupoint on Bai Xiaoru's back. Outer gate acupoint, inner gate acupoint, press lightly, Bai Li acupoint. His finger rubbed gently. then slowly moved down to the Yao Yang Guan point on her back. Reaching that spot, Qin Tian suddenly pressed down hard, making her whole body stiffen. "That's enough for now," he panted, sweating profusely, looking extremely stressed but also extremely comical. As for the two girls, their faces were flushed red, and their moans began to sound abnormal. Qin Tian also didn't anticipate this reaction. Secretly panicking, why did it turn out like this? To explain this strange behavior, we must go back half an hour. When Qin Tian made the proposal, both girls immediately rejected it. "No way, absolutely not." Qin Tian held one swollen cheek, pouting. "Why not?" The two girls glared at him. "What is this massage to enhance medicinal absorption? It's all a scam. I think you just want to take advantage of us, don't think you can fool us." Struck by their gazes sharp as daggers, Qin Tian sat down on the ground, trying to explain. "You are judging a gentleman with the heart of a villain. With your current cultivation, you cannot completely absorb the golden dragon blood essence in the medicinal bath, so you need my assistance." First, he targeted Bai Xiaoru's weakness. "Don't you want to quickly catch up to me, surpass me, and dissolve the contract between us?" Next was his favorite disciple. "Myoling, haven't you always wanted to increase your cultivation quickly? This is a golden opportunity." Hearing this, the two girls wavered slightly, exchanging glances. After discussing with their eyes for a while, Bai Xiaoru spoke up, still looking resentful. "I tell you, if you try anything funny, you're dead." And Myoling also reluctantly agreed. Then trying a little bit is okay. So that's how the current scene came to be. Bai Xiaoru was begging, "Slow down, slow down." On the other side, and Myoling was no better, her voice trembling. "Master, too fast." Qin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up with a sly gleam, his hands moving as he spoke mysteriously. "Here comes the ultimate move." Finished speaking, his legendary finger of God glided down the lower bodies of the two beautiful girls. Immediately, two miserable screams rang out in unison. "Don't!" However, Qin Tian's speed was faster than sound, his finger pressing down decisively. Where exactly? Nowhere improper, of course. After the critical acupoint press, Qin Tian leaned back comfortably, looking satisfied as if he had completed a great cause. In contrast, the two girls were furious, each generously giving him a thunderous punch in the face. "You bastard!" Bai Xiaoru gritted her teeth, trying to get up, glaring at Qin Tian. "You clearly were just playing tricks on us." Qin Tian rubbed the purple bruise on his cheek while replying calmly. "You can insult my noble character, but you absolutely cannot insult my divine technique." Saying that, he calmly walked over, intending to pull Bai Xiaoru's hand so she could witness the miracle moment. But before he could touch her, he was beaten up by the two girls together. After the mutiny, the two women were chatting happily again. Sure enough, the speed of absorbing and transforming spiritual energy in their bodies had skyrocketed several times compared to before. The effect was no joke. Meanwhile, Qin Tian with a swollen face stood outside muttering proudly, "I, Qin Tian, have never deceived anyone." Right at this moment, a system notification rang out melodiously. "Host's disciple and Myoling has broken through to the half-saint realm. Reward host's cultivation aptitude promoted to saint grade. Check-in reward increased by 5%. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoru's mood immediately brightened. She clasped her hands sincerely. All right, I was wrong, I blamed you wrongly." Suddenly, and Myoling whispered something into Xiaoru's ear. Bai Xiaoru listened, a meaningful smile blooming on her lips, and so a sophisticated revenge plan began to unfold. And Myoling took the initiative to step forward, hugging Qin Tian, smiling sweetly. "Master." Bai Xiaoru also immediately joined in, hugging him tightly from the other side, leaving Qin Tian bewildered and confused. The guy was stunned, stuttering at this strange action. "You too, why are you covering my eyes?" And the answer was a very melodious Mua tilde, that the two girls rewarded him with in unison. One beautiful morning, after the great battle with the demon clan, Qin Tian was still sleeping like a log, ignoring the sunlight that had started to smoke the whole bedroom. Next to him, and Myoling was also sleeping soundly holding by Zioru. Outside in the yard, a majestic rooster was puffing out its chest, inhaling deeply, preparing to crow the morning song. However, the dawn symphony had not yet begun when it was ruthlessly interrupted by another voice. "Benefactor Qin, please help me." That voice immediately woke Qin Tian up. He grumpily opened the door and walked out, rubbing his eyes and grumbling. Who is disturbing people's sleep so early in the morning? Inside the room, Zioru was still sleepy, turning to ask Myoling. "What's wrong?" Myoling replied. "It seems someone is looking for Master." Outside, the voice persisted. "Benefactor Qin, Benefactor Qin, Benefactor Qin." Qin Tian and Myoling went out to meet the person. He snapped, "Stop calling." In front of them was a young girl. Seeing him, she was overjoyed. "Benefactor Qin, great, I finally found you." Qin Tian narrowed his eyes for a while and quickly realized this was the girl he had helped once and then taken to eat beef noodles. "It's you." Myoling saw this and asked curiously, "Master, do you know each other?" Qin Tian turned around, waving his hands, summarizing the story for Myoling with a string of "it was like this, then like that, then it happened, and finally like that." A super lazy summary, but Myoling, by some miracle, still nodded as if understanding. "So that's it, I understand." After explaining briefly, Qin Tian turned to ask the girl, "So what do you need me for?" The girl immediately put on a pitiful face, her eyes glistening with tears. "Benefactor Qin." She clasped her hands pleadingly, looking both pitiful and a bit funny. "Last time you saved my life, can you save me one more time now?" Without waiting for an answer, the girl knelt down decisively, presenting her wish. "I want to become your disciple. My father Emperor intends to pass the throne. My younger brother, fearing I would compete for the throne with him, plotted to marry me far away. Rumors are everywhere. What a stunning beauty. If the princess enters my harem, the Zhou and Changming countries will be brothers forever. Her Highness the princess is becoming more and more beautiful. Whoever marries her is truly blessed for 3 generations." Those words threw me into a panic, and I had to hastily flee to find a way out. If there isn't a powerful force backing me, I can hardly escape the fate of being married off like a piece of merchandise. Therefore, I beg Benefactor Qin to accept me as a disciple, give me a chance to take my destiny into my own hands. Qin Tian listened to the tragic story, not rushing to reply but stroking his chin thoughtfully, his eyes flashing with calculation. And Myoling stood beside him whispering, "Master." After a moment of consideration, Qin Tian spoke up. "I can accept you as a nominal disciple, but in return you must agree to one condition." Hearing this, the girl asked joyfully, "What condition?" Qin Tian pointed his finger straight at her, declaring boldly, "I want the national flower of your Changming-infused country." "Changming flower," the girl hesitated for a moment, explaining, "This. A Changming flower requires a huge amount of resources, time, and manpower to cultivate. Usually, only the new emperor succeeding the throne is rewarded with one to assist in breaking through realms. Therefore, this condition, I cannot agree." Qin Tian heard this and just smirked, declaring a simple but domineering sentence. "I help you ascend to become the successor, you give me the Changming flower, a fair trade." This statement was like a thunderbolt, causing both the girl and Myoling to be stunned. "Huh, successor." The girl looked at the handsome young man in front of her, her eyes shifting from dazed to determined. She clenched her hands, her voice full of courage. "Okay, I agree. I will definitely do my best to help you get the Changming flower." After that firm commitment, Qin Tian nodded. "Good, from now on you are my nominal disciple. Follow me." The girl hurriedly stood up, following closely. "Yes, master." A moment later, a scream tore through the silence. "Help!" Qin Tian, holding a shiny saw in his hand, chased after her while asking Ming Yilian with suspicion, "Why are you running?" Ming Yilian, with messy hair and tears streaming down her face, ran for her life crying, "If I don't run now, I'll die." Qin Tian persisted in chasing, gritting his teeth philosophically. "What is that expression of yours? What's with those eyes? What use are those tears of yours anyway?" Ming Yilian had completely collapsed by now, screaming in despair. I'm not learning anymore. I don't want to be the successor anymore. Unfortunately, in her panic, she tripped and fell, which made Ming Yilian cry even louder, please spare me. But Qin Tian didn't give her a second of rest, continuing to rush forward with the saw. Do those tears help you grasp your destiny? Don't run. Yilian charged straight at me. Ming Yilian could only crawl up and run again, her mouth constantly begging, help, I can't do it. Qin Tian still chased closely behind. Damn it, stop running. Ming Yilian used her last breath to hide. No, master, like this people will really die. In a corner, Bai Xiaoru was leisurely enjoying fruits, turning to ask Myoling, is this kind of training really effective? And Myoling elegantly sipped some milk tea, holding a piece of cake in her hand, replying calmly, who knows? The scene shifts to a royal palace, late at night. Inside a quiet room, a weak, broken voice rang out, Your Highness, let go. In the room, a girl was being strangled to suffocation, trying to beg. The person controlling her had no intention of showing mercy, asking coldly, didn't you say you wanted to give me everything? This person was Ming Guangjian, the Prince of Chang'an. His eyes were bloodshot, deep with a deadly black color, his voice gloomy and creepy. Don't blame me. If you want to blame that old bastard and my royal sister. They caused your death. The girl found it increasingly difficult to breathe, only managing to utter, Your Highness. Immediately after, she fainted from lack of oxygen. Only when the girl had no signs of life left did Ming Guangjian slowly let go. He gave a sick smile. Sect Master, I have agreed to your request. He stood up, looking towards a dark corner of the room. Now, shouldn't you also fulfill your promise? Instantly, a cold wind blew in from the window, bringing a black shadow gliding inside. A man with fiery red hair appeared, his voice deep and enchanting. Prince Ming. Oh no, should be Emperor Ming. You kept your word, so our demon sect will certainly spare no effort. Doing our best to help you step onto the throne. He was Ma Tianlin, the sect master of the demon sect. Scene marks back to Qin Tian and his female disciples. At this moment, Bai Xiaoru was eagerly challenging. HMPH, if magic is allowed, don't blame me for bullying you, Foxfire. And Myoling, holding the green emperor weapon, said briefly, Go. Yilian stood behind, replying softly, Yes. Facing the siege, Bai Xiaoru pointed her finger and shouted, Hey, you didn't say it was 2 against 1 just now. Saying that, she decided to risk her life and charge forward, but before she could make a move, a fireball flew straight at her, making Bai Xiaoru scream, want to take this fox's life, using such a strong move right at the start. And Myoling continuously cheered from behind, Hurry up, Yilian, risk it all and attack again, hurry. Ming Yilian, although exhausted and with a big bump on her forehead, still tried to reply, Yes. And Myoling acted as an enthusiastic cheerleader outside for the battle between Ming Yilian and Bai Xiaoru. Well done, Yilian. Hit her. Yilian, stand up. The entire scene was captured by Qin Tian from above. He stroked his chin and thought, why does this scene feel like a Pokemon battle? After a wrestling match, Bai Xiaoru took the initiative to raise her hand to ask for a truce. All right, let's rest for a bit. Ming Yilian, hand still gripping the sword tightly, stood motionless with high spirits, and Myoling witnessed the match and commented, After a few days of master's special training, Yilian, you have improved significantly. Ming Yilian happily replied, That's right, senior sister Myoling. But recalling the training with Qin Tian, her face turned pale with horror. But that kind of special training where you just run for your life dodging saws, I don't want to go through it a second time. Her face darkened, and Myoling also had to nod in agreement. Bai Xiaoru added from the side, At least now you don't just know how to run away. Just then Ming Yilian's stomach made strange rumbles. She pointed at it. Hey Yilian, your stomach is growling. Ming Yilian smiled and replied, Oh, it's our Chang'an communication device. Father Emperor was worried about me, so he specially gave me one. She took it out to check. It's Father Emperor calling me from afar via the communication order. Immediately after, a light screen appeared. Inside was the image of Ming Yilian's father, the emperor of Chang'an, panicking and reminding his daughter. Yilian. Seeing the familiar figure, Ming Yilian was full of doubt. Father Emperor. Roar, the image continued to transmit. Yilian, don't come back. Right after that sentence, a bloody arm suddenly pierced through her father's chest. This horrifying scene made all three girls stunned and pale. Immediately, Ming Guanjian tore his own father's body apart and crawled out. This made Ming Yilian terrified to the extreme. She screamed in fear, "Father Emperor!" Ming Yilian was extremely agitated, constantly screaming at the screen, "Father Emperor, answer me. Don't let anything happen to you." Ming Guanjian, the one controlling his own father's body, glanced at Ming Yilian's image and smirked. His purpose had been achieved. He waved his hand and threw his father's corpse aside, speaking coldly. "Sister, Father Emperor is dead." He licked the blood on his hand with delight. "You caused his death." Ming Yilian couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She constantly questioned. "Lies, this isn't the truth, right? Why? Why did you do this?" Ming Guanjian ruthlessly stepped on his father's corpse, sneering. "You ask me why, you tell me. I was about to be established as the new emperor. But after Father Emperor heard that you joined the Kunlun sword sect, he changed his mind and wanted to make you the successor. To get the throne, I had no choice but to kill the old man. So, it's all because of you, sister, right?" Those cruel images and words made Ming Yilian even more agitated. "Bastard, I must kill you." Bai Xiaoru hurriedly stopped her. "Calm down, Yilian." Ming Guanjian on the other side continued to provoke. "What's with the anger? Sister, I'm so scared. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself." He even brazenly shifted the blame. "If you had obediently married someone, everything would have been fine, right?" At this time, the sect master of the demon sect, Ma Tianlun, appeared beside him. "Well done." He continued. "Next, according to the agreement, the demon sect will hold a sacrificial ritual in Chang'an City." He patted Ming Guanjian on the shoulder. "You won't go back on your word, will you, Your Highness?" Ming Guanjian, with a satisfied look, replied. "Of course, you are all great contributors." Their conversation was also intentionally transmitted for Ming Yilian to see. "The people in the city, do with them as you please." And Myoling, who had been watching intently, quickly recognized Ma Tianlun. "It's him." Ming Yilian learned of the cruel conspiracy and roared. "Ming Guanjian, you dare to collude with the demon sect. What exactly do you want to do?" But Ming Guanjian ruthlessly stepped on the communication device, and the image disappeared. Ming Yilian screamed in despair. "Come back, you guys, come back here. Speak clearly, what do you want to do with the people of Chang'an City?" Bai Xiaoru advised from the side. "Yilian, I know you are very worried, but don't be impatient first." Hearing this, Ming Yilian turned around, her voice full of panic. "But Sister Xiaoru, you heard it too. The demon sect wants to use all the people of Chang'an City as sacrifices." Bai Xiaoru quickly pointed at Qin Tian, who was leisurely sitting on a tree branch. "Now, in this situation, if you want to save Chang'an City and defeat that Ma Tianlun with half-saint cultivation, you can only rely on your master." Ming Yilian's eyes immediately focused on Qin Tian, filled with hope and pleading. "That's right, I still have master." Qin Tian was still eating watermelon calmly, muttering, "Tusk, truly troublesome." Meanwhile in Chang'an City, urgent shouts rang out everywhere. "Hurry everyone, faster, faster." Crowds of people carrying bags and baggage panic-stricken poured towards one direction, the city gate. "Just get out of the city gate and we'll escape. Great, speed up." But before they could escape, countless hideous bloody tentacles rose from the ground, wrapping around them. Everyone tried to struggle in despair, but it was useless. Panic screams rang out. "What is this? I don't want to die, someone save me." In just a blink of an eye, what remained were only a few fingers, then they also sank completely. And then, the unfortunate people were dragged into a giant pool of blood. The pool of blood then slowly shrank. The one behind this massacre was Ma Tianlun. He looked at the sphere glowing red with fresh blood in his hand, muttering, "After this sacrifice, I have finally broken through." At this moment, a figure stepped out from the shadows. Congratulations on advancing to the Saint Realm, Ma Tianlin. This person had an extremely strange face, a bald head with strange symbols on his eyes. As you wished, he was holding a black book that looked extremely ancient and strange. You now have the qualification to cooperate deeper with us at the Imperial Palace of Changming Kingdom. Upon returning, Ming Yilian hastily broke down the door and stormed in, roaring, "Ming Guanjian, come out here." But when the door opened, the scene inside caused her expression to change drastically. A massive snake tail was draped over the golden throne, with two other figures beside it. The creature sitting on the throne had a bizarre form with 3 heads, 2 of which were desperately crying out to Ming Yilian, "Sister, save me. Sister, save me." Those 3 heads belonged to the 3rd Prince Ming Guanghui, 2nd Prince Ming Guangbao, and 1st Prince Ming Guanjian. Even Qin Tian and Yaoling and Bai Xiaoru were shocked by this sight. Ming Yilian had the most violent reaction, screaming, "Guanghui! Guangbao!" Mo Tianlin then slowly stepped forward, sneering, "You've finally arrived." The strange, bald man holding a book turned toward Qin Tian and greeted him familiarly. "Long time no see, Qin Tian." Qin Tian remained calm, stroking his chin thoughtfully before asking, "What did you do to them?" Mo Tianlin picked up one of the heads. "Guanjian wanted to increase his power, so he sought my help. I simply used a secret technique to merge him with his brothers, helping him break through." Ming Guanjian's head in the middle laughed savagely. "Ha ha ha. Sister, you can't save them." Mo Tianlin continued targeting Ming Yilian's spirit. "You, his sister, joined the Kunlun sword sect, which really put him under tremendous pressure." Provoked by Mo Tianlin, Ming Yilian roared, "Bastard!" She swung her sword and charged forward, attacking desperately. "I must kill you." But she was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to pass through. Ming Yilian was furious. "There's actually a barrier. How cunning!" At this moment, Qin Tian noticed the strange bald man. "Hey, you bald guy with the book, who are you?" The bald man opened his book and said, "Before I introduce myself, let's change the scenery." As he spoke, the pages of the book kept flipping, emitting a blinding light. The place was quickly enveloped by the light, and everyone vanished on the spot. They were transported to a vast desert. Ming Yilian shielded her face from the dust. "Is this a desert?" Bai Xiaoru was crying out, "My eyes! Dust got in my eyes." Ming Yilian's 2 brothers in their grotesque form weakly called out, "Sister." Mo Tianlin also appeared here, looking toward and Yaoling with an obsessive tone. "My saintess, I didn't expect we would meet again. I truly missed you terribly." Facing her old enemy, and Yaoling snorted coldly, "I also remember that you're about to die." She smiled with deadly intent. "So much that I can't wait to chop you into 1,000 pieces." Meanwhile, the bald man had separated Qin Tian to another location. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wen Na, a Holy Realm disciple of the Bald Cult. I am also one of the 9 divine tomes, a clone of the Space Book. My main body is currently entangled with your Qin family in the Zhuxian universe." Hearing this, Qin Tian's expression was full of doubt. The Qin family. The Zhuxian universe. He pondered for a moment and asked, "What does that mean?" The bald man was about to explain, "It means," when Qin Tian suddenly slapped his hand, interrupting, "Oh, I remember now, almost forgot." It was that night when he returned home and met those 2 strange puppets of his parents. They had said something very strange. "Son, we and the servants have gone traveling, don't miss us. Oh, remember to be careful of books." At that time, Qin Tian didn't understand at all. What the hell did "be careful of books" mean? Only now did he suddenly realize. So "be careful of books," that mother said was referring to this. I thought it was some riddle to test my intelligence, racking my brain over it. Great. It seems father and mother have been hiding a lot from me. Next time we meet, I must make them reveal all their secrets. After figuring it out, Qin Tian turned back with a serious expression. What exactly did the Qin family do? Are you trying to deal with my Qin family? Wen Na began to explain. This story must begin from the Jushin universe. After the void explosion swept everything away, the Jushin universe was born. To prevent the newly formed universe from collapsing due to lack of order, the 9 divine tomes appeared. We maintain order so the universe can develop stably. But occasionally some errors appear, like you and your father too. You will destroy the order, leading the Jushin universe to destruction. Therefore, we are obligated to eliminate errors like you. At this moment, Wen Na began absorbing energy from the divine tome into his body. A black cloak appeared behind him, his whole body radiating golden light. Wen Na spoke with confidence. Together we are invincible. Ha 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 ha, killed him. He clenched his fist and said to Qin Tian, for the peace of the Jushin universe and to break the baldness curse of our sect, please die by my hand. Qin Tian wasn't the least bit concerned about his grandiose words. What he was interested in was the fusion of man and book, with the book transforming into a cloak. This looks pretty cool. His eyes lit up, thinking, what kind of magic is this? It looks absolutely awesome. I really want one. Wen Na had already launched his attack with the ultimate technique, Bald Explosive Fist. Qin Tian also raised his fist to counter, Thou Hoa Zizai Dragon Fist. He smiled. Although it looks cool, unfortunately it's about to be destroyed. Immediately after, the 2 fists collided violently, creating a massive shockwave that tore through space, demonstrating the earth-shaking power of both fighters. The collision caused the water below to shoot up into the sky. Qin Tian and Wen Na were pushed back to opposite sides. After stabilizing, Wen Na carefully observed Qin Tian. You appear to be at spirit realm, but since you're in error, I suspected you were hiding your cultivation. I didn't expect you to be this strong, actually at holy realm like me. Qin Tian just smiled slightly. You flatter me, but being praised by you really doesn't make me happy. Wen Na continued to persuade. Why can't you just obediently die? Your existence will cause this world to collapse. And Yaoling, Bai Xiaoru and Ming Yilian, they will all die because of you. Qin Tian shrugged and replied, but I'm not an idiot. Those are just one-sided claims from your perspective. I'm not going to believe them. The divine tome seemed to want a quick end and urged, then there's no choice. Wen Na used the power of the divine tome, finish him off quickly. Wen Na confidently replied, no problem, I'll kill Qin Tian before she can react. Divine Forest Breakthrough. Wen Na's power began to surge. Qin Tian's expression changed dramatically when he sensed Wen Na's cultivation had climbed to Emperor Realm. Before Qin Tian's astonishment, Wen Na had already charged forward. Heavy Cannon Fist. This time Qin Tian was sent flying. Not stopping there, he continued throwing countless punches and kicks. Qin Tian continuously endured the storm-like attacks. And with the final blow, Wen Na sent Qin Tian sinking deep underwater. Standing in midair, he looked down at Qin Tian's position, his voice softly echoing, it's over. On another battlefield, the battle was also raging intensely. Ming Guanjian laughed loudly, continuously suppressing Ming Yilian. Ha ha ha. Sister, you've been at Sword Peak for so long, but still haven't learned any real skills. Just accept your death. He fired 3 energy arrows flying toward Ming Yilian. She tried to dodge, frustrated inside. Damn it, the attack speed is too fast, I can't get close. Ming Guanjian sneered contemptuously. Is that all you've got? Right then, Bai Xiaoru darted behind Ming Guanjian. There's an opening. But what appeared before her eyes made Bai Xiaoru freeze in horror. It was the face of Ming Yilian's father, who opened his eyes in equal surprise. Huh. The old man stared at Bai Xiaoru. You. What are you trying to do? Bai Xiaoru was startled. There's another one on the back. That face opened its mouth, preparing to attack, but still reminded her, stay right there. At such close range, Bai Xiaoru could hardly dodge and raised her hands to block. This is bad. A powerful shockwave from the old man's head struck Bai Xiaoru, blowing her away. Ming Yilian saw this and cried out, "Zioru!" Ming Guanjian glanced behind. "Well done, my father." When the old man saw his daughter, he began shouting desperately, "Yilian! Yilian! Run away quickly! Yilian, run! Hurry and run! Yilian, live well! Run!" Ming Guanjian impatiently reminded, "Hey, hey, hey, don't move around." Hearing her father's voice, Ming Yilian's body stiffened, her voice trembling with traces of fear. Father. Looking at the current situation, Ming Yilian's tears couldn't help but fall. At this moment, her father couldn't control his body, only able to desperately urge his daughter, "Run quickly. Be obedient." His eyelids seemed ready to tear as he roared, "Run now, why did you come back?" Looking at her beloved father before her, Ming Yilian recalled when she was young, once hiding in a corner in fear. "Found her, so you were hiding here." Her father brought over her ringleader brother to comfort her. "It's because your brother wore a mask and scared you. Apologize to your sister now." "Sorry, I was wrong." He gently soothed her fear. "It's all right now." He bent down, patted Yilian's head and smiled warmly. "A princess being so timid. Father will protect you well. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Returning to reality, Ming Yilian looked at the man before her with tearful eyes, stammering, "Father." Ming Guanjian interrupted impatiently, "You've talked enough, old man." Her father ignored him, just staring at Yilian. "Go now." Ming Yilian again remembered when the palace was in chaos before. It was her father who stood up to protect her. "Yilian, leave the palace for a while. Wait until I've finished this battle before returning." Yilian hesitated, "But father." Her father was resolute, "Take the princess away." The guard quickly pulled her away. "Princess, let's go." Though Yilian didn't want to, she was still dragged away. "Father, I won't go." Her father's expression at that time was extremely serious. "Go now." Now his expression was even more frantic as he roared, "Go now." At this point his face had completely contorted, eyes bloodshot, seemingly having lost all consciousness. After a moment of fear, Ming Yilian had now become extremely determined. She calmly said, "Father, this time I won't go anywhere." That grotesque body, after completely taking control, released an enormous surge of power. Ming Guanjian laughed loudly. "Ha ha, even dead you still love your sister so much. Wouldn't it be better to just let me absorb you obediently?" Ming Yilian gripped her sword tightly and charged straight ahead. "All my life, I have always been protected by Father. This time, it's my turn to protect Father." Returning to Qin Tian's battle, when Ne was looking down at the water when he saw the shadow of a giant fish rising, carrying a figure. He was stunned when he saw the fish leap out of the water. Following that, a figure jumped down from the fish's back, landing lightly on the water's surface. It was Qin Tian. He smiled slightly at Wen Ne. "That was truly terrifying. If my strength wasn't a notch above yours, I would have really lost my life. Now, it's my turn to counterattack." With that, he drew something from the void. It was the hilt of a sword. As Qin Tian slowly drew it, a pitch-black blade appeared, majestic and imposing, continuously emanating deadly dark energy. This was the life-death sword. Wen Ne was somewhat surprised but remained calm. "That is surprising, but even with an emperor-grade weapon, you're still no match for me." Qin Tian smirked. "Then let's test that." He glided up to attack, 9 springs death. Wen Ne was full of confidence, creating an energy barrier. Foolish. With divine power, not even an emperor-grade weapon can break through my defense. But the divine tome on his back felt extreme danger and frantically shouted, "No. That's not right. You fool, dodge quickly." One sword strike from Qin Tian shattered Wen Ne's defense. Qin Tian glided behind Wen Ne and asked with a smile, "Who told you this?" Was only an emperor-grade weapon. Only now did Wen Ne feel fear, but it was too late. How is that possible? The divine tome transformed into the cloak behind him, its voice breaking. A miscalculation. This is. Following that, the cloak split in two and slowly dissipated. The destructive power of the Death Sword. After the battle, Qin Tian said to himself, "First time encountering an opponent that made me use all my strength." Looking at his own hand, which was also being corroded by the Life-Death Sword's energy, he became more determined than ever. I must become even stronger. I can't rely only on weapons. Right then, the system displayed a notification. Detected host has the determination to become stronger, can unlock Transcendence Path. Transcendence Path. Seal spiritual power, temper mind in the mortal world, seek enlightenment of the heart. On another side, Bai Xiaoru lay on the desert, covered in wounds. Ming Guanjian laughed loudly. "Ha ha, overestimating your own abilities. Look, father. This is the beloved daughter you always cherished." At this moment, Ming Yilian was bound tightly by his snake tail. Couldn't withstand a single move. The heir to Changming Kingdom must be the strongest, so there's no one else but me. Ming Yilian struggled futilely. "Father!" Ming Guanjian burst into laughter. "Cry. Cry. Cry. Apart from crying and running away, what else can you do? Why does father still want to pass the throne to useless trash like you? Disgusting thing, die for me." He squeezed Ming Yilian's body with all his might. Bai Xiaoru was trying to stand up at this moment. She directed her palm toward Ming Guanjian, creating a small energy orb. Whispering prison. Meanwhile, the battle between Mo Tianlin and Yaoling was also reaching a critical point. Mo Tianlin looked at Yaoling and said, "In this space, there's only you and me. This time you can't escape, and no one will come to save you." And Yaoling released her icy aura and sneered. "You think I'm still that demon sect saintess with no power to fight back, who could only flee in the past?" Sensing in Yaoling's aura, Mo Tianlin was somewhat surprised, semi-holy. In such a short time. And Yaoling didn't let him finish, swinging her sword and charging to attack. Prepare to die. Mo Tianlin remained unfazed, unfortunately. He used Demon Earth Dragon. "I'm already at Holy Realm now." Following that, giant earth dragons rose up, forming a formation around Yaoling before simultaneously attacking. But these attacks couldn't trouble her. And Yaoling glided away and summoned the Ice Phoenix. From the void, a massive Ice Phoenix appeared, carrying bone-chilling cold. Storm Phoenix Fury. The Ice Phoenix charged straight at Mo Tianlin. Mo Tianlin raised his hand, creating an energy orb with countless terrifying colors. Evil Destruction Asura. The two techniques collided, creating a massive explosion in midair. Immediately after, at Mo Tianlin's position, a beam of light descended from above, extremely fierce. When the dust settled, a massive Asura form appeared, enveloping Mo Tianlin, who sat cross-legged in the center. This form also had multiple giant arms holding various weapons. Mo Tianlin looked at Yaoling with indifferent eyes. Useless struggle. And Yaoling just obediently come back to the demon sect as saintess. The Asura form condensed a massive energy orb in its palm, then hurled it straight at Yaoling. Suddenly, with a swift sound, a sharp slash tore through space, striking the fireball. This single hit split the fireball in two. A figure appeared in the middle. It was Yaoling. She charged forward with her ultimate technique, Void Slash. And Yaoling smirked slightly, her smile carrying hints of mockery. "Hey Mo Tianlin, I suddenly realized your holy realm looks impressive on the surface, but in reality it's just hollow, all style and no substance." The fact that Yaoling could calmly withstand the attack clearly went beyond Mo Tianlin's expectations. "Oh," he sneered, trying to hide his surprise. "You just dodged one measly move and you're already getting cocky. I'm afraid it's too early for a victory celebration, young lady." And Yaoling, radiating confidence, replied calmly, "Whether I'm overconfident or not, you'll find out soon enough." With that, Mo Tianlin continued his attack. He performed his sinister technique. As dark demonic energy swirled around his massive form, condensing into a deadly void circle. From the center of the circle, a terrifying shockwave was fired, roaring straight toward Yaoling. The attack carrying terrifying power instantly tore through space, piercing cleanly through Yaoling's figure, only to dissipate into nothingness. As it turned out, that was just an exquisite illusion she left behind, a perfect decoy. The real Yaoling was still hiding, waiting for the golden moment to deliver the finishing blow. Mo Tianlun remained vigilant, his eyes scanning every inch of ground, his instincts telling him Yaoling wasn't someone who would fall for such a trap so easily. Suddenly, countless colorful, glittering butterflies appeared from the void, gathering together before transforming into Yaoling's graceful form. She seized this precious opportunity, her long sword flashing as she executed a beautiful lotus sword dance. This sudden reversal shocked Mo Tianlun so much he couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" But alas, it was too late. Yaoling's sharp blade had drawn a perfect arc, slashing through his massive form. At the same time, on another battlefield, by Xiaoru Prison. The moment the cry ended, a giant fox illusion spread its arms wide, forming an invisible cage that descended upon Ming Guangjian. This unexpected development forced Ming Guangjian to halt, alertly surveying all directions. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Xiaoru swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Bind." Instantly, the giant fox's hands tightened, imprisoning Ming Guangjian in an energy prison. Thanks to this, Ming Yilian escaped disaster. She coughed violently, desperately gulping precious air. Bai Xiaoru maintained the formation while urgently saying, "Yilian, this is a golden opportunity. I can only hold him for a moment, the rest is up to you." Ming Yilian hastily grabbed her sword. Understood. Inside the prison, Ming Guangjian struggled frantically, baring his fangs and roaring, "Damn it, let me out." Ming Yilian's sword-holding hand trembled violently. She tried to grip tighter to steady herself. Qin Tian's words echoed in her mind, "Don't run, you lion. If you run while screaming, you'll never make it. From the first time I met you, you've always been running away. Even becoming my disciple was just another way to escape, wasn't it? How can someone like you ever become an emperor? How can you shoulder the burden of the common people?" "I was wrong. I don't want to be the heir anymore." The first principle of an emperor, a ruler's word is his bond. Once spoken, it must be kept. Wanting to give up now, don't you think it's too late? Help. Just like that, her timid warrior had returned. Everyone was right. My past has been nothing but a series of escapes. Ning Yilian gripped her sword tightly, her eyes becoming extraordinarily resolute. "But from now on, I will no longer run away." Seeing the situation turning against him, Ming Guangjian resorted to psychological tactics. "Stop joking. Don't pretend to be strong anymore. Would you really dare to strike? Don't forget Guang Hui and Guang Bao, those younger siblings you love so dearly. Their souls are all within me. Moreover, I have royal father backing me. I don't believe you dare." However, Ning Yilian showed not the slightest hesitation. She swung her sword and attacked. "You were wrong." She poured all her willpower into this decisive strike. "Impossible. I cannot die here. I still want to become emperor." Ming Guangjian struggled in desperation, but it was all too late. Ning Yilian finished him off. In his final moments, he hazily saw the image of himself as a child being held in his father's arms. "Farewell, royal father." Returning to Yaoling's battle. Having had one arm severed, Mo Tianlun roared in resentment. "Unforgivable. On what grounds can someone like you, who hasn't even cultivated for 100 years, ascend to semi-saint? On what grounds can a mere semi-saint like you be stronger than me, a saint realm cultivator?" And Yaoling merely snorted coldly with contempt. That kind of strength borrowed from demonic heresy, breaking through via sacrifices. It's nothing but a castle built in the sky, waiting to collapse. That saint realm of yours, I'd say it's not even as good as an ordinary true semi-saint cultivator. These words were like pouring oil on fire. Mo Tianlun screamed madly, "Shut up! I am a saint realm cultivator, saint realm." Having lost all reason, he attacked wildly with his fists. I will drain you dry, this perfect cauldron, to break through to Emperor Realm. I will become the world's #1 demon emperor. And Yao Ling only smiled faintly, then gently swung her sword in a flash as quick as lightning. When it was done, she turned and walked away. Mo Tianlun's consciousness gradually became hazy, because his body had already been cleaved in two at some point. He mumbled about his illusory dream of the Emperor Realm before collapsing. A cauldron, Emperor Realm. Ah. And Yao Ling walked to Mo Tianlun's corpse, her voice cold. Don't worry, you won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. She raised her sword and thrust it down. Those demonic heretics of your demon sect will soon join you for a full reunion. What followed was a rather unpleasant scene. The moment Mo Tianlun was eliminated, the space here also began to crack. Bai Xiaoru looked around, full of doubt. Is this artificial space about to collapse? What should we do then? Normally, in such cases, we would be teleported outside. Ningyi Lion standing beside her was so panicked she was about to cry. At Qin Tian's location, a puppet in the form of his father suddenly appeared, speaking in an affectionate voice. Oh, my precious Tianer, it's been so long since I've seen you. Beside him, the puppet of his mother interjected, You disgusting old man, just get to the point. All right then, I'll skip the sentimental talk. The father puppet got straight to the subject. If you encounter this puppet once again, it proves you've come into contact with the divine book, and have also successfully resolved that trouble just now. In other words, our puppets will be activated to help you consolidate the power of the divine book. Qin Tian witnessed the scene before him and exclaimed in amazement, The divine book is restoring itself. The two puppets continued, I know you have countless questions in your heart, but wait until we return and I will answer everything. For now, what you need to do is focus on cultivation and do your utmost to reach the Emperor Realm. Well done. Qin Tian held the divine book in his hands, sighing, This is truly miraculous. On the cover are two characters, Feng Kong. He looked at the book with puzzled eyes, but then quickly replied to them with determination. All right, I will definitely ascend to Emperor Realm and then wait for you to return. Scene transition. After the great battle ended. At Changming Kingdom, an extremely grand ceremony of ennoblement was being held. Tens of thousands of soldiers knelt down in unison, bowing their heads in reverence. Long live the Yan Empress, long live. May you live 10,000 years. Now, Ningyi Lion had officially become the Empress of Changming Kingdom. She gently waved her hand. Rise. We thank your majesty. The crowd answered in unison before standing up. The Ningyi Lion of today was completely different from before, composed and majestic in bearing. Her gaze turned toward the distant horizon when suddenly she spotted a pot floating in the air. This image made her involuntarily recall the days before. Her master, senior sister Yao Ling, sister Xiaoru. A faint sadness washed over her heart. I can no longer return to Kangjian Peak with everyone. As Ningyi Lion was lost in thought, something soft suddenly pressed against both her cheeks. It turned out to be Yao Ling and Bai Xiaoru who were embracing her from both sides. We understand, they said. A nation cannot go a day without its ruler. You're staying here for the sake of Changming Kingdom's people. Don't be sad. When we have time, we'll come visit you. Ningyi Lion was sandwiched between them, her face flushing red as she stammered. Senior sister Yao Ling, sister Xiaoru, I can hardly breathe. Qin Tian stood nearby, wiped his face and said, If anyone in Changming Kingdom dares to bully you, just come find your master or Yao Ling and the others. Kangjian Peak will forever be your home, and we will forever be your family. Hearing this, Ningyi Lion's eyes lit up as she asked, Really? Qin Tian nodded firmly, Really? Returning to reality, Ningyi Lion smiled gently and thought to herself, Thank you, everyone. As for Qin Tian and his group, and Yao Ling sat in the flying pot and asked curiously, Master, now that we have the Changming flower, where do we go next? Qin Tian folded his arms and chuckled. He, our next destination is the divine hidden forest. He looked smug as he boasted. While you all spent over 10 days helping Yi Lion rebuild the imperial palace, I went around gathering intelligence. In truth, it seemed more like he was just wandering around aimlessly. He's truly despicable and annoying, someone thought. Finally, Qin Tian revealed. After so many days of laying low, I finally got wind of the Holy Spirit fruit's whereabouts. Someone has actually seen it. Bai Xiaoru shot Qin Tian a dubious look, then turned to Yao Ling. Senior sister Yao Ling, do you believe him? And Yao Ling also looked skeptical. I don't believe him either. In the end, Qin Tian concluded nonchalantly. Anyway, we're heading to the Divine Hidden Forest. A brief introduction. The Divine Hidden Forest is one of the most notorious forbidden zones of the eastern continent on the 9 provinces mainland, spanning over 5 million square kilometers. Qin Tian gazed around and sighed. This Divine Hidden Forest is terrifyingly huge. Finding the Holy Spirit fruit might take until next year's tangerine season. And Yao Ling quickly suggested, how about we split up to search? Let's agree to meet back here at sunset. Bai Xiaoru nodded in agreement. I think that's a very feasible idea. Qin Tian also nodded. Is that so? Fine then. In the end, they decided to each go their own way and meet again when dusk fell. Let's go. And the result was quickly determined. Qin Tian was leisurely roasting meat. After a day of intensive searching, he hadn't even seen the shadow of the Holy Spirit fruit. He was extremely satisfied with his cooking achievement. Smells amazing. As expected of me, my cooking skills have improved another level to the point of glowing. But just at that moment, a rustle sound came from the nearby bushes. Qin Tian turned his head suspiciously. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoru burst out of the thicket and crashed right into Qin Tian. The unexpected collision caused the meat skewer in Qin Tian's hand to slip out and fly high into the sky. Fortunately, the piece of meat was spared the tragic fate of hitting the ground. And Yao Ling, with an expressionless face, had appeared and caught it at some point. She silently sat down and continued the unfinished task of roasting the meat. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was being pressed down by Bai Xiaoru, stammering, can't breathe. Only then did Bai Xiaoru realize her rather awkward position. She hurriedly got up, her face flushed. Sorry. Meanwhile, Qin Tian secretly thought that the feeling was actually quite comfortable. Afterward, the 3 of them gathered around the fire to roast meat again. Bai Xiaoru suddenly became unusually quiet. And Yao Ling was also silent, not saying a word. Qin Tian looked at the 2 girls and had to take the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. What's wrong with you two? One is as cold as ice, looking like a snow queen who just got her debt called in. The other is all flustered, looking like she was just chased by 10 ferocious dogs. Both girls spoke up at the same time, actually. Seeing this, they fell silent again. Qin Tian had to designate, Xiaoru, you speak first. Bai Xiaoru began, all right. Actually, I ran into people from Dai Ming at the edge of the forest. They were extremely arrogant, killing anyone on sight who displeased them. Dai Ming is conducting business. All unrelated parties scram. I had to keep hiding from them. After hearing this, Qin Tian asked, by the way, I still haven't asked, why are Dai Ming's people hunting you so relentlessly? Bai Xiaoru replied softly, let me think. This story begins when the great emperors of the Kai-Tian Empire and the Deliang Empire declared war on each other. But in the end, both empires were ambushed by a third force. Before the war broke out, I had met both great emperors in a secret realm. Because of this, Dai Ming blamed everything on me, accusing me of being the one who sparked the war, claiming I orchestrated everything behind the scenes. So, by order of the Tian Ming Lord, Dai Ming's experts hunted me everywhere under the pretext of preventing future calamity. And Yao Ling looked doubtful. Aren't you the imperial princess of Qingqiu? Why wouldn't Qingqiu come forward to protect you? Bai Xiaoru continued. Because of Dai Ming's instigation and slander, now the entire central continent wants me dead. Facing such a massive force, even Qingqiu is powerless, unless we can find evidence proving Dai Ming framed me. Qin Tian chewed his meat and said casually, don't worry, I will protect you. and I will help you clear your name." Hearing this, Bai Xiao Ru was overjoyed and rushed to hug him. "Qin Tian, thank you. You're so kind." Qin Tian was flustered. Hey, don't go giving me the nice guy card so carelessly." Then he turned to his ice-cold disciple. "And what about you, Yao Ling? Why the long face?" This question made Yao Ling recall a conversation she had overheard. What exactly is Captain Kun Ren looking for anyway? Suddenly dragging us from the Kun Yuan Empire to this godforsaken divine hidden forest. And then not saying a word about the objective. How are we supposed to work like this? "Military orders are absolute," another voice replied. "Just follow orders." Those were two soldiers from the Kun Yuan Empire. Recalling that conversation, and Yao Ling remained silent. Seeing this, Qin Tian continued, "We've lived together for so many years now. You know very well what kind of people Little Fox and I are. We would never betray you. Come on, tell me." And Yao Ling's hands trembled slightly. "All right." She hesitated. "Actually, I am." Finally, as if mustering all her courage, and Yao Ling said resolutely, "The truth is, I am a reincarnated person. In my previous life, I was known as the Heartless Empress." Bai Xiao Ru reacted dramatically. "A reincarnated person, the Heartless Empress." Meanwhile, Qin Tian just nodded calmly. His attitude made both girls stare at him in bewilderment. Seeing this, Qin Tian hurriedly acted extremely shocked. "Wheat, a reincarnated person, and also the Heartless Empress. How earth-shattering." Bai Xiao Ru glanced at him sideways. "So fake." And Yao Ling continued, "Forget it, master, you don't need to pretend anymore. I won't ask how you guessed my identity. In my previous life, I joined forces with 3 Emperor Realm third-layer powerhouses, the Kun Yuan Great Emperor, the Wu Su Ancestor, and the Zhu Yu Ancestor, to explore a forbidden zone of life. Unexpectedly, they ambushed me and pushed me into an array that had been set up in advance. Those 3 used the array to refine me alive. Their main target was my lower-grade Imperial weapon. So even if I don't actively seek them for revenge, once they discover me, they will never let me go." At this point, Qin Tian picked up a piece of meat and said firmly, "This vendetta must be avenged. Even if it means climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire, Master will help you." He handed the meat to Yao Ling. "Here, it's done." Meanwhile, Bai Xiao Ru was devouring her food beside them. Qin Tian stroked his chin, looking puzzled. "How strange, though. It's just one lower-grade Imperial weapon. Is it really worth making such a big deal? Even Emperor Realm third-layer cultivators might not have one," Bai Xiao Ru explained while eating. "Only prominent figures in the Emperor Realm can possess Imperial weapons. Many major forces have a dozen Emperor Realm cultivators but only 1 or 2 Imperial weapons." And Yao Ling also added, "Imperial weapons are so scarce because the 9 provinces lack the materials to forge them. Moreover, the most important reason is the 9 provinces lack artifact masters skilled enough to forge Imperial weapons." Hearing this, Qin Tian nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is." He thought to himself, "If someday the system teaches me how to forge Imperial weapons, wouldn't I make a fortune?" After that, the 3 continued their dinner. Scene transition to Liangjai Mountain, situated at the border between the eastern and central continents. A voice echoed everywhere. "Purple chi comes from the east, purple clouds coming from the east." On Liangjai Mountain, at the border of Central Continent, a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse and a secret realm have appeared. The secret realm space only accepts cultivators below Saint Realm. Atop a magnificent structure, a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. "As a genius semi-saint of the Shen Lan Empire, I can go there to seize the treasure." He was Lan Yang Wang of the Shen Lan Empire, an Emperor Realm first-layer powerhouse. Jian Wu Chen of the Jian Shen Valley, also an Emperor Realm first-layer powerhouse, issued his command. An Emperor Realm secret realm has appeared. All semi-saint disciples of Jian Shen Valley head to Liangjai Mountain. The Ice Spring Empress of the Hao Tian Empire, an Emperor Realm third-layer powerhouse, also ordered. Let the semi-saint geniuses of our Hao Tian Empire go join the fun at Liang Jai Mountain as well. 1 day, 2 days, then 8 days passed. Finally, after 10 days of calm, an incident occurred. A massive explosion shook the entire forest. A middle-aged man wielding a war hammer roared, "Get lost, you Dai Ming scum! This holy spirit fruit was discovered first by soldiers of my Kun Yuan Empire." He was Kun Ren, a semi-saint captain of the Kun Yuan Empire. On the opposite side were 3 figures. A mocking voice rang out, "Soldiers, strange, it seems they're all dead already. Here I only see you alone. Why don't you go back and look for them? This treasure, we're definitely taking it." These were the 3 semi-saint brothers of Dai Ming, Wu Yan, Wu Ting, Wu Shi. Kun Ren continued attacking, shouting, "Scram! This is a gift I intend to present to the Kun Yuan Great Emperor." The 3 brothers weren't backing down either. What a coincidence! The Ming Lord of our Dai Ming also needs it. The 2 sides clashed in a chaotic battle with simple rules. First come, first served, the strong take all. Qin Tian and the 2 girls had been hiding in the shadows, observing the entire situation. When the time was ripe, Qin Tian waved his hand as a signal, "Strike! Yes, watch me." And Yao Ling shot out like an arrow, using Ice Phoenix to block Kun Ren. Bai Xiao Ru unleashed wind blades, engulfing the 3 semi-saint brothers of Dai Ming. One move from Bai Xiao Ru separated the 3 brothers in 3 different directions. Kun Ren glared at Yao Ling and growled, "Who are you? How dare you sneak attack a captain of the Kun Yuan Empire?" And Yao Ling replied in an ice-cold voice, "The one who will kill you." The 3 Dai Ming brothers also arrogantly charged forward. "We are from Dai Ming. A little rat like you better scram." Bai Xiao Ru blocked their path, sneering, "This lady here loves beating up Dai Ming's people." One of the 3 drew a bow, aiming straight at Yao Ling. "Eliminate the enemy." But the arrow was completely blocked by Bai Xiao Ru's water waves. While the 2 girls were keeping those people occupied, Qin Tian was extremely relaxed. He casually sat down, murmuring, "You all take your time fighting. The Holy Spirit fruit is mine." But right at that moment, something unusual made Qin Tian pause. Below the swamp, large bubbles began rising, accompanied by strange gurgling sounds. Qin Tian quickly realized something was wrong. What the hell is that? Immediately after, a gigantic creature emerged from beneath the swamp, towering before Qin Tian. The monster was so enormous it blocked out the sky, casting its shadow over everyone. Bai Xiao Ru, upon seeing this creature, was so terrified she froze in place, rendered speechless. Even Kun Ren, when facing it, became dumbfounded, losing all his previous bluster. This is. Everyone else stopped fighting, staring in horror at the monster. There was actually a demonic beast guarding the treasure. It was a colossal, multi-headed python, its tongues flicking as it glared at those who dared intrude upon its territory. Qin Tian looked up slightly and whispered, "This snake." He then asked an utterly innocent and completely unrelated question. "I wonder if it can be stir-fried with lemongrass and chili." Moreover, the ground kept shaking. Another snake head burst from underground, opening its mouth to bite at Yao Ling. But she reacted in time, dodging by a hair's breadth. She counterattacked with an Ice Phoenix slash. But her attack couldn't penetrate the python's hard scales. It was completely ineffective. And Yao Ling was shocked that an attack from an imperial weapon was useless. The other snake heads were attacking the remaining people. One of the 3 semi-saint brothers of Dai Ming screamed in terror, "No!" He couldn't escape in time and was mercilessly clamped in a snake head's jaws. Everyone present was horrified by the python's power. Only Qin Tian remained calm when a snake head approached him. It actually seemed quite wary, even fearful. Qin Tian faced the enormous snake head with an unruffled expression. The snake stared at him fixedly but showed no intention to attack. In fact, it even retreated. Elsewhere, things weren't going so well. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. One of the 3 semi-saint brothers stared blankly at where his brother had just been swallowed. The python's speed was too fast for him to react and assist. After clamping its victim, the snake head retreated, an arm still protruding from its mouth. The snake heads facing Qin Tian were very docile, while the others continued their ferocious assault. The second victim was another of the three semi-saint brothers. The last one of the trio watched his two brothers get swallowed and screamed frantically, "Wu Yan, Wu Shi." And Yao Ling spoke up at this moment. "This is no ordinary demonic snake, it's—" Before she could finish, the scene before her made her freeze. And Yao Ling gaped, unable to believe her eyes. What? As it turned out, Qin Tian was leisurely sitting on one of the snake heads, looking extremely chill. No wonder Yao Ling was so shocked. Qin Tian had a flower in his mouth, winking at Yao Ling. I noticed it seemed quite afraid of me, so I tried to control it. Didn't expect it to be quite obedient. So, am I handsome? And Yao Ling said nothing. She directly flew her sword over and yelled in frustration, "Handsome my ass, why didn't you do that earlier?" The remaining Dai Ming brother also gawked at the scene. So, someone can actually control such a powerful treasure-guarding beast solo. Qin Tian, having narrowly escaped his disciple's assassination attempt, shouted, "How can you throw such a big sword around carelessly?" And Yao Ling shouted back from below, "Today I want to commit patricide." Meanwhile, the Dai Ming member's voice trembled. Who exactly is this divine being? Qin Tian was annoyed. Hearing this, he shot the man a glare. "What? You're still not leaving?" The man met Qin Tian's gaze, his face blank with fear. Qin Tian directly commanded the python, "Eat him." The man immediately threw off his hat and fled in panic, screaming, "Help me." What followed was a dramatic chase scene. Naturally, his fate was to become the python's dinner. After picking the Holy Spirit fruit, Qin Tian scratched his head, puzzled. "Strange. I got the fruit, but I feel like I'm forgetting something." Con L letter 1 I. Li letter 1 EC7 U Tern Con N Han Ko Thalat Distroke letter 1 B0 letter 1 E3 C Kong. Sin change. At this moment, Bai Xiaoru was eating ice cream, asking, "Do you think it will explode this time?" And Myoling beside her was also holding an ice cream, answering, "I'm sure it will explode. It explodes every time anyway." Bai Xiaoru agreed, "I think so too." At the alchemy room not long after, rumbling sounds began to echo, growing louder and louder. Finally, there was an earth-shattering boom, causing the alchemy room sign to fly into the air and break in half. The two girls remained unfazed. "See, it exploded." "Yep, it finally exploded." Qin Tian walked out of the alchemy room, clothes in tatters, face covered in soot, yet excitedly cheering. "I did it! Oh my, I actually did it!" He held a bottle of elixir in his hand and presented it to Myoling, his voice full of pride. "Ta-da! Supplement Saint Pill. Those below the third stage of Saint Realm can break through a minor realm after taking it. Only effective on the first consumption." And Myoling shied away slightly, responding, "Impressive indeed. The item is good, but—" "Master, please put on proper clothes first." After tidying his clothes, Qin Tian said, "Now go refine the elixir. Later, I'll need you to go somewhere." And Myoling was puzzled. "Where?" Qin Tian was cryptic. "It's a secret. You'll know when the time comes." And Myoling muttered, "So mysterious." Qin Tian tossed the elixir bottle, and Myoling quickly caught it. Qin Tian then cheerfully walked out. "Go back and refine it after taking it, then come find me. Remember, those below the third stage of Saint Realm will advance one minor realm after consumption. This time, I won't help you refine it." Hearing about its effects, and Myoling was overjoyed. "This? Really for me?" "Really?" Qin Tian gently replied, "Of course. Or do you not want it?" Bai Xiaoru stood nearby, her eyes full of envy as she stared at the bottle in Myoling's hand. She suddenly approached Qin Tian, gave him a quick smooch on the cheek and said, "Thank you, master." Qin Tian was still dazed, not realizing what just happened, when Myoling smiled at him and left. "Then I'll head back now." This made Qin Tian smile foolishly, thinking to himself, "This girl, I didn't expect her to be so forward." Could it be that she has fallen for me? While Qin Tian was still basking in his victory, Bai Zioru beside him looked gloomy, pouting. I want one too. Hearing this, Qin Tian turned around, beaming. Huh. Scene change, it was now dawn. Qin Tian looked somewhat disappointed, holding an elixir in his hand, muttering. I thought little fox meant she wanted something else. Turns out she just wanted the immortal pill. He looked at Bai Zioru and asked, Are you ready? Bai Zioru nodded obediently, her eyes never leaving the immortal pill. She stared intently at the pill, slowly floating toward her from Qin Tian's hand. Qin Tian gave a light flick, and Zioru jumped up to catch it. Then directly absorbed the immortal pill. She covered her face, looking satisfied and delighted. An immortal pill. At this moment, Qin Tian noticed Zioru's fox tail wagging. Without much thought, he stepped forward and hugged it. So soft. Qin Tian held it tighter and tighter, praising. Just as I imagined, so incredibly soft. Bai Zioru, being hugged, blushed furiously, her whole body trembling. She turned around shyly to look at Qin Tian, stammering, You rogue. Don't you know that Fox Clan tails can't be touched carelessly? Qin Tian remained unfazed, hugging while saying, I didn't know. What's the harm in me touching it a couple of times? Bai Zioru tried to protest. Fox Clan tails can only be touched by one's soulmate. If you do this, who would marry me in the future? But Qin Tian had already stopped listening, hugging the soft tail and falling asleep, muttering, No problem, I'll take care of you from now on. The next day, Qin Tian was praying with clasped hands. Spirits above, spirits below, he was praying for some good fortune. The Supreme Lord Laozi, the primordial heavenly honorable, Buddha Tathagata, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Jade Emperor, Jesus Christ, Holy Allah. Grant me your blessings swiftly. At that moment, the system screen displayed daily check-in. After praying, Qin Tian pressed the button with great anticipation. Give me something good. Immediately, the system voice announced, Congratulations to the host for daily check-in reward. Transform at will technique, upgraded to the 13th stage. Eternal indestructible body, upgraded to the 3rd stage. Spirit gathering pearl, supreme emperor grade, can accelerate cultivation and replenish spiritual energy for the wearer. Judging from Qin Tian's expression, the results didn't seem very satisfying. He raised a thumbs down, feeling extremely frustrated. No good stuff again. At this moment, an Myoling approached and seeing Qin Tian's strange behavior asked, Master, what are you doing? Hearing the voice, Qin Tian quickly composed himself. Myoling, you're here. Then he said, I need you to go to a secret realm, an Emperor realm secret realm with cultivation restrictions. And Myoling was puzzled. An Emperor realm secret realm with cultivation restrictions. To explain, such secret realms are usually left behind by peak Emperor realm powerhouses before they pass away, in order to find successors. Within these secret realms, besides the inheritance of cultivation techniques and martial arts, there are also Emperor-grade spiritual medicines, and there's even a possibility of Emperor weapons appearing. Though the probability is extremely low, an old man stroked his beard while teaching his disciple. The disciple beside him looked proud. Master knows so much. Those around continued to discuss. I heard this secret realm might belong to the ancient Yang Great Emperor, a peak 3rd stage Emperor realm powerhouse who left it behind 30,000 years ago. If I can find his inheritance in the secret realm, I'll become powerful too. Another person immediately threw cold water. Daydreaming, are you? What chance do stray cultivators like us have? Look around. The 3 major powers surrounding Two Worlds Mountain are all here. We don't stand a chance, give up already. These two looked at that master-disciple pair and continued. That's right. They're all 3rd stage half-saint geniuses personally taught by peak great emperors, with records of fighting against saint realm cultivators without a single defeat. We can't compare. Damn, I really hope they get constipation and can't make it. Right then, Lan Feng, the prince of the Shenlin Empire, walked over, his voice ringing out. Didn't expect you all to come too. A beautiful girl replied, If you're here, how could we be absent? This matter concerns an emperor weapon after all. She was Mu Kinking, daughter of the Ice Spring Empress of the Hayashan Empire. There was also a cold snort. The ancient Yang Great Emperor's emperor weapon can only belong to our sword god Valley. The speaker was Jian Baiken, one of the successors of the sword god Valley. While they were arguing, Lan Feng pointed in a direction. Hold that thought for now. Everyone look over there. It seems a very powerful figure just arrived. In that direction, a silhouette was approaching through the air. It was Myoling, now wearing a mask that completely covered her face. Just as Myoling landed, Jian Baiken's expression became serious. The sword intent on this woman is no less than mine. Mu Kinking also looked at Myoling with great interest. I've never seen her before. Could she be a genius from another region? Lan Feng directly approached her, muttering, even through a thin veil, this prince can still tell she's a stunning beauty. Mu Kinking smiled faintly. Acting rashly usually doesn't end well. Seeing Lan Feng approach, Myoling became alert. She asked, "Is there something you need, sir?" Lan Feng spoke arrogantly, "I am the prince of the Shenlin Empire." "Woman, take off your veil." He directly raised his hand to grab it, but Myoling easily dodged. Facing his rude behavior, Myoling directly drew her sword and coldly shouted, "Scram!" Lan Feng smiled with interest. Just one sword stroke shattered my protective spiritual energy and injured me. Interesting. People below were amazed, so strong. She could injure the prince of the Shenlin Empire so easily. Which power's genius is she? Could she be from the central region of the central continent? Lan Feng assessed Myoling. Her cultivation is at the second stage of half-saint, only her sword intent is a bit stronger. He shifted his attention to the sword in her hand. Then her sword must be extraordinary, at least half-emperor grade, possibly even lower emperor grade. He rushed forward, roaring, "How dare you injure me? Leave your sword here as compensation. Otherwise, you're not leaving today." He activated the Shenlin Empire's Saint-grade imperial bloodline. Myoling also raised her sword in response. Being inferior, yet speaking so eloquently, truly worthy of being the prince of the Shenlin Empire. She summoned her Ice Phoenix and continued, "To deal with you, I don't need a weapon." Hearing this, Lan Feng angrily charged forward. "Arrogant nonsense. Today I'll show you the might of this prince." He swung his sword at her. Myoling dodged gracefully, grabbing a piece of Lan Feng's clothing, while her Ice Phoenix also restrained his blood serpent. Myoling then flung Lan Feng into the air and threw him away. Lan Feng was sent tumbling across the ground. Everyone was even more shocked. I can't believe the Shenlin Empire's Saint-grade imperial bloodline was suppressed by her bloodline. What bloodline does she have? Despite being defeated, Lan Feng sneered, "What a powerful bloodline. If I can subdue her, both her sword and bloodline will be mine." He shouted loudly, "Uncle Long, take down this woman for me." This situation was beyond Myoling's expectations. She couldn't hide the mocking curl of her lips, thinking to herself, "Oh, can't win so you go crying to mommy, typical spoiled young master." At that moment, an old man called Uncle Long slowly stepped forward. "Young lady, did you not hear what the prince said?" Myoling narrowed her eyes, understanding the situation. Without wasting words, he unleashed his third-stage Saint Realm aura. "Come with me to the Empire. I am Uncle Long, the prince's guardian. Following me is your blessing." Yet before the word "you" even hit the ground, an earth-shattering event occurred. Uncle Long's pupils contracted to pinpoints, his aged face turning pale instantly. A pitch-black demonic sword strike tore through space. The old man desperately put up all his defenses, but to no avail. The terrifying force sent him flying backward, stumbling and landing right at Lan Feng's feet. His eyes were fixed on the space before Myoling, where a skeletal, deathly pale arm was slowly emerging from the void, gripping a black sword that emanated an eerie aura. HMPH, so there's someone protecting her. A lazy, mocking voice came from the void. Qin Tian gave a cold snort, then whispered in Maya Oling's ear. Oh, I thought only you pampered young masters had nannies following you around. I don't need to show myself. Playing with them from the shadows is fun enough. Maya Oling smiled gently and replied obediently, Yes, master. Uncle Long, after taking Qin Tian's full sword strike, was utterly terrified. He hurriedly supported Lan Feng, his voice trembling. Your Highness, the situation is bad. Let's step back and give ourselves some room. We can settle scores after we get out of this cursed secret realm. Lan Feng, though furious, knew better and nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll listen to you, Uncle Long. So the master-servant pair quickly disappeared, but the prince still turned back to hurl a venomous remark. Beautiful yet hateful woman, this prince spares your life today. The onlookers were left disappointed, murmuring amongst themselves. I thought there'd be a good show, turns out they fizzled out so quickly. Why'd they stop? Another analyzed. Because 2 people got injured, that's 2 fewer competitors for us, which is to our advantage. Someone beside him knocked him on the head. What are you thinking? After going in there, we better stay far away from those 2. I bet they'll have an epic fight inside the secret realm. You have a point. Soon, the time for the 2-world secret realm to officially open was approaching. And Maya Oling glanced into the distance, calculating to herself. It seems the prince of the Shenlin Empire and that successor of the Sword God Valley have already joined forces. Just then a clear voice spoke up, taking the initiative to start a conversation. Hello. The newcomer was a young lady with a bright, sincere smile. I'm Mu Qingqing. I'm sure you've noticed that Lan Feng and Jian Baiken have formed an alliance. To deal with them, I sincerely hope to join forces with you. We'll split whatever treasures we find equally. What do you say? And Maya Oling was slightly cautious but quickly nodded decisively. All right. Moments later, the spatial gate to the secret realm officially opened, and cheers of excitement erupted everywhere. It's open, it's open. The entrance to the secret realm is open. Looking through the flickering gate, the scenery revealed was a vast, scorching desert. The crowd pushed and shoved, rushing in. More and more people entered, and complaints began to echo. That old ancient Yang Great Emperor must have been bored out of his mind to put a flying prohibition here, making us walk until our shoes wear out. Another grumbled, Talk less, save your breath for walking. Try to recover while moving, otherwise when we reach the ancient city at the end of the desert, you won't have the strength to compete for opportunities. Exactly. There'll definitely be fighting and killing over treasures when we get there. No time for you to sit and meditate. Under the harshness of this deadly desert, there were still outstanding geniuses who made it through, though looking quite disheveled. Leading the way were Lan Feng and Jian Baiken, both panting and looking haggard. Finally, we made it. A few others straggled behind, but each one looked far more miserable. Some were foaming at the mouth, collapsed on the spot. Others couldn't even crawl, gasping for help. Save me. Along the way, countless bleached bones showed that many unfortunate souls had perished, and this was just the opening act of the secret realm. The next destination was ancient Yang City, its ancient gates slowly closing. A master-disciple pair just barely slipped inside. The disciple said softly, Master, the door has closed. The master replied calmly, Don't be afraid, we're safely inside now. The moment the city gate completely shut, an invisible formation activated, enveloping the entire ancient Yang City. However, as soon as they were inside, the master-disciple pair fell into an extremely unstable state. The old master suddenly became extremely panicked. Why is this happening? Behind him, the disciple was trying to follow, his voice changing bizarrely. Master, wait for me. The disciple's appearance had now become terrifyingly abnormal, his words filled with resentment. Why are you running? Am I not your obedient disciple, master? While desperately fleeing, the old master suddenly spotted a door slightly ajar. He rushed inside and slammed the door shut. The disciple outside was frantically pounding on the door, screaming, Master, open up. Open the door for me. The old master panted heavily, using all his strength to hold the door, cursing incessantly. Damn it! That old ancient Yang secret realm is clearly a trap. Not only is flying prohibited, but inside this ancient Yang city, all supernatural powers are sealed, turning us all into mortals. A while later, it became strangely quiet outside, making him suspicious. No more sounds. Could it have left? Only then did he dare to relax his guard and turn around to look. The place was filled with large ceramic jars. The old master curiously approached and saw a label reading, Supplement Saint Pill. He was overjoyed and hurried over, thinking gleefully, I was running too fast earlier and didn't notice. My luck isn't bad after all. This room must be for storing elixirs. When he opened a jar and looked inside, his smile grew even wider. Wow, one jar has so many, I'm going to be rich. But at that moment, a ghastly arm reached out from inside the jar and grabbed him, accompanied by a hauntingly familiar voice. Master, found you. This terrified him to the core, and he let out a blood-curdling ah. The arm pulled out the entire body of the disciple. Master, don't run anymore. The disciple's face now looked extremely ferocious, with sunken dark eyes, blood oozing from the corners. He smiled savagely, come to hell and keep me company. Afterward, only the old master's agonized screams echoed throughout the room. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the elder generation was still patiently waiting at the entrance. Qin Tian hovered high above, his gaze sweeping across three notable figures, Jian Wuchen of Sword God Valley, Lan Yang Wang of the Shenlin Empire, and Mu Yun of the Haitian Empire. He thought to himself, oh, all the big fish have already entered the net. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. I have a strong premonition that this system reward will be very special. So Qin Tian opened the system panel while muttering, let me see, Myoling inside needs to pick up the pace too. Inside the secret realm, at an ancient palace, the four most outstanding prodigies had gathered. Streams of their pure spiritual energy were being drawn toward an orb held in the hands of a meditating statue. Above the statue, a sinister circle was constantly rotating, frantically absorbing their spiritual energy. And Myoling and the other three stood motionless with dull expressions and lifeless eyes, staring blankly at the statue. At this moment, Qin Tian emerged from within Myoling's chest area, looking around strangely. Why is it so quiet? Did everyone fall under a spell? It wasn't until his gaze stopped at the statue that he noticed the problem. That circle was drawing with increasingly stronger suction force. Qin Tian realized the urgency and hurriedly intervened. Damn, this thing is draining all the spiritual energy from Myoling and the others. He immediately drew his weapon, the life and death sword. Without hesitation, Qin Tian aimed directly at the orb on top of the statue and struck. A single sword strike shattered the orb, breaking the spiritual energy absorption. Immediately, the stone statue opened its eyes, pupils wide, and roared thunderously. Who dares to ruin my plans? After helping Myoling break free from the illusion, Qin Tian muttered, job done, time to skedaddle. So he slipped into the token on Myoling's chest. And Myoling was still in a daze at this moment, but gradually regained consciousness. This is. Mu Qingqing also quickly recovered, gritting her teeth. Damn it, as soon as we entered the secret realm, we unknowingly fell into his illusion. Lan Yang had also awakened, looking at the statue in horror. This guy has been absorbing the blood of dead prodigies. What is he trying to do? Could he be trying to resurrect? Jian Baikan, standing beside him, made a sharp judgment. Perhaps this bronze statue is the remains of the ancient Yang Great Emperor. This place is not a secret realm at all, but a trap set by the ancient Yang Great Emperor for his resurrection. The gigantic bronze statue slowly rose, its hoarse voice echoing. If you figured it out, then. It opened its gaping mouth and let out a ferocious roar. Die here. Mu Qingqing immediately rallied everyone. Hey, only the four of us remain here. Joining forces is our only chance of survival. Lan Yang didn't hesitate. It can only be this way. The ancient Yang Great Emperor released overwhelming pressure, sneering. Just a few half-saint brats dare to speak so boldly. I've already recovered to the second stage of Saint Realm. Now, obediently become nourishment for my ascension to Emperor Realm. Bring it on! Mu Kinking and the other three attacked simultaneously. Together, and Myoling directly unleashed her ultimate technique, Heart Sword Art. Mu Kinking glided forward with Hayashin art. Giant Baiken, though blindfolded, moved with extraordinary agility, launching heavenly sword style. Lan Yang was not to be outdone, surrounded by raging flames, attacking with Blue Flame 20 techniques. The ancient Yang Great Emperor charged powerfully, roaring, "You juniors, let me show you the battle techniques of a true Great Emperor." 18 Hell's Mountain of Blades Hell. The battle was extremely fierce, 4 young prodigies facing a resurrected Great Emperor. They reduced the entire palace to rubble. When the final clashing sounds faded, the ancient Yang Great Emperor appeared with a severed finger, his sword fallen to the ground. He muttered 2 hollow words, "Life, death." And Myoling and the others had achieved victory. Afterward, at the exit of the secret realm, and Myoling was supporting Mu Kinking as they emerged, clearly showing that Mu Kinking had sustained serious injuries. Lan Yang shouted immediately upon exiting, "The ancient Yang Great Emperor's storage ring is in that woman's hands." Giant Baiken pushed forward, shoving Lan Yang aside, and told his elder, "The ancient Yang ring is in Mu Kinking's possession." Instantly, an invisible domain enveloped the space, everything becoming suffocatingly still. Facing this situation, Mu Yun's eyes swept across the other two, her voice threatening. "Jian Wuchen Lan Yang Wang, are you two trying to start a war between the Hayashin Empire and both the Shenlin Empire and Sword God Valley?" Lan Yang Wang smiled falsely. "Miss Mu Yun must be joking. How would I dare to lay a hand on you and the princess of the Hayashin Empire?" Jian Wuchen got straight to the point. "I just want the ancient Yang ring in the princess's possession." Lan Yang Wang added, "Brother Baiken is right. Mu Yun, don't talk nonsense. 2 against 1, you're no match for us." Jian Wuchen turned to Lan Yang Wang and began dividing the spoils. "The Emperor weapon belongs to my Sword God Valley. That woman goes to you. The sword in her hand is no ordinary weapon either, and she certainly has other treasures. You won't lose out." Lan Yang Wang was pleased. "Deal." Mu Yun naturally couldn't stand by, and was about to make a move when she suddenly froze, her eyes widening in surprise at something in one direction. "I won't let you have your way." But she had unexpectedly stopped. A hand had somehow been placed on Jian Wuchen's shoulder. It was Qin Tian. He casually placed both hands on the shoulders of the 2 men, smiling wryly. "What's this? Ganging up to bully my disciple?" Qin Tian glanced provocatively. "Or would you two like to play around with me?" Seeing them remain silent, Qin Tian continued, "If you lose, this matter ends here. Deal." "This person." Mu Yun stared at Qin Tian without blinking, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. So handsome and with such advanced spatial techniques. Meanwhile, the other two's expressions changed, their minds full of questions. When did he appear without us noticing? Spirit Movement Realm. Impossible. How can someone at Spirit Movement Realm fly? At the same time, both parties separated, asking in unison, "Who are you?" Qin Tian feigned innocence. "Huh. I just came here to play a game." Jian Wuchen, hot-tempered, drew his sword without another word. "How dare you mess with this old man?" Lan Yang Wang also joined the attack. "Even if you disguise yourself as Spirit Movement Realm, I'll still skin you alive." But all their attacks were easily dodged by Qin Tian with a slight twist. He was unfazed, responding with a smile. "Is that so? Let's fight then." He pulled out his trump card again, the Life and Death Sword. The moment the sword left its sheath, the surrounding space trembled violently. Mu Yun was utterly shocked, thinking to herself, "Just unsheathing the sword has such terrifying power. Who in the world is this person?" Qin Tian held the Life and Death Sword calmly. "If you have any good moves, bring them all out." Seeing this wasn't going to be easy, The two quickly retreated to maintain distance. Lan Yang Wang quickly assessed. Something's wrong, this guy is no ordinary person. Jian Wuchen stared intently at the sword in Qin Tian's hand, an inexplicable fear rising in his heart. That sword is an emperor weapon. No, maybe even more. Meanwhile, inside the domain, the juniors were having an extremely chill time. They were playing chess. Jian Baiken felt something was strange. So, what exactly are we doing here? Lan Yang thoughtfully considered his next move while confidently saying, "Don't worry, my father will definitely defeat the guy in our way. We'll win without even fighting." Mu Qingqing picked up a chess piece, snorting, "Are you kidding? Do you think my aunt is vegetarian? She's definitely going to win." Lan Yang glanced at Miaoling and felt a bit intimidated, mainly because this woman wasn't easy to provoke, otherwise he would have made his move already. Just as Miaoling's gaze turned his way, he jumped with fright, hurriedly pretending to focus on the chessboard. Capture. Right then Qin Tian's voice echoed in Miaoling's mind. "Miaoling, are you there?" Miaoling immediately recognized her master's voice and replied, "Master, I'm here." Mu Qingqing smiled mockingly at the other two. "This time it's 2 against 2, your fathers have no chance of winning." Lan Yang started, "What the heck? Damn, I totally forgot this woman also has a master. We're doomed now." Qin Tian continued asking from outside, "Are you okay in there?" "Everything all right," and Miaoling answered honestly, "I'm fine, they're playing chess in here." Immediately, she was silenced by Mu Qingqing and Jian Baiken covering her mouth. "SHH, quiet. Don't say that. That's right, our elders are having a life-and-death battle outside and we're playing chess in here. How does that look?" Receiving news that Miaoling was safe greatly relieved Qin Tian. "That's good, seems like everything's fine. I'm relieved now." Lan Yang Wang furiously launched an attack. "Damn it, who do you think you're looking down on?" But he was blocked by Mu Yun's ice pillar. Lan Yang Wang roared, "Mind your own business." Mu Yun replied coldly, "You're wrong, I'm just protecting my niece." She turned to Qin Tian. "Lan Yang Wang is mine to deal with." Qin Tian was slightly surprised but quickly responded, Thanks then." Lan Yang Wang, enraged, shattered the ice pillar and frantically attacked Mu Yun. He looked at Jian Wuchen and said, "That arrogant man is yours to handle." Jian Wuchen smirked, "Fine." He directly opened his domain. Space sealing technique. This move pulled Qin Tian into a separate space, completely isolated from the outside world. Jian Wuchen confidently said, "Now it's just the two of us. That woman can't help you anymore." Qin Tian, experiencing this for the first time, curiously said, "So this is the domain that only Emperor Realm cultivators can comprehend." He quickly sensed the difference. Interesting. Besides heavier gravity, the pressure is very noticeable. One can only use spiritual energy to resist. Once spiritual energy is depleted, it cannot be recovered because, under the domain's influence, one cannot absorb spiritual energy from outside. Not wanting to waste more spiritual energy, Qin Tian took the initiative to attack. "Useless against me though. Eternal indestructible body activate." Jian Wuchen quietly observed, analyzing in his mind. "Not using a domain, only relying on physical strength to resist my domain. Is he a body cultivator? HMPH, but I'm a sword cultivator with the strongest offensive power." He counterattacked with his sword. 1,000 swords as one. Qin Tian, with the life and death sword in hand, also thrust forward powerfully. Heart sword art, lone lotus blooming. The two swords clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Jian Wuchen felt his arms go numb, secretly horrified. Such incredible strength, worthy of a body cultivator. His sword technique is also extremely formidable. He quickly changed tactics, but a sword cultivator's sharp blade is not limited to a single physical sword. In Jian Wuchen's hand, a light sword was gradually condensing. He slashed down powerfully, light sword slash. In an instant, the slash seemed to have reached Qin Tian. But Qin Tian dodged in time. causing the slash to hit the ground and carve out a deep, bottomless trench. Qin Tian stepped out from the dust, lightly brushing off his sleeves. "Sword cultivator, you do have some skills." He smiled. "Courtesy demands reciprocity. You've slashed me once with your sword." Jian Wuchen's expression changed. He couldn't understand why Qin Tian was completely unharmed. "What?" "I clearly struck his head." "Such thick skin." Qin Tian reminded him. "Now it's my turn to slash you once." Hard sword art. Sword Immortal's trace. With a light wave of his sleeve, an invisible sword chi shot straight toward Jian Wuchen. Naturally, Jian Wuchen couldn't see this attack. He was still standing there in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Until his body was continuously torn apart and fresh blood spurted out, Jian Wuchen screamed in pain, his mind in chaos. What's happening? Just a wave of his hand. The sword intent is too powerful, it severed my very foundation. Even within my domain, my arms cannot regenerate. The scales over his eyes were also shattered. Jian Wuchen still couldn't believe it. Impossible. This kind of technique. Could this person be a peak emperor? When Jian Wuchen was severely injured, his domain also shattered accordingly. Mu Yun, who was fighting Lan Yangwang, sensed something unusual and stopped. After the domain collapsed, Jian Wuchen fell from the sky, covered in blood, eyes rolled back, unconscious. Qin Tian also gently descended. Mu Yun looked at the battle's outcome and said with satisfaction, "Lan Yangwang, what will you do now? Still want to continue fighting?" And Yaoling and the others were also freed from the domain. Lan Yang looked around, saw Jian Wuchen lying motionless in the distance, and urgently called out, "Martial uncle." So the group helped each other and left, not forgetting to leave behind a resentful remark. "HMPH, consider yourselves lucky this time. Wuchengsheng, let's go." Qin Tian and Yaoling smiled at each other. When Mu Qingqing's gaze passed over Qin Tian, she couldn't help but exclaim, "So handsome." Qin Tian gently patted his disciple's head. "Well done." And Yaoling took out a ring, giggling, "Hee, I got the storage ring." At this moment, Mu Yun approached and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Mu Yun, Mu Qingqing's aunt." Qin Tian politely responded, "Hello, I am Qin Tian and Yaoling's master." Mu Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she stared at Qin Tian. "Uncle Qin." Qin Tian pointed at his own face, grimacing. "Uncle Qin. Do I look that old?" He had to correct her. "Little girl, you can't speak carelessly. I'm still a handsome young man." Mu Yun immediately pulled her niece to bow. "How rude," quickly apologized to Senior Qin. Mu Qingqing mumbled, "Sorry, Senior Qin." Before leaving, Mu Yun extended an invitation. "The Haitian Empire is not far from Mount Lianji. I wonder if Taoist friend Qin has time to visit as a guest." Qin Tian used the excuse of having matters at home. "No need. Yaoling and I have been away from Kunlun sword sect for too long. We need to return and report our safety." Mu Yun gave Qin Tian a command token. "All right then, whenever Taoist friend Qin has time, please come to the Haitian Empire. You can contact me through this token." Qin Tian accepted it without declining. "Okay, no problem." Afterward, he and Yaoling set off on their return journey. All right, this secret realm expedition is generally a complete success. I wonder what the system will reward me with this time, the system announced. "Congratulations, the host's disciple has perfectly completed the secret realm mission. Reward, Emperor Weapon Forging Method, Supreme Grade. Daily check-in, rewards increased by 2 portions. This reward made Qin Tian so happy he jumped for joy. My heavens! It's the Emperor Weapon Forging Method. Seeing Qin Tian's hyperactive state, Yaoling couldn't help but wonder, what's gotten into Master again? Qin Tian kept laughing heartily, hopping around excitedly, so happy he could fly to the sky. At Huishu Village, Haitian Empire. Qin Tian was sweating profusely while forging iron when Yaoling came over yawning. Qin Tian greeted, "Good morning." And Yaoling wearily replied, "Good morning, Master." She was incredibly bored. 3 months had passed since they left the secret realm. On the day they returned to Hidden Sword Peak, Master had some kind of episode and mysteriously announced, "Everyone, listen up. I want to announce something. We will seal all our spiritual power in storage rings and begin a mortal realm heart cultivation." And Yaoling rubbed her eyes and looked at Qin Tian, who was enthusiastically hammering away, asking, "Master, you've been forging iron for 3 months in this Huishu village. What exactly is the reason?" Qin Tian replied while meticulously working, "Naturally, it's to cultivate a supreme divine technique. Tonight I'll show you and Zio-Ru something extraordinary." Bai Zioru was still drowsy when she heard the noise and opened the door to come in, asking an utterly unrelated question. "Have you eaten?" Qin Tian and Yaoling both glanced at her. Qin Tian teased, 3 months now, eat until full then sleep, wake up then eat. You're a fox, not a sow." That evening when they heard Qin Tian's intention, both girls' eyes went wide. Forge an emperor weapon. Bai Zioru reached out to feel Qin Tian's forehead, puzzled. "No fever." "Why are you talking nonsense in broad daylight?" And Yaoling was more careful, grabbing Qin Tian's wrist. "Pulse is normal, no signs of illness either." Qin Tian, being treated like a madman by the two girls, said irritably, "I don't have a fever and I'm not sick. You'll see how capable I am soon enough." He began the forging process. "First, place your hands here." He assigned tasks to the two girls and picked up the hammer. Since spiritual power is sealed, controlling the forge and formations is up to you too. When everything was ready, Qin Tian raised the hammer high and shouted, "Ready." He continuously struck with the hammer, the sounds of boom boom echoing rapidly. 10,000 overlapping heavenly hammer technique. And Yaoling stood beside watching, couldn't help but admire. What a terrifying forging method. Each strike is half again stronger than the previous, yet still hitting the exact same point, without damaging the blank, continuously removing impurities. This forging technique, even in my previous life I had only heard of it, never seen. Moreover, each strike consumes exponentially more stamina. Right now Qin Tian has no spiritual power, meaning he's relying entirely on his powerful physique. Bai Zioru was equally astonished. Maintaining the 10,000 overlapping heavenly hammer technique with such a stamina-draining method, can he really keep it up for 3 days? But 3 seconds later, the hammer in Qin Tian's hand stopped. He was exhausted, panting heavily. I can't go on, let's stop here." And Yaoling was also surprised by this outcome, giving up this quickly. But when she looked back, her expression became one of shock, speechless. On the forging table, a blade had already been formed. And Yaoling's eyes were filled with shock, stammering, "This, isn't this?" Bai Zioru also gaped, "Really?" While the two girls were stunned, even Qin Tian was staring blankly at the blade. It's done." He picked up the blade to test it, eyes full of excitement, raising it high. "From now on, you shall be called Dragon Pattern Emperor Blade." Just then, a sound came from outside the door. Qin Tian quickly noticed. Bai Zioru went to open the door and found 2 people lying unconscious there. She hurriedly reported to Qin Tian, "Someone's fainted at the door." Afterward, the 2 people were brought inside by Qin Tian for treatment. And Yaoling finished checking and said, "They barely have any external injuries. I've done basic bandaging." It was late at night. Qin Tian yawned, "Well done. They don't look like bad people. Let them rest here for the night. Everyone's tired today. Let's all get some rest." On the bed, the young man suddenly called out in fear in his sleep, "Grandfather! Grandfather! Where are you?" Qin Tian was somewhat puzzled, having a nightmare. Just then, a change in the old man beside him made him even more astonished. "Huh! This is a death curse." The old man's heart was bound tightly by black chains, with a sharp object pierced deep into it. The next day, Yaoling and Bai Zioru were helping treat the old man's injuries. After a while, the old man gradually regained consciousness. The young man beside him had recovered and was holding a piece of wood, saying happily, "Are you feeling better?" Hearing the familiar voice, the old man quickly looked over. "Yanner, Qin Tian was holding a megaphone assigning tasks. Don't be lazy, there's still 100 jin of firewood to go. Hearing this, the young man's face fell. That's too much. Wasn't it 50 jin? After waking up, the old man hurriedly thanked the two girls. Many thanks to the two ladies for your assistance. Yaling helped him up. You're too kind. Qin Tian showed no room for negotiation. 100 jin is already cheap. Without us, your grandfather would be dead within a month. These words startled the young man, who urgently asked, 1 month. Grandfather, is it true? The old man, who was expressing his gratitude, was also drawn to Qin Tian's words. Afterward, Qin Tian was leisurely enjoying his tea, gently blowing on it, asking, Tell me, why do you have a death curse on you? Who exactly are you? The old man and young man sat across from him, honestly recounting. This old man is Zhang Wu, and this is my only grandson, Zhang Yan. Zhang Wu began to tell the whole story. Not long ago, Sect Master Liu Hu of the Raksha sect and I went together to search for treasures. We discovered something good. This is a half-step emperor weapon. That Liu Hu was visibly delighted. Liu Hu, my eyes aren't deceiving me, are they? Zhang Wu beside him was equally excited. That's right, your eyes aren't deceiving you. Zhang Wu continued. Those 3 blades were all half-step emperor weapons. Liu Hu, wanting to monopolize the treasures, ambushed me and placed the death curse on me. This curse could initially be removed by oneself, but Liu Hu desperately kept me restrained. By the time I managed to escape, the death curse had already merged with my body. The curse constantly erodes my life force. I can only use my cultivation to suppress it, slowing down the erosion. Hearing this, Zhang Yan had a bad premonition. Grandfather, could it be that our Zhang family? Zhang Wu's expression darkened. Yes, afterward Liu Hu slaughtered our entire clan to eliminate any future troubles. I risked my life but could only save you. That Raksha, having obtained the weapons, began his merciless massacre. Worthy of being emperor weapons. Zhang Wu, destroy everything for me. Hearing this from his grandfather's own mouth, Zhang Yan gritted his teeth in fury. Hateful. Qin Tian's expression remained calm as he asked, What realm is Liu Hu in? Or rather, who is the strongest in the Raksha sect? Zhang Wu replied, The strongest is Liu Hu himself. He is at the 2nd level of Emperor Realm. Qin Tian poured another cup of tea, saying, 2nd level of Emperor Realm, huh? He smiled and made a proposal. Then make a heavenly Tao oath. Note, a heavenly Tao oath is when a cultivator uses their own karma as the price to make an oath with the heavenly Tao. If violated, at best one loses all cultivation and enters reincarnation. At worst, one's soul is scattered, never to be reborn. Afterward, I will teach you the sitting oblivion longevity scripture. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Zhang Wu's expression changed. What? Although this senior saved me, Zhang Yan was also uneasy. But you can't just demand someone become a servant right off the bat. At least be somewhat polite. This person is truly evil. Seeing Zhang Wu still hesitating, Qin Tian smiled. Well, although you're temporarily out of danger now, the death curse hasn't been removed. You could still die at any moment. Only the sitting oblivion longevity scripture can completely remove the death curse from your body. Of course, everything has its price. Zhang Wu asked seriously, What is the price? Qin Tian said casually 2 words, everything. Then he laughed again. Just kidding, I only want you to be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I can be your guard and I can make the heavenly Tao oath. Zhang Wu said without hesitation, But I have one condition, I want revenge. At Liu Hu's residence, lightning was striking fiercely. Liu Hu was admiring the 3 emperor weapons on the table. When suddenly his face contorted, eyes widened. Cold sweat poured out, he trembled. I have a bad feeling, someone wants to harm me. At Qingyun City. Inside a painting shop, a young man was extremely delighted. The artistic conception of this painting. I can hear the call of the vast ocean, resounding yet tranquil like the breath of the world. Thanks to this painting in his hands, he had gained quite an opportunity. Previously, because I hadn't comprehended the artistic conception of water, I was stuck at the first level of Nirvana realm. The artistic conception of this landscape painting suits me perfectly. It can help me break through. Therefore, the young man decided to purchase the painting. He asked the shopkeeper, "How much for this painting?" The shopkeeper quoted a price, 100,000 spirit stones. Currently 20% off, only 80,000 spirit stones. This price surprised him somewhat. 80,000. But even so, the young man decisively threw a money pouch on the table. "Fine, I'll buy it. Money is just material possessions. Once I break through, I can quickly earn it back. You're too kind. If you have any needs, please feel free to return," the shopkeeper said with a polite remark. Having bought the precious scroll, the young man's heart felt as if a piece had been gouged out. He trudged away, his back a picture of misery. Why does my heart still ache like this? Oh, my beloved money. Having just seen off this sorrowful customer, the shopkeeper saw new figures entering and a warm smile appeared again. "Welcome, honored guest." Meanwhile, that young man, despite his gut-wrenching pain, had to console himself. "Forget it, money is just material possessions. I must stay strong." At the same time, on the top floor of a tavern, and Yaoling and Qin Tian were surveying the bustling scene below. And Yaoling curiously asked, "Master, you traveled thousands of miles from Huishu village, deliberately coming to this Qingyun city. Surely it's not just to buy a few ordinary paintings." Qin Tian leisurely crossed his arms and replied enigmatically, "Precisely. According to my intelligence, this is the most prosperous place in the vicinity." And Yaoling let out a puzzled "oh," her eyes flashing with suspicion. Buying paintings. Why did her instinct scream that things weren't so simple? Qin Tian then solemnly said, "True gold fears no fire, my good disciple. You must have absolute faith in your master." Right at that solemn moment, a shrill voice from the pleasure house next door pierced through, shattering the atmosphere. "Gentlemen, please come in and have fun. Our ladies are all up now, half price during the day." This voice shattered his enlightened master aura into 100 pieces. Without a moment's hesitation, and Yaoling made her move. She flipped her master onto the ground, locked his arms, twisted his joints, a familiar combo that made satisfying crack-crack sounds. Buying paintings, right. Half price, right. You just need to roll downstairs and you'll be there. How convenient. Ow. You're killing me. Qin Tian wailed miserably, tears streaming down, his face full of grievance. That's probably a few broken bones already. I was just doing a system mission. Here's what happened. While Qin Tian was still putting on his act, the system had suddenly thrown him a mission. Branch mission activated. Heart cultivation in the mortal world. Branch 1, become a wealthy merchant, possess 1 million spirit stones. Reward undetermined. Branch 2, renowned everywhere, known by 1 million people. Reward undetermined. After returning to Hidden Sword Peak, Qin Tian summoned Zhang Wu for a private meeting. The old man entered respectfully. What does the young master need from this old servant? Seated in an armchair, Qin Tian leisurely sipped his tea before speaking. Come to think of it, we've known each other for about 2 months now. He reached into his robe and pulled something out. The death curse in your body has been removed, and your cultivation has recovered to the 2nd level of Emperor Realm. I think there's no longer any need for you to stay here. Set out tonight. Zhang Wu was utterly shocked, his aged eyes widening as he looked at Qin Tian. What Qin Tian pulled out turned out to be a blade. He handed it to Zhang Wu. I noticed you don't have any weapon for self-defense. Seeing Zhang Wu still frozen, Qin Tian casually continued. I have this pig-slaughtering cleaver here. Would you like to use it? It's incredibly versatile, from slicing vegetables, mincing meat, to peeling fruits. I find it extremely convenient. Hearing these words, Zhang Wu nearly fell backward. What? A pig-slaughtering cleaver. But when his eyes fell upon the blade, a terrifying aura made his jaw drop. An emperor-grade divine weapon. This is actually an emperor weapon. What kind of earth-shattering background does this gentleman have? A treasure that people fight tooth and nail over, he just casually gives away to others. Is this a test of my loyalty? But wait, why does such a priceless emperor weapon have the appearance of such an ugly cleaver? After receiving the divine weapon, Zhang Wu immediately charged to the Raksha sect to seek revenge. Old thief Liu Hu, get out here. Hearing his name called out, Liu Hu swaggered out, his voice full of condescension. I was wondering what bold fool dared cause trouble here. So it was you. He sneered, arms crossed with superiority. Made me waste all that effort searching for you. Behind him, 2 protector elders also stood ready with killing intent. Liu Hu extended one hand, eyes full of contempt. Never thought you'd deliver yourself to death. Zhang Wu slowly drew the cleaver. I hope in a moment you can still smile like that. When the ugly cleaver was drawn from its sheath, Liu Hu's entire group froze for a moment, eyes bulging, jaws dropped. Then they burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wu, oh Zhang Wu, if you're that short on weapons, I can generously lend you one. Ha ha ha, sect master, don't you think this Zhang Wu's brain has waterlogged, definitely broken beyond repair? Ha ha ha. Zhang Wu gritted his teeth in fury. Liu Hu, stop your nonsense. Today, I will exterminate your entire clan for revenge. Liu Hu rubbed his nose, continuing to mock. Sorry, the former sect master of the Zhang family actually. Bringing a vegetable-cutting knife to a life-or-death battle. Ha ha ha, I can't hold back my laughter. Is your Zhang family so stingy they couldn't afford you a proper weapon? Oh, wait, I remember now. He sneered with a cold grin, his voice full of provocation. The Zhang family was already exterminated by my own hands. Die! Zhang Wu could endure no more. He roared and charged forward. Liu Hu snorted coldly, drawing a gleaming half-step emperor weapon. Truly doesn't know his own limits. 2 earth-shaking forces collided, creating a terrifying shockwave that spread outward. Liu Hu used both his half-step emperor weapons to block Zhang Wu's attack. But very quickly, cracks began appearing on his sword blades. Clang! One emperor weapon shattered into pieces. Zhang Wu continued swinging his blade, slashing at the remaining one. Completely overwhelmed, Liu Hu continuously retreated before the furious strikes. Clang! The last emperor weapon in his hands also broke in 2. Liu Hu's face went pale, his expression full of panic as he looked at his famous weapons. No! Impossible! Both these blades are half-step emperor weapons. Even Zhang Wu was stunned by the terrifying power of the cleaver. He laughed loudly, surprised. The blade in my hands is a genuine emperor weapon. Unable to resist, Liu Hu frantically screamed, Elder, save me quickly. But Zhang Wu was now in his element, slashing relentlessly. Even calling your father would be useless. The 2 elders hurriedly formed seals, casting the secret technique, Raksha Asura. Immediately, a gigantic skeleton wrapped in dark spiritual power appeared and grabbed Liu Hu. Quick, defend, Liu Hu urgently commanded. Zhang Wu paused for a moment, looking up at the skeleton, roaring and charging toward him. Countless bizarre seal characters flew about, then fused into the skeleton, making it grow larger and more ferocious. Hiding behind the skeleton, Liu Hu commanded, You 2 elders hold him off for me. Yes, the 2 elders responded with full force. Liu Hu pulled out a humanoid puppet, beginning to cast his old trick. I'll let you taste the death curse again. The enhanced skeleton roared and swung its massive fist toward Zhang Wu. Despite holding an emperor weapon, Zhang Wu remained extremely cautious, actively retreating to dodge. He looked toward Liu Hu and shouted, Think hiding in that turtle shell means I'll give up. Naive. Zhang Wu unleashed his family's ultimate technique, Zhang family sword art, Dragon's Roar, he roared. You have all underestimated the power of an emperor weapon. Countless slashes carrying earth-shaking dragon might were unleashed, enveloping the skeleton. In just an instant, The sturdy defensive skeleton was hacked into hundreds of pieces. The two elders suffered backlash, and combined with the aftershock of the attack, they spat blood and flew backward. Having dealt with the two obstacles, Zhang Wu targeted Liu Hu again. Now there's no one left to protect you. Liu Hu, die for me. But Liu Hu didn't try to flee. He stood straight, laughing eerily. Zhang Wu, you're still one step too slow. The death curse is complete. He activated the puppet in his hands. Death curse. Die. Immediately, Zhang Wu felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart tightly. Liu Hu gritted his teeth, intensifying the death curse's power. Last time you escaped, this time you won't. Zhang Wu's heart was being squeezed tighter and tighter, causing him to clutch his chest in agony. The curse chains tightened more and more. You can't escape. Die here for me. But right at that moment, the invisible curse talisman imprisoning Zhang Wu's heart suddenly went boom and exploded. The death curse had lost its effect. Liu Hu looked in horror at the puppet shattering in his hands, screaming, "How is this possible? The death curse. How can it be nullified?" Zhang Wu, fully recovered, said coldly, "Because my young master taught me a cultivation technique that happens to completely counter your worthless death curse." Liu Hu grew even more terrified, a wild hypothesis forming in his mind. How is this possible? There's no technique in this world that can counter the death curse. Unless... Thinking of that possibility, Liu Hu immediately cried out, "Could it be?" Impossible. But Zhang Wu gave him no chance to ramble further. He swung his blade. "Take that question with you to the underworld." A single blade strike, Liu Hu was split in two. Even until his soul left his body, he still couldn't believe this cruel reality. After completing his revenge, Zhang Wu returned to Hidden Sword Peak. The old man respectfully presented the vegetable cleaver back to Qin Tian. "It has been resolved." "Thank you, sir." Qin Tian calmly accepted it. "Very well then." At that moment, Zhang Wu clasped his hands and sincerely asked, "There is something I would like to humbly inquire about if sir would permit." Qin Tian turned around. "What is it?" Zhang Wu could not hide his curiosity. "The power of this blade is truly remarkable. May I ask, would sir be willing to tell me about its origins?" Qin Tian broke into a proud, arrogant smile and pointed at his own chest. "I made this blade myself. The kitchen was short a vegetable cleaver, so I casually forged one." This answer left the old man stunned, frozen in place. What? Sir made it himself." Qin Tian picked up the blade and examined it, laughing. "I originally planned to forge it over 3 days and nights, but unexpectedly, I finished it in just 3 seconds. Honestly, even I was surprised." Surprised? This terrified Zhang Wu even more, leaving him absolutely dumbstruck. His jaw dropped, his mind a complete mess. "From the moment sir taught me the cultivation technique, I knew he was no ordinary person. But I never imagined he was extraordinary to this extent. Forget 3 seconds. Can an emperor weapon really be forged so casually?" Everything related to Qin Tian was far beyond his comprehension. After admiring the blade for a while, Qin Tian set it down on the table. "Zhang Wu, as long as you remain wholeheartedly loyal to me, I will personally forge a true emperor weapon for you in the future." Zhang Wu could hardly believe it. "Is this truly so?" Qin Tian took a sip of tea. "And your nephew Zhang Yan will also receive one." Immediately, Zhang Wu fell to his knees. His voice absolutely solemn. "I, Zhang, swear to serve sir with my life." At that moment the old man honestly confessed, "Sir, I shall hide nothing from you before. I once doubted you." Qin Tian looked at him with curiosity, waiting for him to continue. Zhang Wu began to recount. "Because of the life-saving grace sir bestowed upon me, I was determined to repay it at any cost. But, in his memories, on the way to Rakshasa sect, he held the blade in his hand, his heart filled with confusion. What kind of madman would forge an emperor weapon into the shape of a vegetable cleaver? Is this really an emperor weapon? I once ruined my entire family because of a partial emperor weapon. He had once despairingly thought, how could such good fortune simply fall from the sky? Sir was probably just comforting me, seeing that I was unarmed, lending me something temporarily. The old man raised the blade toward the sky and let out a long, heavy sigh. But when he casually swung it lightly, a terrifying slash carrying towering flames burst forth, carving a deep gash into the ground. Only then did Zhang Wu truly recognize the terrifying power of the cleaver. After hearing the story, Qin Tian asked, "So that trench was made by you?" Zhang Wu bowed his head in apology. "I apologize, sir. I will go fill it in immediately." Qin Tian waved his hand. "Wait, there's something else that needs to be dealt with first." This morning, Zhang Yan went to chop firewood and accidentally fell into that trench. He stuck tight and I couldn't pull him out. Hearing this, Zhang Wu's face changed color as he stammered, "Could it be?" Qin Tian nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's the very trench you carved." At that trench, Zhang Yan was crying and screaming, "Help! Help me! I don't want to die here. I haven't even gotten married yet." Tears and snot ran down his face, not an ounce of heroic spirit to be seen. In Qingyun City, the painting shop received 2 female customers. Qin Tian was sitting there yawning when he noticed them and perked up. "Welcome, valued customers." One of the girls looked at Qin Tian and asked, "Why has the shopkeeper changed?" "I'm looking for shopkeeper Zhang Wu. I have some business with him," Qin Tian replied. "What do you need him for?" The girl smiled. "I placed an order for 3 famous sword paintings scheduled for pickup today." Hearing this, Qin Tian remembered. "Ah, so it's you." He took out a carefully packaged scroll of paintings. "A few days ago, Zhang Wu asked me to help paint some pieces, so they were for you." The girl suddenly recalled words Zhang Wu once spoke. "I am not the owner of this shop. Nor am I the one who painted those profound paintings." She looked at Qin Tian in astonishment. "Could it be? These masterpieces were all painted by you?" Qin Tian replied casually. "Is there a problem?" The girl studied Qin Tian with a puzzled expression. There wasn't a trace of cultivation aura on him, yet he could produce paintings of such profound artistic depth. Could this person be a senior at the Emperor realm, pretending to be an ordinary person? Then her gaze fell upon the book resting on the table. She asked tentatively, "Senior, did you write this book as well?" "May I have a look?" Qin Tian replied gently. "Of course." The book was titled Legend of the White Snake. It told the legend of 2 celestial beings from 800 years ago who, because they became entangled in the affairs of love, were banished to the mortal realm and reincarnated as snakes. After cultivating into human form, one became Bai Suzhen and the other her handmaiden, Qingxi. On a rainy day, by the broken bridge at West Lake, Bai Suzhen happened to encounter Su Xian, a young man working at an apothecary. While the girl was engrossed in reading, Qin Tian finished wrapping the paintings and handed them to her companion. "Here are your paintings, take them." "Thank you, shopkeeper." Meanwhile, the other girl was still immersed in the world of Legend of the White Snake. This story is absolutely captivating. When she turned to the next page, a line of text appeared. "To know what happens next, please await the next chapter." This left the girl utterly disappointed, exclaiming, "Ah! How could it end right at the best part?" Seeing how intently she had been reading, Qin Tian asked, "What do you think of the Legend of the White Snake I wrote?" The girl gave her sincere assessment. "It's wonderful, absolutely mesmerizing. The only thing is, it's too short, not satisfying at all." Qin Tian cleared his throat awkwardly. I'm working on it, working on it." He thought to himself, "After all, I'm not the original author. Reconstructing it from memories of my previous world is quite the challenge." The girl suddenly had an idea and exclaimed, "I've got it." She turned to Qin Tian and said, "Senior, would you consider entrusting this manuscript to our merchant guild for printing and distribution? My name is Lin Wan, and our Lin Family Merchant Guild is one of the 2 largest merchant guilds in Qingyun City." This proposal caught Qin Tian somewhat off guard. He thought to himself, talk about stumbling into good luck. I was just flatly rejected by Kingmu Merchant Guild, one of the two largest guilds, and now I've met a partner from the Lin family guild. So Qin Tian immediately agreed. I accept. I'll entrust Legend of the White Snake to you. Lin Wan joyfully said. Then of the profits earned, the Lin family guild will only take 20%. The remaining 80% will all go to you, senior. On the way back, the girl accompanying Lin Wan asked curiously, Miss, I don't understand. With such a split, won't we barely make any profit? Lin Wan smiled and explained, silly girl. The reason we're splitting it this way is because the true value of Legend of the White Snake isn't in money. Cultivators practice all day long, it's boring. They need entertainment to relax, and reading is one such pleasure. Legend of the White Snake is an excellent promotional tool. When people enjoy the story, they'll remember the Lin family brand. Customers will naturally flock to us. You still have much to learn. After hearing this explanation, the girl nodded in admiration. So that's how it is. A month later, Legend of the White Snake quickly became a phenomenon, spreading at an astonishing rate. Have you read the latest chapter? Let me tell you that Su Xian is absolutely terrible. Exactly. Bai Suzhen sacrificed so much for him, yet he turned his back on her. This success dealt a heavy blow to the rival merchant guild. In a luxurious room with a Kingmu signboard, a panicked voice rang out, Father, this is bad. A middle-aged man responded calmly, What has you so flustered? The girl was Qing Yu of the Qing family merchant guild. She reported, Father, the Legend of the White Snake, published by the Lin family, is taking Qingyun City by storm. All our customers have been drawn over to them. The situation is dire. We just purchased a large batch of goods half a month ago. If we can't sell them, the guild's cash flow will face serious problems. Qing Hongming, the head of the Qing family merchant guild, changed color upon hearing this. What did you say? Summon all managers and branch heads for an emergency meeting immediately. After everyone gathered, Qing Hongming slammed the table and shouted, You all better think of a solution for me. Otherwise get out, all of you. Among them, branch head Chen hung his head low, sweat pouring down like rain. Just then a manager named Li Li spoke up, Boss, I have an idea. Upon hearing this voice, Chen turned to glare at Li Li with hatred in his eyes. This bastard Li Li, he's trying to step on me to climb up again. He recalled the day Qin Tian brought the Legend of the White Snake manuscript to pitch it. It was Chen and himself who had mercilessly driven him away. Get lost. Our Kingmu Merchant Guild doesn't deal in useless garbage like this. It's worthless to cultivators. So Li Li recounted the entire story to Qing Hongming. If branch head Chen hadn't been so blind as to reject such a gold mine, our guild wouldn't be facing this crisis now. Chen was terrified and immediately fell to his knees, begging, Boss, I was only confused for a moment. Please give me one more chance. I will definitely find a way to remedy this. Later, Chen went to Qin Tian's shop and kowtowed, pleading, This lowly one was blind to Mount Tai. I beg the Great One to be magnanimous and forgive me this once. He clung tightly to Qin Tian's leg, crying pitifully, Today this servant has come to accept punishment for my sins. I hope Sir will let go of his anger and reconsider our partnership. Qing Yu was also there, standing behind with a smug smile. Good. He had once sought out Kingmu, which proves he still has favorable feelings toward us. As long as that Chen sincerely apologizes, plus a few spirit stones, perhaps we can still win him back. But Qin Tian's words made her eyelid twitch. I accept the apology, but forgiveness is not given. You may leave, he continued calmly. The weather has been getting cold lately. If there's nothing else, I'm closing up. Even Chen, still kneeling on the ground, gaped in shock. Huh. Qing Yu wasn't ready to give up so easily and quickly stopped him. Sir, please wait. She stepped closer to Qin Tian, deliberately striking a pose and speaking in a coquettish voice. We've been this sincere already. Please reconsider the partnership. Pretty please. She moved even closer. We'll pay double the spirit stones if you change your mind. Whatever Sir needs, I can provide, including what Sir desires." In response to those suggestive offers, Qin Tian simply raised one finger, then lightly flicked it against Qing Yu's forehead, coldly uttering a single word, "Scram." With that, he slammed the door shut, leaving Qing Yu standing there dumbfounded. She was absolutely furious. She had humbled herself to this extent and was still so coldly rejected. Damn it! In all of Qingyun City, I'm considered one of the top beauties. Yet this Qin Tian faces my seduction without even flinching. Is he even a man? Her rage spilled onto Chen En. "This is all your fault for ruining everything." Chen En could only kneel and mutter apologies. At that moment, an elderly voice rang out. "Isn't this the young lady Qing Yu?" "It's been a while." Qing Yu turned around in surprise. "You are Master Gu He." A balding old man with a radiant face approached. "That's right. I happened to be passing through Qingyun City and thought I'd drop by to visit you and brother Hongaming." Sometime later, at the Lin Family Merchant Guild, a maidservant was delivering food to Lin Wan. In the room, Lin Wan was carefully studying a report. It read, "Half a month ago, Qingmu Merchant Guild suddenly launched a new batch of third-grade elixirs. The price was only 1/5 higher than regular elixirs, yet the efficacy was 5 times better. Since then, demand for Lin family elixirs had plummeted, and most of their stock was now sitting unsold." The maidservant set down the food and reminded her, "Miss, please have breakfast first. You have an appointment to meet with the gentleman today." Lin Wan replied softly, "All right, I understand." At Qin Tian's shop, Lin Wan brought a pouch of spirit stones. "Young Master Qin, this is last month's royalties for Legend of the White Snake." Qin Tian had also picked up some information recently, so he asked, "I heard the Lin Family Merchant Guild hasn't been doing so well lately." Lin Wan smiled bitterly. "Even Sir has heard about the Lin family's difficulties." Qin Tian replied, "I've caught wind of it." He thought for a moment and said, "As I see it, as long as Qingmu Merchant Guild's alchemy master is still there, the Lin family will never be able to rise again. I wonder when this mortal heart tribulation mission will end. Before my spiritual power recovers, I happen to need a faction to help me handle some minor matters." Lin Wan sighed, "Yes, exactly. I've tried contacting alchemy masters from other major cities, but none are willing to come to a small place like Qingyun City. At this rate, in just a few years, the Lin Family Merchant Guild might." Qin Tian simply snapped his fingers lightly and smiled. "What if I could supply you with third-grade elixirs?" Hearing this, Lin Wan was utterly astonished. Could it be that Sir is also acquainted with an alchemy master? Qin Tian didn't answer directly, only giving her a promise. "Come back here in 7 days." Afterward, at Qin Tian's residence, black smoke continuously billowed up. Inside a sealed room, suddenly a thunderous boom that could shake heaven and earth rang out, startling the dog dozing in the courtyard so much that it jumped. The door opened, and smoke gushed out even more intensely. Qin Tian came staggering out, coughing violently and waving his hand, with Zhang Yan following behind. In Zhang Yan's hand was a pale yellow elixir. He turned excitedly to Qin Tian. "Young master, the 4th-grade elixir, I've successfully refined it." When Zhang Wu heard the news, he cheered loudly, "As expected of my nephew. In just 7 days, you've mastered the refinement of both 3rd-grade and 4th-grade elixirs." "Ha ha ha. Indeed, your nephew is impressive." 2 girls sitting and eating fruit, looking rather unconcerned since they were already used to this scene, commented, "No matter how many times we see this, it's still bizarre. Alchemy that explodes the furnace, yet still succeeds. It's just a bit wasteful on the furnaces." Meanwhile, Qin Tian was sinking into a deep spiritual crisis. He collapsed, clutching his head in anguish. Why is this happening? He looked at himself with doubt-filled eyes. Zhang Yan's alchemy never exploded before, but after I instructed him, it keeps exploding. Could it be that I'm a man cursed, that any alchemy I'm involved with will inevitably blow up? Absurd. This makes no scientific sense. And it doesn't follow any logic of cultivation either. What on earth is going on? Sometime later, at the Qing Family Merchant Guild, Qing Yu was furious, continuously kicking Chen, and as she screamed, "Where is everyone? Where did all the customers who used to buy elixirs go? Mercy!" Chen could only cover his head and explain, They've all gone over to the Lin Family Merchant Guild." In stark contrast to the desolate scene here, the Lin Family Merchant Guild was bustling with activity. "Give me a bottle of third-grade elixirs." "I'll take 2 bottles." "Give me 2 bottles of 4th-grade elixirs." In a certain room, loud laughter echoed. "Ha ha! As expected of my daughter, well done." Qingmu is in complete chaos right now. The middle-aged man reading was Lin Zhou, Lin Wan's father. Lin Wan, however, seemed a bit conflicted. "Thank you for the praise, father. But there's something difficult I need to discuss with you." Lin Zhou asked, "Go ahead." Lin Wan hesitantly explained. She clearly remembered Qin Tian's words. "Seeing that you appreciate my work, I'll help you this once. But if you want my continued assistance, the Lin Family Merchant Guild must pledge allegiance to me. Of course, I know you cannot decide this alone. Have your guild master come speak with me." So Lin Wan told her father everything. These elixirs were all obtained under that condition. Moreover, that gentleman said that as long as we pledged to him, supplying emperor-grade elixirs or even emperor weapons in the future wouldn't be impossible. After hearing this, Lin Zhou asked once more to confirm. "Did that gentleman really say that?" Lin Wan nodded. "Yes." "What should we do?" Lin Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Young people these days truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, achieving just a little and already becoming so arrogant." "Fine then." Finally, he decided, "We'll go meet him in person." Upon receiving the news, Qin Tian was already sitting elegantly on a magnificent golden chair, wine glass in hand, looking extremely regal. "You've arrived." Standing behind him was Zhang Wu. Lin Zhou entered, his attitude extremely respectful, clasping his hands in greeting. "Young Master Qin, I have come." His gaze quickly swept over Zhang Wu. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the old man left Lin Zhou shaken. This suffocating aura. After confirming, his expression grew even more shocked. "It's Emperor Realm." The servant beside young Master Qin is an Emperor Realm cultivator. Lin Zhou quickly bowed even lower. I am the head of the Lin Family Merchant Guild, Lin Wan's father, Lin Zhou. I've heard that you wish to recruit the Lin family." He thought to himself, with an Emperor Realm cultivator as his subordinate, just how powerful must this young Master Qin himself be? We cannot afford to offend him. The Lin family absolutely cannot afford to offend him. Qin Tian simply smiled faintly. "My words have surely been conveyed by your daughter. What I've said you need not doubt. In the future, I will give you emperor weapons and emperor-grade elixirs, but not now. At present, you are not yet qualified to possess them. You must continue developing and strengthening the Lin family, and I will help you achieve that goal." To add an extra layer of intimidation, Qin Tian tossed the vegetable cleaver toward Lin Zhou. The blade embedded itself in the ground, right at the tip of his shoe, causing him to jump in fright, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Qin Tian spoke calmly, "You can take a look at this blade." Lin Zhou looked at the knife on the ground with some confusion. He tremblingly picked it up. This is just a vegetable cleaver." But very quickly, he noticed something unusual. "No, this is not an ordinary vegetable cleaver." When he realized its true nature, Lin Zhou's expression changed dramatically, his mouth agape. "Oh heavens above! This brilliant radiance! This mesmerizing sensation! This is actually an emperor-grade weapon. Who in the world could do such a crazy thing? Who would forge an emperor-grade weapon into this shape?" Qin Tian looked at Lin Zhou's expression and smiled slightly. This Azure Dragon pattern Emperor blade was forged by me for cooking. He spoke in an extremely gentle tone. Dishes prepared with an Emperor-grade weapon are extraordinarily delicious. Isn't that right, Zhang Wu? Zhang Wu stood behind, stroking his beard and nodding. Indeed, sir, extraordinarily delicious. Having a bodyguard who was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, plus an Emperor-grade cleaver, had completely shattered Lin Zhou's psychological defenses. Without any hesitation, he knelt down on the ground, eyes glistening with tears. I, Lin Zhou, on behalf of the entire Lin family, swear to the heavens that the Lin family will be eternally loyal to young Master Qin. In his heart he was cheering, heavens above. This isn't just some senior, this is a super mega ultra supreme senior. If I let this golden opportunity slip away, I'd be an incurable fool. At this moment Qin Tian called out, Zhang Yan, come in as well. Seeing a figure approaching, Lin Zhou was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Yan followed Qin Tian's words and entered, saying hello. Then immediately struck a cool pose, majestically introducing himself. I am the universally unrivaled handsome and charming alchemist, Zhang Yan. This introduction left Qin Tian somewhat speechless, and even Lin Zhou wavered a bit. Seems like I made my oath to the heavens a bit too early. Qin Tian quickly introduced, this is Zhang Yan, our alchemist. Zhang Yan grinned, hee, that's me. These words made Lin Zhou blurt out in surprise, what? He looked at Zhang Yan with a doubtful gaze. Could such a young alchemist produce pills better than those from the Qingmu Trading Company? Lin Zhou then asked, may I ask, what grade of pills can you refine? Zhang Yan proudly raised 4 fingers. Before, I could only refine second-grade pills. But after receiving Sir's teachings, I can now refine 4th-grade pills. All the pills previously delivered to the Lin Family Trading Company were refined by me alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhou's attitude did a complete 180. He rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Yan. Lifted him up, laughing heartily. So all those pills were refined by Master Zhang Yan. That's wonderful. With Master Zhang Yan's help, we can definitely defeat the Qingmu Trading Company completely. Zhang Yan, unused to such intimacy, yelled, damn it. Put me down. Qin Tian then spoke decisively. I've given you both people and resources. If you still can't completely crush the Qingmu Trading Company, then you're not qualified to become my subordinates. Lin Zhou firmly replied, this subordinate will definitely do everything to defeat the Qingmu Trading Company. Zhang Yan, being ignored, shouted, put me down. At the beginning of the next month, the Qingmu Trading Company released an announcement, come quickly, there's an auction of new high-quality goods. Accordingly, people came and went frequently. But on the other side, the Lin Family Trading Company raised their quality even higher. We have even better products, attracting even more attention. Mid-month, the Qingmu Trading Company was too deserted. The customers decided to have a 3-day clearance sale. The Lin Family Trading Company continued attracting customers with a 5% discount, first come first served. By the end of the month, the Qingmu Trading Company had not a single customer, anyone there. And finally, the Qingmu Trading Company couldn't hold on and posted a transfer notice. Contact the Qingmu Trading Company. Yijing Huazhai. Qin Tian picked up several account books to review. He smiled with satisfaction. They did very well. With just 1 month, they caused the Qingmu Trading Company to lose half their inventory. At this rate, they would soon drive the Qingmu Trading Company out of Qingyun City. When reading to a confidential document, Qin Tian paused with confusion. But why was the consumption of healing pills and spirit enhancement pills so high? Zhang Wu reported from beside him. In the past few months, the spiritual energy at Mount Qingyun outside Qingyun City has increased dramatically, leading everyone to speculate that a treasure may be emerging. Because of this, disputes frequently occur near Mount Qingyun, and the demand for these 2 types of pills has risen accordingly. Hearing this information, Qin Tian focused on the system. At this moment, it displayed a mission for him. the Mortal Refinement Branch Mission. Obtain the Azure Dragon Vein. This month, the Azure Dragon Vein will appear in Mount Qingyun's mountain range. The Azure Dragon Vein can increase the spiritual energy concentration within a 30 km radius. The spiritual energy concentration within a 30 km radius will increase tenfold. Qin Tian spoke with some doubt. Azure Dragon Stone. He thought to himself, this time it's about land. After thinking it through, Qin Tian's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands. So that's how it is. Indeed, the 3 branch missions of the system correspond to wealth, land, fortune, fame, companions, techniques, and earth veins. In cultivation, besides opportunities that are hard to grasp, can be encountered but not sought, the most important things are wealth, companions, techniques, and land. These 5 are essential resources for cultivators, but resources don't fall from the sky, so one must compete, fight, and seize them. Qin Tian's entire body seemed to burn with fire as he clenched both fists. And I, because I have the system, have never worried about these things, so I was confused. So what I'm lacking isn't some Tao, but a Tao heart to become stronger. Zhang Wu looked at Qin Tian's current state and thought to himself, the feeling Sir gives me is completely different from before. Not only that, immediately after, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host for successful enlightenment. When the host captures the Azure Vein, the mortal refinement will be complete. Qin Tian shifted his gaze to the system's mission completion panel. So I still need to capture the Azure Dragon Vein. So he said to Zhang Wu, after a while, let's go to Mount Qingyun to join in the fun. Zhang Wu immediately replied, yes, sir. Some time later, Qin Tian and everyone flew to Mount Qingyun. Upon arriving, Zhang Wu sheathed his sword and said, we've arrived at Mount Qingyun. All the streams of spiritual energy here were converging toward one direction. Zhang Wu continued, the spiritual energy here is very dense. It seems the previous rumors might all be true. Is there really a treasure emerging here? Bai Xiaoru excitedly raised her hand and called out, so let's go find the treasure. But at that moment, 2 figures swooped down behind Bai Xiaoru. The effeminate man spoke up, I was only planning to come here to try my luck. The woman with the fan also said, didn't expect to run into the person our Lord wants to capture. We really are lucky. Immediately Bai Xiaoru ran behind them. Dio Ling, save me. Zhang Wu glared at the 2 with an unfriendly gaze and asked, who are you? The man over there looked at Qin Tian's group and said, wow, there are so many people. The woman folded her fan, smiling as she introduced herself. I am the Lucky Clover of Emperor Ming. Si Yikao, pleased to meet you. The man beside her stuck out his tongue and said, I am the Dice Demon of Emperor Ming. Bai Ying, Si Yikao directly widened her eyes threateningly. Then there's a problem. Can you hand over Bai Xiaoru to me? And Dioling was the first to object, blocking in front of Xiaoru, saying, Xiaoru is one of our family. We definitely won't hand her over to you Emperor Ming people. This moved Xiaoru deeply, tears filling her eyes as she said, Dioling. Bai Ying wasted no words and directly made his move. Then there's no choice. Zhang Wu also quickly reacted, opening his domain, and then both sides were pulled into the domain. Upon entering, Zhang Wu's entire body felt locked down. He cried out in alarm, everyone, what's happening? My domain has been completely suppressed. I can't deploy it. Bai Ying stuck out his tongue and looked at Zhang Wu mockingly, surprised. That's because I discarded all the useless abilities in my domain, and what I got in exchange for giving up all my abilities is. He laughed maniacally and announced loudly, welcome to the game of life. Upon hearing this, a game board immediately appeared in this place. Bai Ying introduced this game of life. Everything here will be judged by the domain's eye of judgment as the referee. Now I will introduce the rules of this game world. You will play as 4 spirit motion stage disciples of the Hidden Sword sect who come to Qingyun village to deal with demons hiding in the village. In the game, the actions and abilities of puppets need to use 10-sided dice to determine the success rate. The green die represents the tens digit. The white die represents the ones digit. The lower the number rolled, the higher the probability of success. Rolling to 5 is a critical success and may receive bonus rewards. Rolling 95 to 99 is a critical failure and will receive extra punishment. Now, take out the dice in your hands. Dioling suddenly noticed 2 dice in her hand and was dumbfounded. Huh. When did these appear? Qin Tian found it quite interesting and said, this seems rather fun. Bai Ying continued with the next step. Let's begin this fun game. Then the puppet characters appeared on the game board. Character list. Character name Qin Tian, weapon, ordinary flying sword, equipment, swordsman's robes, potions, health recovery X5, spirit potion X5, attributes, strength 9, agility 9, constitution 18, intelligence 5, perception 9, willpower 10, HP 28. Qin Tian looked at his puppet and smiled. Heh, as expected of the system. Next puppet. Character name and Dioling, weapon, ordinary flying sword, equipment, swordsman's robes, potions, health recovery X5, spirit potion X5, attributes, strength 10, agility 8, constitution 11, intelligence 9, perception 8, willpower 14, HP 21. Dioling looked at her puppet and commented, "This is my character card, so ugly." Next, character name by Zioru, weapon, magic broom, equipment, mage robes, multi-target antidote X10, attributes, strength 6, agility 6, constitution 10, intelligence 16, perception 8, willpower 14, HP 20. Bai Zioru read through it and stroked her chin. A mage who can use 5-element spells, not too different from me. Finally, character name Zongwu, weapon, great cleaver blade, equipment, bladesmaster's robes, rage potion X5, berserk potion X5, attributes, strength 15, agility 11, constitution 12, intelligence 9, perception 8, charm 5, HP 22. Zongwu nodded and said, "Because I'm good with blades, I'm a bladesmaster." After the puppets were created, Bai Ying continued with the scenario. So you arrive at the village entrance. You encounter village chief Zhang Huo of Qingyun village. Zhang Huo is very happy that you've come. The village chief puppet said, "You finally arrived. That's wonderful. Recently, village residents have been seeing zombies appearing inside the village chief. Moreover, when villagers want to leave, a thick fog appears to block everyone. Now everyone is terrified." Si Yikao covered her mouth and laughed, waiting for the fun to continue. "So how will you act next? Leave or enter the village?" At this point, the village chief gave the players 2 options: A. Leave, B. Investigate. Bai Zioru jumped up and said, "I want to investigate the detailed information related to the zombies. Choose B." Zioru said, "Village chief, I want to know when the zombies appeared and were there any unusual signs before they appeared." The village chief answered, 3 months ago, there was an extremely loud noise from behind the village mountain. Since then, zombies started appearing near the village." The village chief said there was originally only one, but after a month, another one appeared. Now 3 months have passed, so there are 3 zombies near the village. Dioling was extremely meticulous in asking her question. "Wait, you still haven't told us the conditions for us to win and the punishment for failure." Bai Ying then said, "The young lady asks very carefully. Only when you find the true culprit of the village case can you win the game and leave my domain. If not, you will be sealed inside the puppets, forever trapped in my domain." These words made everyone's expressions change. Qin Tian's face remained unconcerned. He smiled and said, "Looks like we only have one path. Let's go in." Zongwu beside him said, "Sir seems quite happy." After Qin Tian's group entered, Bai Ying said, "You entered Qingyun village following the village chief. Then you hurried to gather information from the villagers, but unfortunately you didn't collect much useful information." A villager said, "Today I ate salmon. I don't know if it's mutated." Bai Ying continued, "Night falls. The village chief leads you to a room to rest." The village chief said, "4 Taoist masters, please stay in this room for the night tonight." At this point, Bai Ying continued, "Then, next." Si Yikao beside him received the signal and nodded slightly. Bai Ying laughed loudly. Now the real show begins. Late at night while you're all sound asleep, zombies are gradually approaching outside the room. Now I will determine the number of zombies that appear. Ha ha. Sea Cow added more information. Four-leaf clover, curses on others, harms others. She cast a spell on the zombies. Bring good luck to young master Bai Ying. Then Bai Ying threw the dice. The probability of one zombie appearing is 50%, 2 zombies is 35%, 3 zombies is 15%. The dice showed green 0, white 3. Bai Ying announced the result, critical success. This number is not favorable to you. Tonight 3 zombies will attack you. At that moment, a zombie puppet appeared in front of Qin Tian's group's puppets. Bai Ying continued. Because of the critical success, the zombies not only have comprehensively enhanced stats, but their cultivation has also risen 1 level. Zombie 3, Zombie 1, Zombie 2. All 3 zombies have peak spirit motion stage cultivation. Now it was Sea Cow's turn. She smiled and said, "Into battle, you attack first. Roll the dice." Zhang Wu volunteered. "Let me roll first." After the dice fell, they showed green 3, white 5. Bai Ying announced the result. Attack passed. Zhang Wu used mountain-splitting blade technique and cut off the left arm of Zombie 3. Zombie 3 is seriously injured. Zombie 3's HP dropped from 30 to 9. Next, and Dioling threw the dice. Now it's my turn. The result was green 1, white 0. Bai Ying announced the result. Dioling used Ice Seal Sword technique to freeze Zombie 2. Zombie 2 cannot move for 2 turns. Zombie 2's HP dropped from 30 to 20 and entered frozen status. Bai Zioru threw the dice next, then it's my turn. The dice rolled back and forth. It looked like green 7, white 5, but then it changed. In the end, it was green 0, white 3. Bai Ying exclaimed, "Critical success, impressive, a fatal blow." Sea Cow beside him continued. Bai Zioru uses supreme elemental magic. Bai Zioru shouted excitedly, "Great, hit them with a killing blow." Go. With that, Bai Zioru's puppet charged forward, gale sweeping storm. Swept toward the 3 zombies. Following that, the zombie puppets were smashed to pieces. Zioru excitedly said, "Kill them all." Dioling also happily said, "Well done, Zioru," but Qin Tian was thinking more deeply. "I feel it's not that simple." Sea Cow then said, "Correct. In a moment of crisis, Zombie 1 used endurance, something that only a critical success can trigger. After using endurance, it will be forced to remain at 1 HP and can immediately take action. And so, Zombie 1's HP dropped from 30 to 1. Zombie 2's HP dropped to 0 and died. Zombie 3's HP dropped from 30 to 0 and died. At this moment, Bai Ying raised his hand and threw the dice. Next, it's my turn. He rolled double zeros, critical success. Following that, it triggered Zombie 1's special ability, Devour Corpse. It will recover all wounds and advance to Golden Body stage. Zombie 1 is now at Golden Body stage. HP increased from 1 to 30, then finally to 50. This shocked everyone as the situation changed so drastically. Qin Tian still maintained that curious expression. Current information of the zombie after advancement. Zombie 1, Golden Body stage, HP 50, special abilities, Bite and Devour. Recover HP by devouring corpses. Agility can act twice. Poison Claw, the claws contain infectious toxin. Anyone bitten by a zombie who doesn't remove the poison will become a zombie after 7 rounds. Bai Ying then continued. Because Zombie 1 has advanced to Golden Body stage, it gets priority to act first. He threw the dice. The result was green 0, white 1, critical success. Following that, the zombie attacked toward Qin Tian's group, using Poison Claw on Zhang Wu and Endioling double flying Poison Claws. Endioling's puppet HP dropped from 21 to 10 and entered poison status. Zhang Wu's puppet HP dropped from 22 to 11 and entered poison status. When the puppet was injured, Zhang Wu outside also received similar wounds. He quickly informed everyone, "The wound on my hand is exactly like the puppet's. Could it be that wounds received by the puppet transfer to our bodies? Bai Ying grinned eerily. That's right. This is the true function of my Bai Ying's domain. Of course, this effect works both ways. If my puppet is wounded, I will also be wounded. But can you all hold out until my and Si Yi Cao's puppets appear? Si Yi Cao beside him added, not only that, with my Si Yi Cao's lucky support within the domain, basically whatever number we want will appear. At this point, Bai Xiaoru angrily shouted, you despicable villains. Bai Ying continued throwing the dice. Zombie 1 has the agility skill, which allows it to act twice in one round, so I can attack once more. This time he rolled double zeros, critical success. Bai Ying quickly gave the order. Go, Zombie 1. Continue using double flying poison claws to attack Zhang Wu and Endioling. He licked his lips excitedly. Let me take down 2 at once first, and Endioling and Zhang Wu go die. But at this moment, Qin Tian, who had been silent, spoke up. Not necessarily. Immediately after, his puppet directly grabbed the zombie's 2 fingers and held it tight. The zombie's fingers were crushed by Qin Tian and couldn't resist. It howled in pain, both eyes crying out. Bai Ying at this moment looked terrified. What's happening? Qin Tian smiled slightly. Let me update this. Character list. Character name Qin Tian, disabled, weapon, ordinary flying sword, equipment, swordsman's robes, potions, health recovery X5, spirit potion X5, attributes, strength increased from 9 to infinite, agility increased from 9 to infinite, constitution 18 to infinite, intelligence 5 to 1, perception 9, charm 10, special ability. Indestructible eternal body. Upon activation, strength, agility, constitution are raised to the limit while intelligence is reduced to the limit. Qin Tian smiled coldly. This is my true character card. Si Yi Cao also couldn't understand and said blankly, this attribute, how did it become like this? Bai Ying then accused, you're cheating. Qin Tian just crossed his arms and smiled. This is the domain you opened, the rules you set. How could I be cheating? At this point, Qin Tian's puppet had already beaten the zombie flat on the ground. He smiled mockingly inside. No matter how strong your domain is, it's not as strong as my system. Si Yi Cao's expression became increasingly unsightly as she asked, Ying, what's happening? Bai Ying tried to respond, it's not working. The domain told me he's not cheating. Qin Tian ignored the confused state of those two. He said, all right, now it's our turn to counterattack. On the game board, Endioling used antidote pill and health recovery pill. Poison status cleared. HP recovered to 21. Zhang Wu used antidote pill and health recovery pill. Poison status cleared. HP recovered to 22. Qin Tian at this moment commanded, drag out those 2's puppets for me. Bai Ying tried to resist. Demons, come out for me. Following that, a golden body stage human-shaped demon crawled up from below. But Qin Tian's puppet was too overpowered. One punch sent the golden body stage demon flying. Bai Ying continued summoning another. Damn it, Tiger Wing, come out for me. But with one punch it lay still. Evil Dragon, come out. The result wasn't much different. Qin Tian gave another punch and it lay still. Bai Ying screamed in despair. Evil Dragon, come out. No matter what Bai Ying summoned, Qin Tian's puppet easily slaughtered it. Qin Tian's puppet was now no different from a god of death in this game, even holding in his hand a large round ball, authentic chaos in meat balls. Now Bai Ying and Si Yi Cao were huddled together trembling. Qin Tian didn't stop, laughing grimly. Next it's our turn. Bai Ying looked at Qin Tian fearfully and begged, Lord Qin Tian, I know I was wrong, please spare us. Si Yi Cao beside him also repented. That's right, Lord Qin Tian, please spare our lives. But Qin Tian only coldly raised his fist. Go repent in hell. Then he threw a punch like heaven's judgment, heading straight toward those 2. Qin Tian smiled slightly after ending this game. He turned to look into the distance. The timing is just right. The dragon vein has emerged. At this moment, lightning was continuously striking down. Faintly within the mist, a dragon silhouette was appearing. Those who had been watching immediately took action. Unexpectedly, it's a dragon vein. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain. Another guy directly charged forward, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, this dragon vein is definitely going to the Kun Yuan Empire. His voice was full of arrogant threats. Those who have no business here, get out of my way. This person is none other than the Kun Yuan Empire's Kun Yuan Xian. Other top powerhouses also appeared one after another. We can't let the Kun Yuan Empire's people take it. Otherwise, our sects under the Kun Yuan Empire will definitely have no way forward in the future. This is the ancestor of the Flying Star Valley. That's right, the dragon vein absolutely cannot fall into his hands. The person beside him is the ancestor of the Flying Dragon sect. On the other side, 2 old men were also fighting for this dragon vein. The Heavenly Blade sect has definitely secured this. Don't anyone dare compete with me. We will definitely fight to the death for it. The ancestor of the Heavenly Blade sect's eyes widened in anger. The ancestor of the Mysterious Soldier sect replied without backing down. What the hell is the Heavenly Blade sect? The 2 of them started fighting each other with everything they had. This dragon vein belongs to the Mysterious Soldier sect. What did you say? In the end, the 2 sides decided to settle it with a one-on-one fight. Let's go. On the other side, a spear shot straight toward Kun Yuan Xian. But he dodged it. This person is none other than General Xiao Zhan of the Hao Tian Empire. Kun Yuan Xian, you Kun Yuan Empire people dare to run wild in my Hao Tian Empire. Get lost. Kun Yuan Xian sneered, so what if I come? With just you, General Xiao Zhan of the Hao Tian Empire, you think you can stop me? Not yet done. 2 more ancestors rushed to block Kun Yuan, stop the Kun Yuan Empire from taking the dragon vein. Kun Yuan Xian gathered his spiritual energy and said, every time there's a tasty meal, mosquitoes and flies come buzzing around. Then he gripped his spear. Really annoying. Kun Yuan Xian slashed toward Xiao Zhan and the 2 sect ancestors. Xiao Zhan blocked this blow, but it wasn't easy at all. The 2 ancestors were sent flying far away. Kun Yuan Xian sneered, mere shrimp and crab want to stop me, what a pipe dream. Inside a bush, Zhang Wu held the vegetable cleaver and asked, Sir, do we need to go up? Keep it down, Qin Tian quietly replied, wait a moment. Qin Tian looked at Kun Yuan Xian with some surprise. Emperor stage 3rd layer strength. Then he turned to ask Dioling, is he the Kun Yuan Emperor? Dioling quietly replied, no. But he is the elder brother of the great Kun Yuan Emperor, the one who attacked me back then, Kun Yuan Xian. At this moment, Qin Tian was filled with killing intent, his whole body seeming to radiate fire, the elder brother of the enemy. Zhang Wu beside him couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Sir's aura has changed again. Xiao Zhan charged forward with his spear. Attacking Kun Yuan Xian, he shouted, you Kun Yuan scoundrel, don't even think about touching the dragon vein. Kun Yuan Xian blocked. That's not for you to decide. Whatever I Kun Yuan Xian want, I have never failed to obtain. Xiao Zhan continued his attack. You've committed many evils before, today I will kill you. Kun Yuan Xian looked down contemptuously. You overestimate yourself. He unleashed countless strikes toward Kun Yuan Xian, sweeping 1,000 armies. Facing this barrage of attacks, Xiao Zhan's face changed. This is bad. He was directly knocked into the ground, creating an explosion. At this moment, the dragon vein was becoming more and more substantial. Kun Yuan Xian shifted his attention in that direction. It's appearing. Everyone here shouted, quick look, it's a water spirit dragon vein. The water spirit dragon vein has appeared. An ancestor covered in wounds said, Zior, help me up to seize the dragon vein. The young man beside him tried to stop him. You can't, you're already injured like this. He watched the dragon vein image gradually fade, full of regret. Dragon vein. When the timing was right, Qin Tian waved his hand. Go. Immediately, Zhang Wu directly struck. Zhang family reincarnation slash. Kun Yuan Xian had to stop accordingly, looking at Zhang Wu unhappily. Another rat has come. This one blow destroyed a section of the forest. Kun Yuan Xian raised his spear to block Zhang Wu's blade. His expression became serious as he asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Wu only coldly replied, "Someone here to kill you on behalf of my master." Kun Yuan Xian, continuously blocked, roared in anger, "How dare you ruin my good fortune? You want to die." He used his profound technique to enhance his combat power. Meteor Million Spears. Kun Yuan Xian unleashed countless spear strikes toward Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu quickly launched a defensive technique, forming a barrier in front of him. He struck out with a blade, creating space within to avoid danger. Even so, countless attacks rained down from above. Zhang Wu cursed inwardly. This was far from over. Kun Yuan Xian attacked relentlessly, not giving Zhang Wu any time to rest. His eyes blazing red, he thrust his spear downward. "Though you are powerful, as long as I keep you at a distance, you have no chance. Kill him." Zhang Wu had to defend against the deadly strikes of Kun Yuan Xian. Finally, when the dust settled, a blade was planted in the ground. Zhang Wu had been wounded and fell to his knees. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he said, "As expected of a seasoned Emperor Realm cultivator, this barrage of attacks is simply impossible to defend against." At that moment, Xiao Zhan returned to the battle, rushing forward. "Taoist friend, I've come to help you." Zhang Wu looked over with some surprise, quickly standing up to await an opportunity to strike. Xiao Zhan slashed his spear toward Kun Yuan Xian, murderous aura, 100 battle spear. Just as Kun Yuan Xian was blocking Xiao Zhan, Zhang Wu charged forward. "Leave the opportunity to attack to me." He channeled all his strength into this one strike. Zhongclan Dragon Chanting Blade. Despite this, Kun Yuan Xian remained arrogant, declaring, "Even if both of you come at me together, you're still no match for me." He quickly knocked Xiao Zhan aside and blocked Zhang Wu's blade. Meanwhile, Qin Tian took out a pot, saying, "It's our turn to make an appearance. Xiao Ru, take us to the dragon vein." He pointed in a direction and said, "The dragon's head is being occupied by Zhang Wu. Let's head to the dragon vein's tail." Then Qin Tian and the two women sat on the claw and flew toward the tail of the dragon vein. When they arrived at the destination, Bai Xiao Ru said with some astonishment, "The dragon vein actually emerges from this mountain cave." At this place, two old men were fighting while exchanging verbal jabs. "You stubborn old fool, always competing with me. If you know what's good for you, just yield to me already." But when Qin Tian's group flew over, they paused their battle and looked in that direction. "Wait, someone else is approaching the dragon vein." Seizing the opportunity, the old man in black kicked the other elder aside. The surprise attack sent the white-robed elder flying. After landing his sneak attack, he laughed smugly. "I told you that you're no match for me. Looking around during a fight, who taught you to do that?" He then looked up at Qin Tian dismissively. "A young one who hasn't even reached Emperor Realm. Even if I gave you a whole day, you still couldn't seal the dragon vein." Hearing this, Qin Tian said lightly, "Seems like I've been underestimated again." Nevertheless, he proceeded toward the dragon vein's tail. Qin Tian immediately stepped inside the cave, leaving Dao Ling behind to block the others. "Dao Ling, guard the cave entrance." Dao Ling agreed. Once everything was settled, Qin Tian opened the system panel for the next step. System, he entrusted the sealing process to the system. Outside, the dragon vein's head, which had been racing forward, suddenly froze. It quickly flashed and then vanished. The dragon vein was directly pulled back into the cave. At this moment, Kun Yuan Xian was still entangled in battle with Zhang Wu and Xiao Zhan. Kun Yuan Xian noticed the sudden disappearance of the dragon vein. An old man below also stood gaping in shock. "The dragon vein has been sealed." After completing the seal, Qin Tian collected the dragon vein. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations on completing the transformation mission. Seal released." Rewards: Emperor Grade Supreme Treasure, 9 Heavens Profound Fire Furnace, Emperor-grade supreme treasure, heavenly divine hammer, supreme secret art, demonic sound corpse control technique, and daily check-in rewards tripled. The first item, the 9 Heavens Profound Fire Furnace, is a pill-refining cauldron that can increase the success rate, quality, and yield of Emperor-grade pills. The second is the Heavenly Divine Hammer, a forging hammer that can increase the success rate and grade of Emperor-grade artifacts. The third, the Demonic Sound Corpse Control Technique, controls corpses through demonic sound. Corpses below the supreme level can be controlled, with each realm advancement allowing control of 1 additional corpse. After collecting the dragon vein, Qin Tian chuckled softly. Ah, this feeling, it's been a while. He drew the life-death sword, ready to join the battle. Your master Qin has returned. Qin Tian then shot forward. He aimed directly at Kun Yuan Xian, heart sword technique. At this moment he was extremely excited, eager to fight. Qin Tian struck a powerful blow toward Kun Yuan Xian, a single slash to sever. This single strike directly snapped Kun Yuan Xian's spear in two, shocking him. Broken, this Yuan-long spear of mine is a high-grade emperor weapon. Zhang Wu seized this opportunity to attack the vulnerable enemy. Reincarnation slash Zhang Clan. Xiao Zhan also charged forward with his long spear. Yes, while he's weakened, take his life. Murderous aura, 1,000 battles. At this moment, Kun Yuan Xian was surrounded and struggling desperately. He formed a shield before himself to block Zhang Wu's attack. Yet he was still sent flying by the combined force of all three. Kun Yuan Xian struggled to stand firm. He gritted his teeth and growled, "You want me dead?" Then Kun Yuan Xian pulled out a talisman, intent on mutual destruction. Then let's all die together. Kun Yuan Xian quickly activated the talisman in his hand. Immediately after, the talisman suddenly appeared behind Qin Tian. Both Zhang Wu and Xiao Zhan's expressions changed. Xiao Zhan shouted urgently in panic, "This is the 9 Netherworld Divine Thunder Talisman, a heirloom of the Kun Yuan Empire." And Qin Tian was still standing there stunned, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, Zhang Wu explained to him, "Young master, run quickly. The power of this talisman is even more terrifying than a full-force strike from a peak Emperor Realm expert." Qin Tian only smiled faintly. "It's useless. This talisman has already locked onto me. No matter where I run, I cannot escape." Qin Tian then looked at Kun Yuan Xian and said, "The only way is to kill Kun Yuan Xian before the talisman activates." He shot toward Kun Yuan Xian like a bolt of lightning, heart sword technique, flying immortal beyond the heavens. Even as Qin Tian thrust his sword down powerfully, Kun Yuan Xian stood still without dodging. He even smiled and said, "Haha, it's too late." At that moment, violent lightning struck down from the sky. The lightning was aimed directly at Qin Tian's position. A lightning bolt with terrifying pressure struck straight down at Qin Tian, devastating the entire area as if it had been annihilated. And Dai-O Ling, watching from outside, was extremely worried and cried out, "Master!" Bai Xiao Ru was also filled with anxiety. Seeing Dai-O Ling rush toward that direction, Bai Xiao Ru panicked and followed. Dai-O Ling, wait, it's dangerous. When the aftershocks subsided and Dai-O Ling descended, she quickly helped support the wounded Qin Tian and asked, "Master, are you all right?" At that moment, Qin Tian coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. This made Dai-O Ling even more worried. She said urgently, "Master, please don't let anything happen to you. Please, nothing must happen to you." She hurriedly took out a jade bottle and carefully lifted Qin Tian's battered body. After struggling for a moment, she managed to gently pry open his clenched jaw and quickly stuffed a round spirit pill inside. Instinctively, Qin Tian swallowed the pill. Before long, his eyelids twitched and slowly opened. He weakly uttered something completely unrelated, salty and bitter. Seeing her master pull through the crisis, Dai-O Ling broke down in tears, calling out, "Master!" Qin Tian raised his weakened hand to wipe away the tears on her cheeks, his voice full of affection. "Silly girl, what are you crying for?" He struggled to comfort her. Master is really fine. Stop crying now. Just then Bai Xiao Ru rushed over, her voice anguished. Qin Tian. How do you feel inside? Are you really okay? Qin Tian struggled to sit up and answered firmly, I'm fine. He looked at the two beautiful women who were worried sick and reassured them. Sorry to have given you such a scare. Then he reached out to pick up the life-death sword lying on the ground. His sharp eyes glanced into the distance as he muttered internally, Luckily, I have this indestructible eternal body and this supreme-grade life-death sword to take most of the damage. Otherwise, I really would have died here today. Qin Tian used his sword as support and staggered to his feet. His voice suddenly became resolute. Let's go. He murmured toward an invisible enemy named Kun Yuan Xian. This debt, sooner or later, you will repay it with interest. Before long, I will personally visit the Kun Yuan Empire for a friendly call. Seeing Dao Ling still sitting there in a daze, Qin Tian extended his hand. This small gesture melted her heart. Master! She hurriedly wiped away her tears. She took hold of his steady hand, and they returned together. After a period of recuperation, Qin Tian appeared on a grand thunder platform, his aura towering. In the distance, Dao Ling and Bai Xiao Ru stood restlessly, their eyes never leaving his figure. Bai Xiao Ru was so anxious she was clutching her robe, whispering, with Qin Tian so severely injured, isn't it too reckless for him to undergo tribulation now? And Dao Ling was no better, her beautiful eyes filled with worry as she gazed at Qin Tian. Master! Just as the tension was at its peak, a graceful figure suddenly rushed over and hugged Dao Ling, laughing brightly. You're something else. You came all the way to the Hao Tian Empire and didn't even bother to tell me. If it weren't for General Xiao being nosy, I'd still be left hanging. Dao Ling was startled and asked in confusion, Qing Qing. How did you find your way here? Mu Qing Qing giggled and answered nonchalantly, I missed you, of course. Xiao Zhan, the proper gentleman following behind, clasped his hands apologetically. My apologies. Since the master is undergoing tribulation here, the matter is of great importance. This humble servant truly did not dare to hide it and reported to the superiors. Before he could finish, a dignified yet slightly displeased voice rang out. How impudent! As a princess of an empire, how can you behave so rudely? Mu Qing Qing stuck out her tongue and made peace. It's fine, mother. Dao Ling is family. This child of mine never seems to grow up. I hope the young lady won't take offense. The person who arrived was none other than the Ice Spring Empress of the Hao Tian Empire, Mo Xuan, a supreme expert who had reached the third level of Emperor Realm. Mu Qing Qing cheerfully introduced. All right, let me introduce you. This is my beloved mother. The Ice Spring Empress Mu Xuan smiled warmly. I've already heard about you from Mu Yun. Just call me Aunt Mu Xuan. And Dao Ling immediately bowed and greeted politely. Greetings, Aunt Mu Xuan. Mu Qing Qing laughed, nudging Xiao Zhan. Look how polite our Dao Ling is. Meanwhile, General Xiao here couldn't even be bothered to say hello. Xiao Zhan was startled and hurriedly bowed. This humble servant was rude. Greetings to the Ice Spring Empress and Her Royal Highness the Princess. Just as everyone was chattering away, a massive lightning bolt suddenly tore through the sky and struck down upon the thunder platform. Mu Xuan looked up, her expression turning serious. It has begun. She exclaimed in astonishment, but this lightning tribulation is very strange. It doesn't resemble an ordinary Emperor Realm tribulation at all. And Dao Ling looked up at the pitch-black sky, feeling an ominous premonition. What is going on? When I broke through to Emperor Realm in my previous life, its power wasn't even a fraction of this. She could only pray silently, Master, you must come back safely. On the thunder platform, Qin Tian stood calmly with his hands behind his back, letting an energy barrier surround him. He looked up at the zigzagging bolts of lightning above and muttered, It seems this time isn't just an Emperor Realm tribulation. It also includes a bonus tribulation for my physical body. Before long, the lightning tribulation officially began. Qin Tian held his breath, his expression solemn. Here it comes. But something strange happened. The massive lightning bolt merely grazed his barrier and landed at a position opposite to him. Qin Tian frowned, perplexed as he watched. From within the electrical haze, a figure formed of thunder gradually appeared, a lightning person. Below, Mu Xuan couldn't hide her extreme astonishment. The lightning tribulation transformed into human form. This has never been heard of before. And Dai-O Ling was so worried she was sweating. What exactly happened to Master's tribulation? How could it mutate to this degree? In stark contrast to everyone else, Qin Tian appeared completely calm. He even stroked his chin thoughtfully and addressed the lightning figure. According to my limited memory, there's no precedent here of a lightning tribulation taking human form during transcendence. Hey buddy, did you run to the wrong show? There's no one here named Unknown Origin, covered in red fur. The lightning person suddenly transformed, revealing a human face with blazing red eyes. The corner of its mouth curled into a bizarre smile as it repeated, "Red-furred one." After that, the lightning person's form began to shift rapidly, and finally it transformed into a perfect copy of Qin Tian. It repeated once more, "The one." With red fur all over. Qin Tian looked at his doppelganger and shrugged. "Oh, so you've turned into me now." The moment the lightning person clone completed its transformation, it immediately launched an attack at Qin Tian. In its mind, only one command existed, kill. Qin Tian didn't flinch, responding with an excited punch. "All right, time to warm up." Two fists, one of flesh and bone, one of condensed lightning, collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The aftershock formed a column of energy that shot straight into the sky. Both Qin Tian and the lightning person were pushed back several steps. Qin Tian licked his lips, looking excited. This guy's body is pretty solid. This time he took the initiative, unleashing a claw strike. Great Freedom Dragon Transformation Claw. A massive dragon claw made of energy appeared, swiping straight at the lightning person. Surprisingly, the lightning person didn't dodge or defend, letting the dragon claw pierce through its body. Not only that, it even flashed a provocative smile. Immediately, it activated the eternal indestructible body, and its shattered form rapidly regenerated as if nothing had happened. Qin Tian understood instantly, so that's how it is. This thing is a hybrid, created from both my Emperor Tribulation and physical body tribulation. After regenerating, the lightning person immediately counterattacked. Tribulation Lightning Dragon. A ferocious dragon wrapped entirely in thunder roared and charged straight at Qin Tian. Qin Tian simply raised both hands and snorted coldly. "Watch how I counter you." Great Freedom Hong Transformation. He directly conjured a massive fierce beast called the Hong. According to ancient records, in the Eastern Sea there exists a beast called Hong, which specializes in eating dragon brains and is supremely fierce. Whenever it battles a dragon, it breathes fire several zhang long, causing dragons to submit. The Hong is, in essence, the natural predator of dragons. The lightning person's tribulation lightning dragon was rendered useless. Undeterred, the lightning person clasped its hands and chanted, switching to another technique. Tribulation lightning great rock, sky-filling flying feathers. A golden-winged rock made of lightning appeared and directly swooped in to suppress Qin Tian's Hong. Qin Tian remained completely unfazed, calmly responding with his own technique. "So it's the golden-winged great rock this time. Great Freedom. Kun Peng Transformation." This time, what Qin Tian conjured was a legendary Kun Peng. The moment its body appeared, it obscured the entire sky. The lightning person looked at the monster blocking out the sun before it, the smile fading from its face. Before the majesty of the Kun Peng, the golden-winged rock looked pathetically small, offering no resistance whatsoever. The Kun Peng merely dove straight down onto the platform, creating an extremely terrifying shockwave that shook the entire thunder platform. Bai Xiao Ru, watching from afar, cried out in alarm, "This is bad. The tribulation platform is about to collapse." Mu Ching Ching beside her replied calmly, "It won't. The tribulation platform of our Hao Tian Empire is extremely sturdy, reinforced with countless layers of spiritual power, specifically so that those undergoing tribulation can go all out without worry." Just as Mu Ching Ching said, the platform held firm. At this moment, Qin Tian waved at the lightning person, his tone full of challenge. "Come on, show me everything you've got. Bring it in." The lightning person was so furious it was fuming, growling, "You forced me to do this." Then it let out an earth-shaking roar, despair. This was its ultimate form, berserk lightning tribulation mode. The lightning person's entire body was now enveloped in raging bolts of lightning, looking supremely domineering and dangerous. Seeing this, Qin Tian's expression stiffened slightly. Hey, I told you to show your skills, not to go into cheat mode." After hacking the game, the lightning person became extremely savage. Without a word, it threw a devastating punch at Qin Tian. The attack was so sudden that Qin Tian couldn't dodge in time. Damn, too slow. As a result, he took a full punch right in the face. The blow made Qin Tian extremely uncomfortable. He quickly retaliated with an even stronger punch, activating his eternal indestructible body. The lightning person took the hit and was pushed back a few steps, yet remained incredibly resilient. It roared and charged again, its entire body exploding with overloaded currents. Both sides clashed, fighting as if the heavens were falling and the earth was crumbling. And Dai-O Ling, watching from outside, was sick with worry, calling out continuously, "Master." After a particularly powerful collision, the two separated. A massive turtle shell suddenly appeared, protecting. He had transformed into a black tortoise for defense. The lightning person sneered, looking at Qin Tian mockingly. "You think hiding in that turtle shell will let you pass this tribulation?" Then it split into three, its tone arrogant. "You've underestimated this lightning being far too much." From within the turtle shell, Qin Tian casually wagged his finger. No. I'm only using the black tortoise shell to buy a little time." As he finished speaking, he drew the life-death sword from thin air. "If you want to play the clone game, then I have no choice but to bring out my toy." With the sword in hand, Qin Tian transformed into a true hacker. Seeing the sword, all three lightning persons displayed panic and fear. "Wait, that's a supreme artifact. This isn't fair. This is just a measly Emperor Realm tribulation with a bit of physical body tribulation mixed in." Qin Tian smiled sweetly, reasoning, "Treasures are also part of a cultivator's strength. This is perfectly fair." Then he began his performance. "Don't blink now. You're the first to witness the Emperor Realm level sword techniques of the Heart Sword technique." Jade-colored spiritual energy surged violently from Qin Tian's body. When he struck with his sword, the entire space transformed into a garden of brilliant, colorful flowers. And Qin Tian was the master of that garden, gracefully wielding his sword. Even Mu Xuan, watching from outside, was unconsciously drawn into Qin Tian's sword formation, exclaiming in amazement, forming a formation all by himself. When everything was ready, Qin Tian shouted and delivered a final strike. Heart Sword technique, green lotus purple immortal formation. The lightning persons, filled with fear, shouted to their clones, Quick, let's all create protective shields. He's forming a formation alone. His spiritual energy consumption must be enormous." "Right, we just need to defend until he runs out of energy, and this sword formation will collapse on its own." Qin Tian quickly crushed their last flicker of hope. Once the green lotus purple immortal formation is formed, it can continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to compensate for consumption. Therefore, the heavenly lotus sword energy will be endless. You have no chance of winning. The protective shields of the three lightning persons were quickly shattered to pieces by countless sword energies. With nothing left to defend, they could only scream in despair. How is this possible? Qin Tian's final strike shook heaven and earth. A massive pillar of light shot straight into the sky, piercing through countless layers of clouds before slowly dissipating. It even parted the clouds in the sky, revealing warm rays of sunlight. After defeating the lightning person, Qin Tian gently landed on the ground. At this moment, the system also announced a series of notifications. Congratulations to the host for advancing to Emperor Realm. Reward, Supreme Secret Art, Great Dao Sound, First Level, which can cause listeners to achieve enlightenment. Only effective the first time on each person. Side effect, 3 days of weakness. Cultivation Technique, Self-Transformation Great Method, has advanced to the 16th level. Cultivation Technique, Demonic Sound Corpse Control, has advanced to the 2nd level. Qin Tian smiled with satisfaction. Finally done. Immediately after, Mu Xuan and the others approached. She smiled radiantly. Congratulations, Taoist friend Qin Tian, on successfully advancing to Emperor Realm. From today onwards, the world has gained another great emperor. You flatter me. Mu Qingqing ran over, saying playfully, Uncle Qin Tian is super awesome. Bai Xiao Ru and Endio Ling embraced each other in joy. This is wonderful. Qin Tian heard Mu Qingqing's form of address and grimaced. Don't call me uncle. Just as the atmosphere was cheerful, a soldier came running frantically. Report, General Xiao, something terrible has happened. He ran while gasping for breath. General Xiao. Xiao Zhan remained calm and asked, What's all the panic about? The young soldier hurriedly reported, The demon tribe of the Qingyun mountain range is gathering. According to intelligence, the Black Dragon Demon Emperor of the Qingyun mountain range is preparing a full-scale assault on our Qingyun city. Before Xiao Zhan could react, he had already prostrated himself in plea. Please, General, send reinforcements immediately. Hearing the full story, Xiao Zhan was somewhat surprised. Black Dragon, you say? Qin Tian, standing not far away and hearing the conversation, said with bright eyes, Taoist friend Xiao, would you like some company? I've just advanced to Emperor Realm and my hands are itching to test it out, to see just how powerful Emperor Realm really is. Since Taoist friend Qin Tian is so keen, let's go together and see what this Black Dragon Demon Emperor is capable of. Hearing Qin Tian's words, Xiao Zhan gently patted the young soldier's shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, Qingyun City won't be in danger. The soldier looked puzzled and asked, given the dire situation, why is that? Xiao Zhan whispered in his ear, because a certain dragon left the house without checking the almanac and is about to meet its doom. Scene changed to Qingyun City. The soldiers were on high alert, preparing for the upcoming battle. Xiao Zhan issued continuous orders, rallying the troops' spirits. Everyone be careful, slow down, he directed each defensive line. Load all the Bao Lai arrows onto the Bao Ling siege crossbows. Also, load all the Spirit Force cannons. Under Xiao Zhan's masterful command, everything was arranged meticulously. In a pavilion not far away, spiritual energy was fluctuating violently, accompanied by ancient chanting. Tai Gu Huang, De Dao Zhai Bing, Li Yu Zhang Yang. 4 elders were focusing their spiritual energy, channeling it into a crystal orb. What they were creating was a massive life flow rotating formation that covered the entire Qingyun city. When the formation was activated, a blue-green glow enveloped the entire city, providing some reassurance to its people. After everything was arranged, Xiao Zhan reported to Mu Xuan, Your Majesty, the general situation is as such. All preparations are complete. Whether for attack or defense, this humble servant has made thorough arrangements. Mu Xuan nodded with satisfaction. You've arranged everything very carefully. Well done. This is my duty. I dare not accept such praise. Mu Xuan then shifted to another topic. General Xiao, I heard your weapon was damaged by Kun Yuan Xian during the last battle for the Dragon Vein. Is this true? Xiao Zhan replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Therefore, I plan to seek out Master Bai Li and ask him to forge a semi-emperor weapon for me. However, I'm not sure if it can be completed in time for the upcoming battle. Hearing this, Mu Xuan pondered. Indeed, besides the issue of time, we must also consider the element of chance. After all, Even Master Bai Li cannot guarantee a 100% success rate in forging a semi-emperor artifact. Qin Tian, who had been silently sipping tea, finally spoke up. Taoist friend Mu Xuan, I believe I can help with this matter. Mu Xuan turned to him in surprise. Taoist friend Qin Tian, what do you mean? Qin Tian set down his teacup and smiled mysteriously. Today, I'll show a little of my humble skills. He turned to Zhang Wu. The weapon I promised you before, I'll forge it now as well. Hearing this, Zhang Wu was so moved his eyes became misty. Really? Is this truly so, young master? Qin Tian stood up and patted his shoulder. Of course. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Wu directly knelt and kowtowed. Thank you, young master. Mu Qingqing, sitting near Dio Ling, leaned over and whispered. Dio Ling, could it be that Uncle Qin Tian also knows how to forge weapons? Hearing this, Dio Ling thought for a moment, then casually waved her hand with an air of mystery. Master doesn't just know how to forge weapons, the weapons he creates are no ordinary kind. Though Mu Qingqing didn't yet know Qin Tian could forge emperor weapons, hearing Dio Ling's words was enough to make her eyes go wide. Wow, that impressive. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was pulling Zhang Wu up, urging, all right, let's go. At the rear courtyard of Yijing Huazhai, Qin Tian applied his usual method, hammering at maximum speed. Behold my myriad butterfly celestial hammer technique. Xiao Zhan, witnessing this scene for the first time, was so astonished he stammered, pointing as he asked, Princess, am I seeing things? The hammer that Senior Qin Tian is using appears to be Emperor-grade supreme. Mu Qingqing was equally dumbfounded. You're not seeing things, I see exactly the same. Mu Xuan interjected, her expression even more shocked. That's not the main point. The main point is. She clenched her fists, her voice trembling. It appears Taoist friend Qin Tian is forging an emperor weapon. In just a short while, the emperor weapon took shape. It was a great saber. Qin Tian held it up to examine, nodding happily. Success. Not bad, not bad. The appearance this time is much better. I'll call you the Zonghua Dao. This made everyone around gape in astonishment. Mu Qingqing couldn't believe her eyes. Mother, it's really an emperor weapon. Xiao Zhan was also trembling all over, stammering. Moreover, he just tapped a few times and it's done. Mu Xuan could only conclude one thing. Qin Tian is truly a hidden master of profound depth. Qin Tian admired the saber for a moment, then handed it to Zhang Wu. This saber is for you. Zhang Wu was so moved he wept, kneeling to the ground. Thank you, young master, for bestowing this saber. This Zhang Wu is willing to go through fire and water for you. After finishing Zhang Wu's weapon, Qin Tian turned and asked Xiao Zhan, your specialty weapon is the spear, correct? Hearing his name, Xiao Zhan immediately straightened up and answered crisply, yes, senior. Mu Qingqing also quickly ran over and pouted cutely. Qin Ji, I want an emperor weapon too. Qin Tian laughed heartily. No problem, everyone gets one. Afterward, in the rear courtyard of Yijing Huazhai, Qin Tian worked day and night forging emperor weapons. Time passed quietly, until 9 days later. Qin Tian let out a tired but satisfied sigh. Done. The emperor weapons he forged were as follows. High-grade emperor weapon, Pink Fluffy Bunny. High-grade emperor weapon, Lucky E. Mu Qingqing received her weapon, her face blank with confusion. Why is my sword called Pink Fluffy Bunny, while General Xiao's spear is called Lucky E? Xiao Zhan was equally puzzled. This name is truly rather strange. Qin Tian explained with an extremely serious expression. Because no enemy can endure the humiliation of being killed by a sword called Pink Fluffy Bunny. And since ancient times, spear wielders have notoriously bad luck, so naming it Lucky E brings good fortune. Afterward, it was time to say goodbye. Mu Qingqing waved. Goodbye, Uncle Qin Tian. Xiao Zhan bowed respectfully. I've troubled you, senior. Qin Tian replied. No worries, come visit again when you're free. When the two had gone far and Dio Ling said gently, Master, let's go inside. It's cold out here. Hearing her warm voice, Qin Tian turned around. and Dio Ling brought a cloak and draped it over him. You've only just recovered and you've been working so hard again. You mustn't catch a cold. These words made Qin Tian suddenly stare at her intently, which made Dio Ling a little embarrassed. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked softly, "Master, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Qin Tian just smiled faintly. There's a touch of beauty. This comment made Dio Ling even more embarrassed. She stamped her foot in mock anger. "You're teasing me again. You don't act like a proper master at all." Qin Tian laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, what's the point of acting like a proper master?" Just then Bai Xiao Ru suddenly rushed over. Qin Tian quickly caught her and asked gently, "Xiao Ru, what's the matter?" Xiao Ru was extremely panicked at this moment, her eyes brimming with tears. "Qin Tian, save us, it's urgent." "What happened?" Qin Tian asked calmly. Bai Xiao Ru sobbed as she explained, My little sister snuck out to find me, but on the way, she was captured by people from Dai Ming." Scene changed to a dense forest. In a corner of the forest, several subordinates were sizzling a massive piece of meat over a fire. One of them, gnawing on a fatty leg, said, "Qi Xiang, are you sure that girl Bai Xiao Ru will walk right into our trap?" The one called Qi Xiang answered matter-of-factly, "Yes." His voice was full of confidence. Bai Xiao Ru and her little sister Bai Xiao Xiao are as close as a body and its shadow. As long as Bai Xiao Ru knows her sister has fallen into our hands, she will definitely come to rescue her. The lion-headed one called Mai Shu, chewing loudly on meat, commented, "Such sisterly love is truly touching." Bai Xiao Xiao was currently blindfolded, tightly bound, and dangling from a tree branch. Hearing their chatter, she became even more worried about her sister. Just then Qin Tian's group caught up, and Dio Ling immediately sprang into action, shouting, "Xiao Ru, catch!" As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp sword slash cut the rope binding Bai Xiao Xiao. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Xiao Ru darted in and caught her sister. Qi Xiang reacted very calmly, slowly wiping his mouth. "See, didn't I say she'd come?" Mai Shu tossed away the bone, snorting, "As expected of Qi Xiang, your calculations are divine." He then put on a pair of iron gauntlets and struck them together with a resounding clang to warm up. He cracked his neck and looked at Bai Xiao Ru with a sinister smile. "Well then, let me be the one to cook this delicious meal." Immediately, Zhang Wu, wielding the Zhang Guadao, glided over. Slashing straight at Mai Shu, the lion-headed one reacted extremely quickly, actively retreating to dodge, and stopping right beside Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang squinted at Zhang Wu, his words carrying a hint of threat. "Oh, so there are helpers. Aren't they afraid of the Dai Ming's revenge?" Qin Tian now stepped forward leisurely, standing beside Zhang Wu with arms crossed, looking down at them. "Your intelligence is several years out of date. You didn't even properly investigate who is around Xiao Ru." Qi Xiang replied nonchalantly, "The two of us have been in seclusion for a full century and only emerged recently. But it doesn't matter." Mai Shu was extremely arrogant. "We'll just kill all of you and then take Bai Xiao Ru anyway." Zhang Wu sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from both of them and warned with concern, "Young master, be careful. It seems they are both veteran Emperor realm experts." Qin Tian, the recent breakthrough, answered lightly, "No need to worry." Without further words, both sides immediately opened their respective domains. After entering Qi Xiang's domain, a massive go-board-like space, he smiled smugly. "Qin Tian, such familiar scenery, isn't it? It seems your domain has been completely suppressed by mine." He immediately commanded the countless floating go pieces around him. "But you can't really blame yourself for this. After all, I'm at the second level of Emperor Realm, while you're just a measly first-level Emperor Realm." Immediately after, a white go piece gently landed on the board. Instantly, a powerful shockwave radiated outward, but it was blocked by Qin Tian's barrier. Qin Tian looked bored, picking at his ear. "Another one of these tedious domains. Have you ever considered that? Maybe I'm just too lazy to use my domain because you're too weak." Qi Xiang remained extremely confident, snorting coldly. Nonsense. No matter how strong your defense is, in my infinite game domain, it's nothing but decoration. Qin Tian didn't bother explaining, just taunting. Whether that's true or not, you'll find out soon enough. Qi Xiang gripped a black go piece between two fingers and roared, "Go die." Infinite chess pieces. He commanded countless go pieces, layer upon layer attacking Qin Tian. Despite the other's wild gesticulations, Qin Tian calmly drew his life-death sword and softly chanted, "Self-transformation great method." Eternal indestructible body. A strange liquid enveloped his sword-holding hand. This was his new technique. Life-death sword, three-phase equilibrium force. Once prepared, Qin Tian shouted and struck downward. "Let me show you the 40-meter great blade." Before Qi Xiang's eyes, an endless deadly sword aura was descending upon him. This filled him with utter terror and he screamed, "What? What kind of power is this?" "Sure kill technique. One blade, two halves sever." The moment Qin Tian's words ended, the sword had already come down. The instant it touched the ground, the entire Go board domain was torn in two, including the pitiful Qi Xiang. Outside, the aftershocks from within the domain were extremely violent, and then it exploded directly. When the domain shattered, its aftershocks remained tremendously fierce, forcing everyone to quickly retreat. Bai Xiao Ru clutched her sister tightly, her worried eyes fixed on the explosion. But very quickly, her worry vanished as Qin Tian landed safely. And Dai Ling, seeing him, joyfully exclaimed, "Master." Qin Tian glanced around and smiled lightly. One down, one more to go. On the other side, Zhang Wu and Mai Shu were also fighting fiercely in their own domain. Despite wielding an emperor weapon, Zhang Wu was having considerable difficulty against Mai Shu. Both sides clashed repeatedly, but neither gained a clear advantage. Fighting Zhang Wu only made Mai Shu more excited. He threw punches while roaring, "Bladesman, you're very strong. Fighting you makes my blood boil." Facing Mai Shu's ferocious momentum, Zhang Wu vigorously raised his blade to block. He laughed grimly and counterattacked. "You're no pushover either." Mai Shu quickly ducked to evade the blade, then actively retreated backward. He taunted Zhang Wu arrogantly, "It's just a pity you're getting old." Zhang Wu slashed again, but Mai Shu ducked and dodged. Then he quickly counterattacked with an uppercut, knocking Zhang Wu's blade away. Attacks like that lacked the vigorous yang energy of youth. Zhang Wu's stamina had been considerably drained at this point. He panted as he looked at Mai Shu, thinking, "This isn't good. This guy seems to have unlimited stamina." Mai Shu grew more excited the longer they fought, charging forward maniacally, "Fists like mine." He attacked relentlessly while taunting, "How many times can you block?" Very soon, Zhang Wu could no longer hold on and was sent flying, crashing hard into a large boulder. Mai Shu seized the opportunity to continue his assault, intent on finishing Zhang Wu. Die. But at that moment, the space here suddenly warped as if about to crack. And a vortex slowly opened. A voice rang out, "Self-transformation great method." From within the vortex, a massive dragon claw was reaching out. Both Zhang Wu and Mai Shu looked toward it with shock. The dragon claw was aimed directly at Mai Shu's position. Looking at the enormous thing rushing toward him, Mai Shu was so terrified he cursed, "What the hell is that?" And after that, the domain space gradually dissipated. Qin Tian killed Mai Shu with a single palm strike and said lightly, "Done." Zhang Wu was stunned by what had just happened. What just happened? This only deepened his admiration for Qin Tian. After all, that was a veteran Emperor Realm expert, yet the young master had dispatched him with just one move. Bai Xiao Ru quickly ran over, cheering, "Qin Tian is so amazing." He replied modestly, "It was nothing." Bai Xiao Ru even threw herself into Qin Tian's arms, her voice full of gratitude. "Good thing you were here. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do. It's all fine now. Both assassins have been eliminated." At this point, she suddenly remembered Bai Xiao. "Oh, right, I forgot to introduce you." So Bai Zio Ru pulled her sister over. This is Bai Zio Zio, my little sister. Bai Zio Zio looked at her elder sister embracing Qin Tian and called out softly, Jie. Her voice was full of nervousness. Is he, my brother-in-law? Then the little girl turned away again, hiding the sobbing emotions in her heart. How unexpected! Her proud elder sister, the lofty Dai Jai Kinkyu whose eyes looked down on all, was actually embracing a man. Bai Zioru quickly guessed what her little sister was thinking and hurriedly raised her hand to stop her. Wait, it's not what you think. I must go tell everyone this news. Hearing this, Bai Zioru panicked and explained, You little brat, don't talk nonsense. He's not my husband. Bai Xiaoxiao, who was sobbing, suddenly stopped. With a face full of doubt, she turned and asked, Not your husband? Then you two are. We are, Bai Zioru started to say but suddenly stopped. Her heart was in complete turmoil. Wait, the relationship between me and Qin Tian can't really be called master and servant, can it? If I say it out loud, how will I ever face my little sister again? And so Bai Zioru fell into chaos, not knowing how to explain. She thought until her head ached but couldn't find a reasonable excuse, making her scream internally. What should I do now? The next day, Ye Yaling and Bai Zioru took little Bai Xiaoxiao out to play, informing Qin Tian beforehand. We're taking Xiaoxiao out for a stroll. Qin Tian gently replied, All right, come back early. Zhang Wu, standing nearby, asked, Young master, there are currently many people of unknown origins in the city. Should I secretly follow and protect them? Qin Tian picked up a cup of hot tea and smiled. No need. They're just strolling around the city, nothing will happen. He spoke with a meaningful tone. Besides, I've already given something to Ye Yaling. Switching to the three girls' side, Bai Zioru was pointing at a wine jar. When she saw her reflection in it, the little girl happily asked, Elder sister, what is this? The shop owner quickly ran out to introduce. Young lady, this is our shop's specialty, Weimeng wine. His eyes lit up as he gave a firm guarantee. Just drink this wine and I guarantee you'll sleep. So hard you'll break the bed. Isn't that impressive? Bai Xiaoxiao heard this and her eyes sparkled like stars, hugging the wine jar tightly. Wow, so amazing. Elder sister, I want to buy this. Bai Zioru immediately shut down her little sister's dark intentions with a firm refusal. Children don't get to drink wine. Be good and I'll buy you some candy to suck on at home. Xiaoxiao immediately protested by puffing up her cheeks and glaring, her little mouth pouting in anger. HMPH, I'm grown up now, I don't want sweet candy anymore. Just as the sisters were haggling back and forth, Ye Yaling's gaze suddenly froze, fixed on a figure passing by in the distance. Very quickly, Bai Zioru noticed something abnormal about her friend. Ye Yaling, what's wrong? She asked softly. Ye Yaling only answered briefly, her voice cold as ice. Nothing, just ran into an old acquaintance. After saying this, she turned to Zioru and instructed, Watch over Xiaoxiao for me for a moment. I'm going to handle some small matter and will be right back. Before long, in a remote corner of the forest, Ye Yaling's figure had swiftly followed a man wearing a blood-red robe. That person was clearly no amateur. Sensing the killing intent from behind, he proactively stopped. With an elegant spin like a swallow gliding through the air, he gently landed on the ground. His lazy yet sinister eyes sweeping toward Ye Yaling. Hey, he spoke in a mocking tone. Beautiful lady, following me all this way, aren't your feet tired? He was none other than the precious son of the blood domain ancestor, Zhu Qingquang. Ye Yaling didn't bother wasting words. She landed and stood facing that scoundrel. Seeing the beauty before him remain silent, Zhu Qingquang continued his monologue. Who exactly are you to dare block this young master's path? Ye Yaling coldly uttered 3 words, sharper than any sword. The one who kills you. She gave him no chance to babble further, directly striking. Today I'll borrow that dog life of yours as interest for an old debt. As soon as she finished speaking, a gleaming emperor weapon was already in her hand. Zhu Qingquang still maintained his usual arrogant attitude, the corner of his mouth curling into a contemptuous smile. Oh. If you won't reveal your name, Then I'll just have to capture you and take you back to Blood Domain for a slow interrogation." And Yaling didn't bother to respond. The Emperor weapon in her hand transformed into a streak of light as she employed the renowned Heart Sword art. Zhu Qingquang was no pushover either, immediately releasing his Blood Domain art, a bloody and foul aura enveloping the space. A piercing clang rang out as Yaling's sword and Zhu Qingquang's Blood Domain collided with sparks flying. That eerie Blood Domain of his kept expanding, like a crimson monster devouring everything around it to block Yaling. The trees it passed turned to ash, and Yaling, after a probing strike, proactively retreated, leaping into the air and then from above. Delivered a thunderous blow, her shout echoing throughout the mountains. "Son of the Blood Domain ancestor, Zhu Qingquang, your time of reckoning has come." Heart Sword art. This time it wasn't just one sword strike, but thousands upon thousands of sword shadows from the void rushing straight at Zhu Qingquang, easily piercing through his Blood Domain defenses. Zhu Qingquang's eyes shifted from arrogance to utter terror. In his mind only two words remained: Domain. This was in Yaling's sword intent domain, a power he absolutely couldn't withstand. Countless razor-sharp swords from all directions tore through space and slashed toward him. He could only offer up his precious body to take the hits, his mouth letting out pitiful screams. "Aya! Aya! Aya!" Only then did Zhu Qingquang realize he had stirred up a hornet's nest, frantically searching for an escape route in his panic. "Wait, that's not right. This isn't a true domain. It's just a domain simulated by sword intent. But at this rate, I'm definitely dead. I need to call for backup." And so this spoiled young master abandoned all dignity, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Father, save me." His pitiful cries for help echoed throughout the forest, sounding both pathetic and hilarious. Instantly, an earth-shaking wave of energy spread out, a powerful shockwave landing right beside Zhu Qingquang, sending an Yaling flying backward. A blood-colored barrier appeared, enveloping the dying young master, with a blurry figure inside supporting him. A cold, authoritative voice rang out, "Who are you?" That figure stood towering protectively over Zhu Qingquang, radiating an overwhelming aura, his tone arrogant. "Such audacity, daring to harm my son." Upon seeing his guardian appear, Zhu Qingquang's fear vanished instantly, replaced by a wicked grin. "Father." And Yaling narrowed her eyes, quickly recognizing the newcomer. Even though it was just a spiritual avatar, she couldn't be mistaken. This was one of her three great enemies, the Blood Domain ancestor. After being rescued, Zhu Qingquang became smug again, pointing at an Yaling while tattling to his father. "Father, capture that bitch for me. Later I'm going to play with her to my heart's content." The Blood Domain ancestor narrowed his eyes, assessing an Yaling, nodding in agreement. Indeed a peerless beauty. "Son, leave this to your father." And Yaling lightly snapped her fingers, producing a crisp sound, then coldly snorted. "You think you've already won? Keep that old man busy for me." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure wielding a long spear descended from the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound as his spear struck directly at the blood-colored barrier, protecting Zhu Qingquang. With just one spear strike, the sturdy barrier shattered. The one who had just appeared was none other than Kun Yuan Xian. Before Kun Yuan Xian's sudden and fierce attack, even the Blood Domain ancestor, despite being a powerful spiritual entity, couldn't react in time. A portion of his spiritual arm had been smashed to pieces. In his current state, he was completely suppressed by Kun Yuan Xian, continuously pushed back in a disadvantageous position. The old man was both furious and confused, roaring at Kun Yuan Xian. "Why?" Kun Yuan Xian only displayed a bizarre smile, his red eyes empty and soulless. This matter had to be traced back to the day Kun Yuan Xian was dealt with by Qin Tian. At that time, an Yaling had asked her master, "How should we handle Kun Yuan Xian's corpse?" Qin Tian pondered for a moment, then smiled mysteriously. "I have a very interesting use for it." That was the demon sound corpse control technique. a secret art that allows control of corpses through demonic sounds. For each level of cultivation increase, the practitioner can control an additional puppet below the supreme realm, returning to the chaotic present, while the blood domain ancestor was being taught a lesson by Kun Yuan Xian. And Yaoling had already set her sights on the main target, Zhu Qingquang. Dai, her sword flashed as it rushed toward him. Zhu Qingquang had now completely lost his support and once again fell into a state of utter panic. He was fundamentally no match for Yaoling. The blood domain ancestor in the distance could only helplessly cry out in despair. "This is bad. Quanger, be careful." But it was too late, and Yaoling directly sent Zhu Qingquang to his death with the heart sword art Shatter Soul. No, that was the final sound from the young master. His body was pierced by countless sword qi, exploding into a rain of blood. Witnessing his beloved son being slaughtered right before his eyes, the blood domain ancestor let out a heart-wrenching cry of anguish. "No!" He furiously pushed back Kun Yuan Xian, roaring, "Get away from me!" And Yaoling stood beside where Zhu Qingquang had just disintegrated, her voice cold as ice. "This is only the beginning, blood domain ancestor." The old man was being stared down by Kun Yuan Xian and couldn't do anything more. And Yaoling raised her bloodstained sword and pronounced sentence, "Sooner or later, I will send you down to reunite with your son." The blood domain ancestor was nearly powerless, could only grit his teeth and snarl word by word, "You wench, just you wait." And Yaoling coldly replied, "I'll be waiting." After that, the blood domain ancestor's spiritual avatar dissipated. In the distant blood domain, he furiously smashed a precious ceramic vase, his angry roar echoing throughout the palace. "My son, your father will definitely avenge you." He gritted his teeth, hatred filling the sky. "And there's Kun Yuan Xian. I must go find that Kun Yuan Empress woman and demand an explanation." That night at Yijing Huazhai, Bai Zioru brought her little sister back after a day of fun. "Brother-in-law, we're back. Everything here is so much fun. Tomorrow I still want to go out and play." And Yaoling also recounted today's events to Qin Tian. "Master, today I killed the blood domain ancestor's son." A few days later, in the sky above Qingyun City, the Black Dragon Demon Emperor rode on a massive bone dragon, leading a demon army bearing their fangs and claws, their aura fierce and menacing. He roared, "Listen well, people of Qingyun City. Immediately open the formation and surrender, otherwise I will bloodwash this place to the ground." The minions behind him also joined in shouting, "Surrender and live! Surrender and live!" This scene threw the city's residents into utter panic. At this moment, Qin Tian was leisurely grilling fish by the lakeside. The delicious aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. He paused his hands and turned to Mu Xuan sitting beside him. "Taoist Mu, it seems that earthworm black dragon has found his way here." Mu Xuan nodded slightly, taking a breath of the grilled fish aroma and sighed. "Smells delicious. This guy really knows how to pick his timing to visit." Thus, Qin Tian had no choice but to temporarily set aside his fish grilling career to deal with this minor matter. "Let's go take a look." Mu Xuan stood up. "All right." Just then, Zhang Wu brought a newly brewed jar of wine. "Young master, fine wine is here." Qin Tian dusted off his hands, laughing casually. "No problem, we'll just go for a moment and be right back. Remember to flip the fish for me, don't let it burn." Zhang Wu was somewhat bewildered by Qin Tian's calm demeanor, but still nodded. "Yes, young master." At the gates of Qingyun City, curses rang out unceasingly. "You bunch of traitors! You treacherous scum, I spit on you all." Qin Tian and Mu Xuan had just arrived and heard the commotion, so he spoke up. "What's going on?" "Xiao Zhan, why are you covered in blood?" Xiao Zhan saw the two of them and hurriedly clasped his hands. "Your Majesty, Master Qin," he reported to Mu Xuan, "because there are some forces in the city, led by the Qingmu Trading Company, who believe we're certain to lose. They plotted to attack the city lord's residence, intending to open the defensive formation to surrender to the Black Dragon Demon Emperor." He pointed at the corpses lying scattered on the ground. Therefore, I personally led troops to eliminate all these traitors. Muxuan nodded approvingly after hearing this. Well killed. Those who dared to think about selling out my Haitian empire deserve death without pity. Qin Tian cracked his wrists, warming up his muscles, grinning broadly. Well then, it's my turn to make a move next, isn't it? Muxuan responded. Next we must rely on Taoist Qin's divine might. Outside, the Black Dragon Demon Emperor was growing impatient when he saw a figure leisurely walking out. He narrowed his eyes, his tone full of mockery and contempt. So they send an unknown nobody to offer his life. Could it be that Haitian Empire has run out of talent? Where's Xiao Zhan? Why doesn't he show his face? Qin Tian just casually glanced at the bone dragon before smiling and saying, Xiao Zhan is busy flipping fish in the city. Also, I'm not here to offer my life. I'm here to take that dog life of yours. The Black Dragon Demon Emperor burst into loud laughter, not taking Qin Tian seriously at all. Such arrogance. A nameless nobody dares to speak so boldly. Qin Tian saw that the prey had taken the bait, secretly thinking his plan was successful. The Black Dragon Demon Emperor roared and directly charged to attack. Today I'll teach you what it means to invite disaster with your mouth. He sneered and rushed forward without any defense. Die for me. Qin Tian only smiled slightly as his goal was achieved. That's more like it. As always, he calmly drew the life-death sword. Despite the Black Dragon Demon Emperor charging at him with terrifying speed, Qin Tian remained calm, muttering, If it were long range, this move might not be very accurate, but at this distance. What Qin Tian was referring to was the famous 40-meter expanding blade ultimate technique, combined with the power of 3 phases. The life-death sword in his hand suddenly transformed, emanating a terrifying beam of light. Before the Black Dragon Demon Emperor could understand what was happening, his body suddenly froze in midair, his eyes wide with utter terror. There's no way I can miss. Swoosh! With one sound, Qin Tian's life-death sword effortlessly split the Black Dragon Demon Emperor in 2. The demon army behind him who had been cheering suddenly fell silent, followed by a wave of panic. What? What happened? Lord Black Dragon was killed in an instant. They couldn't believe their mighty lord had vanished so quickly. How is this possible? After Qin Tian dealt with the leader, he looked up at the bewildered minions and smiled warmly. Next, it's your turn, little demons. He swung his sword, employing the heart sword art. Qin Tian's sword transformed into a dragon of light, soaring straight up into the sky, sweeping across the entire demon army. With just one strike, Qin Tian had cleanly wiped out all the demons. In just a few breaths, the crisis of Qingyun City was neatly resolved. General Xiao Zhan stood on the city wall with his mouth agape, muttering, So powerful. Is this the power of the Emperor realm? Muxuan beside him seemed much calmer, turning to say, Xiao Zhan, I'll leave the battlefield clean up to you. Xiao Zhan was about to respond when he turned around and saw no one there. I wanted to go eat grilled fish with the master. Huh? Where's the master? Even Qin Tian had disappeared. When did they leave? Meanwhile, Zhang Wu was still diligently flipping fish and pouring wine. Qin Tian and Muxuan had returned to the campfire, just as the fish was perfectly cooked. Try this piece of fish, it's the best part. So fragrant. Zhang Wu was still busy with the wine jar and was startled when he saw the two had returned. Young Master Empress, you two are done already. He continued with his work. Your servant has finished pouring the wine. After Qin Tian finished with the fish, he called Zhang Wu over to eat together. The old man happily sat down to enjoy. Yes, master. Late into the night, the feast by the lake had not yet ended. Muxuan raised her cup, her face slightly flushed. Taoist Qin, killing a dragon emperor with one sword strike truly makes me admire you. This cup I toast to you. By now both of them were slightly tipsy, but still wanted to continue drinking. Taoist Qin were out of wine. Qin Tian saw the wine jar was empty and called out, "Zhang Wu, bring more wine." But no matter how much he called, no one answered. Qin Tian looked over and saw old Zhang Wu clutching an empty wine jar, mumbling, "Wine. Wine here." The old man had been completely drunk for who knows how long. Qin Tian tried to shake him awake. "Wake up. We're out of wine." Mu Xuan swayed a bit, saying, "Didn't expect your wine to be so strong. Even the Emperor realm can get drunk." Qin Tian laughed heartily, replying, "Of course. I used many precious spiritual fruits, combined with the finest wine, then used alchemy methods." He gesticulated with his hands, continuously refining to finally make this emperor's intoxication. Mu Xuan was astonished to hear this. "Besides artifact refining, you also know alchemy." Qin Tian proudly patted his chest. "Of course. Emperor-grade pills are just a small matter." This made Mu Xuan admire Qin Tian even more. "Is that so?" Time flew by like an arrow, and 3 years quickly passed. That morning, and Ye Yaling and Bai Xiaoru were cheerfully calling Qin Tian to wake up. Seeing that calling him repeatedly got no response, the two girls didn't bother with formalities, directly kicking the door open and rushing into the room, shouting, "Wake up already." Bai Xiaoru, who had now broken through to Peak Saint Realm, was grabbing Qin Tian by the collar and pulling him up, with one hand holding a toothbrush to help him brush his teeth, while continuously urging, "Today is King King's succession ceremony. You can't be late. Hurry and get up." And Ye Yaling, whose cultivation had also reached the 3rd level of Saint Realm, was helping him put on his clothes while nagging. "All these years she has always looked up to you as an elder, as a master. If you're late, imagine how heartbroken the child will be." Bai Xiaoru continued cheerfully, "Oh, and this time you'll have to attend the ceremony alone. Ye Yaling and I aren't going." And Ye Yaling nodded and added, "That's right, I suddenly have a feeling of imminent breakthrough and need to enter seclusion immediately." As for Bai Xiaoxiao, she doesn't want to go out, so Xiaoru has to stay and watch over her. On the table was a command token that had been sent over. Inside was Mu King's invitation. "3 days from now is my succession ceremony. I hope you can attend. Also, please bring this token with you. It will allow you to enter and exit the Imperial Palace freely." Qin Tian was left with all the tasks dumped on him by the two girls, his face twisted. What a pair of scheming sisters. Before he could say another word, a bag of supplies was thrown into his hands. Immediately after, the door slammed shut, leaving Qin Tian alone and bewildered in the courtyard with the bag. Qin Tian, after 3 years of cultivation now at the 2nd level of Emperor Realm, was still confused as to why he had been kicked out of the house. At the capital of Haitian Empire, where the coronation ceremony was about to take place, Mu King was chatting with her mother. "Mother, you're having me take the throne. Is it because my relationship with Uncle Qin is the best?" Mu Xuan gently combed her daughter's hair and replied, "That's right. Taoist Qin is not only an alchemist who can refine emperor-grade pills, but also a blacksmith who can forge emperor weapons. Moreover, you being able to break through to Emperor Realm was thanks to his pills. Of course, we must maintain this good relationship." Mu King suddenly understood after hearing this. So that's how it is. Thanks to Qin Tian's pills, she had broken through to the 1st level of Emperor Realm. Seeing her daughter looking somewhat worried, Mu Xuan comforted her. "Don't overthink it. Besides your relationship with Taoist Qin, your abilities are also the most outstanding. This is what matters most. That's why I chose you to become the next Empress of Haitian Empire." Hearing these words, Mu King became more confident. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was currently being blocked at the entrance. "Halt." A guard saw that Qin Tian was dressed rather ordinarily and blocked his way. The imperial capital is a forbidden zone, no unauthorized entry allowed. Qin Tian lazily took out the token that Mu King had sent. The moment they saw the token, the guards' attitudes immediately changed 180 degrees. They hurriedly bowed respectfully. "We pay respects to your excellency." "Please enter, your excellency." Qin Tian looked at the token in his hand and thought to himself, having a VIP pass feels pretty good. And so he cheerfully walked inside. Just then, a girl nearby noticed him. The girl beamed with a radiant smile and ran over to greet him. Young Master Qin. Qin Tian was somewhat surprised. Huh. You know me. The girl cheerfully introduced herself. I'm Xiao Ming, daughter of General Xiao Zhan. Qin Tian was internally shocked. Good heavens, I didn't know that old man already has a daughter this grown up. Right at this moment, a young master who had romantic feelings for Xiao Ming saw this scene and was visibly jealous. Annoying, I can't hear what they're saying. Who exactly is this pretty boy? He was exerting so much force that the brick under his foot was about to crack. How dare he get close to my Xiao Ming? This person was Gong Yusi. Bang! A loud bell rang throughout the imperial capital. Xiao Ming said to Qin Tian, "The bell has sounded, we can go inside now." Qin Tian happily agreed. All right, let's go together. After that, the two went to where the ceremony was being held. Everyone was lining up to present their congratulatory gifts. This is a night luminous pearl, specially presented to congratulate the new empress. Each gift was recorded and announced loudly. The Bai family presents one night luminous pearl. Qin Tian was lurking behind the crowd at this moment and accidentally overheard this, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking, I'm done for, I forgot to bring a congratulatory gift. Those two fishes Yaoling and Xiaoru didn't even bother to remind me. That buck-toothed Gong Yusi was looking at Qin Tian with scrutinizing eyes, harboring malicious intent, his smile full of wickedness. He proactively approached to cause trouble, his tone full of mockery. Hey pretty boy, which family are you from? Don't tell me you came here without bringing a congratulatory gift. You really bring shame to your family. Xiao Ming standing beside Qin Tian hurriedly scolded. Gong Yusi, shut up. Do you know who young Master Qin is? But Gong Yusi replied nonchalantly. All the famous young masters in Haitian Empire, I know them all. But a young master with only spiritual movement stage cultivation, I've truly never heard of. The people around them burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha, Xiao Ming was so angry she was trembling, glaring at Gong Yusi. You. Qin Tian said nothing. He walked to the registration desk holding a piece of paper. This is my congratulatory gift. Even the gift receiver was stunned, having never seen anyone bring a piece of paper as a gift before. He asked in confusion, paper? Sir, Qin Tian answered without changing expression. Correct. This gave Gong Yusi an even better opportunity to attack. He couldn't help but burst out laughing, then clutched his belly laughing hysterically. A new emperor's succession, and you only gift a piece of scrap paper. I think you're here to freeload. I'm dying of laughter. What a shameless pauper. The others also joined in laughing. Gong Yusi was feeling extremely satisfied inside, thinking he had completely humiliated Qin Tian. A friendly-looking person nearby quietly said to Qin Tian, Listen, brother, how did you manage to offend Gong Yusi? He's a notorious, debaucherous young master. If you've truly offended him, hurry up and apologize. Qin Tian replied innocently, How would I know? I don't even know him. Gong Yusi was still laughing like he'd won the lottery. After the gift-giving portion, everyone entered the main hall. The deeper inside one's position, the higher the status. At the very top was the empress's seat, followed by the 4 great families and the princes, then the ministers. Gong Yusi continued targeting Qin Tian. As for where a pretty boy like you should sit, probably outside the door. Qin Tian didn't bother arguing back. He pointed at the highest platform and asked, Why are there 3 dragon thrones up there? Gong Yusi smugly replied, Such a country bumpkin, though I can't blame you. He explained, Those 3 dragon thrones, one is for Ice Spring Empress, one is for the new Empress, and the last one is reserved for Grandmaster Qin, an Emperor-grade artifact refiner. He didn't forget to praise Qin Tian. Only someone like Grandmaster Qin is qualified to sit as equals with 2 generations of empresses. Qin Tian nodded understandingly after hearing this. Oh, it's reserved for Grandmaster Qin. Gong Yu Si continued rambling. For someone like you to be fortunate enough to glimpse Grandmaster Qin's elegant demeanor is already a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Now knowing his position, Qin Tian said nothing more, just shifted his body and was already seated on the 3rd dragon throne. This scene left everyone present stunned, their faces changing color, because no one had recognized his true identity. After sitting down, Qin Tian stretched comfortably. Dragon thrones really are different, so comfortable to sit on. Gong Yu Si was the first to react. He pointed at Qin Tian and yelled loudly, "How audacious! A spiritual movement realm trash like you dare to sit on the dragon throne. This is the seat for Ice Spring Empress, the new Empress and Grandmaster Qin. Your actions are challenging imperial authority." Others also chimed in with their whispers. Indeed, just spiritual movement realm, isn't this some idiot son from somewhere who wandered in? This time his family is doomed because of him. That's right, when giving gifts, do you know what he gave? A piece of paper that says, "One exclusive artifact refining session." Made me die laughing. Not only that, a voice full of authority rang out from the entrance. "Ignorant brat. Is that seat something you're worthy of sitting on? You deserve death 10,000 times over." The one who just arrived was the patriarch of the Gong Yu family, one of the 4 great families. Gong Yu Si's father, Gong Yu Mingxuan. He was gleeful inside. This is a chance to perform in front of the new empress. Must stop this, and I'll be credited later. Qin Tian couldn't be bothered with the young Gong Yu Si, but when an old man dared to lecture him, he looked straight at him and said, "Ignorant brat. Who do you think you are?" Gong Yu Mingxuan roared at Gong Yu Si, courting death. "Sire, help me capture this thief who challenges imperial authority." With his father backing him up, Gong Yu Si immediately became eager. "Yes, father." Despite a young and old one charging at him, Qin Tian remained calmly seated on the throne, the corner of his mouth just curving into a smile, with no intention of defending himself. But at that very moment a shout rang out, "Insolent!" Following that, the father-son pair of Gong Yu was sent flying by an invisible force, tumbling several times on the ground, completely unable to resist. Gong Yu Mingxuan coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, speaking aggrievedly. "Why? Why?" At this moment, Mu Qingqing had already positioned herself in front of Qin Tian, angrily shouting, "Why, you ask? You dare to attack Grandmaster Qin, an emperor-grade artifact refiner. My uncle Qin, and you still ask why?" Hearing these words from Mu Qingqing, both Gong Yu Mingxuan and his son were horrified, their mouths agape, simultaneously exclaiming, "What? Impossible!" Gong Yu Mingxuan thought he had misheard, trembling as he pointed at Qin Tian. He is Grandmaster Qin." Mu Qingqing by now spoke with the full authority of an empress. "If you've offended my uncle Qin, don't blame me for being merciless." She directly declared, "Starting today, the Gong Yu family will be erased from Haitian Empire, all assets confiscated." Gong Yu Mingxuan tried to resist, yelling, "No. Wait. You don't have the authority to erase the Gong Yu family. Ice Spring Empress won't agree." Right at that moment, another voice rang out from the entrance, "I agree." Mu Xuan walked in, speaking majestically. "In this Haitian Empire, whoever offends Grandmaster Qin is the same as offending me. No matter who it is, I will not spare them." When they saw her arrive, everyone bowed in unison. "We pay respects to the Empress." Mu Xuan ordered, "Starting now, the Gong Yu family will be erased from Haitian Empire. All assets confiscated, forever forbidden from setting foot in the empire." At this point, Gong Yu Mingxuan's entire body went numb, because he knew the Gong Yu family was truly finished now. Gong Yu Si saw his father like this and ran over anxiously, "Father." Now Gong Yu Mingxuan's eyes were completely hollow, muttering, "The Gong Yu family. The Gong Yu family is finished." After that, Mu Qingqing's coronation ceremony continued. When the ceremony ended, everyone bowed together and called out, We pay respects to Mu Tian Empress. Mu Qingqing had now officially become Empress. She smiled and looked over at Qin Tian, saying, "Uncle Qin, today is my succession ceremony. May I make a slightly excessive request of you?" Qin Tian was somewhat surprised, gently responding, as long as it's not too excessive, that's fine." Mu Qingqing playfully stuck out her tongue and made her request, "I want to become your disciple." Qin Tian was very pleased about this. He gave a thumbs up and answered simply, "Of course, no problem." Upon getting these words from Qin Tian, Mu Qingqing happily cheered. "Yeah." Mu Xuan, standing beside, couldn't help but laugh. "Are you happy now, my silly daughter?" "My Mu Tian Empress." It must be said, Mu Qingqing's mood at this moment was more like a child receiving a gift than a dignified empress. After taking on another disciple, Qin Tian began connecting the events together, musing to himself, "Wait. Starting from when I took Yaoling, a reincarnated empress, as my disciple. The disciples I took on afterwards were respectively the empress of the Yangming kingdom, and now the Mu Tian empress." Thinking of this, Qin Tian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, exclaiming to himself, "Unbelievable. All my disciples are empresses." Scene changed to 1 month later. That day, and Yaoling brought a new set of clothes for Qin Tian, cheerfully saying, "Master, these are clothes I bought last time when I went shopping. Please try them on." Qin Tian didn't disappoint his disciple and put on the new outfit. After getting properly dressed, Qin Tian stepped out looking handsome and asked, "How is it?" Seeing and Yaoling not responding, he asked again, "Does it look good?" And Yaoling gazed at Qin Tian in his new outfit, her eyes lighting up, praising endlessly, "Very handsome. From now on, master should wear this." Done with the matter of his own clothes, Qin Tian smiled teasingly at Yaoling. "Did you buy anything for yourself?" Yaoling blushed slightly at this topic and immediately waved it off. "No." Seeing this, Qin Tian had deeper thoughts, smiling wickedly. "Seems like she's already bought something very exciting. Must inspect Yaoling's chambers more often from now on." But right at that moment, whoosh, something came flying into the room. It was Mu Qingqing. Because she was in such a hurry, she accidentally tripped right where Qin Tian was standing. And so, Qin Tian got another chance to show off. Quick as lightning, he caught his hurried little disciple. One hand supporting her back, one hand pulling Qingqing close, his expression gentle as he asked, "In such a hurry, what happened?" This action left Qingqing frozen, speechless. "Ma. Master." It wasn't until Yaoling spoke up, breaking the romantic scene. "How long do you two plan to keep hugging?" That Mu Qingqing suddenly snapped back to reality, frantically saying, "Ah, right. Master, help. Kun Yuan Empress and the Blood Domain Ancestor have joined forces and are attacking." Her face was filled with fear mixed with worry, her eyes glistening with tears. My mother alone can't withstand them." On the other side, the Blood Domain Ancestor was continuously attacking Mu Xuan. Blood Domain Hand, a massive arm made of fresh blood aimed straight at Mu Xuan. Mu Xuan was struggling extremely hard to defend herself. Hayashan Shield. She created a thick layer of ice shield enveloping herself. Kun Yuan Empress then drew her sword, speaking coldly to Mu Xuan. "Ice Spring, relying on yourself alone, there's no way you can defeat me in Blood Domain." After that, she swung her sword at Mu Xuan, combining with the Blood Domain Ancestor's attack. Kun Yuan piercing dawn. Under the pressure of two great emperors, Mu Xuan's defenses were quickly shattered. She was sent flying, crashing hard into a city wall. Kun Yuan Empress continued, "Those who know the times are the true heroes surrender." She offered a proposal. "As long as you submit and hand over Hayashan Empire to my Kun Yuan Empire, I will spare you and your daughter's lives." The Blood Domain Ancestor was still bitter about his son's death, roaring, "Hand over the woman who killed my son. I know she's in Hayashan Empire. I will make that wretch wish she were dead." And the perfect moment for Qin Tian to appear had arrived. Like a ghost, he suddenly materialized right behind the blood domain ancestor. Who are you saying will wish they were dead? A sudden sword attack aimed at the blood domain ancestor. Despite that, the old man reacted quickly, immediately using blood domain maelstrom to block. But that one sword from Qin Tian was too powerful. The blood domain ancestor couldn't withstand it. Was sent flying straight into the ground, creating a deep crater. Mu Xuan, seeing Qin Tian arrive, struggled to stand up. Taoist Qin, you're here. Qin Tian turned to assess the situation, saying, Qingqing told me you were injured, so I came immediately. Kun Yuan Empress stood to the side, glancing at Qin Tian with contempt. Ice Spring, is this the reinforcement you found? Too weak. Just a first-level Emperor realm, and he fantasizes about saving Haitian Empire. She lightly stabbed her sword into the ground, continuing to mock, only capable of underhanded tricks like sneak attacks to repel blood domain. In a one-on-one fight, he's definitely no match for him. The blood domain ancestor had now flown up from the deep crater. Qin Tian showed some interest, smiling. Tusk, you're still not dead. This remark made the blood domain ancestor even more furious. He directly attacked. A mere first-level Emperor realm weakling dares to sneak attack me. I'll chop you into 100 pieces. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched tight, looking extremely terrifying. Blood Qi Spear. The blood domain ancestor transformed blood Qi into a long spear, striking down at Qin Tian, but he easily dodged. Despite the blood domain ancestor's frenzied attacks, Qin Tian calmly said, Taoist Mu, can you still move? Leave Kun Yuan Empress to you. Mu Xuan gripped her sword tightly and responded, Of course. Then blood domain is up to you, Taoist Qin. Kun Yuan Empress was in no hurry, smiling. Things are getting interesting. Qin Tian also smiled. Old blood domain, before we fight I should tell you something. Both the blood domain ancestor and Kun Yuan Empress simultaneously turned their eyes toward Qin Tian, waiting. Qin Tian emphasized each word, his tone full of sympathy. Regarding the death of your son. I feel very sad, very heartbroken. After all, he died so miserably, and moreover, it was my disciple who killed him. Hearing this, the blood domain ancestor became even more enraged. Qin Tian continued adding fuel to the fire. In the matter of killing your son and helping you cut off your bloodline, I also contributed a bit behind the scenes. No need to thank me, eh? These words were like thousands of needles, piercing the blood domain ancestor's heart. He let out a piercing scream, Allah! Damn you! I'll make you pay. I'll kill you. Blood Spirit Divine Light, a blood-colored spear aimed straight at Qin Tian. Qin Tian simply used Spirit Transformation / creating a barrier to block the attack. Qin Tian continued his extreme verbal assault, poking at the already thin self-esteem of old blood domain. Hey old man, bring out all your ancestral secret techniques. Why so secretive? Otherwise, people will think you're just an old turtle, only knowing how to hide and flee. The blood domain ancestor was so angry his beard and hair stood on end, roaring earth-shatteringly. You little brat still wet behind the ears, you dare to humiliate this old man. I swear I'll grind you into thousands of pieces, scatter your ashes for the fish to eat before I'm satisfied. The blood sea raged with mad waves as the blood domain ancestor slashed wildly at Qin Tian, but in the end only struck the illusions shattering in the mirrors. Qin Tian's image appeared leisurely from countless fragments, taunting, Oh my, such weak swordsmanship looks pretty but has zero killing power. The blood domain ancestor ground his teeth and switched to palm techniques, unleashing boundless blood sea. Qin Tian appeared again, shaking his head boredly. Palm techniques are just as pathetically useless. He continued his mental torture of the old ancestor. Old man, you've truly disappointed me. With these cat-scratching abilities, I really don't understand which backdoor you used to reach Emperor Realm. You're a great shame to the words Emperor Realm. Listen to me, be good and go home to suckle mother's milk, then go to bed early. The blood domain ancestor, too ashamed and thus mad, screamed until his throat went hoarse. Ah! You little brat still smelling of milk, you dare insult me. I'll kill you. He decided to go all in, playing his final trump card, opening the Blood Emperor Purgatory domain. Immediately, Qin Tian was drawn into another space, a massive crucible with boiling magma everywhere. Qin Tian maintained his annoyingly calm expression, looking around. Oh, this is the old man's domain. The blood domain ancestor howled ear-piercing noises. You little brat, open your domain now. I'll crush it, flatten you like a cockroach. His roars grew louder, full of rage. I'll make you taste the feeling of despair and fear down to your very bones. Qin Tian just casually raised the life-death sword, snorting lightly. Arrogance and ignorance are the fatal weaknesses that will bury you. To deal with someone like you, I won't even bother opening my domain. Just one sword strike is enough to shatter this chicken coop of yours. I'll grant you a divine punishment, power of 3 phases. As soon as he finished speaking, countless Qin Tian illusions from the mirrors simultaneously swung the life-death sword, rushing straight at the ancestor. Meanwhile outside, Muxuan and Kun Yuan Empress were still locked in a stalemate. Kun Yuan Empress placed complete faith in Old Man Blood Domain, casually mocking. The domain has opened. Seems like the blood domain ancestor is getting serious. Your little lover boy is about to lose his soul because of you, Ice Spring. On the contrary, Muxuan had absolute confidence in Qin Tian's strength, laughing and retorting. Ha, who's the cat and who's the mouse remains to be seen. Inside the domain, the battle had swiftly come to its end. The blood domain ancestor collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. I actually lost. He couldn't accept the cruel reality, looking up at Qin Tian with eyes full of resentment and doubt. I was defeated by a mere first-level Emperor Realm brat, someone who didn't even bother to open his domain. What the hell is happening? I don't believe it. The blood domain ancestor had been fed a beating by Qin Tian to the point of questioning his entire existence, his mind spinning in a mess. If this is a nightmare, please someone slap me hard so I can wake up. Qin Tian only showed a faint smile, pronouncing judgment. Game over. After that, he unleashed the final finishing blow, Heart Sword Intoxicating Soul. A single sword strike seemed to split the space inside the domain in half. Immediately, the Blood Emperor Purgatory domain began to crack and shatter. The tremendous disturbance forced Kun Yuan Empress and Muxuan to pause their battle, holding their breath to observe the result, as this was the determining point for the entire war's fate. As the dust gradually cleared, the blood domain ancestor's figure appeared, but in a very artistic position. It turned out to be Qin Tian, standing behind, one hand lifting up the old man's severed head. He clicked his tongue in regret. Tusk, the old man's emperor soul still managed to escape. Well, that's enough for a severe wound anyway. Having lost this body, his emperor soul is like a fish on a cutting board. Sooner or later I'll catch him and scatter his soul to avenge Yaoling. After confirming that the blood domain ancestor had truly been sent off by Qin Tian, Kun Yuan Empress's confidence evaporated completely. She was so horrified she couldn't believe her own eyes. What? Blood Domain, a mighty third-level Emperor Realm powerhouse, was beheaded by a first-level brat. Is this a joke? Muxuan at this point was relieved of a tremendous burden, showing a radiant smile as she jabbed at her opponent. It seems the balance of power between our two empires is about to tilt to another side, don't you think? Muxuan swung her weapon, taking the initiative to attack. Ice Spring Wings. A massive ice phoenix appeared, roaring as it charged straight at Kun Yuan Empress. The Empress's expression grew increasingly ugly. She hurriedly defended, deploying Kun Yuan Dragon Transformation, creating a golden dragon to counter the ice phoenix. The earth-shaking collision created a violent shockwave, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Muxuan smiled at Kun Yuan Empress, her tone full of mockery. Kun Yuan, those words you said earlier, Now I'm returning them to you word for word." She repeated the Empress's demands. "Relying on yourself alone, you can't fight against me and Taoist Qin. Those who know the times are the true heroes. Surrender. As long as you submit and hand over Kun Yuan Empire to my Haitian Empire, I'll spare your life and let you stay to serve us." Qin Tian had also flown over to join the fun, lightly stepping on the headless corpse of the blood domain ancestor as he said, "Of course." He smirked, leaving a meaningful statement. "This still depends on whether my disciple agrees." Surrounded from all sides, Kun Yuan Empress shook with anger, grinding her teeth. "Damned wretches. Never." Her face looked ready to crack from fury, roaring. "Even if my soul scatters, I will never let you humiliate me like this." Mu Xuan didn't want to waste words, directly attacking. "If that's what you want, then go ahead and scatter. Taoist Qin, give me a hand." Qin Tian happily agreed, "No problem." And so Kun Yuan Empress was ganged up on by Qin Tian and Mu Xuan together. Heian I Spring Sword Heart. Swallowing Sun and Moon. The result came faster than expected. Kun Yuan Empress fell. Just half a year later, after losing its empress, Kun Yuan Empire was completely absorbed by Haitian Empire. At Yijing Huazhai, Qin Tian's usual residence, Bai Xiaoru put her arm around Mu Qingqing's shoulder, pulling her over with a beaming face. "Qingqing, you've finally come." Mu Qingqing was still dazed, her mind floating on clouds, asking, "You called me here so urgently, what for?" Bai Xiaoru smiled mysteriously. "He, you'll find out soon." When Mu Qingqing stepped within the boundaries of Huazhai, she felt herself pass through a layer of barrier. Looking around, she saw a massive formation array enveloping the entire area. Mu Qingqing looked outside and immediately deduced this was a sturdy barrier. After everyone had gathered together, Qin Tian spoke up. "I have carved countless formation arrays throughout Yijing Huazhai. Because next I shall bestow upon you all a great fortune, an immense creation." Hearing the words creation, everyone's eyes widened with curiosity. Qin Tian continued, "Indeed, but this creation will cause considerable harm to me. I will fall into a weakened state for several days, and there may be some unpredictable side effects, which is why I had to be so mysterious about it. Later, everyone needs to maintain a certain distance from me." Zhang Yan sounded worried, "Causing great harm, unknown side effects. This sounds too dangerous." And Yaling also agreed, advising, "That's right, Master, perhaps you should reconsider." Qin Tian quickly reassured them. "Everyone, please rest assured, I have my own calculations. I have a secret technique called the Sound of the Great Tao, which can help everyone enter a state of enlightenment once. But it only works the first time, so I hope everyone will cherish this opportunity." Then he gently plucked the strings and said, "Well then, let us begin." Qin Tian began playing a melody with gentle, soothing rhythms. When the first notes rang out, everyone felt a sense of relaxation and comfort spreading throughout their bodies. And Yaling closed her eyes, enjoying a peace she had never experienced before. Xiao Meng was also immersed in each rhythm, as if all burdens and worries were lifted away. No striving, no seeking, souls drifting through the void. Time passed, everyone was intoxicated, comprehending the fortune that Qin Tian had brought. After a while, when the creation ended, Qin Tian opened the door and returned to his room to rest. At this moment, he looked rather haggard, dazed like someone who hadn't slept in a week. Damn, dazed like a junkie. I didn't expect this Sound of the Great Tao to play a trick by absorbing all the 7 emotions and 6 desires from everyone and stuffing them all into me. Absorbing so much at once. While muttering complaints, he suddenly noticed something was off and stopped with a puzzled look. It was Bai Xiaoru. Seeing him arrive, she turned around and smiled. "Qin Tian, I have something to discuss with you." Bai Xiaoru got straight to the point. "My mother's birthday is coming up, I want to." But before she could finish her sentence, Qin Tian suddenly grabbed her shoulders. The family letter in Xiaoru's hand fell to the ground. Qin Tian at this moment didn't seem quite lucid, staggering and falling onto her. Bai Xiaoru was pinned down by Qin Tian, her face flushed red with embarrassment. She called out softly, "Qin! Qin Tian!" When she saw Qin Tian leaning closer and closer, Bai Xiaoru said in a panic, "What? What are you doing?" "I came to find you to talk about my mother." But Qin Tian seemed to hear nothing, his actions becoming increasingly improper. Bai Xiaoru felt her whole body going numb, struggling in vain. No. This can't happen. And by chance, this entire scene was witnessed by Bai Xiaoru's narrowed eyes from a corner where she was hiding. The little girl smiled gleefully, silently applauding this action. Later at Kinkyu Mountain. As soon as she saw the familiar mountain, Bai Xiaoru informed him, "Qin Tian, up ahead is Kinkyu." She wrapped her arms around Qin Tian, her voice slightly choked. "I once thought I would never be able to return here. Fortunately, you were there." Qin Tian, with a large bump on his head gifted by Xiaoru the other day, gently comforted her. "Don't cry, don't cry. If your friends and relatives see later, they'll think I bullied you." Bai Xiaoru, standing nearby, mischievously interjected, "Brother-in-law, you bully my sister even more when in bed. I saw everything." Bai Xiaoru was so embarrassed she wanted to sink into the ground, shouting, "Xiaoru! What nonsense are you saying? There's nothing going on between me and Qin Tian." Bai Xiaoru hurriedly acted cute, hiding behind Qin Tian. "Brother-in-law, quick, control your woman, she's too fierce." So the two sisters kept tugging back and forth, with Qin Tian caught in the middle. Bai Xiaoru kept trying to explain, "I already said he's not my brother-in-law. Do you want me to punish you?" While Bai Xiaoru insisted, he is. Fierce like a fire-breathing dragon. The two kept chasing each other all the way to the gates of Kinkyu City, with Xiaoru screaming, "Imperial Princess of Kinkyu, stop right there. Brother-in-law, save me." Soon after, the group arrived at Kinkyu City. Qin Tian saw two giant stone statues on either side of the city gate and curiously asked, "Who is this? How narcissistic to build such huge statues." Bai Xiaoru, standing beside him, proudly answered, "That's my grandfather." Immediately, Qin Tian's tone did a 180-degree turn. "No wonder the moment I saw this statue, I felt it exuded an aura reaching the heavens, majestic and imposing, truly impressive, truly impressive." Bai Xiaoru shot him a bullet-like glare, thinking, "Such a fake." Bai Xiaoru continued proudly, "My grandfather, Bai Wudi, is the strongest person in the Fox tribe currently. 10,000 years ago, he was already a half-step supreme." Qin Tian was somewhat amazed, sighing, "Already a half-step supreme 10,000 years ago, truly formidable." This made him puzzled about Bai Xiaoru's situation. "Then, why were you forced to leave home? Could that Dai Tian be more powerful than your grandfather?" Bai Xiaoru quickly denied. "How could that be? Dai Tian is no match for my grandfather. It's just that grandfather has been in seclusion for thousands of years, and there's been no news of him for the past 1,000 years." Qin Tian didn't say it out loud, but thought to himself, "That long without any news, I'm afraid your grandfather has already gone to heaven to pick flowers and chase butterflies." After chatting about the statues, everyone entered Kinkyu City together. From afar, this place was indeed prosperous and lively. After observing for a while, Qin Tian commented, "I didn't expect Kinkyu City to be so bustling." Bai Xiaoru walked beside him and agreed, "Because Mother's birthday banquet is coming up, the city is more lively than usual." And at this moment, the two of them became the center of countless gazes. People murmured, "Look, it's the Imperial Princess. The Imperial Princess has returned, really. Who's that man beside her? He's so handsome." Bai Xiaoru's return also raised many questions. The Imperial Princess hasn't been seen for a while. She looks even more beautiful. But can she really return? What about Dai Ming's side? However, some people spoke up for her. They're too much. She finally managed to come back. Don't think about bad things, but this isn't something we can control. Before long, a middle-aged man suddenly blocked Xiaoru's path, his deep voice full of disapproval. "If you've already left, why come back? Don't you know that doing so will bring disaster upon Kinkyu? This person was Bai Hao, one of the 5 emperors of Kinkyu, a powerful cultivator at the 3rd level of Emperor Realm. Zioru hurriedly explained, "Second uncle, I just want to visit my parents. Once I wish mother a happy birthday, I'll leave immediately." Qin Tian, who had been watching over Zioru the whole time, reached out to pat her head affectionately and spoke on her behalf. "Stay as long as you want. Kinkyu fears Dai Ming, but I don't. If they can't protect you, then I will." Bai Hao was extremely displeased that an outsider was interfering and glared at Qin Tian, shouting, "How audacious! Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly in my Kinkyu?" Bai Xiaoxiao, who had been silent until now, puffed out her chest and introduced with pride and arrogance, "This is my brother-in-law." Qin Tian was stunned, gaping. "Huh!" Zioru was so embarrassed she could die, hurriedly denying, "Xiaoxiao, don't speak nonsense." She turned to explain to Bai Hao, "Second uncle, please don't believe her, the child is talking nonsense." But Bai Xiaoxiao's introduction only made Bai Hao even more displeased with Qin Tian. He released an overwhelming aura and aggressively said, "A mere brat at Spirit Movement Realm thinks he's worthy of being Kinkyu's son-in-law. Kinkyu doesn't welcome you, get lost." Qin Tian looked unfazed and indifferent, responding, "Whether I leave or stay is not for you to decide." This tone infuriated Bai Hao even more. He gathered a fireball in his hand, preparing to attack. "You insolent brat, let me teach you how to speak to your elders." But when he saw the 2 sisters standing in front of Qin Tian, his eyes narrowed, his tone threatening. "Do you 2 want to die as well? You dare protect him?" Bai Xiaoxiao honestly looked up at Bai Hao and said, "Second uncle, I'm not protecting brother-in-law, I'm protecting you. If we really fought, brother-in-law would only need 1 hand to defeat you." Zioru was in charge of persuading Qin Tian. "My second uncle has a bad temper, don't take it to heart, stay calm." Bai Hao naturally didn't believe this outrageous claim, when he could only sense Spirit Movement Realm cultivation on Qin Tian. "I want to see just how strong this brat is." With that, a fireball flew from his hand straight toward Qin Tian's position. Bai Zioru tried to stop it. "No." Qin Tian said nothing, simply spoke softly, "Life and death sword." But at that moment, a giant fox silhouette appeared, enveloping Qin Tian. This surprised Bai Hao somewhat. It was Zioru. She had blocked Bai Hao's attack while also stopping Qin Tian. "Second uncle, we shouldn't be fighting among ourselves here, right?" She continued reasoning. "If we do this, how are we any different from Dai Ming? We are the Kinkyu tribe, we've always sought peace." Zioru's words left Bai Hao completely speechless. The surrounding people also agreed, supporting her. "That's right, the imperial princess is correct, the elder has gone too far." To end this chaos, someone with authority stepped forward. "Everyone stop this instant." This voice quickly drew everyone's attention, and it was none other than the clan leader of Kinkyu, Bai Jiangyu. Everyone hurried to pay respects. "Welcome, clan leader." Bai Xiaoxiao saw her father and happily ran over, jumping into his embrace. "Father." Bai Zioru's eyes were brimming with tears. Her weak voice called out, "Father." Bai Jiangyu embraced Xiaoxiao, then said gently to his eldest daughter, "Zioru, you were safe outside, why did you come back? Now causing such a big commotion, Dai Ming's people will surely find out." Qin Tian, who had been watching over Zioru the whole time, noticed she seemed troubled. So he put his arm around her shoulders and spoke on her behalf. "I brought Zioru back. With me here, no one can harm her." Bai Jiangyu thought this was just the arrogant talk of youth and responded, "Young people can be confident but not conceited. You don't understand how terrifying Dai Ming is." He sighed softly and said, "Haze, but since you're already back, go see your mother. She misses you dearly." In passing, he added, "It just so happens that your mother's birthday banquet is in a few days, you should attend as well." Zioru hesitated. Is that okay?" Bai Jiangyu comforted her. "What silly things are you saying? You're our daughter." With her father's approval, Zioru visibly brightened. "Yes, thank you father, I'll go right now." Bai Xiaoxiao was carefree as ever, cheerfully saying, "Great sister, we can go see mother now." Qin Tian gently patted Xiaoru's head and softly asked, "Happy now?" Xiaoru nodded gently. Watching the three leave, Bai Hao spoke up. "Elder brother, if you let Xiaoru stay like this, what if Dai Ming's people come looking for her?" Bai Jiangyu replied, "Second brother, you probably noticed when you exchanged moves with Xiaoru just now. The girl has broken through to the Emperor realm." "Do you know what that means?" Bai Hao was somewhat puzzled. "The Heavenly Fox bloodline." Bai Jiangyu nodded. "Correct, Xiaoru has definitely awakened the Heavenly Fox bloodline." At this point, Bai Hao asked with hope, "Then doesn't that mean Xiaoru has the potential to become a Heavenly Fox? When that happens, our Fox tribe will be able to dominate Jiangsu." Bai Jiangyu didn't care much about that. He said somewhat painfully, "Whether we dominate or not isn't important. I just think our girl Xiaoru is so sensible it's heartbreaking. It's clearly her mother's birthday, yet she has a home she cannot return to. These years, she must have had it very hard." At this point, Bai Jiangyu decided to stand up against Dai Ming. "Dai Ming's people have gone too far. I have failed my duty as a father. For the future of the Fox tribe, issue the order to prepare for war against Dai Ming." Xiaoru quickly made her way to her mother's residence. As soon as she arrived, she couldn't help but call out "Mother" after so many days apart. Qinglan, Xiaoru's mother, heard the familiar voice and turned around. A tight embrace after so many days apart made Xiaoru unable to hold back her sobbing. Qinglan also held her daughter, somewhat surprised. "My silly girl, you've returned." Xiaoru let out all her emotions, sobbing, "Mother, I missed you so much." Qinglan gently comforted her daughter, asking, "Silly girl, have you not been eating properly again? You've gotten thinner." Xiaoru pouted back, "Mother is the one who's thinner." Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoxiao stood beside them watching the reunion. Seeing the little girl not reacting, Qin Tian softly asked, "Why don't you go over and join the hug?" Xiaoxiao took Qin Tian's hand and gently replied, "Oh, I can come back any time, but mother really misses sister. That's one of the reasons I wanted to sneak out and find her." Qinglan only now noticed the young man standing next to Xiaoxiao and asked Xiaoru, "This young master is?" Xiaoru suddenly remembered and said, "Oh right, I haven't introduced him to mother yet." But before she could finish, Xiaoxiao quickly interrupted, "Mom, this is brother-in-law." Xiaoru panicked again, trying to explain, "Mother, don't listen to Xiaoxiao's nonsense." She felt awkward about their relationship, embarrassedly saying, "This is young Master Qin Tian. During this time, your daughter has received much care from him." Qinglan smiled warmly at Qin Tian upon hearing this. "So you're my daughter's benefactor. It happens that my birthday is coming up. If young Master Qin doesn't mind, I hope you can attend." Qin Tian also politely clasped his hands and smiled in response. "Madam is too kind. Then I shall respectfully comply." Very soon, the birthday banquet took place. When the banquet officially started, fireworks lit up the sky, and all of Kinkyu City became lively and bustling. Blessings continuously rang out, wishing the clan leader's wife a happy birthday. "Blessed with fortune, longevity, and good health. May the madam stay forever young, and may all her wishes come true." Qinglan happily raised her wine cup to toast everyone. "Thank you all for coming to attend. Please enjoy the food and drink to your heart's content." Accordingly, the banquet went exceedingly well. Qin Tian by this time had eaten and drunk his fill, surrounded by a group of beautiful Fox tribe maidens giving him massages. "Young Master Qin, is my massage comfortable? Young Master can really hold his liquor. Young Master, let me pour for you. Young Master is so handsome, I really want to get closer to you." Qin Tian, with a face of utter enjoyment, sighed. "The ladies of the Fox tribe are truly enthusiastic. This trip was definitely worth it." Bai Xiaoru, sitting across from him witnessing this scene, had a face as dark as a pot bottom, slamming the table with a bang and shouting, "Mother, how can you entertain him like this?" Qinglan smiled teasingly. "Young Master Qin Tian is an honored guest of our Kinkyu. Naturally, we must entertain him warmly." Then she turned to ask, "Is young Master Qin Tian satisfied?" "Satisfied," Qin Tian answered with a blissful expression. "Extremely satisfied." Zioru's eyes at this moment were like fire, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. Xiaoxiao quickly guessed her mother's intention, whispering, "Mom, are you deliberately provoking sister? She really likes brother-in-law, just doesn't dare to admit it." Qing Lan also whispered back, "I'm just pushing the child. When you meet a man you like, you have to be proactive. Remember back then, I wasn't the only one who liked your father. How do you think I managed to win him over?" Xiaoxiao found this strange, but where is father anyway? Qing Lan gently explained, "He's discussing state affairs with your second uncle today, probably will arrive a bit later. It's okay, let's enjoy ourselves." Bai Zioru at this point could no longer sit still. She stood up and walked straight toward Qin Tian, rolling up her sleeves. "All of you step aside. Let me serve young Master Qin." The Fox tribe girls, seeing the imperial princess angry, were scared and quickly retreated. "Yes, your highness." Zioru then sat down and began massaging Qin Tian, but her actions were a bit violent. Is this comfortable for you?" Qin Tian forced a smile and replied, It's fine." Xiaoxiao watched this scene and gave a silent thumbs up like, "Mother is still the master." Just then someone rushed in with an urgent report. "Madam Clan Leader, Dai Ming has suddenly launched an attack, demanding we hand over the imperial princess. The clan leader and the elders probably can't hold on much longer." Hearing this news, Qing Lan's expression turned grave. She reminded her daughter, "I didn't expect Dai Ming to come so quickly. Zioru, stay here and don't go anywhere. Leave this matter to me and your father." Then she turned to ask Qin Tian for help. "Young Master Qin Tian, if things go wrong, please take Zioru and Xiaoxiao and leave." Qin Tian had also become serious by now and spoke up to interrupt. "Madam, please wait." Qin Tian directly expressed his desire to join the battle. "Kinkyu's hospitality has been too generous. I can't bear to leave. Moreover, with this Dai Ming, I also have a debt to settle." At this point, his eyes became sharp and extremely intimidating. Outside Kinkyu City, an old man stroked his long beard, threatening Bai Jiangyu. "I'll ask you one last time, will you hand over your daughter or not?" He was Qing Shan, an elder from Dai Ming. Bai Jiangyu was covered in wounds but remained resolute. "Don't even think about it. Even if we die, we won't let you step 1 foot into the city." Bai Hao also growled, "That's right, don't think Kinkyu is afraid of you." The situation was extremely grim, with only a handful of people left on Kinkyu's side. The elder Qing Shan said no more, wanting to simply eliminate them all. "Only 3 of you left who can fight, plus a cripple. Tusk, then I'll just kill you all." Then he transformed into a bizarre black shadow and lunged forward. Bai Jiangyu quickly formed hand seals, shouting, "Activate the defense. We die protecting this place." Another person, along with Bai Hao, quickly took action. Accordingly, a grand formation was erected to resist Qing Shan's attack. But it seemed this formation couldn't hold for long, as the 2 people behind Bai Jiangyu couldn't withstand it and were knocked back. Bai Jiangyu called out worriedly, "Chihu, Bai Hao." Immediately after, the formation was shattered. Bai Hao and Chihu were sent flying, slamming hard into the city wall. Bai Jiangyu was also forced back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Dai Ming's elder Qing Shan continued his attack. "Stop resisting. Brothers, give the wounded one a slash first." Accordingly, that ghostly shadow appeared again, lunging toward Bai Hao. Bai Hao was already exhausted by now. Seemingly unable to resist anymore, Bai Jiangyu shouted anxiously, "Second brother." Just when the ghostly shadow seemed about to strike, something unexpected happened. Qin Tian appeared out of nowhere, swinging his life and death sword. A sword gleamed, tearing through the night, slashing Qing Shan's shadow in 2. Bai Hao narrowly escaped death, staring blankly ahead. A single sword from Qin Tian had directly shattered Qing Shan's ghostly shadow, causing it to explode in the sky. Bai Hao reflexively made a judgment. This sword aura, it must be father who has come out of seclusion. He looked up to the sky and called out, "Father." but appearing before him was only Qin Tian sitting on a flying sword, looking down. Qin Tian looked at him somewhat puzzled and asked, "What did you just call me?" When no one else appeared, Bai Hao stood stunned, confused. "Was it you? Did you just make that move?" Qin Tian smiled slightly. "Who else did you think it was?" At this moment, Bai Hao finally felt regret for having underestimated Qin Tian, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, I didn't attack earlier. Someone at Spirit Movement Realm who can strike with such powerful sword aura." The elder Qing Shan was somewhat wary, opening negotiations. "Young master, you're not a member of the Fox tribe. Why get involved in the feud between Kinkyu and Dai Ming? If you leave now, Dai Ming will overlook what just happened." He stroked his beard and made an enticing offer. "Moreover, I quite like your skills. If you're interested, we welcome you to join my ranks. Dai Ming's resources and connections will be open to you. I guarantee your future will always be glorious." Qin Tian sneered in response. "How should I put this? What I hate most are old men who don't trim their nose hairs but think they're magnificent. Why don't you do the smart thing and get lost?" At this point, Qing Shan's goodwill completely disappeared. He growled, switching to threats. "I admit your strength is extraordinary, but Dai Ming's power is beyond what you can imagine. Moreover, even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about your family. Is it worth making an enemy of my Dai Ming for a small Kinkyu? I hope you don't make this mistake." "Do you know?" Qin Tian had now landed on the ground and said softly, "What I hate most is being threatened. Moreover, you dare to use my family to threaten me. This crime is a level more serious." He got into stance, preparing to strike. Self-transformation, great technique, swallow sun and moon. Qin Tian directly launched a massive energy sphere, aiming straight at Qing Shan. Old Qing Shan was extremely vigilant, quickly putting up a defensive measure. Fusion technique, Vajra Guardian. Accordingly, a massive Vajra statue appeared, forming a solid shield in front of him. Bai Xiaoru and Xiaoxiao, inside the city, could both feel the terrifying tremors from outside. Both girls were worried and anxious, silently praying. Although the Vajra statue looked extremely powerful, when it collided with Qin Tian's attack, it shattered. Qing Shan's people behind him couldn't help but be terrified. "This is bad, too strong. I didn't expect Kinkyu to have such a figure." Qing Shan also made an assessment. "This person's cultivation might be comparable to our lord. Retreat." Immediately, they acted quick as lightning, disappearing from the spot. Qin Tian had no intention of pursuing. He only smiled and called out after them. "Go back and tell your lord Bai Xiaoru belongs to me, Qin Tian. If he dares come here again, I will level the entire Dai Ming." Not long after, Bai Xiaoru led Xiaoxiao out from the city. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Brother-in-law is so cool." Xiaoru beside her couldn't help but agree. "He is, truly a hero reborn." Afterward, everyone returned inside the city. Bai Jiangyu spoke up. "Young Master Qin, you not only took great care of my daughter." He raised a cup of wine, smiling, "but also came to Kinkyu's aid in our most critical moment. On behalf of all of Kinkyu, allow me to toast to you." Bai Hao now also proactively came forward, draining another cup. "Young Master Qin, I was blind before and offended you. I shall punish myself with this drink to atone." Qin Tian turned back and forth toasting, saying, "Uncle Bai, second Uncle Bai, you two are being too polite. Based on my relationship with Xiaoru and Xiaoxiao alone, Kinkyu's matters are also my matters. Bottoms up." Saying this, he drained the cup of wine in one gulp. Qing Lan beside Bai Jiangyu whispered, "Husband, how about we take this opportunity to settle the matter between Qin Tian and Xiaoru?" Bai Jiangyu hesitated. "It seems too fast." Qing Lan continued whispering, "Xiaoru needs to find a man who can protect her, and Qin Tian has that ability." Xiaoru, seeing Qin Tian continuously being toasted, went over to intervene. "Second uncle, let Qin Tian go." Then she snatched the wine cup from Qin Tian's hand. "Let me." Qing Lan continued talking to her husband. "Moreover, our daughter's heart has already been given entirely to Qin Tian. Let's consider this fulfilling her wish." At this point, Bai Jiangyu also listened to his wife, nodding in agreement. All right, let's decide it like this then. The couple was still busy scheming, looking for an opportunity to arrange everything, when suddenly a resounding voice echoed from outside the door. Brother Bai, I've arrived late. I just heard that Dai Ming's lackeys dared to cause trouble at Kinkyu, so I rushed over immediately to help. The newcomer was none other than Long Yashin, the majestic clan leader of the dragon tribe. He was somewhat surprised to see Dai Ming had already fled, not expecting Brother Bai to have cleaned up on his own. He wondered, could the ancestral patriarch of this family have come out of seclusion? Walking beside him was the crown prince of the dragon tribe, Long Feifan. Bai Jiangyu only gestured toward Qin Tian and politely replied, Honored guests, my father is still in closed-door cultivation. This time, it was all thanks to young Master Qin Tian here that we repelled the Dai Ming plague. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoru, after downing that last cup of wine, had officially collapsed, falling asleep like the dead, leaving second brother Bai Hao standing beside her stunned. Really asleep. In contrast, Long Yashin focused all his attention on this young Master Qin that Bai Jiangyu had mentioned. Qin Tian mischievously poked his index finger at Bai Xiaoru's chubby cheeks, chuckling, just one cup and already down for the count. Bai Hao quickly poured more wine, inviting heartily, Forget about her, let's keep drinking. Long Yashin sensed the faint aura of death lingering around Qin Tian, feeling puzzled inside. Spirit movement realm, or is he hiding his true cultivation? He offered polite praise. This young Master Qin is truly talented, a true hero among the youth. Meanwhile, Long Feifan standing beside him cast his gaze toward Qin Tian, clearly extremely displeased seeing him touching Bai Xiaoru. Long Yashin continued the conversation. But Brother Bai, as they say, there are 1,000 days of being a thief, but not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Don't you want to resolve this threat once and for all, suffer first to enjoy later? Bai Jiangyu responded casually, Of course I want to, but it's easier said than done. At this point, Long Yashin got straight to the point, making clear the purpose of his visit. I won't hide it from you, Brother Bai. My son has fallen in love at first sight with your daughter, the Imperial Princess. These words seemed to make his brain stop working for a second. Huh. Long Yashin continued calmly. If the young lady agrees to marry into the dragon tribe, our dragon tribe will join forces with Kinkyu to level that Dai Ming. He emphasized he would guarantee the complete elimination of all future troubles for Kinkyu. Hearing this, the elders in the tribe had their eyes light up, nodding in agreement. If we can become in-laws with the dragon tribe, destroying Dai Ming will be as good as done. Our imperial princess marrying the dragon tribe's crown prince is a perfect match, makes perfect sense. However, Bai Jiangyu didn't rush to make a decision. He calmly passed the buck. My daughter's marriage is a major matter, I won't interfere, as long as she's happy with it. Standing beside him, Qing Lan was frowning with displeasure, her face full of murderous intent, thinking Long Yashin was blatantly trying to steal their bride. Long Yashin was visibly pleased at this, saying cheerfully, As long as Brother Bai doesn't object, that's wonderful. Of course, we've also brought betrothal gifts. He gestured to Long Feifan behind him. Feifan, show everyone. Long Feifan, who had been carrying a carefully wrapped treasure on his back, carefully removed each layer of silk. When the box was opened, a sword emitted dazzling light, with an imposing pressure, clearly of no ordinary grade. Everyone present was shocked, exclaiming in unison, a mid-grade imperial weapon. The dragon tribe was truly lavish, so generous. Qin Tian only glanced at it, then the corner of his mouth curved into a contemptuous smile. While everyone's attention was focused on the treasure, Qin Tian suddenly burst into unbridled laughter, showing no consideration for anyone's face. Long Feifan immediately glared at him, growling, What are you laughing at? Qin Tian bluntly expressed his contempt. A mere mid-grade imperial weapon, and you think you can take Xiaoru home? Is the dragon tribe's sincerity only this much? Long Feifan was furious, his face turning purple, shouting, You brat, do you even know what an imperial weapon is? Not to mention mid-grade, even a low-grade Imperial weapon, someone like you couldn't dream of in a lifetime. Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't sit still anymore. She jumped up and retorted sharply. You're the ridiculous one. My brother-in-law is the most powerful Imperial-grade artifact refiner in the world. The little girl went on without giving the dragon tribe any face. Imperial weapons. My brother-in-law has forged countless ones. Who would want your shabby mid-grade Imperial weapon? Xiaoxiao, don't be rude. Bai Jiangyu hastily reminded his daughter, though inside he was quite pleased. Beside him, Madame Qinglan still maintained her gloomy expression, murderous intent surging. Scolded by her father, Bai Xiaoxiao pouted unhappily, letting out a loud huff. Seeing the little girl upset, Qin Tian gently comforted her. Xiaoxiao, why bother getting angry at people like this? He cracked his wrists, looking like he was itching to work. Do you want an Imperial weapon? Brother-in-law will forge one for you right now. Consider it practice. It's been a while since I've done it. Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up, pointing at herself. Forge an Imperial weapon for me. This news quickly spread. People gathered around muttering, could young Master Qin really be an Imperial-grade artifact refiner? It must be true. If he fails, it'd be totally embarrassing. Quick, let's go watch. We have to witness Qin Tian refining in person. Qin Tian was also ready. He brought out his refining furnace and said casually, setting it up here will do. Just then Bai Xiaoru groggily woke up. She rubbed her eyes, looking around confused, then stood up. When she heard the commotion outside, other things aside, if our Kinkyu has an Imperial-grade artifact refiner as a son-in-law, wouldn't that be an amazing deal? What deal? You should say total victory. I'm so excited. I wonder what masterpiece young Master Qin will forge. Long Feifen's face was tense as he turned to ask his father, but Long Yashin remained calm, reassuring him. Relax, I don't believe there could be an Imperial-grade artifact refiner this young in the world. However, before the eyes of hundreds of people, Qin Tian remained motionless. He just stroked his chin pensively, making everyone even more curious. Seeing this, Long Yashin smiled mockingly. Young man, why haven't you started? Or are you planning to use the excuse that you don't have enough Imperial-grade refining materials? Qin Tian replied calmly, Indeed, I don't have enough materials. This statement made Bai Jiangyu panic, turning to whisper to Madame Qinglan, could Long Yashin be right? Is young Master Qin just throwing a tantrum? Qinglan also nodded in agreement, hurriedly discussing with her husband. Husband, we need to find a way to bail out our son-in-law. Only Bai Xiaoxiao remained full of faith, asking, Brother-in-law, what material are you missing? Qin Tian casually raised one finger, his tone light as air. I was planning to forge a high-grade Imperial weapon, but I'm missing one piece of azure true glazed crystal. Bai Jiangyu seized the opportunity. Ah, right, that's it. Unfortunately, we just ran out of it, isn't that right, my dear? Qinglan immediately played along. That's right. Moreover, this is a rare item. Even searching throughout our fox tribe, we can't find another piece. Qin Tian turned to the little girl, feigning regret. Then there's no other way. Right now, I only have enough materials to forge a mid-grade Imperial weapon. You don't mind, do you, Xiaoxiao? Bai Xiaoxiao smiled happily. Mid-grade is already amazing. Thank you, brother-in-law. Bai Jiangyu and Qinglan stood there stiff, not knowing how to salvage the situation. They had just coordinated so well to give him an out. How did this kid just walk himself into a dead end? But right at this moment, Bai Xiaoru stepped out from inside, her voice still drowsy. If it's azure true glazed crystal, I have one piece. It was a gift from father for my coming-of-age ceremony. Everyone's eyes turned to her, especially her parents, their faces turning pale. Xiaoru. Seeing Bai Xiaoru appear, Long Feifen was visibly pleased. Xiaoru, you're awake. Bai Xiaoru nodded groggily, ready to go get it. I know where it is. Long Feifen couldn't help but call after her, Xiaoru. But Bai Xiaoru, still not quite sober from her drunken state, turned around and grabbed Long Feifen's hand. Qin Tian, I'll take you to get it. Both Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoxiao panicked and shouted, Sister, wrong one, I'm over here. Bai Xiaoxiao hurriedly chased after them, screaming, "Sister, you've got the wrong person." After all the commotion, the glazed crystal was finally brought over. Qin Tian looked at the materials in his hand, his spirits lifted. "Not bad, this is indeed Azure True glazed crystal. Now I have all the materials." Bai Jiangyu was still dazed, half believing and half doubting as he asked his wife, "My dear, are we really letting him use that Azure True glazed crystal? Such a rare material, if Qin Tian ruins it, it'll be heartbreaking." Qing Lan sighed in response. "Our daughter already gave it to him. What can we do? Let's just consider it repayment for him helping us drive back Dai Ming. If he fails, we'll just blame it on the child being drunk and grabbing the wrong glazed crystal. She's drunk anyway and doesn't know anything." Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoru had been helped back to her room to rest. Bai Jiangyu could only place all his hopes on Qin Tian. "Haze, this young master is truly unpredictable. It's been tens of thousands of years, and no one in all of Jiangsu has forged a high-grade imperial weapon. Why must he be so stubborn? This Azure True glazed crystal is as good as wasted." Immediately after, Qin Tian brought out the Heaven Dust Hammer. He swung the hammer at terrifying speed, each strike containing earth-shaking power, leaving everyone present in awe. The mid-grade imperial weapon in Long Feifen's hand suddenly began to tremble violently. Long Feifen panicked and called out, "Father, what's happening?" Long Yashin stared intently at the sword, then looked at Qin Tian, his expression extremely complex. "One hammer stirs, 10,000 swords submit. This hammer is a supreme-grade imperial weapon." Long Yashin's words left everyone so shocked they couldn't speak. "What? A supreme-grade imperial weapon? Impossible, that's too exaggerated. I've only heard of it in legends." Bai Hao also sensed the dominating aura, turning to ask Bai Jiangyu, "Brother, is this really a supreme-grade imperial hammer?" Bai Jiangyu drew the sword at his waist, watching it tremble slightly, and answered, "Can't be wrong. Only a supreme-grade imperial weapon can create this phenomenon of 10,000 swords resonating together." He looked at Qin Tian with curious eyes, turning to ask his youngest daughter, "Xiaoxiao, what exactly is Qin Tian's background? Could he be a successor of some ancient power?" Bai Xiaoxiao answered casually, "I only know he's the youngest martial uncle of Sword Hiding Peak, Kunlun sect in Dongzhou." This shocked everyone even more. If a youngest martial uncle is already this impressive, just how powerful is Kunlun sect? But Bai Xiaoxiao's next sentence truly made jaws drop. "And the sect leader of Kunlun Sword Sect isn't even the strongest. His cultivation is only at the first level of Saint Realm." Bai Hao and Bai Jiangyu stood frozen, staring blankly at each other. First level of Saint Realm. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was still swinging his hammer. Still at that terrifying speed, with a whoosh, he suddenly stopped, stroking his chin with satisfaction. His body radiating brilliant light. Done. He looked at the sword that had just taken shape on the table, clicking his tongue. Impassable. Long Feifen immediately rushed over to examine it, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, this sword doesn't even have a sword spirit yet and you dare call it passable. What a waste of that supreme-grade imperial hammer. Look at mine." Qin Tian picked up the sword, giving him a sideways glance. "I never said I was done forging." Saying this, he gently bit his fingertip, using his essence blood to inscribe a bold character Qin on the sword body. He raised the sword aloft and declared, "Like this, it counts as done. What's different? It's still just a piece of scrap metal." Long Feifen curled his lip, but immediately his expression changed. A pillar of azure light descended from the sky straight onto Qingyun City. Those with weak cultivation had to shield their eyes with their hands, struggling to withstand the terrifying pressure. Bai Xiaoxiao had to hide behind her father. Bai Hao observed this spectacle, exclaiming in shock, "This is..." The azure light enveloped Qin Tian, then slowly gathered and entered the sword in his hand. After everything dissipated, Qin Tian spoke up. "All done." He handed it to the little girl. "Xiaoxiao, here's your sword, take it." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Xiaoxiao hurriedly received it, her eyes fixed on the sword. Thinking to herself, This is the legendary high-grade Imperial weapon. This feeling is so amazing. As soon as she touched it, the little girl felt a warm stream of spiritual energy flowing through her body, tingling with delight. The crowd finally came to their senses, rushing to surround Qin Tian with endless praise. Young Master Qin is truly a peerless genius. If not him, who could be the #1 artifact refiner in Jiangsu? With young Master Qin as Kinkyu's son-in-law, won't everyone have an imperial weapon to use? That's right, young Master Qin and the imperial princess are truly talented man and beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Why not just get married? Get married. Get married. Surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, Qin Tian felt somewhat unused to it, scratching his head modestly. No, not at all. Meanwhile, Long Yashin knew he had no reason to stay. He approached Bai Jiangyu, cupped his hands, and gave a half-hearted excuse. I suddenly remembered there's an urgent matter in the tribe. We shall take our leave first. Bai Jiangyu, seeing right through him, didn't try to keep him. If Brother Long has pressing matters, I dare not keep you. Safe travels. And so the dragon father and son slunk away. Long Feifan was still unwilling. Father, are we just leaving like this? Shouldn't we try harder? I really like Bai Zioru. When his father didn't respond, he called out again, Father. Long Yashin finally replied, looking dazed. Try harder, my ass. The guy casually forges a high-grade imperial weapon, and you want to compete with your head. He even had an absurd thought. Why didn't I have a daughter from the start? If I had a daughter, it wouldn't be the Fox tribe getting this bargain. I want a son-in-law like that too. After the banquet, Bai Jiangwu and Qing Lan personally arranged a bedroom for Qin Tian. Virtuous nephew, you just rest in this room tonight. Yes. I wish uncle and aunt a good night, Qin Tian replied innocently. But as soon as he stepped into the room, he felt something was wrong. A sweet, fragrant scent wafted through the air. Qin Tian looked ahead, through the screen, and faintly saw a figure bathing. He thought to himself, this scent. Could it be Bai Zioru? No way. As if possessed, Qin Tian involuntarily walked closer to the bathtub. He gently pushed the curtain aside. A graceful, hazy figure appeared. Bai Zioru was soaking in the warm water, tilting her head back, revealing her flawless white neck. Witnessing this beautiful scene, Qin Tian instinctively raised his hand to cover his nose. So white. When she discovered Qin Tian's presence, Bai Zioru froze. Two pairs of eyes stared at each other. She quickly regained her senses, hurriedly covered her body with her hands, and screamed, Ah! Why are you in my room? Get out! Qin Tian hurriedly wiped his nosebleed, turned around, and stammered an explanation. I didn't mean to peek at you bathing. Uncle and aunt told me to rest in here. Get the hell out, Bai Zioru roared in anger. A while later, after she had dressed properly, she easily guessed her parents' scheme. They must have listened to Xiaoxiao's nonsense again. Are they really that desperate to marry me off? Who would deliver their own daughter into the jaws of a wolf like that? After getting dressed, Bai Zioru turned to Qin Tian and said, I don't know what happened when I was drunk, but I'm sober now. She walked towards the door. If you want to sleep, just sleep. I'm going to find Xiaoxiao. Qin Tian, whose face was swollen from being beaten, hugged a pillow and called out, Don't worry, when I came in, they already locked the door from the outside. Sure enough, Bai Zioru couldn't open the door no matter how hard she tried. Outside, the three elders and the younger sister were pressing their ears against the door, listening for movement. Bai Zioru's scream echoed out, What on earth? Qin Tian didn't think much of it. He climbed straight into bed and declared, Make yourself at home, I'm going to sleep. Before Bai Zioru could react, she heard his snoring. Time passed, and by the next morning, Qing Lan finally snuck over to open the door. The maid following her asked softly, Madam, is this really okay? Keep your voice down. I'm just here to open the door. She spoke while curiously peeking inside to see if the young couple had woken up yet. Just then, Bai Zioxiao's scream came from afar, making Qing Lan jump, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. Mother! Qing Lan hurriedly signaled her daughter to be quiet. Bai Xiaoxiao ran over, on the verge of tears. Father confiscated the top-grade emperor weapon that brother-in-law forged for me. Bai Jiangwu ran after her, trying to explain. Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you talking about? The noise outside woke Bai Xiaoru up. Bai Xiaoxiao cried even louder. I want brother-in-law to seek justice for me. The power of a top-grade emperor weapon is too great. Father is afraid you can't control it, so I'm just keeping it safe for you, Bai Jiangwu explained as he chased her. Brother-in-law, Bai Xiaoxiao kept calling out loudly. Don't go in. Qing Lan tried to stop her, but it was too late. The three of them rushed into the room and witnessed a scene that left them all dumbfounded. Bai Xiaoru, in her sleep, was sitting on top of Qin Tian. She yawned, still unaware of the situation, and cheerfully greeted, Father, Mother, Xiaoxiao, good morning. Qing Lan coughed dryly, hurriedly covered Xiaoxiao's eyes and dragged her outside. Children shouldn't look. You two take your time waking up. This left Bai Xiaoru confused. She looked down and finally realized she was sitting astride Qin Tian. Qin Tian had also just woken up and whispered, Xiaoru, it's early in the morning and you're already like this. It's hard for me to control myself. Bang, a loud noise rang out. Bai Jiangwu hurriedly dragged everyone away, exclaiming, I already reminded them, why is the commotion getting louder and louder? Qing Lan, still covering Xiaoxiao's eyes, muttered, young people these days. A while later, Qin Tian found a quiet place to sit alone. Looking haggard, constantly questioning himself. It was clearly her sitting on me, why is it my fault? She even declared she wouldn't sleep in the same room today. Women really are the most incomprehensible creatures on earth. Just then Bai Jiangwu walked over, virtuous nephew. Uncle, why are you here? Qin Tian was a bit surprised. Bai Jiangwu smiled and asked, did you rest well last night? Qin Tian, with dark circles under his eyes and a pale face, still tried to act fine. It was okay. Bai Jiangwu saw through it instantly but suppressed a laugh. That's good. Good, my foot. That look clearly says he didn't sleep all night. I should tell Qing Lan to have a word with Xiaoru. Young people need to know restraint. It shouldn't affect their cultivation. Putting that aside, Bai Jiangwu sat down, his expression turning serious. Virtuous nephew, I came to discuss the Emperor Alliance with you. He told Qin Tian, although they suffered a loss at your hands yesterday, the Emperor Alliance certainly won't give up easily. Qin Tian wasn't worried at all. It's just the Emperor Alliance, I'm not afraid. Virtuous nephew, don't be complacent, Bai Jiangwu cautioned. Dai Tian, the leader of the Emperor Alliance, is not easy to deal with. From what I know, he is in secluded cultivation. Once he emerges, I fear he will have reached the Supreme Being realm. This surprised Qin Tian a little. His current combat power was only roughly equivalent to the Supreme Being realm. If the Emperor Alliance attacked, even if he could hold off Dai Tian, their experts outnumbered Qing Qiu's. In the end, our side would suffer losses unless we found reinforcements. So Qin Tian mentioned the expert of Qing Qiu. I heard Xiaoru say that her grandfather, Bai Wudi, is the #1 expert of Qing Qiu, and was already a half-step Supreme Being 10,000 years ago. Can we invite the old master to help? Bai Jiangwu looked a bit troubled. Since my father went into seclusion, I rarely have contact with him. And even if I could contact him, he can't just act casually. Why is that? Qin Tian felt there was a hidden reason. Because behind Dai Tian stands an emperor clan, an ancient family passed down from the mythological era. Once my father makes a move, the emperor clan will have an excuse to intervene, and the situation will become even more troublesome. Qin Tian understood now. He quickly made a decision. Uncle, I think I'll take Xiaoru home in a few days. My home is on the edge of the central continent. It won't be easy for the Emperor Alliance people to find. That works too, Bai Jiangwu agreed. With Xiaoru by your side, I can rest assured. Qin Tian scratched his head, grinning as he asked, Oh right, do you happen to have any top-grade spiritual herbs, uncle? Bai Jiangwu rummaged in his pocket and said, Top-grade spiritual herbs are extremely precious. I only have one 9-leaf spirit grass. If you need it, nephew, I'll give it to you. One must be generous with one's future son-in-law, he thought. He took out a small bottle. But seeing the slightly disappointed look on Qin Tian's face, he stammered, Is it not enough? Qin Tian took the medicine bottle and smiled. Actually, besides forging, I also know pill refining. I thought you had plenty of top-grade spiritual herbs, uncle, so I plan to refine a batch of top-grade emperor-tier pills to share with you. This statement once again made Bai Jiangwu's jaw drop in shock. What, my nephew can even refine top-grade emperor-tier pills? Qin Tian opened the bottle cap, looking regretful. Low grade is low grade then, it's just a bit of a waste for this 9-leaf spirit grass. Hearing that Qin Tian intended to refine pills, Bai Jiangwu's attitude immediately did a 180. Virtuous nephew, wait. I suddenly remembered there's a 10,000-year earth essence and a 10,000-year cypress spirit soul grass in the warehouse. I'll go get them right now. You must wait for me to return, don't start the furnace yet. He ran off, not forgetting to look back and remind, Wait for me. Qin Tian smiled and replied, Okay. After the refining was finished, it was already dark. Qin Tian returned to the room and gave Bai Xiaoru a top-grade emperor-tier pill. Bai Xiaoru held the pill, her eyes wide with shock. This is a top-grade emperor-tier pill. She sniffed it. A rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled her nose, making her feel refreshed. You actually refined this. Bai Xiaoru couldn't believe it. Qin Tian shrugged. Of course, who else could it be? Bai Xiaoru looked at him with admiration. Qin Tian, you're amazing. Qin Tian smiled proudly. Now you know your husband's capabilities. Bai Xiaoru blushed, rolling her eyes at him. Who said you're my husband? But in her heart, she was incredibly sweet. Following that, Qin Tian also gave Qing Lan and Bai Jiangwu some pills. The two elders were naturally overjoyed, treating Qin Tian even more like a treasure. A few days later, Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoru bid farewell to everyone at Qing Qiu and embarked on the journey back to the Qin family. On the way, they passed by a place called the Myriad Demon Island. Qin Tian stopped, sensing a familiar aura. What's wrong? Bai Xiaoru asked. I sense the aura of an old friend, Qin Tian smiled mysteriously. He led Bai Xiaoru onto the island. The Myriad Demon Island was shrouded in demonic mist all year round, with diverse terrain and many powerful demon beasts. However, as soon as Qin Tian released a trace of his aura, the surrounding demon beasts scattered in terror. They arrived before a cave. Mo Xuan, get out here, Qin Tian shouted. A moment later, a dark wind blew and a man in black robes appeared. It was the demon emperor Mo Xuan. Seeing Qin Tian, Mo Xuan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Brother Qin, you're finally back. It turned out Mo Xuan and Qin Tian had known each other in their previous lives and were close friends. The two exchanged pleasantries, and Qin Tian introduced Bai Xiaoru. Mo Xuan looked at Bai Xiaoru, praising. Brother Qin is truly blessed to have the princess of Qing Qiu as his companion. Bai Xiaoru politely greeted him. Then Mo Xuan invited them into the cave for a drink. During the conversation, Qin Tian learned that after his fall in the previous life, Mo Xuan had been looking for news of him. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, Mo Xuan laughed heartily. Qin Tian also sighed with emotion. Things remained, but people had changed. Meeting an old friend again was truly delightful. Suddenly, Qin Tian noticed a strange fluctuation coming from the depths of the cave. That is, he asked curiously. Mo Xuan's expression changed slightly, appearing somewhat hesitant. If it's inconvenient to say, then forget it, Qin Tian said understandingly. Mo Xuan sighed. It's not that I want to hide it from you, brother Qin. It's actually a phoenix blood fruit. Phoenix blood fruit, Bai Xiaoru exclaimed softly. That was a legendary spiritual fruit that could help demon race cultivators purify their bloodline and increase their chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Mo Xuan nodded. I've been guarding it for 1,000 years, waiting for it to mature so I can use it to break through the bottleneck. Qin Tian pondered for a moment, then said, Mok Xuan, this fruit is of great use to Xiaoru. Can you introduce it to us? Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. He took out a bottle of pills. This is the transformation pill I refined. Its effects are far better than the phoenix blood fruit, and it can help you break through immediately without any side effects. Mok Xuan's eyes lit up. He knew Qin Tian's alchemy skills were unparalleled. Brother Qin, you're treating me like an outsider. Since sister-in-law needs it, just take it, Mok Xuan said generously, accepting the pills. Qin Tian didn't stand on ceremony either. He went into the depths of the cave and retrieved the phoenix blood fruit. After obtaining the fruit, Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoru didn't stay long. They bid farewell to Mok Xuan and continued their journey. After leaving Myriad Demon Island, Bai Xiaoru looked at Qin Tian with eyes full of tenderness. Qin Tian, thank you. Qin Tian pulled her into his embrace. Silly girl, between us, there's no need for thank yous. The two cuddled for a while before speeding up towards the Qin family. However, just as they were about to leave the sea area, a terrifying aura locked onto them. Dai Tian, Qin Tian's expression turned cold. A figure walked out from the void, exuding a majestic aura. It was the leader of the Emperor Alliance, Dai Tian. Qin Tian, you can't escape. Dai Tian's voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. It turned out he had come out of seclusion early just to hunt down Qin Tian. Qin Tian shielded Bai Xiaoru behind him, saying calmly, Dai Tian, do you really think you can kill me? Try and you'll see. Dai Tian didn't waste words and attacked brazenly. A world-shaking battle erupted. Qin Tian displayed all his trumps, fighting fiercely against Dai Tian. Although his realm was lower, with his combat experience from his previous life and many powerful techniques, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Bai Xiaoru watched anxiously from the side, ready to help at any moment. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, Qin Tian found a flaw in Dai Tian's move and used his strongest sword strike, forcing Dai Tian back. Dai Tian was injured and looked at Qin Tian with dread. I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent. He knew he couldn't kill Qin Tian today, so he snorted coldly. Qin Tian, consider yourself lucky today. Next time I will definitely take your life. After speaking, he turned into a stream of light and fled. Qin Tian didn't give chase. He was also exhausted. Are you okay? Bai Xiaoru rushed over, supporting him. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Qin Tian shook his head. He looked in the direction Dai Tian fled, his eyes profound. Next time we meet, it won't be this simple. After resting for a while, the two continued on their way. Finally, they returned to the Qin family. The Qin family members were ecstatic to see Qin Tian return safely. Qin Tian introduced Bai Xiaoru to his parents. Seeing the dignified and beautiful Bai Xiaoru, Qin Tian's parents were extremely satisfied. That night, the Qin family held a grand banquet to celebrate Qin Tian's return and welcome Bai Xiaoru. Amidst the laughter and joy, Qin Tian held Bai Xiaoru's hand, feeling incredibly peaceful. He knew that future challenges would be even greater, but as long as the people he loved were by his side, he was fearless. Days passed peacefully at the Qin family. Qin Tian focused on cultivation, striving to restore his peak strength as soon as possible. Bai Xiaoru also began to refine the phoenix blood fruit in seclusion. One day, Qin Tian was guiding the younger generation of the Qin family in their practice when a hurried figure ran in. Patriarch, young master, bad news, something big has happened. What are you panicking for? Speak slowly, Qin Tian's father scolded. The Emperor Alliance. They have declared war on the entire central continent. What? Everyone present was shocked. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. Dai Tian finally couldn't hold back anymore. They claimed that anyone who doesn't submit will be massacred, the servant said, trembling. How arrogant! The Qin family elders were furious. Qin Tian remained calm. How is the situation now? Several major sects have already been destroyed. Now people are in a state of panic, the servant replied. Qin Tian knew that a storm was sweeping across the entire continent. And he was the key to this storm. "Father, I need to go out for a while," Qin Tian said to his father. "Where are you going?" his father asked worriedly. "To unite all the forces and fight against the Emperor Alliance," Qin Tian said firmly. He knew he couldn't fight alone. Only by uniting all the forces could they contend with the Emperor Alliance. So Qin Tian embarked on the journey again. He visited the major holy lands and ancient clans, convincing them to form an alliance. Initially, many forces were hesitant, fearing the power of the Emperor Alliance. But under Qin Tian's display of strength and persuasion, they eventually agreed to join. An alliance against the Emperor Alliance was quietly formed. Qin Tian was elected as the leader of the alliance. He led the alliance army and launched a counterattack against the Emperor Alliance. War raged across every corner of the central continent. This was a battle between justice and evil, freedom and slavery. Under Qin Tian's leadership, the alliance army won consecutive victories, retaking lost territories. Dai Tian was furious and personally led the main force of the Emperor Alliance to a decisive battle with the alliance army. The final battle took place on the ancient battlefield. That day the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dim. Qin Tian and Dai Tian fought again. This time, Qin Tian didn't hold back anything. He ignited his lifeblood essence and unleashed a strike that surpassed his limits. Dai Tian was defeated. His ambitions and hegemony vanished like smoke, along with his defeat. The Emperor Alliance collapsed. Peace returned to the central continent. Qin Tian became the hero of the entire continent, revered by myriads of people. However, he didn't indulge in fame and fortune. After the war, he resigned from the position of alliance leader and returned to the Qin family. He just wanted to live a peaceful life with Bai Xiaoru and his family. In a quiet courtyard, Qin Tian and Bai Xiaoru sat snuggled together, admiring the sunset. "Qin Tian, is it really all over?" Bai Xiaoru asked softly. "Yes, it's over," Qin Tian held her hand tightly. "From now on, no one can separate us." The two looked at each other and smiled, their faces filled with happiness. End of text. Wait, there's more. The story continues with Enmyoling. Enmyoling was Qin Tian's disciple in his previous life. After Qin Tian's rebirth, she also recovered her memories. She had been silently cultivating, waiting for the day she could stand by Qin Tian's side again. Hearing the news of Qin Tian's victory, she smiled. "Master, I'm coming to find you." She left her seclusion place and headed towards the Qin family. Her appearance would bring new ripples to Qin Tian's life. But that is a story for later. Right now, let's bless this pair of lovers who have undergone so many trials and tribulations. May they grow old together and be happy forever. Meanwhile, somewhere in the divine realm, an ancient existence opened its eyes. The wheel of fate has begun to turn again. Who can transcend everything and reach the other shore? A profound voice echoed in the empty hall. A new storm seems to be brewing. And Qin Tian's path is still far from over. He will continue to move forward until he reaches the peak of the summit. Suddenly, a loud noise broke the tranquility. Qin Tian became alert instantly. A black shadow fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the courtyard. The dust settled, revealing a woman covered in blood. "Myoling," Qin Tian exclaimed. It was Enmyoling. She was heavily injured and unconscious. Qin Tian quickly picked her up and checked her injuries. "Who hurt you like this?" Qin Tian's eyes were full of killing intent. He sensed a terrifying energy remaining in Enmyoling's body. This was not a power from the mortal realm. "Divine realm," Qin Tian muttered 2 words. He realized that things were far more complicated than he imagined. The defeat of the Emperor Alliance was perhaps just the beginning. A more powerful enemy had already set their sights on them. But no matter who it was, if they dared to hurt his people, they would have to pay a painful price. Qin Tian hugged Enmyoling, his gaze firm. He would cure her, and then make those enemies pay with their blood. A new chapter has thus opened. Qin Anan, Qin Tian's younger sister, ran in. "Brother, what caused that loud bang just now?" Seeing the injured and Myoling, she covered her mouth in shock. "Sister Myoling." "Anan, prepare hot water and towels immediately," Qin Tian ordered. "Yes," Qin Anan hurriedly ran off. Bai Xiaoru also rushed over. "Qin Tian, how is she?" "Her injuries are severe, but not life-threatening for now," Qin Tian said heavily. He began to treat Myoling's wounds. Time passed minute by minute, and Myoling finally woke up slowly. "Master," she called out weakly. "I'm here," Qin Tian held her hand. They are coming." Panic appeared in Myoling's eyes. "Who are they?" Qin Tian asked. "People from the God realm. They want to capture you," and Myoling said intermittently. "Capture me?" Qin Tian was puzzled. "Because you possess the breath of the taboo," and Myoling fainted again after speaking. Qin Tian fell into deep thought. Breath of the taboo. Could it be related to his rebirth? Or was it the cultivation technique he practiced? Regardless, the enemy had already come knocking. He couldn't sit and wait for death. "Xiaoru Anan, take care of Myoling." Qin Tian stood up. "Where are you going?" Bai Xiaoru asked. "I'm going to set up a formation." A cold light flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. "If they want to capture me, they have to see if they have the ability." He wanted to turn the Qin family into an impregnable fortress. Let those arrogant gods know that mortals are not to be bullied. The killing intent in Qin Tian's heart boiled. The God realm. Sooner or later I will fight my way up there. After this incident, everyone in the Qin family became tense. They knew a great battle was imminent. Qin Tian worked day and night to reinforce the formation. At the same time, he did not forget to improve everyone's strength. He passed down powerful cultivation techniques and refined a large number of pills. Under his guidance, the overall strength of the Qin family improved by leaps and bounds. Especially Qin Anan, her talent was astonishing and she improved rapidly. "Brother, I will definitely protect the family," Qin Anan vowed. Qin Tian patted her head helplessly. "You just need to protect yourself." Finally, the enemy arrived. Several golden chariots descended from the sky, suspended above the Qin family. Terrifying pressure enveloped the entire area. "Qin Tian, come out and surrender," an arrogant voice sounded. Qin Tian walked out of the hall, looking up at the sky. "If you want me to surrender, you are not qualified." "Stubborn fool," the person in the sky was furious. "Attack, level the Qin family." Countless divine soldiers rushed down. "Activate the formation," Qin Tian shouted. A brilliant light curtain rose, protecting the Qin family. The divine soldiers' attacks landed on the light curtain, causing ripples but failing to break it. "What? A mere mortal formation can block our attacks?" The leader was shocked. "HMPH, let me see how long you can hold on." He personally took action. A giant golden palm pressed down. The formation shook violently, cracks appearing. "Not good, the formation can't hold," Qin family disciples exclaimed. Qin Tian's expression remained unchanged. "Don't panic." He soared into the sky, actively meeting the giant palm. "Break," he threw a punch. Boom! The giant palm shattered. Qin Tian stood in the air, his clothes fluttering like a god of war. "How is this possible? A mortal can destroy my attack." The leader couldn't believe his eyes. "Nothing is impossible," Qin Tian said coldly. "Today you will all stay here." He took the initiative to attack. Arrogant, the leader was enraged and fought with Qin Tian. Another fierce battle began. But this time, Qin Tian's opponent was a calm powerhouse from the God realm. The pressure he faced was unprecedented. However, he did not retreat. Because behind him was his home, his family. He had to win. With this conviction, Qin Tian fought more and more bravely. In the end, he used a secret technique created in his previous life to severely injure the leader. Retreat. The leader saw that the situation was bad and ordered a retreat. The people of the God realm fled in embarrassment. The Qin family cheered. Qin Tian landed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qin Tian, Bai Xiaoru and Enmaioling rushed up. I'm fine, just a bit of consumption. Qin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the sky, his eyes becoming deeper. He knew this was just a tentative attack. Next time, the enemy would be even stronger. He had to become stronger as fast as possible. God realm, wait for me. Qin Tian clenched his fists, swearing in his heart. The story is still continuing. On the other side of V letter 1EA1N, Yeru D stroke letter 1EA30. Sao Kai L letter 1E5C Swat. S letter 1E1CH, San D stroke letter 1ED9NG, PH letter 1E7, C letter 1E7, Amahirn Yeru D stroke letter 1EBF. CHI letter 1EBF, NL letter 1E3, IPH letter 1E9M, CH letter 1E5T, Than M letter 1ED9T, D stroke letter 1ED1NG, Nui, NH letter 1ECF. Qin Tian looked at the mountain of treasures with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This Mo Xuan guy really knows how to hoard stuff. After finding the treasures, Qin Tian turned to ask Yihu and the other monkeys kneeling on the ground. Do you want to avenge your great master? Yihu didn't dare to look up, hurriedly replying, rare treasures in this world belong to the capable. The great lord gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it, so he lost his life. How would we dare to seek revenge? Qin Tian continued to ask, isn't Demon Emperor Mo Xuan your cousin? Yihu trembled all over, trying to explain. That was 5 generations ago, so it doesn't count at all. Qin Tian continued to corner him, his tone full of indignation. I don't care if you are distant relatives or close kin. Simply put, you must wash away the hatred for Demon Emperor Mo Xuan. Yihu was scared out of his wits, on the verge of tears. Great Lord, my cousin was a dignified demon emperor, yet you sent him to heaven with a single clean sword strike. Where would a petty demon king like me get the gall to seek revenge? I'm afraid you only need to release a gentle breath, and this little demon would be scared out of his wits and explode. Qin Tian then, kindly, pointed out a bright path for him, a sinister smile blooming on his lips. Your strength isn't enough, but aren't there 3 other demon emperors sitting idly on this myriad demon island? You should go boldly to ask for help, ask them to demand justice for me. The pitiful Yihu still hadn't grasped the script, hastily kowtowing and begging profusely, saying he absolutely wouldn't dare, only hoping the great lord would spare his meager life for the sake of being fellow countrymen. He promised to pack up and return to the central continent immediately, swearing never to set foot on Myriad Demon Island again. Qin Tian raised his voice threateningly, granting him a favor. Returning to the central continent is fine, but first you must go convince those other demon emperors to avenge Demon Emperor Mo Xuan. If you fail, don't blame me for being heavy-handed and disregarding our fellow countrymen relationship. Hearing this, Yihu finally vaguely felt something was wrong with this script. Qin Anan stood by purely asked, Big brother, why do you want those demon emperors to seek revenge on you? Qin Tian's eyes lit up as he explained to the little girl. Look, Demon Emperor Mo Xuan's cave hid so many delicious and rare things, so the treasures of those other guys surely aren't mediocre either. Maybe the phoenix blood fruit we are looking for is gathering dust in the corner of one of their houses. Qin Anan was adorably honest, blurting out, Then let's just go to their houses and take it. Qin Tian immediately waved his hands, acting righteous. Hey, that's not called taking, that's called blatant robbery. If we did that, we'd be no different from bandits, we'd become bad people. Qin Anan asked innocently, Then what is the right way? Qin Tian patted his chest proudly, declaring greenly, That's why brother has to let those demon emperors attack me first. That way, we have a legitimate reason to go and demand compensation. This move is called using reason to win people over. Qin Anan nodded in admiration. Brother is truly wise and martial. Yihu standing aside could only side-eye them, screaming internally. Clearly it's using force to suppress people. After that, he timidly said to Qin Tian, But great lord, I once heard my cousin Demon Emperor Mo Xuan recount that his relationship with those 3 was like water and fire. I'm afraid they not only won't help avenge him, but will even throw a party to celebrate. Qin Tian had already calculated this issue. He offered a bait that couldn't be more reasonable. Then just tell them that I know the location of the Supreme Being tomb on Myriad Demon Island. I guarantee they will come looking for me immediately. That night, Qin Tian and Qin Anan were soaking relaxedly in a 10,000-year spiritual spring that was bubbling gently. Qin Tian floated like a log, enjoying every second, while Qin Anan was busily chasing a fish. Hey, stop running, I'm about to catch you. Qin Tian's mood was elated, silently praising An's treasure-hunting ability as unparalleled in the world. She could even find this kind of 10,000-year spiritual spring hidden so well. He suddenly felt a bit of regret. Tusk, if only Myoling and Xiaoru were here too. It would be perfect if the whole family could soak in this fairy water together. Qin Tian yawned a long one. Yawn. Well, I can bring them here later. After all, the 10,000-year spiritual spring has the effect of cleansing the meridians and cutting the marrow, which is good for cultivation. Just then, a looming shadow approached. Qin Tian looked down and saw Qin Anan happily swimming over, cheering. Brother, I caught it. This fish is huge, gurgle gurgle. This scene made Qin Tian jump, his face turning pale, and he screamed. Anan. Let go. Let go quickly. That's not a fish. While Qin Tian was wandering elsewhere, and Myoling had made up her mind to undergo tribulation and ascend to the Emperor realm. Bai Xiaoru stood by, unable to help worrying. Do you really want to do this right now? Shouldn't we wait for Qin Tian to return before deciding? And Myoling's eyes were determined as she replied. It's all because of me that Master had to go to the Demon God Island alone. I want to break through quickly so I can share the burden with him. Bai Xiaoxiao, standing nearby, was also restless. But tribulation is very dangerous. What if something bad happens to Sister N? And Myoling continued, her voice full of confidence. Cultivating with your sister these past few days, my cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds. With this nirvana fruit in hand, I am confident I will successfully break through to the Emperor realm. Seeing her decision was made, Bai Xiaoru didn't try to dissuade her anymore. If you are so determined, then go ahead. Xiaoxiao and I will protect you. We absolutely won't let anyone disturb you. Saying that, and Myoling walked valiantly into the arena, ready to face the lightning tribulation, to step up to a new height. Not far in the sky, two figures were flying over riding wolves. A voice rang out, Lao Lang, are you seeing things? Just hearing the name of this Haitian empire makes it sound weak. The one riding the white wolf continued, Are you sure your son died in this remote corner? The other, riding a black wolf, gritted his teeth. Old freak, seems like you've been in seclusion too long and became out of touch. Haven't you heard that the Haitian Empire recently produced an emperor-grade artifact refiner named Qin? My son died at his hands. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up with greed. Oh, an emperor-grade artifact refiner. Then he must be a mobile treasure trove. The payment for this job must be increased. This person was the infamous patriarch Hehuan, and the other was the emperor of the Wolf God Empire, here to avenge his son. He proposed a deal. Besides the 500 virgins promised, we split that brat's legacy 50-50. Patriarch Hehuan laughed heartily. Deal. As they entered deeper, seeing lightning tribulation descending in the distance, Patriarch Hehuan was delighted. Haha, this small empire actually has someone undergoing tribulation. The emperor beside him chimed in. Let's go take a look, maybe that brat who killed my son is there. At the arena, the lightning tribulation was still crashing down thunderously, and Myoling was still tenaciously resisting. Bai Xiaoru and Xiaoxiao were guarding when they suddenly felt a terrifying pressure approaching, causing Bai Xiaoru to immediately take a defensive stance. The emperor of the Wolf God Empire descended, speaking arrogantly. Little girl, do you know someone named Qin Tian? Bai Xiaoru replied coldly, What do you want with him? The emperor didn't beat around the bush. What for? He killed my son. If you know where he is, hand him over obediently. Otherwise, I will flatten this Hayashan empire. Baizaoru sneered, her tone full of sarcasm. Ah, so you're here to avenge that trash crown prince. Your son wanted to kill and rob. He deserved to die. As a father, you failed to teach your son properly, and now you have the face to come here and cause trouble. Aren't you ashamed? Hit by the truth, the emperor's face contorted, purple with rage. I remember now. There were 2 fox girls beside him. It must be you too. He roared and rushed forward, intending to grab Baizaoru. If that brat Qin Tian doesn't dare to show his face, I'll use you as a sacrifice first. Baizaoru was not afraid at all, she shouted. You're seeking death. The 2 sides immediately clashed, unleashing earth-shattering attacks. Baizaoru's 9 tails unfurled, ready for a life-and-death battle. The emperor was pushed back a step, his eyes red with anger. Then he stomped his foot and lunged forward. He swung his claw at Baizaoru, but she nimbly dodged it. Then turned and gave him a powerful kick. The battle was extremely fierce, temporarily indecisive. At this moment, Baizaoru pulled out her emperor armament, intending to rush in and help. Let me help you, sister. But she was blocked by Patriarch Hehuan. He stared at the emperor armament in Xiaoxiao's hand, his voice greedy. Little fox, you think you can wield an emperor armament with your meager cultivation. Why don't you obediently offer it to this old ancestor? Baizaoru gritted her teeth, responding stubbornly, Don't. Don't even dream about it. Patriarch Hehuan immediately attacked, Wood Spring Vine Dance. A withered branch flew out from nowhere, knocking the emperor armament out of Baizaoru's hand. He laughed hideously, It's mine now. He controlled the branch to wrap around the emperor armament, pulling it towards him. But just then, and Myoling successfully passed the tribulation. She softly chanted, Ice Fire Phoenix. A brilliant blast of ice and fire energy tore through space, rushing straight towards Patriarch Hehuan. He was hit by the surprise attack and flew backwards. Looking at Myoling with utter shock, muttering, Phoenix bloodline. And dual attributes at that. These 2 factors were enough to terrify even an experienced old man like him. After pushing back Patriarch Hehuan, and Myoling raised her hand to retrieve the emperor armament. Baizaoru rushed over, cheering happily. Sister N, you broke through to the emperor realm. And Myoling smiled gently at the little girl. The artifact master gave you, keep it safe. It's troublesome if it falls into bad hands. Xiaoxiao reached out to take back the emperor armament, stammering, I'm sorry, and Myoling handed it back to Xiaoxiao, saying, Still, thank you for holding him off for me. Then she turned to the old man, her eyes sharp. Now let me send him on his way. Xiaoxiao obediently stepped back. Yes, yes. Patriarch Hehuan wiped the blood from his mouth, speaking disdainfully. Little brat, even if you successfully pass the tribulation, you're just a measly 1st-level emperor realm. You think you can fight a 3rd-level emperor realm like me? I advise you to surrender early to avoid suffering. And Myoling drew her weapon, laughing coldly. Why don't you touch your face and see who is the one suffering right now? Patriarch Hehuan went mad with rage, roaring, Insolent. Stinking brat, I'll show you that even in the emperor realm, the gap between 3rd level and 1st level is like heaven and earth. Saying so, he used the heavenly demon bliss art, creating a spatial vortex that shot out countless spikes. And Myoling quickly created a barrier to protect Xiaoxiao, shouting, Get back. Patriarch Hehuan howled, Die. And Myoling moved like a ghost, dodging the deadly spikes. She used the leaf fire technique to counterattack, spewing a giant fireball towards the old man. But it was useless, the spikes pierced straight through the fireball. And Myoling had to continue retreating. A bit surprised in her heart, so it doesn't fear fire. The spikes continued to pursue. But this time they were blocked by Myoling's sword art. Patriarch Hehuan's voice rang out triumphantly. You think you can break my heavenly demon bliss art with your cultivation? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Seeing your exceptional talent, obediently surrender and become my cauldron. Otherwise, today will be your death anniversary. And Myoling responded resolutely, if you want to fight, then fight, why so much nonsense? She thought to herself, ordinary techniques really can't break the heavenly demon infinite art. But with my current cultivation, I should be able to execute the move Master taught me. And Myoling raised her sword to the sky, her aura skyrocketing, swallowing sun and moon. An invisible slash rushed straight towards Patriarch Hehuan. He seemed unaware of the danger, still standing still. And then, with a swish, one of his arms flew into the air. When he snapped out of it, the bone-piercing pain hit him, causing him to howl wildly. "Aya! My arm!" He couldn't understand in Myoling's sword move at all. Stammering in horror, "You! What kind of devilish technique did you just use?" And Myoling continued to raise her sword, smiling as she pointed the tip at him. Supreme-grade sword art, swallowing sun and moon. Bear the pain a little, the next strike won't be so gentle. Bai Xiaoxiao jumped up and down with joy. Sister In is so strong. Kill that old man. And Myoling smiled, replying confidently, don't worry, this guy is weak. Patriarch Hehuan's face was now bloodless. He didn't dare to crow anymore. Damn it. He screamed for help to the Emperor fighting Xiaoru, Lao Lang. If you don't come help me, I'm done for. Hearing this, the Emperor hurriedly turned around, but immediately took a full kick from Bai Xiaoru. She took the opportunity to press on, attacking while mocking. Still have the mind to worry about others. Worry about your own life first. Bai Xiaoru condensed a blue flame in her hand, Foxfire, and threw it straight at the Emperor of the Wolf God Empire. This attack pushed the Emperor back, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure, cursing silently. I didn't expect this little fox to be so formidable. But just then, an unexpected turn of events changed the situation. A cold voice rang out. Everyone stop. It turned out Mu Qingqing was being held hostage by the owner of that voice. Everyone froze and turned around. Among them, Patriarch Hehuan was the happiest. The sect master of Zusha sect Sha Hu was holding a weapon to Empress Mu Qingqing's neck, threatening, otherwise, I will send this woman to heaven. Bai Xiaoru immediately stopped, calling out anxiously, Qingqing. The Emperor had a scare, smiling. Why did you come so late? I thought you Zusha sect people only knew how to take money and run. Sha Hu sneered back. Chinese letter Zusha sect does business with integrity. How could we take money and not work? However, the strength of this Haitian empire is not as weak as you said. The price must be increased. Patriarch Hehuan quickly chimed in. That's right. Price increase. He clutched his severed arm, cursing. Damn it, I almost lost my life in this hole. The Emperor of the Wolf God Empire stated the condition. Fine. If you want more benefits, listen up. If you want to redeem your Empress, bring 10 high-grade Emperor armaments within 10 days. 1 day late and I kill the hostage. Finished speaking, they immediately vanished. Let's go. Bai Xiaoru was confused, asking, Myoling, what should we do now? And Myoling replied in a low voice, I will go to Demon God Island to find Master. As for Qin Tian, at this moment he was busy cooking a late-night meal. Qin Anan was starving, asking, Brother, can we eat yet? Qin Tian replied gently, Anan, don't rush. He rubbed the little girl's head. This three-legged dark crow soup needs to simmer a bit longer to bring out all the flavor. Just then a sudden attack struck. Qin Tian reacted lightning fast, hugging Qin Anan and dodging in a flash. He quickly recognized the uninvited guests, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile. Immediately after, 3 giant beasts appeared. The Huangniu demon emperor with a bull head and human face gritted his teeth. Who told that monkey to be a blabbermouth? Moyuan is my brother. I alone am enough to avenge him. You guys get lost. The Leipeng demon emperor sneered sarcastically. You stupid bull, out of everyone who fought Moyuan back then, weren't you the fiercest? Wanting to monopolize the supreme tomb isn't exactly polite behavior. Hearing this, the Huangniu demon emperor boiled with rage, shouting, That damn monkey dared to tell you this. I clearly told him to shut up. After this is over, I will definitely smash his monkey head. Another voice interjected. All right, enough. The leady beast, a giant mole, spoke up. Things have come to this. Don't dream of monopolizing the supreme tomb. The urgent matter now is to deal with this guy first. If he could take down Moyuan, he's definitely not ordinary. It continued. Moyuan was originally the weakest among our 4 great demon emperors. Huang Niu Demon Emperor agreed. Him getting killed is just because he was less skilled. Lei Peng Demon Emperor added. Plus, with the 3 of us united, no matter how strong he is, there is only one path to death. The sudden attack from the 3 demon emperors had spilled Qin Tian's painstaking soup. Qin Anan looked sad. Brother, the chicken soup is all spilled. Qin Tian smiled consolingly. It's okay, Anan. He turned to look at the beasts, his smile beaming even more. Brother will find new ingredients for you, and it just so happens the ingredients delivered themselves to our door. Huang Niu Demon Emperor heard this and exploded with rage. Brat, who are you calling ingredients? Qin Tian acted like a professional chef, stroking his chin in thought. Let me see. He pointed at Huang Niu Demon Emperor. One guy can make ox hoof soup. Then turned to Lei Peng Demon Emperor. One guy to make braised bird wings. When pointing at the leady beast, Qin Tian paused, seeming unable to think of a dish. He turned and whispered to Qin Anan, we should probably skip this one. Qin Anan nodded repeatedly. Yes, looks unappetizing, we won't eat it. The leady beast was so angry its jaw dropped, screaming, You want to die? I'll let you taste the pain of 1,000 cuts. It immediately burrowed into the ground, moving at terrifying speed underground. Then rushed up to attack Qin Tian. Qin Tian remained strangely calm. Speaking nonchalantly, You're a demon emperor, for goodness sake, is this all the skill you have? He drew the life and death sword, stabbing straight into the ground. Break for me. But a misstab surprised him slightly. Oh, not here. From underground, the leady beast used earth prison dragon confinement. The ground shook violently, giant earthen walls rose up, trapping Qin Tian inside in the blink of an eye. Huang Niu Demon Emperor stood outside watching, shouting, Leady, don't kill him yet, we still have to interrogate him about the location of the supreme tomb. But very quickly, cracks appeared on the earthen prison, and with a boom it shattered completely. The leady beast was also beaten terribly. Qin Tian walked out leisurely, holding Qin Anan in his arms, looking at the other 2. Use whatever skills you have, don't say I didn't give you a chance. The fact that the leady beast was defeated in an instant made the remaining 2 demon emperors extremely cautious. Lei Peng Demon Emperor took the initiative to suggest, This guy is not simple, let's team up. Huang Niu Demon Emperor nodded. I was thinking the same. They immediately revealed their true forms. Qin Tian sneered, Then I should get a little serious too. He used the Hua Ziz at great method. 4 symbols lesser yin, white tiger manifests divine power. A giant, majestic white tiger appeared, confronting the true forms of the 2 demon emperors head-on. Qin Tian even attacked first. The white tiger roared, accumulating an energy ball and shooting it straight at the 2 demon emperors. Just a single strike flattened a vast area, looking at the remains of the 2. Qin Tian felt a bit regretful. Oops, I hadn't asked them about the Phoenix Vermilion fruit yet. Who knew these 2 would be this weak? Qin Anan, held in Qin Tian's arms, gently comforted him. Don't be sad, brother. Anan will definitely help you find the Phoenix Vermilion fruit. The little girl's words moved Qin Tian to tears. Fake. He hurriedly wiped them away, saying, My little sister. Now brother will go make ox hoof soup and braised thunder wing for you. Qin Anan replied happily, Yes, the food brother makes is the best. Scene shift to Phoenix Valley on Demon God Island. 2 figures were sneaking in. A fat guy asked the other, Boss, are you sure this is the place? The tall, thin guy looked at the compass in his hand, replying firmly, I used the dragon-seeking compass to calculate. This is the dragon vein of Demon God Island. If Demon God Island really has a supreme tomb, it can only be here. After confirming, the fat guy couldn't wait any longer, rushing forward aggressively. Then what are we waiting for? He rushed down, intending to dig 3 feet into the ground, to drag the supreme tomb out. But as he got close, he was blocked by an invisible force. He quickly realized the surroundings were protected by a barrier. He laughed excitedly. "Boss, you were right. The supreme tomb must be here. Let me smash this cage." The tall, thin guy was calmer, hurriedly stopping him. "Number 2, wait." This made the fat guy stop, bewildered. "Huh?" The tall, thin guy explained. "If you strike down with your hammer, the barrier might not break, but you'll attract all the monsters on Demon God Island." The fat guy wasn't worried at all. "Let them come. Are we supposed to be afraid of those 4 great demon emperors?" The tall, thin guy thought deeper. "What if it's Jiyu Lonk?" The fat guy still didn't think so. Jiyu Lonk hasn't been seen for 1,000 years. Maybe he died somewhere already. "Are you overthinking it, boss?" The tall, thin guy remained very cautious. Jiyu Lonk was a half-step supreme powerhouse. How could he die so easily? "I'm afraid he's just in seclusion, somewhere trying to break through. In short, on this Demon God Island, we must act quietly, don't attract attention." The fat guy calmed down hearing this, muttering, "So troublesome." "So tell me, boss, what do we do now?" The tall, thin guy smiled mysteriously. "I have my ways. To seek the dragon, look at the mountain range. One range is one heavy pass." He used the compass to probe. "If there are 1,000 layers of locks closing the door, there must be a prince here." The formation quickly revealed a ring of light, and the tall, thin guy seized the opportunity. "The eye of the formation is here." Star shifting. He successfully destroyed the eye of the formation, entering the barrier. When the formation eye was destroyed, the barrier also shattered. The fat guy observed the surroundings, cheering, "Success." But immediately after, his expression changed abruptly. It turned out, inside this barrier, something extremely terrifying was sealed. When the barrier broke, a ghostly laughter echoed through the space. "Ha ha ha ha." This place was where Jiyu Lonk was sealed. The breaking of the barrier meant the seal was loosened, allowing Jiyu Lonk to easily break his chains. He smiled sinisterly. "Yi Feng, your seal is only this good." The tall, thin guy outside immediately felt a huge pressure approaching, scaring him out of his wits. This aura. Could it be? When he realized who it was, he immediately shouted to warn the fat guy. "This is bad. It's Jiyu Lonk. Run quickly." Jiyu Lonk was famous for his cruelty. With him here, they couldn't touch the supreme tomb. The fat guy was also terrified hearing this. "What?" He hurriedly ran towards the tall, thin guy, stammering, "Boss, are you mistaken?" "How could it be such a coincidence?" The tall, thin guy shouted angrily. "Idiot. No time to explain. If we don't run now, we won't make it." After Jiyu Lonk broke free, his gloomy voice rang out. "No one can escape from me, and you two are no exception." 2 red chains shot straight at the 2 men, quickly wrapping around them. The result was a bloody slaughter. As for Qin Tian, he had finished cooking the lavish meal. He muttered, "It was hard to find a new pot, only for it to be trampled by them. I have to wrong you too." Qin Tian prepared very thoughtfully. Ox hoof soup and braised thunder wing were ready, and ate until she was full and there was still leftovers. Qin Annan gnawed on a piece of meat, her face satisfied. So delicious. Just then, a strange object fell straight down from the sky towards the 2. Qin Annan turned and said, "Brother, something is falling." Qin Tian looked over suspiciously. It was a girl. Even though she was in a perilous situation, she still tried to shout, "Run! Run quickly!" Then she fainted. Qin Tian helped her up, casually scooping a spoonful of soup to feed her. Just then she woke up, seeing Qin Tian's face close to hers. She screamed in panic and pushed him away. "You! What are you doing to me? Hey, it's hot." Qin Annan was still busy eating, so she explained for her brother. "Sister, you fainted from hunger just now and fell from the sky. My brother was feeding you." The girl hurriedly replied, "I wasn't hungry, I was injured." After calming down, she felt something strange. "I was clearly heavily injured internally. How am I fully healed? She quickly warned Qin Tian, that's right. You guys hurry and leave Demon God Island with me. Jiyu Lonk has appeared. He is hunting down all human cultivators on the island. Qin Tian asked Jiyu Lonk, is that the half-step supreme demon? The girl was still terrified. That's right. I was attacked by him just now. If we don't run, it'll be too late. Qin Tian remained calm, turning to say to Qin Anan, not a big problem. And then let's keep eating. If that Jiyu Lonk comes, brother will make roasted sparrow wings, adding another dish for you. These words shocked the girl into silence. Could he also be a half-step supreme powerhouse? That's why he isn't afraid of Jiyu Lonk. Right then, Jiyu Lonk caught up. Interesting. He scratched his chin, looking at Qin Tian, his voice challenging. Did you say you wanted to taste me? The girl turned pale seeing Jiyu Lonk. Despair rising in her heart, she was dead for sure this time. Qin Tian was very calm, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Although I'm full, tasting you as well wouldn't be a problem. This made Jiyu Lonk even more interested. I like your courage. He slightly curled his little finger and flicked it gently, creating an invisible attack. That attack rushed straight towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian gently sidestepped, then turned to tell Anan. Anan, stop eating for a moment, save your stomach for roasted sparrow wings. That dish is even more nutritious than the ox hoof soup from Huangniu Demon Emperor and braised thunder wings from Lei Peng Demon Emperor. Qin Anan obediently stopped eating. Yes, sir. The girl heard this and was utterly shocked, looking at the soup pot then at Qin Tian. What? This ox hoof soup and grilled wings are made from Huangniu Demon Emperor and Lei Peng Demon Emperor. This made her look at Qin Tian with disbelief. Who exactly is he? Jiyu Lonk grew more interested in Qin Tian. He smiled. Truly interesting. I've only been in seclusion for a few thousand years, and the human race has produced someone like you. No wonder I couldn't sense the aura of those 4 useless trashes. They must have been dealt with by you, right? Qin Tian replied nonchalantly. So what, you want to avenge them? Hearing this, the girl was even more shocked. So not only Huangniu and Lei Peng, but even Mo Yuan and Ledi Demon Emperor were killed by him. Jiyu Lonk laughed loudly. The law of the world, the weak are prey to the strong, what vengeance. But since those 4 trashes were devoured by you, then you shall take their place as my food. Saying so, he rushed straight at Qin Tian, but was easily dodged. This surprised him slightly. He can actually keep up with my speed. Even more surprising was when Qin Tian retaliated with a punch straight to the face. The thunderous punch sent Jiyu Lonk flying like a bullet, smashing a large boulder. Qin Tian retracted his hand, his tone nonchalant. Who is the prey, who is the hunter, do you realize it now? Jiyu Lonk coughed a few times, speaking in disbelief. Impossible. Looking at you, you're merely a half-step supreme. He now looked at Qin Tian with completely different eyes. If it were anyone else taking that punch, they would have been shattered to pieces. Qin Tian continued, now it's my turn, aren't you going to beg for mercy? Jiyu Lonk still sneered, telling himself, how could that be possible? In this world, there are only a few half-step supremes who can kill me. He changed his attack method, launching countless red chains. Then this is perfect. The chains rushed straight at Qin Tian like snakes of blood. Qin Tian quickly drew his life and death sword, slashing out a sword wave, cutting the chains before they could touch him. But unexpectedly, another chain had tightly bound Qin Tian's leg. Jiyu Lonk poured all his strength into that chain, laughing triumphantly. Got you! He used devouring eternity to suck Qin Tian's spiritual power. Qin Tian tried to accept the spiritual power, but it was useless. This is bad. I can't mobilize the spiritual energy in my body. Jiyu Lonk now clearly felt Qin Tian's strength, laughing. Very good, I didn't expect your strength to be first-level Emperor realm. I have met countless so-called geniuses, but you are the first to have half-step supreme combat power with first-level Emperor realm cultivation. Good, very good. He sucked with all his might. With such dense spiritual energy, if I devour you, maybe I can break through to the supreme realm. After a moment of struggle, Qin Tian calmed down, smiling. So that's it, I was a bit careless just now. But do you think you're the only one who knows this kind of energy absorption technique? He used the Hua Zi's great method, transformation of all things for internal use. And so Qin Tian simply took a deep breath. I suck. With a whoosh, all the surrounding spiritual energy was sucked clean by Qin Tian. Even the spiritual energy inside Jiyu Long was sucked back, terrifying him. What the hell? My spiritual energy is being sucked back by him. His body grew weaker. No, I'm about to be sucked dry. The red chain wrapped around Qin Tian's leg loosened accordingly. After sucking his fill, Qin Tian burped softly. Thanks to that, Jiyu Long could catch his breath, feeling like he had returned from the dead. He glanced at Qin Tian, laughing grimly. I underestimated you. Seems I have to kill you first before I can devour you. Guess I have to put in some effort. Qin Tian replied in kind, scratching his cheek. Is that so? But I'm thinking about how much effort it will take to kill you. Jiyu Long rushed up for close combat again. Are you kidding? Try eating this move of mine. Qin Tian was ready to respond, ready any time. The two sides clashed, creating an earth-shattering battle. The girl saw the situation was bad, hurriedly carrying Qin Annan and running far away. Looking back as she ran, muttering, we must get further away, a battle at this level is no joke. After a while of fierce exchange, the two sides voluntarily separated. Jiyu Long landed on the ground, exclaiming, to be able to fight evenly with me to this extent, you are indeed very strong. Qin Tian didn't think so, evenly matched. Take this move of mine and then talk. He immediately used a supreme-grade martial skill. I have a move called Swallowing Sun and Moon. This move of his seemed to freeze time. Jiyu Long couldn't see through Qin Tian's sword path at all. When he realized it, the blade was already against his neck. But Qin Tian slashed down, cutting off one of his arms. That arm fell to the ground in Jiyu Long's astonishment. He was both shocked and afraid. How? How is this possible? Qin Tian continued to swing his sword, laughing. I'll take this arm first, where next? Fighting to this point, Jiyu Long knew fear. He turned and ran. This guy is terrifyingly strong, clearly only first-level Emperor realm. Qin Tian had no intention of letting him escape. Want to run? He immediately followed closely behind. When he reached the place where he was sealed, Jiyu Long suddenly stopped. Qin Tian also stopped, seeing what trick this guy was planning. He smiled, not running anymore. Seems you chose a burial place for yourself. Jiyu Long, after a while of mysterious silence, finally opened his precious mouth. He began to spout a tragic speech about this god-forsaken place, calling it Phoenix Valley. He recounted that over 1,000 years ago, some bastard old man named Yi Feng imprisoned him here. However, a blessing in disguise, yours truly, coincidentally comprehended the ultimate realm of nether fire. Saying so, he immediately demonstrated the ultimate skill, devouring eternity, opening his mouth wide and gulping down the molten lava. This earth-shattering scene made Qin Tian's eyes pop out, his mouth an O shape, full of suspicion. For real. This guy is showy enough to eat rocks. Miraculously, after chugging the lava dry, his severed arm slowly grew back, whole as if there had never been a separation. Full of momentum, Jiyu Long arrogantly declared, in this territory I am the final boss, invincible. Witnessing this bizarre performance, Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ooh la la, he even has a fire-eating skill to replenish his energy, he thought. Seems like plain sword slashing won't work, gotta switch to something more special. Thinking so, he immediately circulated his energy, unleashing a brand new move. Hua Zi's great method, 4 symbols lesser yin dragon phoenix flame. A brilliant dragon phoenix flame, carrying soul-shaking power, rushed straight towards Jiyu Long. Yet that guy just sneered in contempt, not budging an inch. Hadahata. Idiot. Using fire attacks against me here, is just adding oil to the fire. He even spread his arms arrogantly, intending to devour this flame to increase his power. Let me show you what it means to teach fish to swim, absorbing it all until you cry. But this flame was like an endless river, flowing without end, while his stomach was limited. Jiyu Long quickly realized he had overeaten, his body starting to bloat. He panicked and wanted to stop eating, but his cursed mouth no longer listened to his brain. The fire inside him accumulated to the point of wanting to explode. Seeing this, Qin Tian maliciously added, grinning, "No need to be polite, there's plenty more, help yourself." And then what had to come came with a loud boom. Jiyu Long turned himself into a brilliant firework, shattered to pieces right in the place where he arrogantly claimed to be invincible. Elsewhere, Qin Anan was being carried on the back of the purple-haired girl, frantically urging, "Sister Zaijiao, can you go faster?" It turned out this purple-clothed lady was named Zaijiao. She gently reassured the little girl, "This is already my fastest speed, little one. Since when has your brother ever lost to that Jiyu Long? Just don't worry." As they approached the battlefield, Qin Anan scanned around, then suddenly froze, her eyes shining. She pointed in a direction, cheering, "My brother is over there." Zaijiao carried the little girl down. As soon as she touched the ground, Qin Anan rushed forward, screaming, "Brother!" That desperate call pulled Qin Tian out of his daze. He slowly opened his heavy eyes. Seeing Qin Tian not responding, Qin Anan panicked even more. She ran close, her voice choked. "Brother, you are not allowed to die. Anan doesn't want to be alone again." The heart-wrenching words of the little girl filled Qin Tian with guilt. He struggled to raise his hand, gently rubbing the little girl's head. Smiling weakly, "Silly Anan, why the long face? Brother promises you, I will never let you be lonely alone." Just then Zaijiao also stepped forward, saying worriedly, "Young master is injured quite heavily. This place has heavy yin energy, we shouldn't stay long. If that Jiyu Long isn't completely dead and comes back for revenge, it will be trouble." Qin Tian sat up, laughing it off. "Rest assured, miss. That Jiyu guy just played a self-destruct game, blown to dust. It's just that I didn't anticipate the power of that homemade firework to be so terrible, almost capsized in the gutter." Just as Qin Tian sat up straight, Zaijiao suddenly let out a shriek, hurriedly covering her eyes with both hands, her face flushing red. She stammered, young master, your clothes." Qin Tian started and looked down, and then he also wanted to dig a hole to hide in from embarrassment. The earth-shattering battle just now had turned his clothes into tattered rags. He hurriedly rummaged and took out a brand new set of clothes to put on, thinking to himself, "Luckily, I prepared spare clothes, otherwise I'd die of shame." Qin Tian bent down, gently picking up Qin Anan, his voice full of apology. "Anan, sorry. Originally, I intended to capture that Jiyu guy alive to be your mount, who knew his ego was so high he blew himself up. Not even a feather is left." Suddenly, Qin Anan's cute little nose twitched, sniffing the air. Seeing the little girl's strange behavior, Qin Tian asked curiously, "Anan, what do you smell? Do my new clothes smell strange?" Qin Anan shook her head, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, I smell the phoenix vermilion fruit. It's very close." Hearing that, Qin Tian suddenly remembered the words of the late Jiyu. Right, he mentioned this place was Phoenix Valley, so the phoenix vermilion fruit must be growing here. So carrying Qin Anan, he eagerly set off to find the spiritual fruit, following the guidance of the little girl's nose, which was sharper than a hunting dog's. They stopped in front of a cave entrance. Qin Anan decided firmly, definitely correct. The smell of the phoenix vermilion fruit is coming from inside here. Qin Tian pinched her cheek happily. "Wonderful, my good little sister. Truly a blessing in disguise. Originally just planned to deal with that Jiyu guy. Didn't expect to score a treasure. Wait for brother to refine the supreme pill for you to eat, so you can become a majestic demon god." Qin Anan was very sensible. She buried her head in his chest, whispering, "Anan doesn't need to be a demon god. Anan just needs brother to be with Anan forever." Qin Tian's heart melted hearing this. He didn't mention it again but nodded in agreement. Okay, okay, okay. And then we'll forever be brother's good little sister. Zai Jiao, following behind, heard the conversation of the siblings, and her heart was in turmoil. This young master not only defeated a half-step supreme-level powerhouse like Jiyu, but also knows how to refine supreme pills. A bold and unbelievable guess popped into her head. I know. He must be some great almighty reincarnated. Going deeper into the cave, they finally found what they needed, the Phoenix Vermilion fruit. Qin Tian walked over calmly, casually picking the fruit, smiling. Mending Heaven root, Phoenix Vermilion fruit are finally in my hands. With this plus the Great Tao Supreme fruit, I can refine the Supreme pill. He drew the life and death sword, casually stabbing through the spiritual fruit. Then held it up, asking, "Here, can you hold it?" Qin Anan held out her tiny hands, confident, "No problem." The casual action of the two made Zai Jiao on the side almost faint on the spot. She screamed silently, "Good heavens! That's a Phoenix Vermilion fruit, not a roasted sweet potato. How could you bear to skewer it like that?" Just as the Phoenix Vermilion fruit was picked, the whole cave suddenly shook violently. Zai Jiao looked around in panic, thinking, "Earthquake." The ground beneath her feet shook violently, then cracked open into deep chasms, earth and rocks flying everywhere. Zai Jiao hadn't regained her composure when she lost her footing, falling straight into the abyss. She let out a desperate scream. It seemed like Zai Jiao's life ended here. But a strong hand grabbed her wrist in time. Qin Tian smiled reassuringly. "Hold on tight, this cave is about to collapse." He drew the life and death sword again, slashing a sword wave to stop the collapse. When the cave had completely collapsed, Qin Tian pulled Zai Jiao and flew up into the air. When the dust settled, an ancient small building appeared, floating in the void. Qin Tian immediately recognized this as a tomb of a supreme-level powerhouse. He and Zai Jiao landed. In front of them was a stone stele full of writing. The content on it roughly read, "I am Venerable Yi Feng, cultivated the Xuanai secret scripture, reaching the heavenly venerable realm. Regrettably, the heavenly way is ruthless. I could not pass the trial of love, so I set my tomb here. Fated one who enters this tomb will receive my inheritance and mantle." Qin Tian couldn't help but be surprised. The owner of this tomb was actually a heavenly venerable. Zai Jiao beside him was also stunned. "I thought it was just a supreme tomb. I didn't expect it to be the tomb of a heavenly venerable. So it can't be wrong, truly amazing." Qin Tian didn't seem very interested in the tomb. He turned to ask Zai Jiao, "Miss, you came to this demon god island probably for this tomb too, right? Do you want to go inside?" Zai Jiao hurriedly waved her hand, replying, "I don't." She recounted that she and her master came here indeed for the supreme tomb, but her master unfortunately died at the hands of Jiyu Long. Now she had no hope left. "This tomb is extremely dangerous," Zai Jiao analyzed. "I know my strength is weak. If I go in, I'm afraid it's 9 deaths, 1 life. If I'm not wrong, years ago Jiyu Long was sealed here by heavenly venerable Yi Feng for over 1,000 years because he coveted this tomb. Senior should think carefully." At this time, Qin Anan pulled his shirt, whispering, "So brother, do you want to go in?" "And doesn't want brother to be locked up for so long." Qin Tian smiled, replying confidently, "Don't worry, in this world there is no place that can trap me." He gently put Qin Anan down, instructing, "Wait for brother to go in and get some treasures, then I'll take you home." Qin Anan heard this and stammered, Take me home." Qin Tian turned to ask Zai Jiao, "Miss Zai Jiao, please take care of Anan for me temporarily. Wait for me to come out, I guarantee to give you a great opportunity." Zai Jiao agreed happily. "Senior, rest assured, Zai Jiao will do her best to protect Anan." After arranging for Qin Anan, Qin Tian stepped to the tomb door, cupping his hands. "Senior Yi Feng, excuse me." When he pushed the stone door open, a blinding light burst out, causing Zai Jiao to cover her eyes. Qin Tian stepped inside. The scene suddenly changed. He found himself standing on a rock floating in endless space. "Where is this?" he exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Master! Qin Tian turned around sharply, seeing Myoling and Zioru there. He glided over happily. Why are you two here? But looking closely at their condition, he ran over in panic. Wait, why are you both injured like this? Bai Zioru's injuries were quite heavy, she rasped. Myoling and I encountered enemies on the way to Demon God Island to find you. We had to find a cave to hide, but somehow we got lost in here. Qin Tian was furious. Damn it. Who bullied you two? I'll go mince him up. And caused you to get lost in this blasted heavenly venerable tomb too. Myoling heard this, her face pale. Heavenly venerable tomb. Not a supreme tomb. With our background, entering here isn't it certain death. He supported the two, speaking gently. Don't worry, it's a long story. Sit down here, let me heal you. Bai Zioru hurriedly interrupted. No time, master, look down there. Lava was surging up from the abyss. Qin Tian turned back, roaring angrily. Damn it, why is there lava here all of a sudden? He hugged both of them, speaking decisively. Let me get you two out of here first. Bai Zioru hurriedly stopped him. No, Qin Tian. Taking us with you, you won't be able to escape. Even so, Qin Tian was firm. Stop talking nonsense. How could I leave you two behind? Zioru continued to persuade. We don't want to drag you down, otherwise we'll all die. Myoling also sobbed in agreement. Master, let us go. The lava is catching up. I beg you, but Qin Tian still didn't let go. He risked his life dragging the two upwards, gritting his teeth. Shut up, both of you. Even if the king of hell comes, don't dream of snatching you two from my hands. The two girls could only scream in despair. Let go. A scene chain. Qin Tian shouted and woke up with a start. He found himself in a magnificent palace. Seeing him suddenly screaming, a calm voice rang out. Are you awake? Qin Tian was still in shock. He muttered, just now was. Only when he saw a sharp spike trap in front of him did he realize it was just an illusion. A masked figure continued to speak. Although it was just an illusion, if you had let go and abandoned them just now, they would have turned into a pile of mangled flesh by now. Saying that, he bent down and picked up a knife. Qin Tian, after regaining his composure, guessed the identity of this person. He said in surprise, You are Yi Feng. You are not dead yet. Yi Feng explained, What you are seeing is just a remnant soul left behind by my main body in the mortal world, solely to wait for a destined person to fulfill my unfinished wish. Qin Tian asked suspiciously, Wish? Yi Feng continued, You have passed the test and are fully qualified to receive my inheritance. But before that, you must agree to help me with one thing. Qin Tian was still clutching the two bears tightly. Suddenly, he saw something that stunned him. In the middle of the main hall was a statue of a Kinkyu Fox clan member. Yi Feng began to recount his tragic story. That year, I went to the Divine Thunder burial ground with my beloved wife Kayan Kayan, and unfortunately encountered a terrifying incident. Kayan Kayan was crushed to pieces, and I was lucky enough to preserve this remnant soul. Before she passed away, she told me that she missed home very much. Therefore, I want to ask you to bring her ashes back to her homeland, Kinkyu. Hearing this, Qin Tian blurted out, Kinkyu. Could it be that your wife is a member of the Kinkyu Fox clan? Yi Feng nodded. That's right. Moreover, she was the unique heavenly fox supreme of the Fox clan in 100,000 years. Qin Tian also shared honestly. I won't hide it from you, senior. Actually, I have a very close relationship with the Kinkyu Fox clan. My girlfriend is the current empress of the Fox clan. Therefore, I will definitely help with your matter, senior. It's just that, regarding becoming your disciple, please forgive me. Qin Tian's refusal to become a disciple made the old man a bit unhappy. Why? Does being my disciple make you uncomfortable? Qin Tian scratched his head honestly. No, it's not uncomfortable, but I think, senior, you can't teach me. Please withdraw that intention, senior. Just giving me some of your spirit pills and medicinal wine is enough. These straightforward words were like a challenge to Yi Feng. He reached out his hand towards Qin Tian. Just as his hand was about to touch his face, he suddenly stopped. A moment later, Yifeng spoke. You say I can't teach you. I really don't know where you get the courage to say such things. Meanwhile outside, and Myoling and Xiaoru had finally found the demon god island. Myoling asked softly, Xiaoru, is Master really on the demon god island? Xiaoru replied decisively, Qin Tian and I have established a contract so I can feel his presence on the island. It is just ahead, not far away. At the same time, Zai Jiao's situation was not looking good. She was trying her best to protect Qin Anan from the threat of two strangers. A chubby man with a bearded face approached and threatened. After all, our Zixuan sect is a famous righteous sect in the central continent. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the little demon behind you immediately, and I will spare your life. Zai Jiao refused immediately. Dream on. Inside, she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. What should I do? I knew that the tomb of the heavenly venerable would attract countless people, yet I naively stood here waiting. Standing next to the fat man was a woman. She sneered. Senior brother, why accomplish so much talking with this brat? If she wants to die, we might as well fulfill her wish. Hearing that, the fatty nodded. You're right. Since fellow Taoist Zai Jiao is stubborn, don't blame us for being ruthless. He waved his hand to order, go, finish it quickly. The woman in red immediately rushed forward, intending to grab Qin Anan. Zai Jiao thought of the worst-case scenario. She muttered to herself, I'm sorry, senior, this junior cannot keep the promise. But suddenly, a sharp ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the path of the woman in red, forcing her to stop cautiously. It turned out that Myoling and Bai Xiaoru had arrived just in time. The two of them stood in front of Zai Jiao and Qin Anan. And Myoling smiled and said, two adults bullying two little girls, it is truly shameful. Bai Xiaoru also chimed in, want to fight? Let us entertain you with a few moves. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, the fatty hurriedly stepped forward with a fake smile. Junior sister, step back. You two have misunderstood. I am not bullying the weak. This matter concerns the inheritance of the Ling Mu Heavenly Venerable, and I cannot help but capture that little demon. Fellow Taoist Zai Jiao here refuses to compromise, making it very difficult for us. Bai Xiaoru couldn't help but be surprised. Tomb of the Heavenly Venerable. Isn't there only the tomb of a supreme on the demon god island? The fatty continued. Actually, we only knew after reading the tombstone. The owner of this tomb is none other than Heavenly Venerable Yifeng from 30,000 years ago. Hearing this name, Bai Xiaoru was surprised once again. What? It is the tomb of Heavenly Venerable Yifeng, and Myoling immediately asked, Xiaoru, do you know about Heavenly Venerable Yifeng? Bai Xiaoru explained. Heavenly Venerable Yifeng was the husband of our Heavenly Fox ancestor, and also the strongest granduncle-in-law in the history of Kinkyu. Later, the two of them disappeared together. I didn't expect them to be buried in this place. After hearing this, and Myoling turned to question the fatty. Regardless of whose tomb this is, if you want the inheritance, go in and get it yourself. Why do you want to arrest a little girl? The fatty recounted. The brother of this little demon was the first to enter, and he even triggered the restrictions, making it impossible for others to enter. Bai Xiaoru continued to question. If the restrictions have been triggered, what is the use of capturing the girl? Zai Jiao shouted from behind. They want to capture and to force Senior to hand over the inheritance of Heavenly Venerable Yifeng. Hearing that, and Myoling couldn't help but scold. Despicable. The fatty then spoke with a righteous tone. Fellow Taoist is wrong. As the ancients said, those not of our race are sure to have a different heart. If we let this little demon's brother monopolize the inheritance, one day he will become a demon god and harm the mortal world. We are acting today to remove harm for humanity. Qin Anan heard the man lying and retorted, You are lying. My big brother is a human, Zai Jiao also testified. Senior Qin Tian is indeed a human, I can guarantee that. Hearing this, both Myoling and Bai Xiaoru turned to look at Qin Anan, asking in surprise, What did you say? Is Qin Tian your brother? Chin Anon nodded honestly. Two sisters, I'm not lying. It was Big Brother who saved me, accepted me as his sister, and named me Chin Anon. So Big Brother is definitely not a monster. At this point, the attitude of the two girls changed 180 degrees. They grinned at the little girl. "Anon, I am your Big Brother's disciple. With me and Sister Bai here, no one will dare to bully you. What a lovely little sister. Whoever dares to touch you, I will tear them apart." Both of them ran to hug Chin Anon, pampering her endlessly. The woman in red, seeing that persuasion didn't work, furiously wanted to take action. "So you are accomplices. Want to keep it all for yourselves? You have to ask if the whip in my hand agrees first." A chaotic battle broke out, and the result was that the woman in red was beaten black and blue. Bai Xiaoru stepped fiercely on her, grinding her teeth. "If you dare open that foul mouth again, I will carve 5 more holes in your face." The woman in red finally knew fear and hurriedly begged for mercy. But the matter didn't stop there. Another powerful voice rang out. "That fox, you are merely a second-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, yet you dare to consider yourself Bai Wuti." The fatty saw his savior and hurriedly turned back in joy. "Master." The old man who just arrived sneered, his eyes looking down on everyone. "Even if Bai Wuti were here, he wouldn't dare humiliate Beishan Palace in front of me." "Who do you think you are?" He was the palace master of Beishan Palace, Ba Zi, a half-step supreme cultivator. Bai Xiaoru guessed the enemy's identity from his words, but she still calmly retorted, "You are the palace master of Beishan Palace. I heard that you only broke through to half-step supreme over 500 years ago. My grandfather, Bai Wuti, was already a half-step supreme more than 10,000 years ago. What are you to compare with my grandfather?" These words made Ba Zi furious. He roared, "Insolent!" Just a shout contained terrifying power, sending Xiaoru flying far away, causing her to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. And Myoling hurriedly ran over, calling out worriedly, "Xiaoru!" She quickly drew her weapon, preparing to counterattack. And Myoling unleashed her strongest move, swallowing Sun and Moon. But it was easily neutralized by Ba Zi. Even though the sword slashed towards him, he remained calm, sneering, "Not bad. I'll take this sword strike of yours." Back to Qin Tian. He was still being probed by Venerable Yi Feng, looking dazed as if he had lost his soul. Yi Feng was observing the intricate threads of karma on Qin Tian's body. He couldn't help but be amazed. Who exactly is this kid? Why are there so many complex karmas in his body? Countless images of Qin Tian's life appeared. When Yi Feng observed a special image, he curiously moved closer. "These things are..." But as soon as he touched it, a terrifying force knocked him out of Qin Tian's body. Qin Tian immediately woke up. He glanced at Yi Feng and grumbled, "Huh? How could you arbitrarily enter my body without my consent? I thought you were planning to possess me." Yi Feng now looked at Qin Tian with completely different eyes, full of awe. "What kind of character is this kid?" He laughed and replied, "Haha, possess you. Don't worry, with such great karma on you, no one in this world can possess you. No wonder you dared to say, you don't need to take me as your teacher." Although he didn't accept Yi Feng as his teacher, Qin Tian still expressed his willingness to help. "If I could come here, it proves that we are destined." He walked over, patted Yi Feng's shoulder, gave a thumbs up and winked. "How about this? Let me find a successor for you outside." "Senior Yi Feng, don't be sad anymore." Yi Feng became even more curious, as Qin Tian entered here but didn't aim for his inheritance. "No way, then what exactly did you come in here for?" Suddenly, the whole space shook violently. Qin Tian tried to stand firm. Earthquake again. Yi Feng knew the cause clearly. It seems someone is trying to forcefully break the restriction to break in. He waved his hand, and a water screen appeared, projecting the entire scene outside. With the appearance of Ba Zi, and Myoling and Bai Xiaoru were quickly subdued. The woman in red vented her anger, repeatedly slapping Xiaoru's face. Unleashing her fury, "Bitch! You are very brave, aren't you? Daring to step on this old lady's face." Myoling beside her couldn't bear this scene and screamed, "Bastard! If you have guts, aim at me." Another disciple stepped forward, squeezed Myoling's chin, his voice full of lewdness. "Aim at you. Do you think I would let go of this lovely face?" Qin Tian witnessed everything. His anger flared up. He roared, seeking death. That guy pulled Myoling closer, his voice deep. "Do you think I will let you go?" At this point, Qin Tian couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed Yi Feng and urged, "Senior, let me out quickly. I want to kill all these animals." Yi Feng said nothing, suddenly launched a palm strike straight at Qin Tian's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He looked at the old man in confusion. "What are you doing?" Yi Feng explained, "Just now when I entered your body, I discovered you had internal injuries. This palm is to help you force the bruised blood out. But in your current state, even if you go out, you might not be matched for that guy. His cultivation is at least half-step supreme." Qin Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. "Don't say he is just a half-step supreme. Even if he is a supreme, a heavenly venerable, if he dares to touch my people, I will definitely kill him." Hearing this, Yi Feng couldn't help but admire. "Great. This kid may be a bit amorous, but he has great spirit." He held out his hand in front of Qin Tian. "Then let me give you a hand." Yi Feng lifted Qin Tian up and began to transfer spiritual power to him. Qin Tian realized his intention and hurriedly said, "Senior, are you transferring your power to me? But I haven't accepted you as my teacher. This isn't right." Yi Feng sighed. "Actually, the time this remnant soul of mine remains in the world is not much. I know you refuse to accept the power because you fear I will dissipate, but if I don't pass it to you now, it will just be a waste." Qin Tian panicked, trying to stop him. "But Senior, if you transfer all your cultivation to me, won't you die?" "Senior, stop immediately." Yi Feng continued, "Since you agreed to take Qian back to Kinkyu, even if I disappear, I have no regrets. If you don't need my cultivation techniques and martial arts, please help me find a worthy successor. Considering my inheritance will have someone to continue it." Outside, the two girls were still being tortured. The woman in red tried her best to be insolent. "Bitch, weren't you arrogant just now? Be arrogant again for me to see." Even so, Bai Xiaoru remained tough. "Beat or kill me as you please. When Qin Tian comes out, none of you will survive." Myoling also added, "That's right, master will definitely not spare you." The fatty sneered upon hearing this. "In front of my master, what is your master?" The woman in red also chimed in. "Not to mention whether he can get out of the tomb ground. Even if he does, he will just be throwing away his life." Right at this moment, a voice as cold as ice rang out from the tomb entrance. "Is that so?" Qin Tian stepped out. After receiving the power transfer, the aura radiating from him was extremely terrifying, causing everyone to look at him in horror. Qin Tian held the life and death sword, his eyes full of challenge. "Let's see who dares to take my life." Upon seeing him, both disciples Zai Jiao and Qin Anan cheered happily. "Master, Senior, Big Brother." The fatty was frightened by Qin Tian's pressure, stuttering, "Something's wrong. This person's aura is too strong." Ba Zi, who had been silently observing, spoke up at this moment. "Kid, you came out of the heavenly venerable tomb, so you must have inherited the legacy of heavenly venerable Yi Feng." Qin Tian's face remained unchanged. "So what if I did?" Ba Zi sneered, full of disdain. "A mere second-layer emperor realm cultivator like you has no right to inherit the heavenly venerable's legacy. Obediently hand over all the good things from the tomb, and this old man might spare your life." Qin Tian asked back, "And if I don't?" The woman in red, faster with her hands than her brain, swung her whip and shouted, "If not, I will beat them to death." The fatty sensed danger from Qin Tian and hurriedly shouted, "Idiot." Just as the woman in red prepared to strike, Qin Tian roared, "Did I allow you to move?" Her whip was instantly slashed to pieces. A giant phantom figure appeared behind Qin Tian, directly crushing the body of the woman in red, leaving her no time to even scream. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. The phantom figure acted brutally, killing the woman in red in the blink of an eye, leaving the fatty stunned with fear. He muttered, Is this the inheritance of the heavenly venerable tomb?" Even with Ba Zi by his side, he still felt terrified and hurriedly said, "Master, this guy is strangely strong, let's run." The phantom figure immediately rushed towards the fatty. Ba Zi couldn't help but be startled, unable to believe someone dared to kill his disciple right before his eyes. Qin Tian's voice was cold, full of killing intent. "Did I let you run?" At this point, Ba Zi was truly furious. He gritted his teeth. "Brat, you dare to kill my beloved disciple." He drew his weapon, the Heavenly Palace giant sword, and rushed forward to attack. "Go to hell." Qin Tian also raised the life and death sword, speaking softly, swallowing sun and moon. With just one pass, Ba Zi's head was severed from his neck. After settling everything, Qin Tian hurriedly ran to the two female disciples. "Miaoling, Xiao Ru, how are your injuries?" Miaoling replied softly, "Just superficial wounds." That Ba Zi wanted to force me to reveal the swallowing sun and moon sword technique, so he didn't deal a killing blow. Qin Anan ran over at this moment, clinging to Qin Tian's shirt, on the verge of tears. "Big brother, I thought you went into the tomb and wouldn't come out again. Sister Zai Jiao and these two sisters have been protecting in all this time, and I was afraid I wouldn't see you again." Qin Tian immediately turned his attention to the little girl. He smiled and patted her head. "I'm sorry, Anan. Big brother guarantees that I won't let you be bullied by bad guys anymore." Then Qin Tian turned to say to Zai Jiao, "Miss Zai Jiao, thank you for taking care of my little sister. Earlier I said I would give you an opportunity when I got out. Now I will fulfill that promise." Zai Jiao hurriedly waved her hand. "No need, no need. Senior is too polite. I never asked for anything. Protecting an N was actually to repay Senior's life-saving grace." But Qin Tian had decided. He gently tapped a finger on Zai Jiao's forehead. "Inside the tomb, I promised Senior Yi Feng to help him find a successor. I see that your nature and character are very suitable. Now, on behalf of Senior Yi Feng, I impart the Black Knight secret scripture to you." Saying that, he transmitted all of Yi Feng's cultivation techniques to Zai Jiao. Seeing her still dazed, Qin Tian smiled. "Are you satisfied with this opportunity?" Zai Jiao was extremely moved. She knelt on one knee and made a vow. Senior not only saved Zai Jiao's life, but also granted such a great fortune. "Zai Jiao will engrave this in my heart for this life. If I break this oath, may heaven strike me dead." Qin Tian quickly helped her up. "Miss Zai Jiao, your words are too heavy. Just try to cultivate hard. Senior Yi Feng was kind to me. I hope you can bring glory to his inheritance in the future." Zai Jiao replied solemnly. "Zai Jiao will definitely cultivate painstakingly, absolutely not letting down Senior Yi Feng and you, Senior." After dealing with everything, Qin Tian suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Miaoling, Xiao Ru, why did you come to Demon God Island? Did something happen at home?" The two girls then recounted the story of Mu Qingqing being forcibly taken away by people from the Divine Wolf Empire. Hearing the story, the killing intent on Qin Tian flared up again. Without saying another word, he immediately set off for the Divine Wolf Empire to snatch her back. At this moment, in a luxurious room, old ancestor He Huan was hugging a beauty, watching singing and dancing while saying, "What do you think? Will that Qin guy come? 10 pieces of high-grade Emperor weapons. Even if that kid is an Emperor rank refiner, I'm afraid he won't be able to take them out." The retired Emperor of the Haitian Empire sitting next to him replied with certainty, "Empress Haitian and that kid have an extraordinary relationship, so he will definitely come. As for whether he has enough Emperor weapons or not, it doesn't matter." Old ancestor He Huan continued, "You are asking for a sky-high price to let him bargain, right?" The retired emperor sneered. "How is that possible?" He revealed his murderous intent. "I want to kill this guy, then refine his corpse into a demonic corpse so he can refine weapons for us forever." Shahu leisurely took a sip of wine, his eyes narrowing slightly with malice. He put the wine cup down on the table, his voice hoarse but containing heavy pressure. Old Wolf, I'll say this first, you can torture or do whatever you want to that Qin Tian kid, I don't care at all. However, you must fulfill what you promised me, don't disappoint me. King Divine Wolf stroked his beard upon hearing this, throwing his head back and laughing triumphantly, his laughter echoing through the tent. Ha ha ha. Brother Shahu, rest assured. Wait until after this is done. I will personally lead the army to assist you in seizing the Hayashan Empire. At that time, your Blood Shah sect will rightfully become the Blood Shah Empire, awe-inspiring the world. Qin Tian stepped down from above, his robes fluttering in the wind, his sharp eyes looking straight into the enemy's lair. He channeled his true qi and shouted loudly, making the guards tremble. You little wolf cubs, your grandfather is here to visit. King Divine Wolf, be smart and show your face to welcome me, or I will flatten this shabby wolf den of yours to the ground. Inside the tent, King Divine Wolf turned purple with rage when he heard the insult. He slammed the table and stood up, roaring like a wild beast. Audacious brat! You are Qin Tian who killed my royal son. You must be tired of living, daring to come alone to my Divine Wolf Palace to throw away your life. Qin Tian looked impatient. He picked his ear and said arrogantly, Stop barking nonsense. I don't like long-windedness. Didn't you want to trade? Where is the Empress? King Divine Wolf gritted his teeth and waved his hand to order his subordinates to bring Mu Qingqing out. As soon as she saw Qin Tian's familiar figure, her eyes immediately blurred with tears, both overjoyed and endlessly worried. The old king asked arrogantly, his voice full of greed, Where is what I need? Did you bring it? Without hesitation, Qin Tian waved his hand, and the wooden box in his hand burst open. 10 high-grade emperor weapons lay scattered on the ground, shining brightly, emitting oppressive spiritual energy that shook the surrounding space. Qin Tian coldly demanded, The items are here, release her immediately. Witnessing this scene, old ancestor He Huan stood to the side, his eyes shining brightly as if seeing an endless treasure. He didn't expect a kid to possess so many supreme treasures. Qin Tian saw that greedy look and sneered, saying calmly, Actually, I didn't have this many originally, but coincidentally, just now I was wandering on Demon God Island and accidentally discovered a heavenly venerable tomb, so I conveniently gathered them all to complete the set. Hearing heavenly venerable tomb, old ancestor He Huan was stunned, while King Divine Wolf narrowed his eyes and sneered, dark intentions already rising in his heart. After Qingqing was released, she rushed to Qin Tian, tears streaming down her face in shame. I'm really sorry I made you lose face. Qin Tian gently supported her trembling shoulders, his usually cold eyes suddenly becoming gentle. He comforted. Don't cry, everything is about to be resolved. With me here, I will take you home safely. However, just as expected, King Divine Wolf went back on his word. He laughed fiercely and cruelly. Qin, do you think I would really let you leave? I'll tell you the truth. Today I will kill you, then refine your corpse into a demonic corpse, making you unable to reincarnate for eternity. Men, rush up and mince him for me. Despite the subordinates rushing in like moths to a flame, Qin Tian stood motionless, his face strangely calm. Suddenly, the 10 emperor weapons on the ground shook violently with a wave of his hand. 10 beams of light shot up into the sky, slicing the rushing crowd into small pieces in an instant. Qin Tian spoke coldly. What a coincidence! I also intended to wipe out this Divine Wolf Empire before leaving, to avoid some ungrateful cats and dogs coming to disturb me later. Witnessing that terrifying power, Shahu panicked, cold sweat streaming down his face. He stammered. He? Who exactly is he? Why can he control 10 high-grade emperor weapons so skillfully at once? Old ancestor He Huan saw the unfavorable situation and shouted fearfully, Old Wolf! If you have any trump cards, play them now. Don't try to steal a chicken, only to lose the rice. Stinking brat, don't be arrogant, King Divine Wolf roared, quickly activating the stone pillar grand formation. Immediately, a huge vortex of energy trapped Qin Tian and Qingqing in the middle. The old king laughed triumphantly. This formation was created by my old ancestor himself. It is the guardian grand formation of the divine wolf kingdom. Even a half-step supreme, falling into this don't hope to escape. Old ancestor He Huan also echoed smugly. Well done, old wolf. This formation lives up to its reputation. Even high-grade emperor weapons shouldn't dream of breaking it. The smile of. However, before their smiles could fully fade, Qin Tian scornfully waved his hand. With just a loud bang, the entire grand formation that the old king was proud of completely shattered. This. How is this possible? The old ancestor's stone pillar grand formation, even a half-step supreme can't break it. King Divine Wolf froze, stammering breathlessly in horror. Qin Tian slowly drew the life and death sword, his eyes cold as ice and snow. Half-step supreme. When I was on Demon God Island, I already butchered 2 of that kind. Do you think this tattered formation can hold me? Realizing his life was threatened, old ancestor He Huan shamelessly turned and fled for his life. I am not from the divine wolf kingdom. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving right now. Qin Tian sneered, his voice ringing out like a death sentence. Old man, you are too ungrateful. Did I allow you to leave? He immediately controlled the emperor weapons to chase closely. Old ancestor He Huan, in desperation, played his last trump card. 9 Yin technique, heavenly demon protective shield. You can't break it. He was sure the treasure of the heavenly demon sect would save his life. But just a second later, Qin Tian's emperor weapon pierced through the protective layer like piercing through paper, ending the greedy old man's life on the spot. Shahu was terrified out of his wits seeing this, scared to the point of collapse. He secretly used the earth escape technique, burrowing into the ground intending to slip away. Qin Tian stood high above, looking down at the ground with sarcasm. Want to escape? Don't say burrowing into the ground, even if you go down to hell, don't dream of escaping my hand. Qin Tian flicked his finger, and 10 emperor weapons thundered straight into the ground. Continuous explosions rang out. Shahu was blasted up from the ground, his whole body covered in blood before he stopped breathing. Looking at King Divine Wolf, who was retreating in panic, Qin Tian spoke coldly. Where do you want to go next? It's your turn now. Knowing he was at a dead end, King Divine Wolf gritted his teeth and cursed. Qin. Don't think killing me will end this. The depth of the Divine Wolf Kingdom is not something a small fry like you can imagine. Qin Tian felt a bit amused. He told King King to step aside and rest. Then said to the old king, bring out whatever trump cards you have. Today I will make you die convinced. At this moment, King Divine Wolf tremblingly burned an ancient summoning talisman. Immediately, a powerful aura enveloped the area. A giant phantom of an old man appeared. It was Lai Tian, the old ancestor of the Divine Wolf Kingdom with heavenly venerable realm cultivation. The old ancestor appeared and asked in a deep voice, why summon my clone at this time? King Divine Wolf cried, kneeling down, old ancestor, save me. Your grandson was killed by this Qin Tian, and he even wants to destroy our Divine Wolf Kingdom. Lai Tian was furious hearing this, his eyes blazing. Where is that person? Point him out to me quickly. Qin Tian stepped forward boldly. It is me, do you have an opinion? King Divine Wolf pointed at Qin Tian to confirm, but unexpectedly. Lai Tian swung his hand and slapped the old king firmly, knocking him over. Lai Tian scolded, useless thing. I thought the opponent was some great power. Turns out it's just a second-layer Emperor Realm brat. What kind of emperor are you to be so blind as to let him run wild like this? The Wolf King cried and begged, old ancestor, quell your anger. I also don't know why he only has second-layer cultivation, but could break your guardian grand formation. Lai Tian was extremely surprised to hear this, his eyes narrowing slightly in calculation. A second-layer Emperor Realm, breaking a heavenly venerables formation. He must possess heaven-defying techniques or supreme opportunities. He changed his attitude, walking towards Qin Tian with a fake gentle look. Qin Tian, you killed my grandson. This matter is originally unforgivable. However, this old man inherently values life. I can't bear to let a talent like you die young. Now I give you a way to live. As long as you agree to kneel and take me as your master, I will overlook everything today." King Divine Wolf felt like collapsing hearing this, shouting in protest, "Old ancestor! No! He killed my son!" Lai Tian glared at him sharply. "If he's dead, then make another one." Being an emperor requires magnanimity and long-term vision. Responding to that ridiculous goodwill, Qin Tian kept an emotionless face and spoke coldly. "Old man, what are you babbling about? Want to be my master? Look at yourself, are you worthy?" This sentence made Lai Tian tremble with rage. He roared, "Arrogant! Even if you have the talent to break formations, your combat power is at most between half-step supreme and supreme. And I am a true heavenly venerable realm, more than enough to be your master." Qin Tian sneered, pointing his sword tip straight at Lai Tian's phantom, his tone full of challenge. "Old man, I see you have some skill. How about this? If you are capable, stand still and take one move from me. If you can stand firm, we can talk, otherwise don't pretend to be a senior here." Lai Tian stroked his beard, calculating in his heart. Although this is only a clone, with combat power only half of the original body, he is still a heavenly venerable realm. In his eyes, no matter how heaven-defying Qin Tian is, his strongest attack would only reach the threshold of the supreme realm at most. Finished speaking, Qin Tian took a deep breath, his whole body exploding with terrifying momentum. He executed the upgraded version of swallowing sun and moon. A streak of sword chi carrying the power to swallow both the sun and moon tore through space and rushed straight towards Lai Tian. Lai Tian felt the soul-shaking power of the move. His expression changed slightly, but he still maintained his arrogance. He hurriedly channeled his energy, forming seals with both hands, chanting a mantra. "Spiritual energy of heaven and earth, hear my command. Form the wall of copper and iron." Immediately, a bright golden protective layer, dense like a giant block of metal, appeared in front of him. However, before Qin Tian's killing move, the wall of copper and iron he was confident in was as fragile as tofu. The sword light passed through, and the protective layer shattered into fragments. Lai Tian stared wide-eyed at the sword, intent rushing close, fear taking over his mind, making him completely forget the promise to stand still. He panicked and turned around, flipping in the air to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. Qin Tian stood there sneering sarcastically. "Oh hey, old man. Didn't you say you would stand still for me to hit?" Turns out the heavenly venerable realm also knows how to run for their lives. If you don't have the skill, don't demand to be someone's teacher, lest the world laughs at you. Being mocked by an emperor realm brat right in front of his subordinate, Lai Tian was purple with rage. He roared, I only spared your little life out of regret for a rare talent. But you are ungrateful and dare to humiliate this old man. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Go to hell and repent." He waved his hand, unleashing the great sun-splitting heaven palm. A giant flaming hand like the sun descended from above, covering Qin Tian's position. Facing that terrifying pressure, Qin Tian still stood proudly without flinching. When the palm strike just touched the top of his head, he swung the life and death sword up. A sharp, cold sword chi sliced that sun in half, making it vanish into nothingness. Qin Tian became even more confident. He raised his chin and said, "Is that all? Your skill is just ordinary. It's best to call your real body hiding in some corner here, so I can settle it once and for all, saving my time." Witnessing this scene, King Divine Wolf standing aside was scared out of his wits. He trembled, screaming internally, Why? Why can a second-layer Emperor realm be this strong? Even the old ancestor can't suppress him. Lai Tian was furious, veins popping on his forehead. He roared, "Kid, don't think you are the only one in this world who knows how to use a sword. Today, this old man will teach you what a true emperor's sword is." He reached out into the air, shouting loudly, "Sword come!" From thousands of miles away, at the ancestral temple of the Divine Wolf Kingdom, an ancient sword began to shake violently, then tore through space, flying straight into Lai Tian's hand. He stroked the blade, his voice full of pride. "This is the kingdom-protecting divine sword, a treasure worshipped for 10,000 years, soaked in the incense and faith of the entire Divine Wolf Empire. Today, it will help me kill a traitor like you to protect the royal bloodline." He swung the sword. The sword seemed to have its own spirit, turning into a rainbow rushing straight towards Qin Tian. He immediately used the swallowing sun and moon sword technique to defend. But strangely, this divine sword seemed to be able to see through every flaw, easily negating his moves. Qin Tian was horrified, hurriedly stepping on the air to dodge. He rushed high up, but the sword still clung like a leech, constantly chasing closely. Even though Qin Tian used his maximum speed, he couldn't shake off this weird treasure. Damn it. Just a tattered sword daring to chase your grandfather. Qin Tian got angry, the fire of battle burning in his eyes. Let's see whose sword is more powerful. He shouted, 10,000 swords returned to origin. Immediately, his 10 emperor weapons flew up, surrounding Qin Tian, and then slowly merging into a giant greatsword radiating earth-shaking pressure. Just as the kingdom-protecting divine sword rushed in, Qin Tian put all his strength into a slash. Crack! A dry sound rang out. The divine sword worshipped for 10,000 years of the Divine Wolf Kingdom shattered completely. Qin Tian's greatsword didn't stop there. It continued to fly at the speed of light, piercing through the chest of Lai Tian's clone. King Divine Wolf saw the old ancestor defeated and collapsed on the ground, his face as gray as ash. At this moment, Lai Tian's clone began to fade. He tried to use his last bit of strength to speak. "Kid. Stop, I have something important to tell you." Qin Tian slowly replied with a sarcastic tone. "What? Now you are afraid and begging me. Isn't it too late?" Despite the provocation, Lai Tian still tried to maintain an unusually calm appearance. "Little friend. The kingdom-protecting divine sword is lost. The fortune of the Divine Wolf Empire is exhausted. This empire is considered destroyed by your hands, this grudge. I consider it settled. I only hope little friend can be generous and spare my grandson's life. In exchange, this old man will reveal to you a huge secret of this 9 provinces continent." Hearing the word secret, Qin Tian also felt a bit curious. He frowned slightly. "What secret?" Lai Tian asked back. "Have you ever wondered why the 9 provinces continent is so scarce of experts nowadays? Why are supreme realm cultivators considered the top existence, while in ancient times they were not?" Qin Tian moved his finger slightly, making the sword piercing through the old man deepen a bit. He snapped, "Don't stall with me. Get straight to the point." Lai Tian was in pain, hurriedly said, "In ancient times, 9 provinces went through a tragic war with the Soul clan from the outside world. Although we won, the spiritual energy of the continent was severely depleted. Therefore, the 9 gods joined forces to create a new world called the Upper Realm. Since then, anyone reaching the Supreme Realm who wants to cultivate further must ascend there. You are only at Emperor Realm, but your combat power has reached Supreme. If you go to the Upper Realm, you will achieve the true Great Tao. Why waste time in this place, with depleted spiritual energy?" Qin Tian asked coldly, "Whether I go to the Upper Realm or not, what does it have to do with me killing him?" Lai Tian was worried. He believed he was holding the last card. "You don't know, in 9 provinces there is only one passage to ascend. If you spare my grandson, I will show you its exact location. This is a temptation that no cultivator can resist." Lai Tian was triumphant in his heart. He was sure Qin Tian would agree. But no, Qin Tian suddenly exerted force, the sword piercing through his clone to his utmost astonishment. He sneered, "Old man, you overestimate yourself. That passage, if you don't tell me, sooner or later I will find it myself." Finished speaking, Qin Tian swung his sword and slashed horizontally across King Divine Wolf's neck. The old king's head fell, dying on the spot without leaving a last word. Witnessing that scene, Lai Tian's eyes turned red, roaring in despair and anger. Qin Tian. You beast! Qin Tian calmly wiped the blood from his sword, speaking indifferently. I am a man of my word. From the beginning I said your grandson must die, so surely he cannot live today. I do what I say. While the clone image was completely fading, Lai Tian shouted to the high heavens, I swear to heaven and earth. Qin Tian, as long as you dare to step into the upper realm, this old man will definitely find you and mince you into 100 pieces. As the words ended, his phantom vanished completely. Mu Qingqing only dared to run over at this moment, her face full of anxiety. Master, I'm sorry. For making you provoke such a strong enemy. Will this divine wolf old ancestor return to seek revenge on us? Qin Tian smiled reassuringly, patting her head. Don't worry. The passage between 9 provinces and the upper realm is definitely a one-way street, or very difficult to traverse backwards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for me to go up there to claim revenge. He's just talking big. Qingqing was still anxious, but if it is to avoid him, will Master never ascend? Qin Tian replied confidently. Today I destroyed his clone, tomorrow I can also defeat his true body. Sooner or later, I will go up there to see what that upper realm looks like. Seeing Qingqing still worried, Qin Tian pulled her hand. All right, stop thinking too much, let's go home. This time going to Demon God Island, I met a very cute little sister. I will introduce her to you when we get home. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Emperor Alliance, the atmosphere was extremely tense and solemn. A group of experts who had been defeated by Qin Tian were kneeling before a large stone door. Boom! The door burst open. A handsome young man with overwhelming aura walked out. Seeing this, everyone in the room bowed and said, Welcome young Master Dai Tian out of seclusion. Congratulations, young Master, on advancing to the Supreme Realm. His name is Dai Tian, son of the Emperor Alliance leader. A subordinate hurriedly crawled forward, respectfully reporting, Congratulations, young Master, on leaving seclusion. With your current strength, would you like to set off for the upper realm to continue the path of peak cultivation? Dai Tian looked down at his hands full of power, the corner of his lips curling up slightly. There is no rush for that. Before leaving, I must clean up a few stumbling blocks in this 9 provinces. His gaze suddenly lowered, falling straight on Qing Shan kneeling below, his voice cold. Qing Shan, have you caught the prey I told you to? The Empress of Qinkyu, the one carrying the pure heavenly fox bloodline. That is the most precious medicine for me to advance to the heavenly venerable realm perfectly. Don't tell me you let her slip away again. Hearing this, Qing Shan trembled all over, his forehead touching the cold ground, stuttering in fear. Reporting to young Master. This subordinate is incompetent. A variable occurred so. I still haven't been able to capture her to submit to you. As soon as the words ended, the air around Qin Tian suddenly solidified. From a distance, he just flicked his hand slightly. An invisible force strangled Qing Shan's neck, lifting him into the air. Qing Shan rolled his eyes back, his hands clawing at the empty air, his face purple from suffocation. Qin Tian roared in fury, How much time did I give you? You can't even handle such a small matter. Keeping a useless waste like you around only sores my eyes. At the critical moment, a subordinate standing nearby hurriedly knelt down, recklessly begging, Young Master, please quell your anger. Elder Qing Shan really tried his best, but this time, a monstrous obstacle named Qin Tian appeared. It was he who thwarted all plans, making it impossible for us to touch the Empress. Qin Tian loosened his hand, throwing Qing Shan heavily onto the ground like a bag of trash. He narrowed his eyes, his face full of suspicion. Qin Tian. Who has such guts? Where did he pop out from? The subordinate reported respectfully. He originates from the Kunlun sword sect in East Province. Currently, he is the most famous refiner in 9 provinces, and also the only one to reach the emperor rank level at this moment. Dai Tian laughed sarcastically upon hearing this, his heel stomping hard on Qing Shan's chest, making the old man groan. "Just a blacksmith." "Qing Shan, you are a dignified elder of the Emperor Alliance, yet you let a blacksmith lead you by the nose. Or did you receive some benefits from him to act so irresponsibly?" Qing Shan tried to utter in pain, "This subordinate." "Absolutely dare not. Young master, please examine." The man in purple beside him saw this and spoke up. "Young master, please don't underestimate this blacksmith. Although this subordinate hasn't seen it with my own eyes, according to what has been gathered, he is definitely a true Supreme Realm expert." Dai Tian's eyes flashed with a bit of curiosity mixed with amusement. He didn't expect someone specializing in forging swords to be able to cultivate to the Supreme Realm. He asked repeatedly, "Supreme Realm? Are you mistaken? How can a refiner possess such strength?" The man in purple confirmed firmly, "The information is extremely reliable. Not long ago, Qin Tian made a scene on Demon God Island alone, killing both the 9-dragon sparrow and Ba Zi. Even just yesterday, he used that meager strength to completely destroy the Divine Wolf Kingdom." Qin Tian froze for a moment. He dropped Qing Shan completely. Wiping out the Divine Wolf Kingdom alone was no joke. Even though the king's strength there wasn't high, they had an old ancestor behind them who had ascended to the upper realm. He pondered, destroyed the Divine Wolf Kingdom. Could it be that their old ancestor didn't leave any means to help his descendants? "Indeed there were means, young master," the subordinate below hurriedly replied, although Emperor Divine Wolf summoned his old ancestor's clone, which was a heavenly venerable realm expert. He was still defeated miserably by Qin Tian. Even if the clone's power was reduced, the gap couldn't be too large. It seems this Qin Tian is truly a supreme realm that cannot be underestimated. Dai Tian curled his lips, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Interesting. I didn't expect such a remote place like East Province to produce such a character. I'm impatient to meet him. Uncle Zai, issue an order on my behalf to mobilize the entire force of the Emperor Alliance. I will execute the strategy of killing the chicken to scare the monkey." Dai Tian rubbed his chin and smiled sinisterly. "HMPH, let's consider him the monkey. As for the poor chicken on the chopping block, naturally it is the Fox clan." Not long after, the beautiful land of Kinkyu was submerged in a sea of fire reaching the sky. Qing Shan led the Emperor Alliance army in a frenzied attack. He stood on high, his voice domineering. "By the order of the young master, wipe out Kinkyu. Whoever gets by Jiangyu's head will be heavily rewarded." While the Emperor Alliance crowd was rushing into the city, a terrifying force slashed down from above, cracking the ground into a deep abyss. A burly figure, holding a great blade, appeared heroically. That was Ancestor Bai Wudi. He roared, "With this old man here, who dares to dream of destroying Kinkyu?" The appearance of Bai Wudi, the ancestor who had been missing for over 1,000 years, made Qing Shan stammer his name in fear. Even Dai Tian was a bit surprised to realize Bai Wudi had silently advanced to the Supreme Realm. However, Dai Tian only smiled with a sarcastic sneer. "Bai Wudi, you've been in seclusion for 1,000 years and only reached this supreme threshold. The heavenly sovereign realm is still far beyond your reach." Bai Wudi snorted coldly, the great saber in his hand uncontrollably shaking. "You brat. Do you think breaking through to Supreme allows you to do whatever you want? When I roamed across the 9 provinces, you weren't even born yet. Call Dai Zhuo out here immediately. Today I will destroy the foundation of your Dai clan." Qin Tian sneered, his demeanor incredibly calm. "Old man, don't be so hot-tempered." Qing Shan had already teleported to Dai Tian's side. Whispering respectfully, "Young master, this old man's strength is very formidable. Should we attack together?" Dai Tian calmly ordered, "No need for you to intervene. I will deal with him alone." He stepped forward, his voice chilling to the bone. "Bai Wudi, today I will let you understand what absolute talent is. Your so-called 1,000 years of effort is nothing before me." The scene shifts to Qin Tian. He was returning to Qingqiu with Bai Xiaoru to fulfill his promise to Yi Feng. The atmosphere was inherently quite sensitive when Xiao mischievously suggested, "Brother Qin, since we're going back this time, why don't you organize a wedding with my sister? That way our parents won't have to nag and urge us anymore, killing two birds with one stone." He shuddered, feeling a chilling killing intent radiating from Yao Ling standing right next to him. Qin Tian awkwardly changed the subject, cough cough. Xiao, don't speak nonsense. We are here because of the promise from years ago. About the wedding, let's talk about it later. That embarrassment hadn't yet dissipated when the scene of Qingqiu, engulfed in flames, struck their eyes. In a flash, Xiaoru rushed into the city, panicking as she looked for her relatives. Father, mother, where are you all? She lost her composure and intended to rush straight into the fire. But Qin Tian quickly held her tight. Xiaoru, calm down. Xiaoru sobbed, how can I be calm? It must be Dai Ming's doing. They couldn't catch me, so they took their anger out on Qingqiu. I am a disaster, I killed everyone. Qin Tian hugged her trembling shoulders tightly, affirming firmly, if it really was Dai Ming, I swear I will make them pay blood for blood. But now is not the time for self-blame. We must find the culprit and see how everyone is doing first. Yao Ling also nodded in agreement. That's right, this vengeance must be avenged, but first we must find survivors. Xiaoru snapped out of it. She led everyone to a secret tunnel entrance. This way. This is the tunnel leading to the Heavenly Fox Imperial Palace. If there's an emergency, everyone would definitely run this way. Sure enough, inside was a group of Fox Clan people hiding, including Xiaoru's mother. Everyone was extremely worried. Her mother solemnly reminded, even if we die, the descendants of our Fox Clan must not suffer humiliation. Seeing Xiaoru appear, she was mixed with joy and worry, loudly scolding, are you too crazy? Why did you come back to this dangerous place? Qin Tian impatiently interrupted, mother-in-law who did this. Was it Dai Ming? Qing Lan nodded, her face sorrowful. That's right, it was Dai Tian. He broke through to the Supreme Realm and directly led the army to attack. If Ancestor Bai hadn't come out of seclusion in time, perhaps we wouldn't be alive to see you children again. Xiaoru was stunned. Grandpa Bai Wudi came out of seclusion. Qing Lan recounted the fierce battle outside. At that time, Bai Wudi and Dai Tian were exchanging moves continuously, the air exploding, dust blinding, seemingly evenly matched. Bai Wudi did not forget to mock, Dai Tian, are you only good for show? This strength makes me a bit disappointed. Dai Tian maintained a frighteningly calm expression. Bai Wudi, if you want to die so early, I will fulfill your wish. Star-shifting move. Immediately, two clones separated from Qin Tian's body. Three identical figures stood facing Bai Wudi. Bai Wudi remained calm, sneering. What can adding two fake shadows do? Do you intend to rely on this petty trick to be arrogant in front of me? Qin Tian sneered, his voice echoing. Look carefully, old man. These aren't clones, these are all my true bodies. No matter how good you are, you can't stop three Supreme Realm experts attacking at the same time. Finished speaking, all three bodies rushed in simultaneously. Bai Wudi immediately fell into a disadvantage, continuously forced to retreat under the barrage of attacks. In a desperate moment, Bai Wudi seized the opportunity to thrust his great saber straight through the chest of one of Qin Tian's true bodies. Thinking he had won, the stabbed true body only smiled devilishly as if unharmed. At the same time, the other two true bodies closed in and dealt fatal blows, causing Bai Wudi to vomit blood and fly far away in extreme shock. Witnessing Bai Wudi spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood, Qin Tian didn't miss the chance to ridicule. He sneered, looking at his staggering opponent with contempt. Old man, it seems your bones aren't as tough as your mouth, huh? This wound doesn't look light. Although in pain, Bai Wudi's eyes still burned with fighting spirit, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing back. HMPH, You're not doing much better than me. Why are you crowing so loud? Dai Tian was calm, slowly placing his hand on the handle of the saber stuck deep in his chest. He looked at Bai Wuti with pitying eyes. Did you intend to use that old life to exchange for one of my wounds? At the same time, Qin Tian's other two true bodies decisively withdrew their long spears from Bai Wuti's body. The holes on the Fox clan ancestor's body began to gush blood. Qin Tian laughed coldly, explaining the dominance of the move he just used. You should remember, the body you just stabbed was only one of my 3 true bodies. Finished speaking, Qin Tian immediately recalled the other 2 true bodies into his main body. A strange light covered him, and amazingly, the fatal wound on Qin Tian's chest suddenly shrank significantly. He gloated. Since I split into 3, when healing, the wound on my body is only 1/3 of the original. What do you think? Is this game fair? Saying that, Bai Wuti decisively tore off his tattered robe, revealing a chest solid as cast bronze. A miracle happened right before everyone's eyes. The gruesome wounds caused by the spears suddenly closed up, the skin becoming smooth as if nothing had happened. He proudly declared, "This is the self-healing divine ability I achieved after breaking through to the Supreme Realm." Bai Wuti heard this and showed no fear, instead laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. So you were injured too. Then I still made a big profit. But look closely, let me show you what a true divine ability is. Witnessing this scene, the people of Dai Ming started to stir, anxiety clearly visible on every pale face. How can you defeat someone who cannot be injured? Many began to consider retreating to save their lives. However, Dai Tian was not fazed at all. Instead, his eyes revealed a look of crazy joy. He thought to himself, finally understood this old man's trump card. If that's all, you surely lose. Bai Wuti didn't let his opponent think. He stomped his foot so hard the ground cracked, rushing towards Qin Tian like a divine arrow. A true strongman is one who knows no retreat. A terrible explosion occurred right when the 2 forces collided, dust and smoke obscuring the view. But when the dust settled, the scene was completely opposite to expectations. Dai Tian still stood tall without a scratch, while Bai Wuti was the one hit, stepping back a few steps in astonishment. Dai Tian crossed his arms, smiling insidiously. You find it very strange, right? Why can I see through every weakness in your moves? That is because, when advancing to Supreme, the divine ability I received is deduction. Just now it seemed I only fought one move with you, but in my head, I have rehearsed thousands of different scenarios. I knew every move you would make in advance. You definitely have no chance of winning. Hearing this in the underground tunnel, Xiaoru clenched her sleeves, her face revealing extreme anxiety. She hastily asked, in the end, who was the one who won the final victory in that earth-shattering battle, Mother? Qing Lan sighed softly, her eyes looking sadly into the void. I also didn't get to see the final result with my own eyes, because right when the battle was at its climax, I had to lead everyone here to hide and preserve the bloodline for the Fox clan. Hearing this, Xiaoru waved her hand, affirming firmly, Grandpa Bai surely won. If they just kept hitting each other directly, that Dai Tian guy would eventually be exhausted. However, Qin Tian remained silent for a long time, then shook his head slightly, his eyes revealing a deep look. Based on what Auntie just said, I'm afraid the final winner was Dai Tian. Xiao opened her eyes wide in surprise, pouting. Why, Brother Qin? Isn't the ancestor's divine ability very powerful in prolonged battles? Qin Tian patiently explained, his voice calm but convincing. Senior Bai's divine ability, although capable of healing wounds rapidly, everything has its price. To cast that ability, it will certainly consume a huge amount of his own spiritual power. The heavier the wound, the faster the recovery, the sooner the spiritual power is exhausted. Meanwhile, Dai Tian's deduction, divine ability, continuously creates fatal injuries for the senior. If this continues, the senior will fall into the trap of consuming spiritual power until dry. Fighting for a long time, is completely disadvantageous for him. Qing Lan spoke sorrowfully. Young Master Qin is indeed predicting things like a god. The children's father saw the old master's health deteriorating day by day, so he urged me to gather the old and young descendants to flee here. Bai Xiaoru's heart burned with anxiety. She hurriedly asked, "Then, what about my father?" Qing Lan shook her head, her voice full of panic. "I don't know the specific situation either. He only said he wanted to stay with the old master, to fight to the death with that Dai Ming." At this point, even if they didn't want to, everyone vaguely guessed the most tragic ending. Bai Xiao's eyes filled with tears. She hurriedly grabbed Qin Tian's shirt, sobbing, "Brother Qin Tian, I beg you, please save my father and grandfather." Qin Tian gently supported the little girl, his voice steady. "Good girl, don't worry this debt with Dai Ming. We will calculate both principal and interest, not missing a single penny. You absolutely will not have peace with me." Saying that, he turned to Qing Lan, his eyes determined. "Auntie, time waits for no one. Please quickly take me to the place where Senior Bai and Dai Tian fought." Then the two of them went out. However, when the horses just stopped, the scene before them was no different from a battlefield just after the end, desolate to the point of creepy. Everything was settled in silence. Dai Qiu and Xiaoru, faces drained of blood, frantically screamed the patriarch's name amidst the ruins. "Father! Father! Where are you, grandfather?" Bai Xiaoru's scream tore through the silent space, but the only response was the sound of wind howling through the ruined cliffs. "Father, do you hear me calling?" Qin Tian looked around, his expression solemn, speaking up, "Xiaoru, don't waste your effort. This place is suspiciously clean, not leaving the slightest aura of death." Bai Xiaoru trembled, her voice breaking. Could it be? Could it be that father and grandfather have met with misfortune? If so, Qin Tian analyzed calmly, then at least we should find uncle's and Senior Bai's remains around here. Qing Lan, after a moment of contemplation, also offered her guess. "According to young Master Qin, could it be that my husband and the old master have been captured by Dai Ming?" Qin Tian nodded slightly. "Very likely. Although it's unclear what Dai Ming's conspiracy is, I believe Uncle and Senior Bai are still alive." Immediately, he made a bold decision. "Xiaoru, let's head straight to Dai Ming's headquarters. I must go meet Dai Tian." Meanwhile, at Dai Ming's headquarters, Bai Wuti was chained like a sacrificial beast, being drained of every drop of blood essence. Uncle Zhuo, a close henchman, bowed humbly and asked, "Young master, can this old man Bai Wuti's blood essence really help you break through to the heavenly sovereign realm?" Dai Tian smirked arrogantly, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. "Of course. Do you remember Yi Feng's story from years ago? He was originally just an ordinary supreme. But after marrying the heavenly fox supreme Bai Xiangxian, assisted by the heavenly fox bloodline, he soared to the sky in one step, becoming a heavenly sovereign stirring up the whole 9 provinces." He licked his lips, his eyes greedy. "I will use Bai Wuti's very blood essence to recreate that miracle." Actually, in the current Fox clan, the purest heavenly fox bloodline lies with that little brat Bai Xiaoru. Originally, I intended to use that girl as a furnace, but she was quick to escape. Oh well, I'll take a step back to move forward. Use this old man's blood to refine the heavenly fox bloodline. It is estimated that it will take about a month. Uncle Zhuo hurriedly flattered. "Breaking through to heavenly sovereign in just 1 month, this is truly Godspeed." From then on, the entire 9 provinces will have to bow at the young master's feet. Dai Tian laughed coldly. "This is merely the beginning. There will be a day when the name Dai Tian will make the whole upper realm tremble." Uncle Zhuo asked again, "Then young master, Bai Jiangyu and the Qing Qiu officials are imprisoned in the dungeon. Do we need to drain their blood essence too?" Dai Tian waved his hand, voice full of disdain. "No need for those with mediocre aptitude. Keep their dog lives. It's better to use them as bait." Uncle Zhuo immediately understood. Subordinate understands. Young master wants to use them to lure Bai Xiaoru into the trap. Saying that, he quietly retreated. Not long after, Qin Tian slipped into the enemy's heart like a ghost. After probing for a while, he finally had results. He squinted at a watchtower in the distance, whispering, "Your father's scent is coming from that direction. They must be locked in there." Hearing this, Bai Xiaoru's blood boiled. Then what are we waiting for? Let's rush in and save them. Qin Tian quickly held her back. Wait, don't be impatient. You two have a more important mission to do. He smiled slightly, a smile full of implication of someone about to pull the strings for a big play. Just wait and see, there will be fun tonight. When night fell, Qin Tian began to act. At a sentry post, a guard grumbled irritably, "Who the hell is taking so long? My stomach is growling a symphony here." He reached out to grab the food portion. Penalty. You stand guard for 2 more minutes, I'm eating first. But at that very moment, the person bringing the food suddenly drew a sword, slashing a fatal blow at his comrade. Now the attacker's eyes suddenly became pitch black, deep as an abyss, with a gloomy red streak of blood in the center. The corners of his mouth turned up into a savage, inhuman smile. Not far away, Qin Tian held a strange lantern, murmuring, "Oh my twinkling stars. This is your stage, rock it for me." Immediately, the entire Dai Ming headquarters fell into chaos. The puppets controlled by Qin Tian rushed to slaughter their own comrades in a dance of blood and steel. Elder Qing Shan hurriedly ran over, roaring, "What the hell are you bastards doing? Are you all crazy?" He ordered in vain, "Stop. Stop it all for me." But ironically, the bodies that had just fallen slowly moved, crawling up in a ghostly manner. Just as a corpse was about to attack Qing Shan, a figure flashed by, cutting across the corpse's body with one sword strike and reminded, "Be careful." Qing Shan turned around, astonished. "Lord Dai Zuo, what the hell is happening?" Dai Zuo said in a low voice, "Those corpses have been controlled. To take them down, only cutting across the waist works." Qin Tian was still leisurely playing with his toy. But suddenly, it shattered into pieces. He was still surprised when a cold voice echoed from the sky. Dai Tian hovered in midair, his eyes sharp as daggers locking onto Qin Tian. "Have the guts to turn my Dai Ming headquarters into a circus like this." He didn't need to guess to know who the mastermind was. "Qin Tian, you indeed didn't disappoint me." Qin Tian looked up, his eyes unflinching. "You are the Dai Ming leader. Look mediocre, making me a bit disappointed." Dai Tian just smiled faintly. "Really? But I believe, very soon, your impression of me will change completely." Just as he finished speaking, he rushed forward like a black lightning bolt, unleashing an attack so fast the naked eye couldn't follow. Too fast, Qin Tian was startled. Hurriedly drawing the life and death sword to block the blow, a high degree of vigilance rising in his heart. Although both in the supreme realm, this guy's aura was completely different from previous opponents. Clang! Qin Tian blocked Dai Tian's attack, which made the opponent even more interested. He laughed, saying, "Qin Tian, compared to old man Bai Wudi, you are much more interesting." Qin Tian didn't answer, immediately counterattacking. He utilized the heart sword art, rushing straight towards Dai Ming. His sword moves constantly pushed Dai Ming back, the shockwaves from each of their collisions creating terrifying earthquakes. Dai Tian was continuously suppressed, having to retreat to dodge, but the smile on his lips became even more excited. Qin Tian ceaselessly used the life and death sword to slash countless sharp sword energies towards the enemy. Two terrifying forces continuously collided fiercely. Qin Tian smirked slightly, uttering a taunt, dignified leader of Dai Ming, but only knows how to hide like a rat. Dai Tian wasn't inferior, replying confidently, "I have read every single one of your sword paths. Every move, every variation, I have calculated hundreds of ways to counter." Qin Tian sneered, showing no care. "So what?" He shouted loudly, slashing a thunderous blow, "Die for me." Dai Tian easily dodged, and where the sword edge grazed, the ground cracked. He was full of confidence. "You have no chance of winning." In other words, countless attacks from Qin Tian were all within Dai Tian's expectations, making it impossible for him to hit him. Not only dodging, Dai Tian also held a long spear to counterattack. Very quickly, Qin Tian also slashed a blow to block. Even so, he was still knocked back tens of meters, a stream of fresh blood uncontrollably gushing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Qin Tian's state, Dai Tian smiled triumphantly. See, your outcome has already been decided, that is defeat. After that, Dai Tian continuously pressed Qin Tian. Their skirmish leveled countless architectural structures. Qin Tian at this moment could only defend and continuously retreat. Dai Tian attacked more and more aggressively, relying on his deduction ability. He smiled and unleashed a fatal blow. This is the moment. But Qin Tian once again dodged the dangerous move. This made Dai Tian stunned. How is it possible? You shouldn't have been able to avoid it. Not only that, Qin Tian also swung his leg to return a thunderous kick, then glided away. Toad stomp. Dai Tian once again suffered a disadvantage in the battle of wits with Qin Tian. He quickly analyzed. Based on my deduction, you absolutely shouldn't have been able to dodge that blow just now. It seems you still haven't unleashed your full strength. Qin Tian just smiled slightly. Knowing from the start that your trump card is the deduction divine ability, I'm not stupid enough to expose all my cards for you to see. Dai Tian's fighting spirit burned even more, finding a worthy opponent. Smart choice. Then let me see exactly how much strength you are still hiding. Both rushed at each other again, moves colliding earth-shatteringly, neither gaining a distinct advantage. Dai Tian increased his attacks while saying, Uncle Zhou was right, Qin Tian, you are indeed my rival. But now I have grasped your strength. Usually you will also be like Bai Wuti, defeated by my hands only. Qin Tian proactively defended, using his sword to block Dai Tian's spear tip. Right at that moment, a building in the distance suddenly collapsed, attracting his attention. Following that, two figures rushed out of the ruins. It was Yao Ling and Xiaoro. They had successfully infiltrated and saved the people. Yao Ling immediately transmitted a message. Master, the plan is successful, people are saved. Qin Tian continued to hold Dai Tian back, shouting loudly, You guys go first, I will chase after. Dai Tian still kept a frighteningly calm look. Qin Tian, do you really think I will let you guys escape easily? The reason I spared the lives of those useless people in Qingqiu was to lure you here. Qin Tian laughed. Dai Tian, you are right, fighting for long is only disadvantageous for me. Therefore, I have to use one move to decide the winner. Finished speaking, he slashed a blow, pushing Dai Tian back. Qin Tian utilized his strongest ultimate skill. Take this. My strongest ultimate skill. Swallowing sun and moon. He slashed a dazzling sword light, rushing straight towards Dai Tian. Dai Tian was forced to exert all his strength to resist. Wherever the sword light swept, everything there turned into dust, followed by earth-shattering explosions. Dai Tian was pushed back continuously. The Dai Ming headquarters was also heavily devastated by the shockwaves. Although beaten back, he didn't suffer too much damage. He couldn't help but exclaim, a truly powerful move, able to push me to this point. Dai Tian was still wanting to continue, shouting loudly, Come, let's fight 300 rounds. But when the dust cleared, Qin Tian had disappeared without a trace, leaving him standing alone amidst the ruins. Not long after, Dai Ming's subordinates ran over. Hurry up, young master Dai Tian. An elder hurriedly reported they have snatched Bai Jiangyu away. Dai Tian calmly waved his hand. No matter, that kind of trash can be returned to them. He stuck the long spear into the ground. Ordered, take the injured for treatment first. Also, put out all the fire in the city. That elder immediately shouted, Everyone, clean up the bodies, treat the injured. The rest follow me to put out the fire. Although not completely destroying Dai Ming, Qin Tian also left behind a not small consequence. After the great battle, when everyone was gone, Dai Tian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He wiped the blood on his mouth, his eyes etched with resentment. Qin Tian, today I temporarily spare you. Wait one more month. When I ascend to Heavenly Sovereign, I will calculate both principal and interest of this debt with you." After successfully rescuing, Qin Tian and everyone returned to Qingqiu City. He fulfilled his promise. In front of Yi Feng's grave, Qin Tian lit a stick of incense, speaking respectfully, "Senior, I have done as you instructed, bringing you and Senior Bai back to Qingqiu. Please rest in peace here." Bai Jiangyu stood aside, thumping his own chest, his old face distorted with pain and regret. "It's because I, Bai Jiangyu, am useless, unable to protect clansmen, and even more unable to save father. I am truly ashamed before the Qingqiu ancestors." Bai Zioru hurriedly supported him. "Father, don't be too agitated. Your wounds haven't healed yet. You must preserve your health." Bai Zio also clung to his shirt, saying innocently, "With brother-in-law here, surely he will think of a way to save grandfather, right, brother-in-law?" Hearing the little girl call him, Qin Tian was a bit awkward. "I also want to go save the senior immediately. It's just that Dai Tian is truly not easy to deal with. In today's battle, I gave my all but still couldn't win." Although confident, he still had to admit the truth. Moreover, Dai Tian possesses the deduction divine ability. The longer the fight, the more advantageous for him. Honestly, if I keep dragging on with him, the final loser will certainly be me. Hearing everything thoroughly, Bai Zioru blamed herself again. "It's all my fault. I caused the disaster for Qingqiu. I shouldn't have run away when Dai Ming wanted to catch me back then." Bai Jiangyu hurriedly said, "This matter cannot be blamed on you. If there is blame, only blame our heavenly fox bloodline for being too special, making others drool." Qin Tian, hearing this, couldn't help but wonder, "Uncle, exactly what is special about this heavenly fox bloodline?" Bai Jiangyu was a bit surprised. Young Master Qin doesn't know. Then he explained, "Among all ancient bloodlines, the heavenly fox bloodline can be considered one of the most domineering auxiliary bloodlines. The owner not only has a cultivation speed far exceeding ordinary people, but can also help another person break through a great realm." Qin Tian was astonished. "Raise a realm? Could it be straight from Saint Realm to Supreme Realm?" Bai Jiangyu nodded. "Not only that. Years ago, when son-in-law Yi Feng came to live in Qingqiu, he was still just a supreme. But after marrying ancestor Bai Ziangxian, he became a heavenly sovereign." Qin Tian couldn't help but marvel, stroking his chin, thinking, "Can go from supreme realm to heavenly sovereign realm. No wonder it's named the strongest auxiliary bloodline." Bai Zio, hearing this, shouted, Isn't that just cultivating for others? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't do it." Bai Jiangyu sighed, "Some things aren't just about wanting. Whenever a person carrying the heavenly fox bloodline appears in our fox clan, they will certainly become the target of major forces." Even though ancestor Bai Ziangxian married son-in-law Yi Feng, she still couldn't escape the prying eyes of other strongmen. To completely cut off their thoughts, the ancestor decided to use her bloodline on son-in-law Yi Feng. At that time, countless Supreme Realm experts had to hold grudges because of this. Speaking of this, he turned to look at Bai Zioru. "After the ancestor, the people most likely to awaken the heavenly fox bloodline in Qingqiu are you and your grandfather. Dai Tian also saw this point, so he targeted you." Hearing this, Qin Tian's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He quickly pieced things together. "Wait. If Senior Bai also has the heavenly fox bloodline, then Dai Tian's real purpose this time is targeting Senior Bai." Bai Jiangyu had also guessed this, making him even more furious. "That's right. Dai Tian is currently a top-level expert in the Supreme Realm. If he obtains my father's heavenly fox bloodline, he will advance to heavenly sovereign. At that time, the entire 9 provinces will have no one who is his opponent anymore." Bai Zioru, hearing this, her heart burning with anxiety, quickly said, "If I also have the heavenly fox bloodline, then I will use it for Qin Tian, just like ancestor Bai Ziangxian did for heavenly sovereign Yi Feng." Bai Jiangyu continued, his voice somewhat tragic, "But this act of helping others layer up, each person carrying the heavenly fox bloodline can only perform once in their life. Moreover, after doing so, One's own path of cultivation will be forever closed. But Qin Tian decisively shook his head. I do not agree. Bai Xiaoru tried to persuade. Qin Tian, I know you worry my cultivation will stop, but this is voluntary. Only then can you defeat Dai Tian. Qin Tian just raised his finger, flicked lightly on her forehead to wake her up. Bai Xiaoru said, holding her forehead pouting, Qin Tian, what are you doing? I'm speaking seriously. Qin Tian smiled slightly, his voice full of confidence, who said only that way can defeat Dai Tian. Who are you looking down on? Bai Xiaoru was bewildered, but didn't you just say you couldn't beat him? Qin Tian said a half sentence causing the girl to be even more confused. Right, now I can't beat him, but in a few days it's not certain. Bai Xiao was worrying for her grandpa, hurriedly asked, Brother-in-law, how do you plan to defeat Dai Tian? Qin Tian explained to everyone, didn't I say I intended to refine a supreme grade pill? Now I just need to find one more great Dao supreme fruit to be able to start. He appeared extremely confident. With the help of the supreme grade pill, I believe I can break through to the supreme realm. At that time, just watch how I handle Dai Tian. Hearing this, Bai Jiangyu felt something was wrong, asked back, Young Master Qin, could it be? You are still not a supreme now. Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, not yet, I'm only at Emperor realm. This answer froze Bai Jiangyu like a stone statue. What? Countless crazy thoughts appeared in his head. Oh my God. Still at Emperor realm but beat Dai Tian to a pulp and almost overturned his headquarters. Then if he breaks through to supreme, wouldn't even a heavenly sovereign have to give him some respect? Could this kid be an illegitimate child of some ancient god on a tour of the mortal world? To set out to find the great Dao supreme fruit, Qin Tian brought the two beauties to Supreme Mountain in Central Province. When getting close, Bai Xiaoru observed around then asked, Didn't Father say the great Dao Supreme Tower is on Supreme Mountain? But there's no tower here. Yao Ling was sharper, pointing to the crowd in front. There are too many people over there, let's go down and ask. When the three just landed, a shrill voice rang out, Place your bets, place your bets. Guess who will pass the great Dao Supreme Tower this year? Bet one win half. Seeing Qin Tian's group of three approaching, the man invited, Do you three want to try your luck? Qin Tian only came to ask for information. I want to ask the old gentleman a bit. Where is the great Dao Supreme Tower on Supreme Mountain? That guy spread his hands, signaling with implication. Knowing is knowing, but knowledge isn't free, young master. Qin Tian immediately took out a bag of silver. Is this enough sincerity? The person received it, face beaming, enough. This old man knows everything and says everything. If I don't know, I'll listen by the pillar. After receiving the money, Qin Tian asked again, So can you tell me now, where exactly is the tower? The old man's face didn't change, pointing to the ground. It's right here. Around was all snowy mountains, no tower to be seen. The two girls were angry, rushing up to grab his collar. Old man, you dare deceive us. Believe it or not, I'll smash your stall right now. The old man hurriedly explained. Hey, calm down, two ladies, this old man wouldn't dare trick you. The great Dao Supreme Tower is indeed here. It's just that it only appears for exactly 7 days each year. After 7 days, it will automatically disappear. Have to wait for next year to appear again. Yao Ling asked, Then when will it appear this time? Don't tell me we have to wait a few more years. Qin Tian, standing next to them, realized the issue. Certainly not, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people gathered here. The old man nodded in agreement. Little brother is right. Indeed, today is the day the great Dao Supreme Tower appears. You guys came at the right time. Right at that moment, a loud shout rang out, attracting everyone's attention, naturally including Qin Tian's group. You guys look over there. It's Princess Wenren Mayu of the Radiant Divine Kingdom coming. That's the princess's flying ship. In the sky, a magnificent flying ship like a mobile palace tore through the clouds arriving. The flying ship slowly landed. A row of beautiful maids scattered fragrant flower petals, creating a silk road in midair. In the middle, Princess Wenren Mayu, under a canopy, walked down gracefully. The crowd below cheered loudly, "Princess Mayu." Princess Mayu. The princess walked gently, flanked by two close maids. She was the princess of the radiant divine kingdom, Wenren Mayu. Qin Tian looked at that scene, pouting, "Too flashy." The betting stall owner next to him smiled, "Of course." In terms of background, the radiant divine kingdom is the strongest empire in Central Province. In terms of beauty, Wenren Mayu is the #1 beauty in Central Province. Whatever man marries her can save 500 years of struggle. "Stop talking to you guys." Finished speaking, he also squeezed into the crowd, shouting, "Princess Mayu, I'm here." To silence the crowd, a maid next to the princess raised her hand. "Silence. Ladies and gentlemen, the Great Dao Supreme Tower is about to open. Our princess also wants to enter the tower to try her luck. As long as someone reaches the 8th floor, the princess will personally host a banquet and play a piece of music for that hero." These words just uttered caused the crowd to stir. "Heard the princess isn't married yet. Could it be she came here today to choose a husband?" The Great Dao Supreme Tower has 9 floors. Reaching the 8th floor definitely means a top-level expert. Using it to choose a husband is reasonable. Immediately, a handsome young man stepped out, bowing, "Princess, I will definitely reach the 8th floor to hear your playing." This person was the young master of the Heavenly Dao sect, Ling Yunxuan, Cultivation Half-Step Supreme. His appearance also attracted quite a bit of attention. It's Ling Yunxuan, young master of the Heavenly Dao sect. Heard 10 years ago he was already a half-step supreme. This time, the person with the chance to be hosted by the princess is probably only him. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was held tight by the two girls, unable to move. "Qin Tian, don't tell me you also want to attend the Radiant Divine Kingdom Princess's party. Master, you are truly a lecher, no more no less." Qin Tian hurriedly clarified, "Go what go. I'm not that idle." He said a sentence making the two girls blush. "Plus, to be honest, placing you two next to her, that princess's beauty would also dim a few parts." These words unfortunately reached the ears of the old betting seller. He immediately spoke up, voice full of sarcasm, "Little brother said that wrong." He aimed straight at Xiaoro. "The Qingqiu Emperor is beautiful indeed, but is a genuine jinx. Haven't you heard the news? Dai Ming leveled Qingqiu. It's all disasters caused by that girl." Bai Xiaoro immediately got angry, shouting, "Old man, what did you say?" But Qin Tian quickly stopped her. "Xiaoro, calm down." He turned to the old man, changing the subject. "Old gentleman, can I place a bet now?" That old man laughed, "Hee. Of course you can. Who do you plan to bet on?" Qin Tian threw out a heavy bag of spiritual stones. "Here are 10,000 supreme spiritual stones. I bet on myself to clear this damn tower." Not long after, the ground shook. A giant tower slowly rose from the ground. Great Dao Supreme Tower opened. "Let's go in." The crowd flocked inside. Qin Tian turned to the two girls. "We should go too." Bai Xiaoro obediently listened, but didn't forget to glare at the old man. "Smelly old man, temporarily sparing you this time." The old man wasn't worried at all, snorting coldly. "HMPH, truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My stall opened 10 times for betting, except for the last time a mysterious woman cleared it, never seen anyone else do it. These 10,000 supreme spiritual stones are surely mine." After that, Qin Tian also stepped inside the Great Dao Supreme Tower. Just stepping in, he was teleported to an independent space. He observed the empty room, a bit surprised. Seems to avoid ganging up. Inside this tower there are many independent spaces. Also good, Yao Ling and Xiaoro can take this opportunity to train. He looked at the spirit body opponent in front, laughing. "Come on, don't make me feel too bored." At this time outside, Princess Mayu was still there. A maid next to her asked, "Princess Say, will anyone reach the 8th floor this year?" Another replied, "Others are unknown, but Ling Yunxuan is certainly not a problem. After all, he is a half-step supreme expert." Princess Mayu smiled, shaking her head. then you are wrong. The Great Tao Supreme Tower is not advantageous just for having high realm. Even a Supreme might not climb to the last floor easier than someone with Emperor realm cultivation. That maid asked in surprise, "Why is that?" Princess Mayu explained. "Because this tower, starting from the first floor, each floor will spawn tower guardian spirit bodies with realm equivalent to the person entering the tower. Floor 1 has 1, floor 2 has 2. Just like that until the 8th floor. Ling Yunxuan is a half-step supreme. Wanting to reach the 8th floor, he must defeat the combined attack of 7 other half-step supremes." She didn't think Ling Yunxuan could do that, even if he is a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of the Heavenly Tao sect. Wanting to do that, fear is not easy. That maid continued, "Then this tower is too tough. Wanting to reach the top, isn't it having to defeat 8 opponents of the same realm at once?" Princess Mayu smiled slightly, "No. The 9th floor, conversely, only has 1 tower guardian spirit body. That spirit body is the copy of the person who cleared it before, both cultivation and realm exactly like the challenger. In other words, whoever wants to clear must defeat the person who cleared before them. Precisely for that reason, for thousands of years, no one passed the last floor until that person appeared." While they were discussing, a voice rang out, "Look quickly." The lantern on the 6th floor lit up. Someone reached the 6th floor. Princess Mayu immediately thought of a person. Could it be Ling Yunxuan? With Heavenly Tao sect's background, him defeating 5 half-step supremes is not strange. It's just this speed is indeed too fast. Seems I underestimated him. Not long after, that voice rang out again, full of surprise. "Impossible." The lantern on the 7th floor also lit up. By this time, Princess Mayu no longer believed it was Ling Yunxuan. Not right, it's not Ling Yunxuan. No matter how powerful he is, he can't kill 6 half-step supremes in a blink of an eye. Who is that person? And then, the light on the 8th floor also flared up. A maid happily said, "Princess, the 8th floor lantern also lit up. Should we prepare the banquet?" Princess Mayu at this moment was extremely curious, head full of question marks. How monstrous of a person must be to defeat 7 opponents of the same realm so quickly? Could it be? This tower has a short circuit. Inside the tower, Qin Tian was leisurely climbing the tower. He stepped on the pile of spirit bodies just dissipated, murmuring, "Each floor increases by 1 spirit body of the same realm." For ordinary people, this is a not bad test. But this bunch of lead soldiers to him, not even enough to scratch an itch. Oh well, go up to visit the 9th floor, get the Great Tao Supreme Fruit, then go out to wait for Yao Ling and Xiaoru. Saying that, he directly rushed to the 9th floor. When arriving, Qin Tian observed around and only saw a single figure. He asked in surprise, "Why did the difficulty decrease up here? The 9th floor guardian is just a woman." But the aura radiating from her was so terrifying that the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Even Qin Tian felt an invisible pressure. Strong spiritual pressure. Even Dai Tian didn't give me such a suppressing feeling. Even so, Qin Tian was very determined. "But no matter who you are, I will definitely defeat you to clear this floor. Fight." The woman slowly turned around, smiling slightly, a smile both familiar and distant. "Since when did you dare to discriminate against women like that? Our little Tian seems to have prospects." Seeing this face, Qin Tian was stunned. Extremely panicked in his heart, Sister, why is it you?" Turns out, the person guarding the 9th floor was the former peak master of Hidden Sword Peak, Kunlun Sword Sect, Jiang Qingsu. Jiang Qingsu looked at Qin Tian, smiling, "What? Only you are allowed to come here to break through and I am not." Qin Tian was still shocked. "Of course not. But when did you come here?" Countless questions appeared in his head. Moreover, don't all challengers enter independent spaces? "How did you find me?" Jiang Qingsu explained, "I didn't need to find you. In this Great Tao Supreme Tower, the guardian of the 9th floor in any small space. Is me. Qin Tian was bewildered. What exactly is going on? Jiang Qingsu smiled, explained thoroughly. Actually, it's nothing complicated. It's because years ago, when I rushed into this tower, people discovered a rule. The guardian of the 9th floor will be the spirit body of the person who successfully broke the tower before. Qin Tian quickly understood. So, after you cleared it, the 9th floor guardian turned into your simulated spirit body. Jiang Qingsu nodded. That's right. But at that time, I left a sliver of spiritual consciousness on this spirit body, so now I can talk to you. Qin Tian was even more surprised. Did you know I would come here? Jiang Qingsu didn't deny. That's right. Qin Tian immediately became suspicious. Sister, are you hiding something from me? Where are you now? Why haven't you come back to visit me for these years? What exactly do you want to do? Jiang Qingsu only vaguely said, You ask too much. The only thing I can answer now is, I am doing a very important thing in the upper realm. Qin Tian earnestly said, What important thing? I can help you. Jiang Qingsu shook her head. Currently, you still can't help me. Moreover, in this 9 provinces, don't you also have more important things to do? Qin Tian just opened his mouth, intending to nag a few more sentences, when interrupted bluntly by Jiang Qingsu. Little Tian, the light confiding session ends here. Next will be your challenge. Finished speaking, she said nothing more, drawing her weapon. Then swung a sharp sword towards Qin Tian. A cross-shaped sword energy tore through the wind, rushing in, forcing Qin Tian to hurriedly dodge. He was startled, face pale, screaming, Hey, wait. Are you playing for real? Jiang Qingsu didn't stop, continuing to close in and declared coldly, Of course it's real. If you don't take me down, don't dream of the great Tao Supreme Fruit. Facing the life and death challenge, Qin Tian also immediately drew the life and death sword, gritting his teeth to respond. Fine, I won't go easy either. He started calculating in his mind, remembering the day his sister left Hidden Sword Peak. She had just broken through to Emperor Realm, yet now probably ordinary Supremes couldn't handle a few moves of hers. But then he reassured himself. However, I'm also not the Qin Tian of yesterday. So Qin Tian poured all his skills out to fight Jiang Qingsu. The move Swallowing Sun and Moon was unleashed, and the chaotic scene outside. A few young men just kicked out of the tower were gathering in groups of 3 or 5 chatting. Brother Zhao, how high did you climb this year? Little brother barely crawled to the 6th floor. Exhausted, originally dreamed of flying to the 8th floor for Princess Mayu's party. One guy among them turned to ask Princess Mayu's maid, Hey miss, can your princess lower the standard a bit? Let us 6th floor folk squeeze in for fun. The maid coldly poured a bucket of cold water. No. That is the princess's iron rule. And climbing to the 6th floor is already very good. In my opinion, this year besides that god Ling Yunxuan, even with candy no one else has the level to crawl to the 8th floor. Right at this moment, another figure was knocked out. This guy stumbled landing, just stabilized his body, then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The crowd recognized the character who just landed and screamed in terror. It's Ling Yunxuan. Oh my god, even he stopped at the 7th floor. Impossible. Then did the 8th floor lamp light up by itself. I thought that Big Brother was fighting on the 9th floor. The maid next to Princess Mayu also began to panic extremely at this strange phenomenon. Could the great Tao Supreme Tower really have a system error? Thinking so, she stepped forward to tell her master, Princess, let's go back. The princess frowned, not waiting anymore. Even if Ling Yunxuan couldn't pass the 8th floor, maybe someone else has a chance. The maid then analyzed. Princess, even Ling Yunxuan's outstanding talent fell off the horse. What chance do others have? Right after, another person rushed out, but this time from the 8th floor. It was the 2 girls Yao Ling and Xiaoro. Both beauties escaped at the same time, looked at each other, then laughed encouragingly. Yao Ling, not bad, huh? You are also great. Their appearance immediately made both of them the center of attention. Look! They were blown from the 8th floor. Unbelievable, someone really reached the 8th floor. And they are two beautiful ladies. Princess Mayu, seeing this, personally stepped forward, inviting. Greetings, two ladies. I am Wenren Mayu, Princess of the Radiant Divine Kingdom. Don't know if I have the honor to invite you two to my banquet. Bai Xiaoro fearlessly replied briefly, not free. The blunt refusal made the princess freeze for 5 seconds. Yao Ling was a bit gentler. Truly sorry, we still have to wait for our master, truly don't have time. Princess Mayu still didn't give up. Don't know where your master is, I can invite him to come along. Yao Ling looked up at the top of the tower, calmly replied, our master, probably right now he is wandering on the 9th floor. Inside the 9th floor, Qin Tian was still struggling to fight the final boss, his sister, but it seemed the situation wasn't very optimistic. Jiang Qingsu continuously suppressed, attacking while speaking in a teasing voice. Little Tian, you've tried this move countless times, right? It's useless against me. Finished speaking, she counterattacked with a god-slashing sword move full of power. Qin Tian was knocked flying into the wall, extremely struggling. So much that the tower outside also shook violently, almost cracking. Luckily not kicked out, Qin Tian panted. Truly dangerous, almost got kicked out of the tower. Jiang Qingsu leisurely held her sword closer, tone softening. Little Tian, although I was away for a while and you have improved significantly, with your current level, you are still not my opponent. She chose words to comfort so her brother wouldn't be discouraged. Even if you give up now, no one dares to look down on you. Reaching this 9th floor, you are already a once-in-a-thousand-years legend, setting the second-best record in the history of the Great Tao Supreme Tower. Then she smiled, mentioning a more important matter. Moreover, you also don't need to worry about not having a reward. Finished speaking, Jiang Qingsu took out a strange fruit and gave it to Qin Tian. Looking at this tangerine-like fruit, Qin Tian was a bit bewildered. He brought it to his nose to smell and was startled. This potent medicinal property must be supreme grade. Immediately he realized and shouted, this! Isn't this the Great Tao Supreme Fruit? Jiang Qingsu nodded. That's right, this is the reward I received when clearing the tower years ago. Your goal is completed, now you can go out. These words seemed to prick Qin Tian's self-esteem. Sister, did you think early on that I couldn't pass the level, so you deliberately left this spiritual consciousness to give this fruit to me? Misunderstood, Jiang Qingsu clumsily waved her hand. Little Tian, I didn't mean to look down on you. If your opponent was the tower keeper I met, you would definitely pass. She panicked, thinking, oh no, did I hurt his self-esteem? What to do, what to do? Qin Tian's eyes were determined, seriously said, but the person I am facing is you. Jiang Qingsu gently rubbed her brother's head, laughing. Little Tian, be good, I am older, cultivated earlier, so being more powerful than you is obvious. However, Qin Tian still refused to give up. He accepted the Great Tao Supreme Fruit. I will keep this fruit because it is your heart. Then he gripped the life and death sword tightly, but I won't leave the tower. I will continue to challenge the level. Jiang Qingsu was a bit surprised. Little Tian, why be so stubborn, truly not necessary anymore. Qin Tian tried to stand up, voice full of determination. No. If I just leave like this, in your eyes, I will forever be a brat needing your protection. You being alone in the upper realm is already hard. How can I let you continue to worry about me? His words made Jiang Qingsu stunned. Little Tian. She smiled slightly, admitting, you indeed have grown up a lot. If you are determined. Saying that, Jiang Qingsu picked up her weapon again. Then let's continue. But this time, Qin Tian raised his sword to stop. Wait. Saying that, he pulled out the system panel, preparing to use dirty tricks. He thought, talked so big, but then getting kicked out by sister. What face do I have left? Must increase strength urgently. He decided to bet on his golden luck. If I recall correctly, today there is a makeup login reward. Bingo! The system displayed a notification. Login reward. Other transformation freedom great method has been upgraded to level 17. This made Qin Tian overjoyed, laughing internally. He indeed didn't calculate wrong. With this login, other transformation freedom great method is finally level 17, so I can use that move. Jiang Qingsu, seeing her brother fussing and laughing alone, asked confusedly, "Little Tian, what exactly are you doing? Are we fighting or not?" "Fighting," Qin Tian replied gently, looking radiant with confidence. "Of course fighting. Actually, I just comprehended a new sword technique, and this is the strongest move I can cast right now." Jiang Qingsu was curious, stronger than swallowing sun and moon. She showed extreme interest, then quickly opened my eyes. Qin Tian, after hacking, was also itching to fight. I also intend to do that. Before attacking, he shouted, "Sister, take this." The move he unleashed was named Grasping Galaxy. This one sword just released pulled both people into another dimension. Jiang Qingsu looked around in surprise. One sword able to touch spatial power, not ordinary. Qin Tian immediately controlled countless meteors in that space to attack her. Thousands of fiery rocks rushed like a storm. But that was still not enough. The battle ended quickly. Qin Tian rested his sword on the ground, proactively stepping back. "I admit defeat. My strength is still too far behind you," he admitted somewhat depressedly. "This Grasping Galaxy move sucked dry every last drop of my spiritual power, but still couldn't scratch a single hair of yours." Jiang Qingsu gave him an unexpected compliment. "You forced me to use power that the me of the past didn't have. This simulated body can't take it anymore." Her body began to fade into the void, but still managed to leave a final message. "Little Tian, you have surpassed the me of the past. I will wait for you in the upper realm. At that time, everything you want to know, I will tell you." Looking at his sister's fading figure, Qin Tian murmured, "Supreme grade alchemy technique. This reward came too timely. Otherwise, if I mess up refining, wasting supreme grade ingredients, I'd cry in pain." At this time, the space only had him alone. Suddenly, a giant magic circle appeared under his feet. A light from above shone down on the center, and an item slowly appeared. It was the Great Tao Supreme Fruit. At the same time, the system also notified, "Congratulations, Master, on completing the ingredient collection task. Reward, Supreme Grade Alchemy Technique." Qin Tian murmured Jiang Qingsu's words before leaving. "At that time, everything you want to know, I will tell you." After a moment of thought, he decided to refine the Supreme Pill right here. Right, refining supreme grade ingredients will definitely cause earth-shattering phenomena. Refining outside carelessly might attract a bunch of flies buzzing around. Safest is to refine right inside this tower. Anyway, the old man said the tower exists for 7 days. That time should be enough to refine a batch of pills. Time flew by. 6 days later. The maid standing next to Princess Mayu spoke up again. "Princess, today is already the 7th day. Their master still hasn't come out. Could it be he met with misfortune?" Princess Mayu looked towards the two patiently waiting beauties, contemplating. Those two, although only at Emperor Realm, rushed to the 8th floor. Talent truly cannot be underestimated. The person who can be their master is certainly not an ordinary character. Even so, she still had some concerns. But the person guarding the 9th floor this year is the woman in red. Things fear are not simple. At this time, Ling Yunxuan with a know-it-all attitude approached the two girls, speaking with feigned sympathy. "Two ladies, I am Ling Yunxuan, young master of Heavenly Tao Sect. Many days have passed. According to my guess, your master probably has suffered more bad than good. You two please restrain your grief." Yao Ling glanced at him sharply like a knife, voice icy. "You dare curse my master? Tired of living?" She didn't bother saying much, directly threatening. "If you don't want to die, then get lost." Ling Yunxuan hurriedly explained. "You two misunderstood. I absolutely didn't mean that, just based on the actual situation to speculate. After all, the person guarding the 9th floor is the woman in red." Yao Ling frowned. "What is the woman in red?" Ling Yunxuan immediately rambled on. "You two don't know. The guardian of the 9th floor of the Great Tao Supreme Tower is completely different from the previous 8 floors. That is the spirit body of the person who successfully cleared the tower years ago. And the woman in red is that person. So if your master reached the 9th floor, his opponent is the spirit body of the woman in red. Even so, Bai Xiaoru still placed complete trust in Qin Tian. Even if it's the woman in red, the master cannot lose to her. Ling Yongxuan continued to pretend to be knowledgeable. I understand your feelings, but that woman in red is truly a rare genius of the ages. Do you know years ago how much time she used to clear this tower? Only 1 hour. Hearing this, both girls changed their expressions. This speed was indeed too abnormal.
You're watching a comic
What?
recap on Lens
Only 1 hour?